Chapter 451. A small spaceship slowly landed on the helipad of Luojing Mountain, and Yizhi, who had disguised himself, led the team out. Seeing her, the Alliance soldiers were very respectful. Lieutenant Colonel Shanko Mari, why did you come back suddenly? Major General Wunren was worried that the enemy had a backup plan, so he asked me to come back to be on guard. Yizhi did not look panicked at all, and he was seriously trying to find out the information. The main brain has not been successfully analyzed. This is not surprising. The man immediately said, after all, it is the main brain of the entire empire. Although it has been attacked by the virus, it is still difficult to conquer. It may take some time. Yizhi was happy in his heart, but his face was furious. It's been so long, and it hasn't been accomplished. Do you know that the Chaoyang fleet has joined forces with the 5th fleet? We must break through the main brain before Ji Fan comes back. The man's rank is actually higher than Shanko Mari, but he has no family background. The first-hand intelligence from the front line has not been passed to him. He immediately said tremblingly, I will go back and keep an eye on them immediately. Shanko Mari nodded slightly and led people to Luojing Mountain. They were full of fierceness, and it was obvious that they had just come from the front line. For a moment, no one stopped them. Stop! When they stepped through the gate, someone suddenly shouted. Yizhi stopped. Zhou Qi and others froze. Yizhi turned around, looking impatient. What's going on? The man was not afraid of her, and directly questioned, Does the team you lead seem unfamiliar? Zhou Qi frowned, and Pang Pan's hand moved slightly, only one finger away from the gun handle. Yizhi signaled the two not to act rashly, and looked at him. These are my Shanko family's private soldiers. Why, you don't welcome them here? The man's expression was delighted. Of course you are welcome. No one knew what happened above, and the ground armed forces were being continuously transported into space. At this time, the more troops, the better. At this time, the sergeant who had just received Yizhi came over hurriedly and said a few words, and the man's eyebrows relaxed. Since it is the order of Major General Wunren, Lieutenant Colonel Mari, please. Yizhi snorted coldly and turned away. After the group entered the elevator, Zhou Qi praised in a low voice, Commander, you acted really well. I have seen what Mari looked like in the Alliance, and it is 90% similar. The Alliance, or the Shanko family, are not good things. It is normal for her to act arrogantly. Silence. Pang Pan suddenly whispered. The elevator door opened, and it was a patrol robot. Its scanner with red light repeatedly scanned Yizhi's face, as if confirming something. After a while, it clicked. Lieutenant Colonel Mari, welcome. Yizhi and others breathed a sigh of relief. Fearing that there might be surveillance, Yizhi didn't dare to speak. She responded vaguely twice, and walked towards the control room. Seeing her suddenly appear, the people in the control room were surprised. Lieutenant Colonel Mari, how could you? Before he could finish, Yizhi raised his hand and fired a shot. Do it. Zhou Qi and Pang Pan immediately took action. In less than a minute, all the people here were under control. The intelligent brain captured their movements, sounded the alarm, and a red light lit up inside Luojing Mountain. Enemy attack. For a moment, everyone was running towards the control room. Yizhi tore off the human skin mask, sat on the console, and logged into the back end in the shocked eyes of the Alliance technicians. Who are you? How could you have the key that only the royal family has? The Wu family only got a primary key, so they had such a hard time. But Yizhi's login was obviously an authorized advanced key. No! The Alliance soldier looked at her operation in horror, and his blood rushed up, and he actually shouted directly. Yizhi frowned slightly, and Pang Pan knocked him out with a knife. Yizhi directly terminated the cracking program and forced the Alliance to stop the average 100,000 attacks on the main brain per second. At the same time, the heavy front door, back door, and side door of Luojing Mountain fell down suddenly, and all entrances and exits were closed. Yizhi stood up. This is left to you. Pang Pan was as firm as a mountain. He didn't ask anything, and said with a firm look, Don't worry, Command. Luojing Mountain has become a copper wall. This is the most Yizhi can do. She can't kill everyone, but she can always prevent people from outside from coming in. But they still have very few people. The troops inside Luojing Mountain are more than 10 times theirs. Zhou Qi and Pang Pan are under great pressure. Yizhi looked at them deeply. Everyone take care. Then he turned around and jumped into the huge equipment cabin behind the control room. There are all kinds of equipment and cables here. Yizhi shuttled and crawled among them, making her quite embarrassed. She glanced at the time, and saw that 2 minutes had passed. She said anxiously, Chun Tung. How far is it? A female voice sounded through her intelligent brain. 1 minute. I'm trying to open a back door for you. Otherwise, you will be beaten into a sieve. There seemed to be a cross on Yijiai's forehead. Is this your level? I have to save the main brain later. Can you do it? Chun Tung was angry. How old was she? How could she be so insulted? Who told you to put my body on the Guardian 5? If it could be put closer, it wouldn't be like this. Since being kicked out of Guangyu Star by the main brain, Chun Tung has become a homeless child. It was Yijia who realized that something was wrong and reluctantly found a carrier for her, otherwise it might have dissipated. If you hadn't said that you must rely on the back door to enter the main brain system, I would put you on Guangyu Star at the risk of my life. Yijia said coldly. Chun Tung stopped talking. Could she say that her calculation at the time was that if she was put on Guangyu Star, Yijia would most likely be wiped out? Without saying a word, Yijia came to the first checkpoint. This is a small room with an area of less than 2 square meters. From the ceiling to the walls to the ground, there are densely packed gun muzzles everywhere. Now all these gun muzzles are aimed at Yijia, which looks quite creepy. Please verify your identity. The cold voice of the main brain came from above. Yijia took a deep breath and stood on the circular protrusion in the middle. A blue light swept past, and a cold mechanical sound rang out. Identity confirmation in progress. Name Yijia, nationality of the Glorious Empire. Intruder. Clear on the spot. Clear on the spot. All red alarm lights lit up, and the muzzle was preheated. Yijia took a deep breath and shouted, Chun Teng. However, no one responded. This girl actually pretended to be dead at this time. Yijia felt as if 10,000 grass mud horses were galloping through her heart. This girl is really unreliable. Chapter 452. Depending on her strong mental power, Yijia knew that the first to attack was actually the row of gun muzzles in the middle of the wall, and then the rows of gun muzzles on the 4 walls would fire at the same time, with a gap of less than 2 seconds in between. Then, the ceiling and floor would also start in sequence, with a gap of no more than 3 seconds. In other words, in the dense bombardment of bullets, she could only use these few seconds. Before the middle row of bullets was fired, Yijia turned over and jumped up, and then the 4 rows of bullets just passed through her back, and she stuck to the ceiling like an octopus. After the bullets on the ceiling and the ground were fired, she stuck to the wall at a very fast speed. It's easier said than done. The whole process happened in just a moment, and the bullets basically brushed past Yijia's body. If you look at it from the surveillance video, this scene is even more frightening. Yijia seems to be performing some magic. I don't know what the principle is, but she can avoid the bullets that should have fallen on her. Then the second round started again. Under the control of the intelligent computer, the shooting was disorderly, and there was no pattern to follow, but relying on the strong mental power, Yijia could often predict the trajectory of the bullet in advance and give herself a break. A minute later, she landed on the round protrusion again, with large and small scratches all over her body. The bullets were getting denser and denser. Xiao Nui. I found its control port. It's under this round cake. Blow it up. Someone who had been pretending to be dead finally came back to life. Yijia moved her fingertips and bounced the button bomb towards the round cake, while she stuck tightly to the ceiling, with her mental power shield turned to the maximum. Countless bullets hit it, and although it could not cause any harm to her, it was very painful, and the buzzing sound was endless. Bang! Button bombs have always been accurate blasts. The round cake was blown open, revealing the control hub inside. Huh? Chun Tung suddenly screamed, Xiao Ai, why don't you go over and take a look? It was a port connected to many lines. Yijia was about to punch it, but was stopped by Chun Tung. Wait! I tried to see if I can directly enter the core area of the main brain from here. Yijia was stunned for a moment, unplugged the line, and connected it to his own optical computer. The next step is up to you. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Commander, Chun Tung said mischievously. Yijia sat there panting. She had just done all the extreme operations, which was very damaging to her body. If Chun Tung had no way out, she might not be able to reach the last level. She listened carefully to the movements outside. The gunshots were scattered and not dense, and she roughly distinguished the current situation. Luojing Mountain can only go in, and not out. Zhou Qi and Pang Pan should have led people to ambush. At present, it seems that no side has an overwhelming advantage, but they are outnumbered, and being able to do this is already an advantage. Yijia felt a little relieved. Suddenly, a huge sound came to her ears. If she could hear it so clearly here, it would be even louder at the scene. Her heart tightened. What happened? The Space Force withdrew. Wen Feng led the way. He even had a smile on his face. Mari, it seems that we have all been deceived by her. Who else would pretend to be you? Also, who else could come up with such a brilliant idea besides her? Shanko Mari, Keep going, Renfeng shouted. So, the Alliance soldiers installed 3 rows of bombs at the gate. After the loud boom, the gate only dented. I don't know what this Luojin mountain is made of. After so many years, it is still so solid? He stroked his chin. It's a bit weird. A soldier came to ask, Major General, are you going to continue? Keep bombing. Until it explodes. Yes. The Alliance soldiers started a new round of preparations. Just when they were about to install new bombs, something unexpected happened. A golden battle armor suddenly appeared, and the shells hit the bombs. After a spark, only countless limbs were left on the ground. When Renfeng's face changed, beware. It's the ground armed forces. On Guangyu Star, who else can command the golden armor except the royal family? But Jilan is lying on the top of Luojin Mountain. Who will come? Luojin Mountain has been the royal family's nest for thousands of years. Every emperor has made countless modifications to it. Even if the Alliance temporarily controls the main brain, it still can't go to half of the places, including the place where Jilan is sealed. When he saw the blue-black mecha, everything was explained. When Renfeng's eyes were deep, Qinshan, you finally showed up. Chung Feng, you still have the face to come back. Tan Qinshan hated him so much that he called him by his name. Meeting him was a humiliation. When Renfeng frowned slightly. He didn't care much about Tan Qinshan's words, but he knew his purpose and fired without saying a word. The red mecha and the blue-black mecha started fighting back and forth. At this time, a black line appeared on the horizon, and the sound of mecha engines rose and fell. Mari Ueguchi immediately shouted, return to defense. When Renfeng took a look and attacked harder, are you all coming out in full force? Tan Qinshan was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and fought him with all his strength. Although he didn't know what happened in Luojin Mountain, there was no doubt that this was the best time for them to counterattack, when Renfeng threw the blue and black mecha to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. When Renfeng looked down at him from top to bottom, after so many years, you are still at this level? Tan Qinshan gritted his teeth and stood up. He really couldn't beat Renfeng. Why didn't you save her? If I had known this day, I would never let you get close to her at the risk of my life. If it was just now, when Renfeng might still be touched, but after knowing that all of them were very likely to be played by Yi Jiai, his mood is completely different now. No matter how many years have passed, he seems to be able to continue to surprise him. He really doesn't want to let go of such a person. The corners of his mouth curled up. I'm determined. Bullshit! Tan Qinshan cursed. When Renfeng sank his face, for her sake, I won't touch you. But if you provoke me again, I won't stop here like this. Tan Qinshan gritted his teeth and said, don't think I don't know that you and the Star Alliance were both beaten silly by her in space. When Renfeng looked at him expressionlessly, the large forces of the Alliance and the Star Alliance are coming soon. What do you think? Tan Qinshan's pupils dilated slightly. He didn't know how to react for a moment when he heard the news. We are determined to win Guangya Star. A month ago, the two teams had already set off. Tan Qinshan's face changed drastically, and anger echoed in his chest. You damn invaders. Listen to my orders. Attack! He raised his arms and shouted, and the only remaining ground-armed forces on Guangya Star came out in full force. For a while, there were gunshots and artillery fire coming and going. When Renfeng sank his face, stubborn, Tan Qinshan sneered. To treat the enemy, you have to do the opposite. The more they want to do something, the more they can't let them succeed. Didn't Chung Feng want to enter Luojin Mountain? He just wouldn't let him in. Chapter 453. Yi Jiai didn't know what was happening outside. After resting for a while, she entered the next level. Because she was identified as an intruder at the beginning, Yi Jiai was attacked the most violently as soon as she entered the small room, and her mental shield was easily broken. Chun Tung, is this the only way to enter the central hub of the main brain? Yes. Chun Tung spoke quickly and excitedly. I found the control hub of this room. There are two. The upper left corner and the center floor. Yi Jiai's eyes moved, and energy slowly overflowed from her body, and then formed a layer of membrane on the surface of her body. Is this the protective shield after the mental power is materialized? Chun Tung said in surprise. Countless bullets hit Yi Jiai, but it seemed that they encountered some obstacles, and fell to the ground one by one. She quickly went to the location designated by Chun Tung, and saw two control hubs after the explosion. After 2 punches, the alarm stopped abruptly, and the gun went out. Yi Jiai just breathed a sigh of relief, But Chun Tung said, "Can your shield survive high-energy rays?" Yizhi? Try. Her tone was a little difficult. Stepping into the last door, she was faced with a 3M*4M high-energy ray network, with a temperature of up to 1000 degrees Celsius. As long as she touched it, her whole body would be burned immediately. When the red rays covered Yizhi's body, she felt a sharp pain in her brain, and the shield almost lost its function. "Shao Ai," Chun Tung explained. She calmed down, endured the pain in her spiritual sea, increased her mental output, and walked to the corner hub. The metal material that can withstand even high-energy rays is not afraid of bombs at all. After throwing 2 button bombs in succession, the floor is still as bright as new. "Break the door," Chun Tung reminded. "The ceiling, floor and walls here are all made of special metal, but the door has joints because it needs to be closed. This is her chance." Yizhi got close to the door and installed bombs at all the joints. She estimated the load limit of the protective shield and placed a total of 14 bombs. Boom! She stood in the corner farthest from the door, watching the flames caused by the explosion rushing towards her. Her black eyes were illuminated by the flames and then blocked by the protective shield. The high temperature made her skin blood red and her lips chapped, looking particularly embarrassed. If someone was here, they would definitely exclaim that this was a miracle. It can be said that if her mental power had not been successfully promoted to S level, she would not have succeeded. Even if Ji-Fan came, it would not have been successful. This is itself a series of levels designed by the main brain after careful calculations, and according to the current top technology level. "You are great, Shao Ai. You have completed the impossible task," Chun Tung praised, which was a real surprise. Yizhi was furious. "So what's the use of you?" She walked in through the blown open door. It was pitch black all around, with only the sound of data ticking. At a glance, there was a shadow of large equipment, but it was not clear. She moved her feet, and the touch of her feet was not normal. The ground was almost covered with cables and other lines. "If there is anything else here, I can't stand it." She pressed her throbbing head and said, Chun Tung hesitated slightly. Yizhi's heart skipped a beat. Then she heard a huge thing approaching her, making a grunting sound, and it felt very heavy. But just by thinking with your toes, you know that the thing that can be placed here by the main brain must be a tough guy. When he got closer, Yizhi saw it clearly. This is a super large mecha giant with a black body, about 5 meters tall, fully equipped, and it looks very powerful. Yizhi was secretly alert and prepared for the next fierce battle. However, the black mecha did not take the initiative to attack, and even spoke, and the voice was still very familiar to her. "Hee, Shao Ai, are you scared?" Yizhi, Chun Tung? "It's me." Chun Tung's voice was very cheerful. "This is the hidden killer of the main brain. I saw it when I entered from the branch end. My energy is limited, and I just used it to control these big guys." Yizhi touched the metal shell of the mecha, which felt cold and hard. "These?" "Yes, there are 23. I spent a lot of effort." Yizhi, She decided to take back what she said about her being useless. "Let's go and see the main brain." Yizhi sat in the palm of the mecha and was carried forward. The space here was really huge, and no one knew how many things were placed. "How is she?" "Not good." Chun Tung's voice was very sad. "The virus is very strong. She won't let me get close." "Is she still conscious?" "Yes, we are here." Yizhi was placed in front of a huge control panel. Because no one had come here for a long time, the mecha had not been started, and a thick layer of dust had accumulated on it. She tried to speak. "Main brain?" As the voice fell, the lights of the entire central hub lit up one by one, and Yizhi finally got a glimpse of the whole picture here. Unlike what she imagined, this place was all white, and the white decorations looked like the interior of a battleship, making it feel familiar at first glance. A mechanical head gradually condensed on the giant screen in front of her. Her voice was very old, and she almost cried. "You are finally here. You knew I would come?" "Yes, you are the last hope." "The last hope?" Yizhi had also heard this sentence from Amber. "This is a message from the future, so I have always valued you." The voice of the main brain was very light, as if it would leave at any time. Yizhi finally understood why her citizen serial number was so high at this time. She frowned and said, "Are you injured?" The main brain sighed, like an old lady before leaving. "With my current ability, I can't defeat this virus. But if you have any questions, I can answer them for you now." Yizhi pondered for a moment, knowing that the opportunity was rare, and did not procrastinate. "The first question, why am I the last hope?" This is what the future person told me. You do have potential in this area. Yizhi frowned. You knew I was a resurrected person a long time ago? I knew this before you were born. This sentence sounded so scary, but Yizhi had a question. In this case, why did you let me enter the special observation group list? The future person asked me to keep you. Is the future person you are talking about Master Amber? Yes. Yizhi closed his eyes. In other words, she lived in Huiming Star, and Master Amber asked someone to write a guarantee letter for her while ordering the main brain not to let her leave Guangya Star. High, really high. This is the longest routine she has ever gone through. She couldn't figure it out. Why did he do this? I don't know. The main brain said, I guess it's to test you. No, Master Amber is not such a boring person, and besides, this level can't be called a test at all. In a flash, Yizhi thought of the Chung family. If she hadn't been forced to go to Huiming Star, then the batch of supplies from the Chung family would not have been sent out through her. Then, the Chung family would not have rebelled so quickly, and Chung Feng's status in the alliance would not have been so high, and it is very likely that all this would not have happened today. Chapter 454. What else do you know about me? A lot. The main brain said, I know you have a lot of questions, but it's better to let the people of the future explain it to you. It's better this way. Yizhi narrowed her eyes and said suspiciously, since you know so much about the future development, you must have done a lot of calculations. Everything that happened on Guangyu Star should be in your calculation results. Why don't you prepare in advance to avoid all this? The main brain laughed twice, because this is my destiny. I must go through this to become stronger and smarter. Then how can I help you? There's no rush. Do you have anything else to ask? Yizhi looked at the screen. Do you have anything to tell me? Do you know where Admiral Ji Fan is? Green Star. She spit out the answer without hesitation. So you have already met. The main brain smiled and said, did anything happen to you there? The Green Star underground black market is the lair of the God Realm, and I saved him there. The main brain began to calculate frantically, and the voice was very low. If so, why hasn't Admiral Ji Fan come back yet? Did you really succeed in rescuing him? Yizhi was stunned. She was very sure and certain that she had rescued Ji Fan, and with Ji Fan's ability, he could definitely escape on the spot, but Ji Fan hadn't contacted her for so many days. Could it be that something unexpected really happened? I think you should go over and see what happened to Admiral Ji Fan. According to your calculations, do you think he might have encountered some trouble? No. Yizhi was quite happy to hear the denial, but the next sentence made her stunned. My calculations show that it's not Admiral Ji Fan who is in trouble, but the entire Second Fleet. They have sufficient supplies and weapons. What's the problem? What can the other party do to them? Yizhi was suddenly stunned. She remembered what the Divine Realm was. It was because the war on their side was too intense that she had always ignored one thing. Since Ji Fan has woken up and knows everything that happened on Guangyu Star, why didn't he come back? You know, he crossed the entire star field for her. Moreover, since she woke up, Ji Fan only contacted her once in a while with a message, and never called her again. All kinds of speculations added together, she had a very bad guess. Is the Second Fleet in a state of genetic contamination for all members? Yes. The main brain breathed a sigh of relief. Yizhi felt something was wrong. Can you tell me what you know in advance? Yes, the mastermind breathed a sigh of relief again. Every different choice you make will generate a new parallel space. I can't add variables at will. This will cause extreme uncontrollability in the future. You must figure it out yourself, so that the variables can be minimized to the greatest extent. Yizhi's ability to draw inferences from one instance is very strong. Seeing that the mastermind didn't continue to say, she knew that there must be some more information. She tentatively said, should I go to save Ji Fan? But it will take at least a month for the Fifth Fleet to get there. The mastermind became excited. You seem to have a way to get there quickly? Yizhi, It's already like this. Why can't I tell her the answer? With a distance of tens of thousands of light years, even if she keeps jumping without sparing energy, she can only shorten the time by half at most. This is not acting. How could she teleport to Ji Fan in a flash? Wait, she looked at the main brain in disbelief. It seems that there is indeed something that can do this. It seems that there is. The voice of the main brain has become relaxed. Do you have anything else to ask? This sentence translates to, I have something else to tell you, but you have to think about it yourself. Yizhi rubbed his eyebrows and asked tentatively, are Master Amber and my father still in our time and space? Bingo! The main brain sighed, you are so smart, they are not here now. Can I still see them? Yizhi was a little disappointed. They have been waiting for you. Yizhi blinked. Wait for me. Wait, do you mean, if I reach a certain step, they will automatically appear? Yes. The voice of the main brain can be heard to be very happy. Yizhi took a deep breath and asked a creepy question. Will I see them on Guangyu Star? No. Will I see them on Huixing Star? No. Will I see them on Green Star? No. Yizhi's eyebrows gradually wrinkled, trying to recall the scenes she had seen in the black hole, and began to zoom in. Will I see them in the Glorious Empire? No. Alliance? She raised her eyebrows. No. It can't be the Star Alliance, she said in surprise. No. She sneered. It's not the Empire, the Star Alliance, or the Alliance. It can't be in the Outer Realm, and it's not on Green Star. Is there any neutral star worth noting? Her face suddenly changed. I will see them on the Gulf Star. This is an affirmative sentence. Yes. The main brain was relieved. Chun Tung was stunned by the conversation between the two people and finally found a chance to speak. You two are like a secret code. Chun Tung. The main brain suddenly called her, with a vicissitudes of voice, come to me, let me see you again. Whoa, how did you get into this mess? Chun Tung didn't know how to do it, but he also simulated a human figure on the screen, and it seemed to be acting cute with another one. What should I do to help you? Yizhi looked at her. I'm already beyond help. The main brain's voice was relieved. I'm ready. You can restart me and let Chun Tung take my place. No. Chun Tung refused without even thinking. I don't want to replace you. I want you to live well. Woo, she cried like a child. Yizhi couldn't stand it anymore and stopped her. Stop it. Aren't we trying to find a solution? She looked at the main brain. There must be other ways to save your consciousness, right? Back up? I have already backed up the data, and I leave it to Chun Tung. Her tone was very gentle, especially when she said these words. Yizhi couldn't imagine that this was a mechanical life talking to her. Chun Tung is very talented, and it's the best choice for her to be the main brain. I don't want it. Chun Tung refused directly. If you do this, I will assimilate myself into you. Nonsense. The main brain shouted angrily. Yizhi rubbed her temples. She didn't know what was going on outside. She just wanted to make a quick decision. She said, Is there no way to make you all stay? Chapter 455. I have been completely invaded by the virus. The main brain said, The only way is to let Chun Tung devour me. If I can preserve my consciousness as much as possible, I will have hope of recovery. Chun Tung immediately said, I will definitely protect your consciousness. Believe me. Yizhi frowned. She always felt that something was wrong, but now was not the time to be entangled. She made a quick decision, then do it this way. How long will it take to devour? According to Chun Tung's ability, it may take 24 hours. No. Yizhi said without thinking, Pang Pan and others can't wait that long. Find a way to speed up. The main brain sighed. Another way is to transfer the control of Guangya Star and Huiming Star to Chun Tung first. I will put the other things in the spare chip and wait for her to absorb them slowly. How long will it take? 1 hour. That's it. Yizhi made the final decision. In this case, Chun Tung's power will become very great, but he does not have the same knowledge and experience, and he will need others to assist him in many things. The main brain said worriedly. Okay, I will arrange it. Let's get started. Chun Tung also said, I will discuss with Xiao Ai and make a decision. Don't worry, main brain. The console sank, the screen was divided into two, and a data channel connecting the floor and the ceiling appeared out of thin air. There are also a considerable number of data symbols in it that are constantly evolving. Please confirm, Keyholder Yizhi, whether to restart the Glorious Empire main brain? Yes. The main brain said in a very light tone. Chun Tung, it may be a little painful. It's okay, I can bear it. At this time, a faint blue suddenly appeared in the orange digital symbol beam. The orange light quickly rushed towards the blue. In an instant, the blue symbol was broken, and Yizhi saw a Gaussian polygonal symbol being broken into countless pieces, and finally gathered together, and then scattered again. If mechanical life also is pain, it must be a severe pain like crushing withered and rotten. Yizhi felt sorry for Chun Tung at this time. Yizhi couldn't help in this process. She simply sat aside, and slowly recalled the words of the main brain. Master Amber is a person who came back from the future. This is already very clear. So what role does her father play in it? She has always felt that there is an invisible force pulling her towards the predetermined destiny. She used to guess that it was the Divine Domain Organization, but now it seems that it is Master Amber. She gave up medicine and joined the army. which was the choice she made under the interference of Master Amber. From the result, can we speculate that the War of Glory broke out in the future, and she, as an ordinary technician of the Fifth Fleet, died just like that? But there is a question. Since Master Amber came back so long in advance, why did he never interfere with her thoughts before the incident on Bay Star? What did Master Amber do during the period from her birth to her return to Bay Star? Perhaps the answer to all this can only be found when she meets Master Amber and his father on Bay Star. She took out a completely black metal cuboid from the space button. The transparent part in the middle could faintly see the blue light flowing. Yijia didn't know what it was before, but now she is very clear that it is the spiritual entity of her and Ji-Fan. Only this kind of thing can allow Ji-Fan to pass through the black hole and come to her. Then, with her current strength, she can also reach Ji-Fan in an instant. The person who made this thing is really a genius. Was it Master Amber who made it? No, she stood up suddenly. She asked herself a question. Is it possible for Ji-Fan to have S-level spiritual power in the future? No. The reason why her spiritual power can reach S-level is very complicated. It is related to her identity as a resurrected person and the lightning that brought her here. In short, Yijia regards herself as an accident that appeared by chance in this precise universe. In other words, she is a variable. Therefore, there is only one possibility for the person who can make this thing. That is herself. Only she can deposit her materialized spiritual power in it. Only she can get all of Ji-Fan's trust, enter his spiritual sea openly, and extract a small part of his spiritual power. Shall I? A call made her withdraw from the world of thinking. She turned her head, and found that the light column had completely turned blue. Chun-Tung, are you guys okay? Yes. Chun-Tung's voice has not changed much from before, but he is very calm, like a completely different person, and he looks a bit like the mastermind. Yijia frowned slightly. Who are you? The mastermind or Chun-Tung? Ah, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. The other party sighed. Yijia glared at him. Mastermind? What did you do? Shall I? Don't get excited. I am the mastermind and Chun-Tung now. A blue girl suddenly appeared in front of Yijia. Her eyes were as clear as the ocean, and she looked like an angel who knew nothing about the world. This is a look that Yijia is very familiar with. For many days and nights, Chun-Tung showed her his old photos and asked her to remember her appearance. This is the first time Yijia has seen Chun-Tung in this state. You seem to have become more powerful? Chun-Tung covered his mouth and laughed. Yes. Now, Yijia is sure that it is not the main brain. The character setting of the main brain cannot do this kind of action. What happened to you? Chun-Tung didn't want me to leave, so she took the initiative to merge with me. She saved me. The female voice was very brisk. Yijia didn't understand the evolution of mechanical life, but she knew that the current state might be a manifestation of the extraordinary mechanical life. So you are now sharing a body? Shall I? Why are you so stupid? Ha, Chun-Tung said with a smile. You can understand it this way. I am Chun-Tung and the main brain. We merged and we are the same person. The new me has both Chun-Tung's liveliness and cuteness, and at the same time has the calmness and wisdom of the main brain. Yijia thought, silly child, maybe you don't understand what you have lost. So should I call you Chun-Tung or Mastermind? Chun-Tung, I like this name better than Mastermind. Yijia, it's incredible that a country's mastermind actually has a physical identity. Can you go anywhere in this form in the future? Yes. I can even travel in space. When she said this, her eyes were eager to try. Yijia held her forehead. If you leave, what will happen to the Empire? Chun-Tung's face fell. Okay. She suddenly became excited again. But now I can go anywhere on Guanyu Star and Huiming Star. Chun-Tung was a person before, so she has all the human nature. This kind of living feeling cannot be simulated by the intelligent brain no matter what. Chun-Tung is now a living life in front of Yijia. Mechanical life, that's it. Chapter 456. You just told me that you must experience everything that happened on Guanyu Star before you can have earth-shaking changes. Do you mean now? Yijia looked at the girl in front of him and said. In her small body, she possessed energy that ordinary people could hardly imagine. Yes. Chun-Tung's voice was very cheerful. She turned around in place and flew into the air again. There were data tracks of blue light dots everywhere. But I didn't know that such a high-level evolution would appear, and I didn't know that Chun-Tung would make such a sacrifice. This is a miracle. Do you understand what I mean? My appearance means to the mechanical family just like you mean to all mankind. Yijia understood that this was actually a gamble. All the chips were placed on Chun-Tung. Only if she voluntarily made sacrifices, the mechanical family could truly usher in life. If Chun Tung did not choose this, she would become the new mastermind. Although she could still recapture Guangyu's star, the empire would not have such a powerful mechanical life. It can be said that with Chun Tung, it would not be a problem to keep the empire prosperous for another 1,000 years. You are really great, Chun Tung. She sighed sincerely. This girl was born in the royal family. She once paid the price of her life to save mankind, and now, she has once again made unimaginable sacrifices for the empire, the royal family, and the people. Thankfully, the laws of the universe are still fair and kind, and she has truly gained a new life from this moment on. Thank you. Chun Tung shyly performed a lady's salute. Yi Jiai took off her military cap, put her right hand on her chest, and returned a gentleman's salute. She raised her eyebrows and said frivolously, "Then Princess Chun Tung, can we get down to business?" "Ah! Xiao Ai, you are so bad." She said so, but she returned to her job very quickly. The girl's hands turned into a blue data torrent and inserted into the console. Yi Jiai clearly felt the changes around her. First, inside Luojing Mountain, Pang Pan and Zhou Qi stood shoulder to shoulder. There were less than 20 brothers left out of the more than 100 brothers who came. And these 20 people were either lingering or seriously injured and unconscious. They could only drag people to a compartment and then resist the attack from outside. The strength of the Alliance soldiers was actually not worth noting. In terms of individual soldier quality, any one of them could beat them. The trouble was the endless robots. They were tireless and had ammunition replenishment everywhere. Most of the brothers were defeated by these robots. Hearing the sound getting closer, Zhou Qi gritted his teeth and said, "Pang Pan, I lead them away, you stay here to protect the brothers." Pang Pan stopped him. "I go. You're stronger than me, you can protect them better if you stay," Zhou Qi said calmly. Pang Pan's teeth were about to break. "You all go." Old Chen leaned against the wall. His voice was very weak. He hugged his abdomen. There was blood red. Even his intestines were pulled out. He maintained his only consciousness and said, "Don't worry about us." "Go." "Yes, don't worry about us." Others also said. Everyone was asking them to go. Zhou Qi and Pang Pan looked at each other and saw the reluctance in each other's eyes. "Shut up." Pang Pan shouted, "Save your energy, the command will soon succeed, Zhou Qi and I will definitely protect you." After saying that, he left directly. Zhou Qi's face was full of anxiety, but he had no time to stop him. Intruder found, intruder found. Pang Pan was a target, attracting a steady stream of robots to rush towards him. After he determined the direction, he immediately ran to the upper floor. Then, there was the sound of exchange of fire behind him, and the curses of the Alliance soldiers. Discovered? Pang Pan realized that something was wrong and ran back immediately, but the scene in front of him shocked him. The robots and the Alliance soldiers, who had just found this place, were fighting fiercely. The Alliance did not expect the robots to betray them, and they had no time to react, and almost all of them were wiped out. He widened his eyes, and had a guess. "Colonel Pang Pan, you did a good job. Please take the elevator to the 21st floor for treatment. We will do the next thing." The leading robot put away the gun, turned around, and a gentle female voice came from its loudspeaker. Zhou Qi supported his upper body and stood up, with an ecstatic expression on his face. The command was successful. "Colonel Zhou Qi, you are seriously injured. It is recommended not to move. The medical robot will be here soon. Please hold on a little longer." Tears burst out of Lao Chen's eyes. He cried, "The command?" The command was successful. The empire was saved. "Ah! Brothers, did you hear it? We saved the empire. Ah!" A group of remnants sat up, leaning against each other. Jiuan was hit hard on the head, and his consciousness was in a chaotic state, but he kept muttering, "The empire will win. The empire will win." Chun Tung was very efficient, and the medical soldiers quickly took their positions and carried the group of people to the 21st floor. All the Alliance soldiers inside Luojing Mountain were wiped out. Outside Luojing Mountain, the soldiers led by Tan Qingshan were still fighting desperately with the Alliance army. No one could tell how many people died in this battle. Because in the end, in addition to Tan Qingshan's troops, all the living forces of the Tan family and the Ji family also pressed forward together, and later, the citizens who were not captured voluntarily rushed to the battlefield. In the central square outside Luojing Mountain, blood clots piled up, and broken limbs and armor were everywhere. This was a real floating corpse everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. When Rifeng frowned and looked at everything in front of him, and he had already retreated. "It's not that the Alliance can't beat this group of people, But once this level of resentment is aroused, it will be difficult for the alliance to simply conquer the glorious empire, and things will become tricky and troublesome. Mari Shankar was very puzzled by all this. Our alliance is made up of countless small countries. In the constant internal friction, countries are destroyed and newly built every day. This is normal. Why do they have such an obsession? Wenrenfeng sighed. A country where everyone is a soldier, this is it. Look! Mari Shankar pointed to the distance and said with a trembling mouth, "What is that?" The familiar double-star flag slowly rose on the top of Luojing Mountain, shining brightly under the sun and dancing in the wind. A fierce cheer broke out in the central square. Tan Qingshan pulled the long sword out of the enemy's cockpit, and the corners of his mouth raised high. He just received a message from the main brain. The main brain has recovered. Guanya's star is saved. Wenrenfeng's face changed drastically. Retreat. Quick! The red sun of the mecha soared into the sky, and countless alliance mechas took off together, fleeing Guanya's star at the fastest speed in their lives. Almost at the same time when Wenrenfeng and others left, the protective shield of Guanjiaxing was completely closed, maintaining a state of no entry or exit. The same thing happened on Humingsing. Shanko Mari looked at the soldiers and equipment below who had no time to retreat, feeling a little sorry. Chapter 457. Chaoyang Fleet. The news of the successful recovery of Guangya Star reached Sun Jun and Maud Linton at a very fast speed. Maud Linton slapped his palm hard. "I know Xiaoyai can do it." Sun Jun was still in a state of confusion. He guessed the possible personnel in his mind, and he didn't know who had the ability. When he heard Maud Linton's words, all the clues in his mind were automatically connected. He took a deep breath. The commander is faking his death? Is this your plan? Maud Linton's face changed slightly, and his eyes were slightly dim. No, it should be her plan. I don't know all this. Sun Jun suddenly lost his voice. A plan that no one is told. What does this mean? It is self-evident. If she succeeds, it means the victory of the empire. When the news comes back, they will naturally know that this is a game within a game. Just like now. If she fails, there is no need to explain. She just wants everyone to think that she died in the self-explosion. Your commander is really great. Modlington looked at the familiar planet outside through the command cabin. His heart was surging, and he was so excited that he couldn't even find an adjective. Many people in the command cabin of the Chaoyang fleet had taken the initiative to leave the Fifth Fleet. Now they pieced together the general situation from the conversation between the two commanders, and everyone opened their eyes wide, looking unbelievable. Someone took the initiative to ask, "Commander, are you saying that all this was done by Colonel Yizhi?" Modlington turned and looked at him, his face serious. "What did you call her?" The man was a little nervous. "Colonel Yizhi, is there any problem?" "Of course there is a problem." He looked at Wenhang. "Major General Wenhang, what do you call her?" Wenhang stood up straight, his eyes sparkling. The military headquarters was occupied, and Marshal Chu Fong gave the Fifth Fleet the greatest autonomy before his death, including many powers, including the highest command in wartime. But from the moment you, Admiral Maud, handed over the command to Colonel Yizhi, Colonel Yizhi became the commander-in-chief of the entire army. Everyone usually calls her the commander, and Major General Sun Jun the deputy commander. Modlinton continued with his words. "Many of you took the initiative to leave, but from the fact that you took the initiative to surrender and tied up Jeff and handed him over to me, you still have a sense of family and country, and you are all iron-willed soldiers of the Empire, and good children in my army. Now, is there anyone who does not recognize Colonel Yizhi's identity as the commander?" The whole audience was silent. The man who asked the question just now took the initiative to shout, "No! Command is a miracle. Yes! She is a miracle." Modlington was very excited. "I can tell you that even if Admiral Ji Fan was here, he would not do better than her. She won the greatest victory with the smallest sacrifice, but look at you, you had no confidence in this battle at first, and it was only when the news of the Fifth Fleet's narrow victory on the front line came back that you gradually gained courage. In this regard, you are far inferior to the group of young people in the Fifth Fleet. Today here, I must tell you a truth, it was not you who took the initiative to leave her, but she didn't want you. She never wants cowards." The people of the Chaoyang fleet looked at each other, and saw panic in each other's eyes. Someone finally realized something. "Then can we still go back?" Modlington said expressionlessly. "Since the Chaoyang fleet already exists, you are the first batch of seeds. Manage your fleet well, and find your military spirit. Admiral, there is a video request from Guangyu Star." The operator suddenly spoke. "Take it." Yizhi's face appeared on the big screen, and the picture behind her showed that she was in the command hall of Luojing Mountain. She first made a joke. "Admiral Modlington, it seems that we still met each other alive. You are too brave." Modlington sighed. "In you, I see the shadow of the Duke of Thorns." This is no longer an appreciation, but a compliment. This is a bit incredible coming from Modlington. Yi Xiai raised his eyebrows. The Admiral has been away for a while, and he seems to have become a different person. Something should be said. Modlington didn't care much. "Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about?" "Guangyu Star must be in chaos right now." "When it comes to business," Yi Xiai said seriously, "the Star Alliance and the Alliance's large forces are on their way to Guangyu Star. You must be careful." Modlington frowned. "The mastermind is still there. Why are they coming?" Wars with and without a mastermind are completely different concepts. If the other party wants to attack, it is not certain who will win or lose. Yi Xiai shook his head. "There is another good news. The 4th Fleet will soon arrive at Guangyu Star." Hearing this, the people of the Chaoyang Fleet all breathed a sigh of relief. The army is about to arrive, and the more troops they have, the better. This is really good news. Modlington was delighted. Yi Xiai called out, "Sun Jun Wenheng." "Here." The two answered in unison. Their military spirit formed a sharp contrast with the people on the Chaoyang Fleet. "Send people to clean up the battlefield. The main brain has opened the treatment channel of Luojing Mountain for you. The brothers who can be rescued must be rescued." "Yes." "In addition, take people back to Guangyu Star and recruit the soldiers of the 1st Fleet for emergency use." "The 1st Fleet? The fleet whose entire army was captured? A fleet that can be said to be a shame for the Empire, and the commander is actually going to be reactivated." Sun Jun had no objection. "Yes, I'd be there right away." Coming lightly, the 5th Fleet left lightly again. One mecha after another took off quickly. Looking at their anxious looks, you can guess their excitement deep in their hearts. Modlington twisted his fingers and felt something was wrong. "Are you going to leave?" The people of the Chaoyang Fleet paused. "What does it mean? We just won the battle, and there are still tough battles to come." "The commander is leaving?" "No way." Yi Xiai nodded slightly. "I will wait until Vice Admiral Tanifeng comes back." The 2nd Fleet encountered some troubles on Green Star. Everyone took a breath. Modlington did not smile at all. What happened to Ji Fan? No wonder he did not show up when such a big thing happened here. When he heard that Yi Xiai blew himself up, he felt guilty, because he failed his brother's trust. Green Star is the nest of the God Realm. According to the information obtained by the main brain, the entire 2nd Fleet may be infected. Modlington's face changed drastically. "Okay, I know. When will Vice Admiral Tanifeng arrive?" 2 days later. Chapter 458. Falling Gold Mountain, top floor. Looking at the familiar face of Lon Caesar, Yi Xiai felt mixed emotions. "Colonel, thank you." Lankawut put down the vaccine injection and bowed respectfully to her. "You saved the Empire, saved the Caesar family, and saved countless people of the Empire." Mr. Lon Cao. Being saluted by a man who was about the same age as her grandfather, Yi Xiai didn't dare to accept it. She dodged sideways. "I am an Imperial soldier, it's just my job." Lankawut looked much older, his face was loose, his limbs were stiff, his movements were slow, and he seemed to be dying, but he pushed away Yi Xiai's support with great determination. "Hand, you can bear it. The What family has been the servants of the Caesar family for thousands of years, and has enjoyed tremendous wealth and glory. Now that the Caesar family has no one, I should thank them on their behalf. When His Highness Lon wakes up, he will thank you in person again." Yi Xiai knew that he could not influence the thoughts of the court secretary general, so he patted his hand. "You have done a good job. If it weren't for you risking your life to protect Ji Lon, I don't know if he would still be alive." Lankawut nodded tremblingly. He suddenly took a step back, swept away the hem of his clothes, and knelt down firmly. Yi Xiai was shocked, and with a move of his mental power, Lankawut felt that he was pulled up by a soft and hard force. He widened his eyes. Is this mental power?" Yi Xiai smiled and nodded. Good. The Empire has Admiral Ji Fan and you. It couldn't be better." He hunched his back and couldn't stand straight, but he still bowed. "Don't stop me. I'm bowing for all the people of the Empire. Thank you for developing the vaccine. If His Majesty were still here, he would personally pay his respects to you. It's all because of the Wu family's wolfish ambitions, but they played a good show in front of His Majesty, making His Majesty hesitate to take action, and it dragged on to the situation later. If it weren't for you, the Empire might have collapsed." He spoke fiercely, as if he regarded her as an emotional sustenance. Yi Xiai took a deep breath and endured it. "Okay, the ceremony is over." She helped him sit down forcefully. "You know, This is just a vaccine. It can only block but not restore the genetic collapse. No one can tell what will happen when Jilan wakes up. Lan Kao nodded. I know. At this time, a girl like a blue elf suddenly appeared out of thin air. Xiao Ai, Sun Jun and the others are here. I know. Lan Kao stood up. Princess Chun Tang. Chun Tun covered her mouth and smiled. Lan Kao, it's good to see that you are not dead. Yi Jiai, This girl didn't know how to speak before, and after merging with the main brain, her illness seemed to be getting worse. Lankawat smiled, his face kind. Yes, I am really lucky as an old man. He stood up. Colonel, you go first. The Empire still needs you. I will take care of everything here. Yi Jiai was indeed very busy, looking at Chun Tun. Pay attention to Jilan, and inform me immediately if there is any situation. Okay, Chun Tun spun and jumped in the house. This is still my junior. I will take good care of him. Yi Jiai, Chuanting and the main brain were both mature when they separated. The woman looked like a child after the fusion. As soon as Yi Jiai got out of the elevator, he received a warm welcome from all the officers and soldiers of the Fifth Fleet. Sun Jun stood in front, like a benchmark. Yi Jiai raised his eyebrows and stepped out of the elevator. What are you doing? Everyone. Sun Jun stood at attention, salute. All the people in the Fifth Fleet raised their right hands in unison and swept across their temples. Yi Jiai's expression was slightly restrained, and he stood at attention to return the salute. Commander, I'm so glad to know you're okay. After a long time, Sun Jun put down his hand, his voice slightly choked. Yi Jiai patted his shoulder heavily. This is a very risky decision. I'm sorry for not telling everyone. Zhuang He's eyes were red. Knowing that you were dead, everyone didn't want to live at that time, so they wanted to take revenge on you. What are you talking about? Yi Jiai aimed at his head and hit him. Even if the commander died, you must remain calm, obey the orders of the deputy commander, and don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Zhuang He grinned. You scold me as soon as we meet. Go away, a grown man. Why are you acting like a spoiled child here? Sun Jun couldn't stand him like this and kicked him. Yi Jiai laughed dumbly. But she knew that everything was different. The group of people in front of her really regarded her as their commander and entrusted their lives and backs to her. In Zhuang He's heart, she was no longer an equal, so he would talk like this. Xie Menger came forward and gave her a hug. It feels so good to see you alive. Wen Hang joked with red eyes. I hope the commander can inform us in advance next time he takes risks. I feel like I'm on a roller coaster. I can't hold it back. The others stared at her intently, their eyes and expressions conveying the same meaning as Wen Hang. Yi Jiai gave a wry smile and had to agree. Okay, let's get down to business first. Let's go see the people of the First Fleet. The First Fleet was once imprisoned in the second prison of Guangyu Star Empire by the Alliance. After regaining control of Guangyu Star, Yi Jiai settled them and other armed forces in the military headquarters, and the entire military headquarters returned to its usual bustle. The group took a shuttle to the location of the First Fleet in a low-key manner. Seeing her, the guard's expression suddenly became extremely exaggerated, with a bit of surprise and horror, and some tears of joy and overjoyed. Seeing his eyes, as if he saw the eyes of a national leader, Yi Jiai felt his scalp tingling, and said coldly, Open the door. Yes. The man's posture was as if he was not opening the door of a cell, but some peerless treasure house. He wanted to say something, but when Hang stopped him first, You won't be needed next. Don't tell others that the commander is here. Yes. The soldier stood up straight, as if he had received some important task. The group had walked a long way, but he was still staring at Yi Jiai's back in the aisle. After the death ray behind him disappeared, Yi Jiai breathed a sigh of relief. When Hang's voice with a smile sounded, Commander, you have to get used to it as soon as possible. Zhuang He wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead. I'm always afraid that the boy will suddenly rush up. Brother Wen, you are still the one who can shock the scene. When Hang had no choice but to hold his forehead, Zhuang He was really getting more and more out of tune. Yi Jiai snorted lightly, and everyone stopped playing immediately. 2 officers and soldiers came from the opposite side, and the one in front had a flower on his rank. I just received the order from the mastermind, and I didn't expect you to come so soon, the leader said with a smile. Yi Jiai looked at them and said, Major General Robin, I wonder what stage we have reached now. Chapter 459. Major General Robin has been in the military for many years, and is very good at judging people. When he saw Yi Jiai for the first time, he classified her into the group of people like Ji Fan. People like them are most impatient with lies and nonsense. He immediately said, It is still in the screening stage. It is not certain whether there are hidden defectors among them. It will take half a month to get preliminary results. Hearing him say this, Sun Jun frowned first. Half a month? The opportunity is gone. Is there no other way? Zhuang He said frankly. Well, the military was in a bloody battle at that time, and we were short of manpower. There were too many soldiers in the First Fleet, and they were all children of nobles. This was the result of our overtime work. Robin simply laid out the facts. That group of people was full of troubles, and he was angry for a long time. The space battlefield is short of people, but we can't send unidentified soldiers up there. This is a bit troublesome. Sun Jun frowned and thought. I have a plan. Yijia looked at Robin. Call all the staff here. I will take away the people I call later. You should prepare the records as soon as possible. Robin's eyes widened. He had heard all about the young commander's deeds, and knew that she was a brave and courageous person, but he didn't know that she was so unreasonable. He took a step forward, hesitated for a moment between euphemism and directness, and finally chose to speak directly. Commander-in-Chief, I agree with Major General Sun Jun that sending soldiers of unknown identity and unknown camp to the frontline battlefield is a disaster for the Empire. We finally won the war under your leadership. Please cherish it enough. Zhuang He got angry when he heard it. What are you talking about? The person next to Robin immediately said, Lieutenant Colonel Zhuang He, please don't call the commander by his name. Robin didn't care much about this. He stopped his deputy from speaking and stared at Yijia. Yijia looked at him for a long time before saying, I will take full responsibility. Now I am ordering you in the name of the commander-in-chief of the entire army during wartime. She was awe-inspiring and had just come down from the battlefield. Her mental energy was violent. Under great pressure, Robin's face twitched and he sighed, yes. He ordered his deputy, call everyone over and let the soldiers of the First Fleet gather in the hall. Gather, quickly. Yijia took a step and walked forward. Zhuang He snorted softly when he passed by Robin. Major General Robin took a deep breath, squeezed past him, and fell behind Yijia by half a body length, and said the current situation. Commander, we have tested 3,879 soldiers, of which only 1,253 passed the review. Yijia listened quietly. Have the rest been turned? Not really, the number of people turned is not large, and most of the test results are not firm. They do not have the faith that a soldier should have. Yijia sneered. A group of noble children, who are afraid of death and greedy for life, are naturally unwilling to sacrifice their lives for the Empire. Robin was stunned and secretly raised his eyes to look at her. Isn't the commander a noble child? Wen Hang has some friendship with this person, and took the initiative to sell him a good thing. The old nobles of the Empire all made military merits in the previous wars. Now they have to be re-reckoned. It is hard to say what the situation will be. Major General Robin was thoughtful. As they were talking, several people came to the hall. It was the first time that the people of the First Fleet gathered in one place. At this time, they looked at each other and were a little nervous. As soon as Yijia stepped into this place, he caused a huge sensation. Zhang Kairui looked at the person, who was getting closer and closer, and his heart was gradually surging. Lu Yajia looked at him and couldn't help but pour cold water on him. All members of our fleet were captured, almost becoming a shame for the Empire. Look, she came here in person. This must be a criticism meeting. Zhang Kairui clenched his fists tightly, and the light in his eyes went out bit by bit. Yes, although being captured was a problem of the leadership, he had to admit that the First Fleet was a retirement army, and most of the people here didn't have the blood to fight on the battlefield. How could he still have that fantasy? Yijia walked straight to the central platform. Knowing that she was going to speak, this was a ladder that Robin had temporarily built. Although Yijia and his group came secretly, many sharp-eyed people still saw her. Those who were well-informed secretly ran over to see what this commander, who created a miracle, looked like, and what he had to say. Most of the people in the First Fleet were familiar with the name Yijia. The feat of this person who smashed the Emiya and cleaned up the Wu family just after returning to Guangyao Star seemed to be still vivid in their minds. They didn't dare to breathe and stood in a proper manner. When Major General Robin saw this scene, his eyes widened. So these wicked second-generation descendants thought that Robin was easy to bully. Yijia sat down slowly, glanced around, and said, I won't introduce myself, you should all know me. It doesn't matter if you don't know me. Just know that I am the commander-in-chief of the entire army of the glorious empire during the war. I don't have much to say, just a few points. I hope you can remember them clearly, and convey them to your family. When these words came out, the whole audience was shocked. Isn't this a blatant admission that these people were still connected to their respective families, During the stage of being detained by the military's face was hurt. Robin turned his face away directly, with an expression that was unbearable to look at. Yijia didn't seem to notice this. She patted the handle of the chair. The whole audience was silent again. You are all children of nobles, and a few people who are not nobles also have inextricable connections with big families, and receive the same education, so I just say it directly. You all know that the imperial title is directly linked to the degree of contribution. Go back and check your family carefully. What contributions have you made during this period of war? The main brain has already started to settle accounts, and the title classification will be announced soon. Her tone was cold. See how many of you can still keep the title in your family. Most of the soldiers in the First Fleet were very young. Those who were not heirs of the family were not sensitive enough to the inheritance of the title. When they heard the news, it was like a bolt from the blue. There was a low discussion immediately. Yijia's face was slightly gloomy. Sun Jun took the initiative to walk into the team and caught a few people who were talking. The man was dissatisfied and protested loudly. What are you doing? Sun Jun kicked the man to the ground. The commander is still talking. What are you discussing? Don't you understand the discipline? Go out and do 100 push-ups. The man fell to the ground, holding his abdomen, pretending to be stupid. The commander hit me. I want to check the injury. Sun Jun frowned slightly, and was about to speak. Yijia suddenly stood up and sneered. Check. Where's the medical robot? Chapter 460. Robin understood, and walked over with the robot. The medical robot was very efficient. After scanning the man's whole body, a soft and lovely mechanical voice sounded. Lieutenant Xiang Han, you are not injured, but your body is in a sub-healthy state. You need to exercise more. Xiang Han, eh? What the hell is sub-health? A soldier, sub-healthy? Robin's eyes instantly turned contemptuous. Yijia sneered. Major General Robin, how should military law deal with such a person? He should be put in solitary confinement for a month. In view of the fact that this soldier has a very bad influence, it is recommended to dismiss him. Xiang Han bared his teeth. Robin. You wait for me. You are disrespectful to your superiors and speak rudely. You will be put in solitary confinement for another month and dismissed. Yijia said coldly. You? Xiang Han wanted to say something, but his head suddenly hurt, making him mute. A huge spiritual energy burst out from Yijia, hitting him accurately, and Xiang Han's face turned pale and covered with thin sweat. Sun Jun winked at Robin, who immediately understood and took off his military boots and stuffed them into Xiang Han's mouth, saying expressionlessly, Drag him away. Zhuang He stared at him in amazement, and smacked his lips after realizing it belatedly. This guy. Is he so vindictive? After dealing with him, Yijia looked at everyone. Does anyone else want to talk like the third young master of the Xiang family? I give you a chance now, speak freely. The whole place was silent. It seems that no one wants to talk anymore? Very good, then I continue. Yijia said with satisfaction. Zhang Kairui and Lu Yajia looked at each other, and saw the fear in each other's eyes. This guy is more frightening than before. Aren't you curious about why I'm here? I just saved you from the Alliance, so I'm not trustworthy. The whole place was silent. It was so quiet that even the loudest breathing could be heard clearly. Yijia chuckled. You insisted on speaking when I told you not to. Now that I want you to speak, why are you all dumb? Someone suddenly stepped forward and saluted. Report. It seems that there are still people here who understand military discipline and know to report before speaking. She nodded slightly. Zhang Kairui, you go. Zhang Kairui didn't expect Yijia to still remember him. He was in a trance for a while. When Lu Yajia slapped him desperately, he came back to his senses. Report to the commander, the Alliance and the Star Alliance fleet are currently in a state of temporary avoidance. The main brain has awakened, and the planetary shield has been rebuilt. At present, Guangya Star and Huiming Star are very safe. Now the whole country is in a state of chaos. You don't need to come here in your busy schedule, but you still come. I think there must be something wrong with the war on the front line. He did not hide his well-informed information, and spoke out his guess about the war situation. Yijia looked at him for a long time, and then said, You are right, the war has changed, and the front line needs you. Then Major Zhang Kairui, if I give you a chance to leave here and go to the space battlefield now, are you willing? Zhang Kairui looked up suddenly, without thinking. I am willing. Robin looked at him in surprise, and then lowered his head. Lu Yajia was a little worried, and pulled his sleeves. Brother Rui. Okay. Yijia slapped the armrest with one hand. Sun Jun, incorporate Major Zhang Kairui into the 5th Fleet. The rank remains unchanged, and the same level transfer, you guys discuss it. If you want him, take him. If you don't want him, let him lead a team. Sun Jun had no objection. Yes. Robin's deputy moved his lips and wanted to say something, but was held tightly by Robin. This caught everyone off guard. Xiang Han made too much noise, and everyone thought he was here to show their power to the First Fleet, but they never expected that he was here to recruit them. Lu Yajia pursed his lips and stared at her. Zhang Kairui glanced at the people around him, clenched his fists, thought for a moment, and made a decision. Report to the commander. I have a request. Brother Rui. The people around him seemed to know what he was going to say, and whispered to stop him. Yijia looked at him, his eyes were deep, and the corners of his mouth seemed to smile. Speak. For some reason, Zhang Kairui always felt that the pair of black eyes seemed to be able to see through his thoughts. At this moment, he could only bite the bullet and say, I have a few brothers, and they, like me, want to leave here as soon as possible to go to the front line and serve the Empire. Serve the Empire? Yijia pursed his lips. Are you contributing to the country, or to the hollowed-out Zhang family? The Zhang family is not in a good situation. After the Wu family took control of Guangya Star, they always looked for soft persimmons to squeeze. The Zhang family is just an insignificant family among them. Now there is not much left in the family industry, and there are only some connections and resources left, which can only let Zhang Kairui know some news. Zhang Kairui's face was pale, and just when he was about to speak, he heard the other party coldly say to tell the truth. Zhang Kairui hesitated for a long time, and finally choked his neck and said, Sir, serve the family and the Empire. This scene is a shame for anyone. But because the person who made it was Yijia, the people present did not feel that way. Not only that, Robin even found that this group of second-generation rich kids were frightened by Yijia's question. He was so angry that he couldn't help himself. In other words, in the eyes of this group of second-generation rich kids, the family is bigger than the country. Yijia snorted coldly, and his violent mental power suddenly released. You have enjoyed the best resources of this country since you were born. Whether it is equipment, tactical concepts, or even fighting skills, you are the best in this empire. But look at each other. Do you look like the elite of the empire? You have been educated to be blood-sucking worms. No matter when, what you think and do in your heart is only related to the interests of your own family. In this war, I hope you can see clearly that without the country, the family behind you is nothing. Your family is guarding. Wealth and honor will only become the possession of other countries. You will only be constantly oppressed. Just like the Zhang family, I also hope you can understand one thing. Since the empire can give you glory, it can take it back at any time. There are many people who have made contributions this time, and the titles are not enough to be issued. Among you, the family titles of most people will be taken back. You should at least follow the example of Captain Zhang Kairui. He is one of the few sober people. At least he knows that at this time, it is time to contribute to his family and his country. A group of noble children were scolded so hard that they couldn't raise their heads. They stood straight and were scolded. Robin actually saw some comfort. Yijia took a deep breath and looked at them. Now there is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in front of you. The front line is in urgent need of combat power. This is your last chance to contribute to the family and the empire. Does anyone want to go? Lu Yajia stepped forward and said loudly, Report to the commander, I want to go. Many people around Zhang Kairui also took the initiative to stand up and lined up with the two. Yijia narrowed his eyes. The one with glasses is not okay, but the others are okay. Robin. Take him away. Robin was stunned and hadn't reacted yet. Zhuangyi poked him. Major General, hurry up. Commanders are most impatient with subordinates wasting time at this time. Chapter 461. Robin took the man away in a daze. The people at the scene were just as dazed as him. Lu Yajia wanted to say something, but was stopped by Zhang Kairui. They looked at each other, and both saw a certain fear in each other's eyes. If I'm not mistaken, when Yijia looked at them just now, they seemed to be swept by something. At that moment, they almost wanted to pour out the unknown things in their hearts. Yijia didn't care about what these people thought, and pointed at the people at the scene and started to call out their names. Robin soon had no time to think about other things. He found that the people on his side were completely busy. Yijia called out a bunch of people. They had to verify their identities, register them, and find out the things that this person had stored here and return them to the other party. Zhuang Huanhang couldn't stand it anymore, so he took the initiative to join the team to help, and those people from the military who came to watch the fun were all conscripted. But maybe because Yijia was there, these noble children were so nice that they not only actively cooperated but also told them not to rush and take their time to look. If they didn't find it, it didn't matter. They didn't need the money. Robin couldn't help but sigh. When these second-generation rich kids started to behave, you could really feel what like a spring breeze meant. They were all very gentlemanly and polite, handsome, and elegant. They could tell from their expressions whether you were asking for his name or age, and then answer quickly. Sun Jun watched Yijia point out people with an expressionless face, and sighed in his heart. As the old saying goes, evil people will be punished by evil people. These proud children of heaven are naturally strong. They may not want to be cowards, but no one can make them subdue them, and Yijia can do it easily. In fact, many people in the First Fleet are very strong. Except for some players, who come here to kill themselves. Most of them are elites that the family has spent a lot of effort to build. The First Fleet also has the largest number of young A-level players. This is a fleet that needs to be polished. And Yijia is their best whetstone. Oh wait, isn't he comparing the commander to the whetstone of the villain? Ahem. In any case, a good enough commander is to bring out the maximum energy of a team. Yijia did a good job in this regard, but he was far from it. This took until late at night. Yijia finished it quickly. After all, her mental strength was strong enough, but the workload of tens of thousands of people was indeed something Robin had never experienced. After this, all the staff were exhausted. Zhuanghe and Wenhang, the two helpers, were also very tired. Zhuanghe secretly complained, "Brother Wen, I think Major General Robin doesn't want to see our commander for a while." Wenhang chuckled and tapped his head, "You are so disrespectful." Yijia looked at the people who stayed behind. "You will all be incorporated into the Fifth Fleet for a year. If you fail the probation period, you will be transferred. This year, I will look forward to your performance. You have a day off, don't go out to play, go back and meet your family and say goodbye. After all, it is not certain whether you can see them next time. Gather at the military headquarters on time the day after tomorrow morning, and Major General Sun Jun will take you to report to the Fifth Fleet. Do you understand?" "Understood." Dismissed. Yijia led people out of the military headquarters, and was encountered by many people along the way, which made her very annoyed. She simply took out the shuttle. "I go back to the Tan family first." Sun Jun and others watched her leave. Zhuanghe held it in for a long time, and then said, "How did the commander know those people had problems?" Wenhang glanced at him. "Think for yourself." "Brother Wen, just tell me." Zhuanghe is getting better, and better at getting ahead of others. Sun Jun mocked him. "You can't figure this out?" Zhuanghe is a person who cannot be provoked. He really calmed down and thought about it. After thinking hard for a long time, he slapped his thigh. "I know. It's the mental power connection network, right? The commander can know what all of them are thinking." "Not too stupid," Sun Jun said coldly. "When did the command start?" "To connect to this network, I heard from the brothers in the fleet that you must open your heart to the commander." Wenhang touched his chin. "It should be when Xiang Han was dragged away. I seem to feel a mental fluctuation." Sun Jun shook his head. "No, it was just a test when we asked Zhang Kairui a question. At that time, everyone's mind was there, and no one was on guard against her." Zhuanghe suddenly realized, "From opening your heart to being defenseless, does this mean that the command ability has taken another step forward? This reaction speed is still a good material for being a commander." Sun Jun even praised with a sense of sarcasm, "She is very strong now." On the other side, Yijia was greeted by almost all members of the Tan family as soon as she arrived at the Tan family. Except for Tan Qingshan from Kavinik, the two brothers Tanihai, Tan Qingge, Tan Qingfei to Tan Ju, Tan Lan and other maids, all arrived. The family members were all delighted and sighing, but the servants looked like they were seeing something very new, which made Yijia think that he had a bright forehead today. Kavini cried and hugged her. "Grandma, sweetheart, what you did is too dangerous. If something happens to you, how can I live?" Yijia touched her back and helped her breathe. The bone feeling between her fingertips was very obvious. It can be seen that Grandma was really suffering during this period. She hugged her back. "Don't worry, Grandma, I'm back now, right? No one will do anything to me in the future, so don't worry." Tan Qingfei squeezed her hand tightly. The news of your self-explosion came back, and everyone was shocked. "Now I can't believe that I really saw you." Tan Qingge was also excited, but the dignity of being the head of the family prevented her from losing control in front of so many people. Her aunts surrounded her, pinching here and touching there, as if they were afraid that she was missing something. In the end, her uncle Tanihai rescued her. Xiaotai must not have had a good rest during this period, so let our hero have a good sleep. In this way, the group left Hua Hall reluctantly. After Yijia recovered Guangyu's star, the Tan family moved back to this place. Counting it up, it was only the day before yesterday that the whole family moved in. Uncle Zong. Seeing a familiar person, Yijia immediately called him. Young lady. Uncle Zhong turned around. With a wrinkled smile on his old face, you are really a talent. It is said outside that you are a military genius comparable to Admiral Ji Fan. When did you come back? Didn't you have a good time on Minghua Star? This retirement place was arranged for him by Yijia. I heard that your mother was in trouble, and your wife was in a coma. I was worried, so I came back to see you. Yijia held his hand tightly. Uncle Zhong, since you are back, don't leave. No one here treats you as a servant. You are our family. Isn't it good to live in the Tan family? Uncle Zhong patted her hand. The head of the family has told me this many times. Don't worry, I won't leave. Now it's not peaceful everywhere. I'm scared. I'm afraid that no one will know if I die. No, I will protect you. Believe me. Uncle Zhong wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. If the old head of the family has a spirit in heaven, he will definitely be very relieved to see your current appearance. It is indeed the right choice for you to join the army. Yijia's eyes moved slightly. She had some doubts in her heart, but now was not the time to say these things. She only responded vaguely. Chapter 462. Yijia woke up suddenly in the middle of the night. Her mental power fluctuated very quickly, and this feeling rarely appeared. She was a little worried, maybe something happened to Ji Fan. But when she thought about the fact that they had just contacted before going to bed, and that she would go there as soon as possible, it shouldn't be like this. Tanlon? She shouted. Are you awake? Tanlon hurried in, dressed neatly, and obviously had been awake for a while. Yijia frowned. What happened? The head of the family had something urgent to find you, but you were resting, so she told me to notify you as soon as you woke up. She glanced at the time. It was 3:54 in the morning. When did it happen? About an hour and a half ago. Yijia got up, put on a nightgown and walked out. Suddenly, she felt something was wrong and her face turned cold. You go out first. Tanlon didn't understand, but she left obediently. Yijia turned around and looked at a shadow, shouting, Come out. A man in a black robe slowly showed up, and she frowned. Tan-yi? Most of the people in the Tan family's secret group were used by her as soldiers, but the part that followed her to Green Star did not come back. Instead, she sent them to the Star Alliance and the Alliance's territory. As the person in charge, Tan-yi should not come back at this time. Tan-yi's hoarse voice sounded, 13 is dead. What? Yijia was shocked. What happened? The last place he appeared was in the Herald Star field of the Star Alliance. We had contact at the beginning, but later we lost all news of him. Has he been confirmed dead? The Dark Group has a unique way to confirm whether a companion is dead or not. Yes, this is the message he risked his life to send back. Yijia took the note and opened it. There was only one word written on it. Escape. She looked at the note over and over again. How did you get it? A drifting bottle. The so-called drifting bottle is a special object launch device. When it is inconvenient to transmit information, put things or information in it, and then launch it. It can fly at least 1 light year away. This thing has a location. After receiving the message, the members of the Dark Group will arrange people to salvage it. He didn't have time to finish writing? Tan-yi, it looks like that. What could be so urgent? Tan Shursan's strength is not weak. How could he not even finish a sentence? Did the people who went to salvage the drifting bottle encounter anything? Tan-yi looked up suddenly. Yes, they said that the star field was strange. It seemed to disappear suddenly. What did you say? Yijia stood up barefoot. Disappeared? How could a star field disappear? Yes, it disappeared on the star map, as if it became a dot. This kind of thing is simply unheard of. Suddenly, the prompt sound of the optical brain interrupted Yijia's guess. She picked up. Chinga, what happened? Xiao I heard from Tanlon that you woke up. I think you need to come over to see me. Tan Chinga's expression was very serious. Okay, I'll be there right away. Yijia stood up and glanced at Tan-yi. You come with me. Yes. When Yijia entered the study, in addition to Tan Chinga, he also saw a tall man. Although he was wearing casual clothes, he had a sturdy torso, powerful movements, and a standard sitting posture. He was obviously a soldier. In addition, his outline was extremely similar to Tan Yun, and there was an indescribable sense of familiarity. She stared at him for a while. Uncle? I didn't expect you to recognize me, Tan Yifeng said with a smile. He has good facial features, and a mouthful of white teeth when he smiles. Although he looks similar to Tan Yun, he has a different feeling. You did a good job. He looked at the two of them. I came back late. Tan Qingde smiled gently. I just did my part. The real hero is Xiao Ai. She is now a hero who saved the empire. Uncle, it's great that you can come back. Grandmother will be very happy to see you. Tan Yifeng looked at Yi Jiai seriously. You are the pride of the Tan family. When those blue eyes, which are exactly the same as Tan Yun's, look at you quietly, they are particularly focused, which easily makes people have the illusion that you are his whole world. This is a very charming mature man. There must be something wrong with the situation. Yi Jiai asked, aren't you going to arrive the day after tomorrow? Why did you come back so early? When it comes to business, Tan Yifeng's expression changed, and he stood at attention and said, report to the commander, I have important military information to report. Yi Jiai put away his smile, and his heart sank little by little. Qingde, you go to rest first. Okay. After Tan Qingde left, Yi Jiai immediately said, did the 4th Fleet have an accident? No. Tan Yifeng took out a portable optical computer. I show you a video, and you understand everything. It was a hastily shot video, and it can be seen that the scene was in a panic. This was taken by our people when they were evacuating. On the screen, the Alliance Central Warship and the 4th Fleet's warships were confronting each other. It was the existence of this team that delayed the 4th Fleet from returning to Guangyao Star. Pay attention here. Tan Yifeng pointed to a place in the upper left corner. If it weren't for his reminder, Yi Jiai would not have noticed that there was also a warship parked there. Its style was very strange. It was not a ship shape, but a round cake. Yi Jiai looked at it for a while and asked, is that a ship from the Divine Realm? Yes. Tan Yifeng was very surprised. Have you encountered it before? They were disguised so well that neither of us noticed it at the time. Yi Jiai didn't reply and continued to watch. The Alliance and the 4th Fleet were fighting fiercely. The Divine Realm ship that was watching on the side suddenly moved. Its belly slowly slid open, and a black rectangular block fell down, ready to be launched at any time. Yi Jiai pointed at it and said, what weapon is this? Tan Yifeng's face was solemn. An unknown weapon with great power, we have no ability to resist. The target of the black rectangular block was not any of the 2 ships, but a planet not far away. It was very fast, and fell on the planet in a moment. The expected explosion did not come, and there was not even any fire, but Yi Jiai knew that the more this happened, the more destructive this thing was. She pressed the pause button and pointed to a blurry spot on the screen and said, is this a problem with the lens? You are too sensitive. Tan Yifeng had to admit that his niece, who was able to save the Empire from the water and fire, was indeed very capable. It's not a problem with the lens, it's that area that suddenly became like that. Then, more and more blurred plates appeared on the screen, and gradually, the satellite was displaced and distorted. At this time, we have already discovered that something is wrong and are retreating. Yi Jiai already had a bad feeling in her heart. What about the Alliance? It's so obvious. It's not that they haven't discovered it yet, right? Chapter 463. They also discovered it, but it's too late now. The Alliance's ships can't leave. Tan Yifeng said hoarsely, if we were a step later, it would be the same outcome. Everything that happened next happened very quickly. The surroundings of the Earth-Red satellite seemed to be suddenly imprisoned, and even the Stardust stopped rotating. The satellite was getting bigger and bigger, and it became twice as big as before in the blink of an eye. The bright yellow and Earth-Red halos were more clearly distributed on the surface of the planet. The Alliance's ships seemed to want to move, but they moved very slowly. Countless mechas fled from the ships at an unbelievably slow speed, as if the energy was about to run out. But this was obviously impossible. The last picture was all about the Earth-Red satellite. The ship became like a membrane, clinging to it tightly motionless. There were countless small dots around it. Yi Jiai knew that those were mechas. She could fully imagine the despair of the Alliance soldiers at that time. Yi Jiai's breathing seemed to be tightly grasped by something, and even exhaling became difficult. After a long time, she exhaled. Did this star field disappear on the star map? Tan Yifeng looked at her in disbelief. You knew? Yi Jiai sighed, which means that Tan Shursan encountered the same situation. He was able to send a drifting bottle, which can be said to be a quick reaction. We have repeatedly confirmed that this star field and the Alliance fleet have indeed disappeared, or it should be said that it disappeared in our world, but the two-dimensional image can still be retained for a while. Yi Jiai's eyes were deep. What on earth is this thing? Dimension reduction and folding. The world we live in is a four-dimensional world. In addition to the concept of the three-dimensional world, we also have time. Because we are not a complete four-dimensional world, in reality, we all follow the laws of the three-dimensional world. An object with length, width, and height is called three-dimensional. Two-dimensional is a surface with only length and width, and one-dimensional is like a point. This kind of thing will continuously compress our three-dimensional world into a two-dimensional picture, so we see that the satellite suddenly grows thousands of times, because its surface area in two-dimensional space is far greater than that in three-dimensional space. But this is not the end. In the end, it will shrink to a point, and may even be as big as a neutron, and disappear forever in our universe. Yijai, Needless to say, this must be something made by that true God again. There is no doubt that the technology of the universe must be far superior to theirs, so the other party will invade so recklessly. At this moment, the situation of the entire interstellar became extremely clear in Yijai's eyes. The doubt she had been having for a long time finally had an explanation. Why did Master Amber always say that she was the last hope? Although genetic pollution is terrible, she saw that you could develop genetic evolution fluid in the parallel universe, which proves that the harm of this thing is not as terrible as people imagine, and it was finally defeated by humans. But Master Amber and the main brain have repeatedly emphasized that she is the last hope, so there is only one possibility, that is, something more terrible than genetic pollution will happen in the future. At that time, people were so helpless that they had to disrupt the time and space line, and go back to the past to save the universe and all mankind. The reason why she was called the last hope was probably because her mental power became S-level by chance. In other words, everything was not done by the God's domain. The mastermind behind it was actually the universe represented by the true God Mara. This is an invasion of a low-level cosmic civilization by a high-level cosmic civilization. The God's domain is just the spokesperson of that cosmic civilization here. She reached out and pressed a few times on the optical brain, and the protective shield of the Tan family was activated. The study gradually darkened, and several projections suddenly appeared in the room. Modlington yawned and said, "What happened, Xiao Ai? It's worth you to activate the emergency meeting channel." Sun Jun was confused. He didn't even know that there was such a thing. Soon, the mastermind also came. "Xiao Ai, what happened?" Yijai's face was serious. "I will tell you when everyone is here." Then, Marshal Ji, Marshal Long, cabinet representatives, finance ministers, and other important officials of the country arrived one after another. Most of them were wearing pajamas, and it can be seen that they were awakened from their sleep. Lon Kaiser was the last to arrive. Yijai looked at him, with a familiar tone. "Awake, how are you?" Jilon smiled weakly. "It's okay, don't worry." "Can you still hold on?" Lon Kaiser coughed twice. "Thanks to you, I won't die in a short time, don't worry." Hearing him say this, Yijai knew in her heart that this meant that she could live for another few decades. Although she was also wearing pajamas, her momentum was not reduced. She looked at everyone loudly. "I'm sorry to disturb you so late, but the military situation is urgent, and there is no time to lose. I hope you can forgive me. The current cabinet representative is Murphy Scott's son, Alan Scott," he said in a gentle manner. "We all understand. Commander, please tell us what happened." Yijai nodded, and she let the person behind her out. "I don't need to introduce this person, Vice Admiral Tanny Feng, the Commander-in-Chief of the 4th Fleet. He brought back an extremely important video material. You can watch it first, and we will talk later." She nodded to Tanny Feng. Tanny Feng had never expected that she was so efficient. He replayed the video in front of everyone's solemn faces. The video was actually not long. From beginning to end, it was only 5 minutes. But after watching it, the people present were speechless for a long time. Lon Caesar's face was visibly pale. Yijai raised his little finger and took the initiative to say, "This weapon is called dimensionality reduction and folding, which can fold our three-dimensional spacetime into the size of a neutron. It is unknown how large its range of action and impact is, and how many such weapons the enemy has. Let me ask a question first. With the combined power of the entire galaxy, is it possible to research a way to crack it?" Alan Scott's face was solemn. He pondered for a moment. With the current level of technology, it is impossible to do it. Not to mention now, it will be difficult to do it in the next 20 years. There are too many technical difficulties that need to be overcome. Mr. Allen and I have the same idea. Where is the main brain? Yijia looked at Chun Tung. Chapter 464. There was no expression on Chun Ting's face. Countless data flew across the surface of her body. It was obvious that she was analyzing the video quickly. This weapon has no range limit, but it will attack faster when it acts on an object with greater gravity. Its principle is very similar to that of a black hole. If you are captured in the early stage, you can never get away. The reason is very simple, because at the moment of being captured, a part of your body no longer exists in the three-dimensional space, which means that you have been pulled into the two-dimensional spacetime. No solution. No solution. No solution. Her sudden increase in volume startled everyone present. Chun Tung! Yi Jiai shouted, "What's wrong with you?" Chun Tung said expressionlessly, "In my calculations, we will not be able to develop anything to counter this weapon in the next 50 years. It shouldn't appear here." Yi Jiai looked at her. Chun Tung? It appears a logical error needs self-upgrade. Lon Kaiser reacted quickly. Mastermind, as the supreme leader of the royal family, I order you to upgrade immediately. Yes. Chun Tung was offline. This scene was unexpected by everyone, including Yi Jiai. Just by watching a video, Chun Tung, a mechanical life form of the highest level in the galaxy, was forced to upgrade itself and correct the error. It can be seen how outrageous the appearance of this weapon is. What should we do next? She looked at Lon Kaiser. Although he did not succeed to the throne, he would be the new majesty of the glorious empire. There is no doubt about that. The commander-in-chief should have an idea in his mind? Why not say it out? Yi Jiai looked at everyone present and expressed his plan. I suggest that everyone prepare for evacuation. The space-time coordinates of Guangya Star and Huiming Star have been exposed. The once safest place has become the most dangerous place. The divine domain may jump here at any time. You have also seen how terrible this thing is. Once the other party activates the dimensionality reduction folding weapon, the consequences will be disastrous, so I suggest that the whole country prepare for evacuation. The new finance minister hesitated slightly. There are not enough ships. How can we accommodate the people of 2 planets? Alan Scott directly dispelled his concerns. Ships are not a problem. Just go to the Statistics Bureau to check the existing licenses. There are so many nobles on Guangya Star. It's time for them to hand over their private property. What you need to consider is the supplies. Yes. The finance minister wiped the non-existent sweat from his head. What a huge project this must be. The whole country was evacuated, more than 200 planets. Who would have believed that such a thing could really happen before? I have no objection to this. What about you? Although Lon Caesar sat sickly, his eyes were sharp, and everyone seemed to see the shadow of Tika Caesar in him. No objection. Modlington spoke, stroking his chin. Do we need to inform the Alliance and the Star Alliance about this? When he thought that the Alliance's large force would be missing half of its people, Modlington felt both happy and unhappy. This is the second question I want to talk about. Yi Jiai continued his words. I think now is not the time for internal fighting. We need to unite all possible forces to resist the divine realm. She couldn't tell them the truth directly, but she had to find a way to make them focus their goals and directions on the divine realm. Unlike the first proposal, this time, everyone looked at her as if they were looking at a monster. You know, this person has just fought bloody battles with the enemy. How many brothers and sisters died under the iron hoofs of the Alliance and the Star Alliance? Doesn't she know? I know it's hard for you to accept it. It's not easy for me to make this proposal. I watched them kill so many of us. I thought it was finally time to take revenge and drive the enemy out of our home. But this thing appeared. In fact, we have been led by the nose by the gods' domain. Genetic pollution, foreign sneak attacks, internal strife, and battles with the Star Alliance and the Alliance, one by one, they have planned it long ago, just to consume our manpower. We can't fall into the enemy's trap again. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. I hope you can put aside your hatred temporarily, stand at the height of the Empire and all mankind, think about the current situation of the Interstellar, and then make a decision. I agree. In the silence, an old voice sounded. Yi Jiai didn't expect that the first person to agree would be Marshal Ji. I agree too. The commander has made it very clear that there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Marshal Long said immediately. Modlington, I agree. Lon Kaiser suddenly coughed heavily and said after calming down, I agree too. Alan Scott took a deep breath. I agree. The Minister of Finance wiped the sweat from his forehead again. I agree. I agree too. Tanny Feng's tone was very firm. Looking at everyone's puzzled eyes, he spread his hands and said, if you face that kind of weapon directly, you will be like me. There is no point in internal consumption. But what should we do? Alan Scott looked at the situation and asked, it's hard for the Alliance and the Star Alliance to agree. Modlington, you're right. The other party may even think we are plotting something. Then show them our sincerity. Yi Jiai narrowed his eyes and vowed, provide them with vaccines. Marshal Ji's eyelids jumped, and his appearance and momentum were really like his grandson. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Alan Scott originally wanted to use vaccines as his country's trump card, But when he heard this proposal, he felt a pain in his heart. There were many people who thought the same as him, especially the Minister of Finance, but he couldn't speak at all at this moment, as if an invisible force was pressing on him, and even breathing became difficult. At this stage, this is indeed quite sincere. Lon Kaiser clasped his hands and placed them on his legs. Do you want to provide a vaccine or a formula? Formula? The Minister of Finance rolled his eyes, fainted, and went offline. Yi Jiai thought that this person's physical condition was too poor, and she didn't try hard at all. We can't provide enough vaccines, but they can buy them for a fee. Alan Scott breathed a sigh of relief, because the formula was developed by Yi Jiai. In theory, even if she wanted to announce it directly in the Interstellar, it was okay. He said directly, Mark Burt and I can be responsible for the negotiations. Mark Burt was the Minister of Finance, who fainted just now. Seeing that no one else had any objections, Lon Kaiser nodded. Okay, this matter will be handled by the cabinet, and the Ministry of Finance will assist. Draft the details as soon as possible, and report to the main brain for analysis. Chapter 465. The vaccine issue went very smoothly. Perhaps it was because the emergence of the dimensionality reduction folding weapon made all parties realize the seriousness of the problem. So when the Glorious Empire took the initiative to express its willingness to negotiate, the Star Alliance and the Alliance also expressed their willingness. This was an unexpected surprise. The next step was endless negotiations. Alan Scott was worthy of being the son of Mr. Scott. He showed amazing talent at a young age. He not only took back the lost territory of the Empire, but also negotiated a huge compensation including a large amount of ultra-high purity energy stones, which was enough for the 3-year loss of the Empire's existing fleet in a non-wartime state. Later, Maud Linton also joined the negotiation delegation, and the main content was to discuss the details of the agreement on joint operations. This was the clause that Yi Jiai insisted on negotiating. She didn't want the Interstellar to be involved in turmoil and endless internal friction again. After attending the succession ceremony of Lon Caesar and explaining everything, Yi Jiai went to Ji Fan through the things left by Master Amber before. As soon as she passed through the passage, she was embraced by a tall and broad man, and her nose was filled with a familiar cold fragrance. The man's voice was as low as ever, sniffing her neck, and there was a barely audible breath in his magnetic voice. I miss you. Yi Jiai was stunned. Her mental power was very high, and she could easily feel the thoughts of people who opened their hearts to her. So the Admiral was feeling wronged because he hadn't seen her for too long. At this moment, she suddenly hated herself for having that damn disease. Otherwise she could now rely on her mental power to directly feel Ji Fan's extremely rare coquettish state. I'm sorry. She coughed and said in a very gentle tone that she didn't even notice. Too many things happened, and I was delayed for 2 days. Ji Fan gathered his arms and hugged her tighter. You shouldn't come here. Yi Jiai, You don't want her to come, but you're hugging her so tightly. Yi Jiai tried to break free slightly. Let me see you. Who knew that the man took advantage of the height difference and buried her head tightly in his chest. No, what's wrong? Yi Jiai reached out to hug him back, and just as she was about to look up, she was pushed back by someone. Ugly. Yi Jiai, The famous Iron Blood General actually has an idle burden. As if he heard what she was thinking, Ji Fan said, You are very beautiful. So he didn't want her to see his ugly appearance? Yi Jiai suddenly laughed. How could she not know that Ji Fan's reaction after the gene collapse would be so cute? Is it the mental decline caused by the unstable genes? She patiently coaxed him. I brought medicine that can restore you to your previous beauty. Do you want it? Yes. Yi Jiai tried to step away, but Ji Fan did not let go and took a big step back with her, so she was forced to press between the wall and Ji Fan's arm. The distance between the two was very close. Although she could not raise her head and neck were full of his wet breath. Ji Fan? Ji Fan turned his face and kissed her on the top of her head. Smells good. How about this? I cover my eyes and let me give you the vaccine, okay? Ji Fan didn't give in at all. I don't want to let go. Yi Jiai patted his back and coaxed him. I brought a lot of vaccines here. The soldiers outside need them. Can you bear to see them suffer as much as you do? Ji Fan moved, but he did not let go. Instead, he took out a bandage, blindfolded Yi Jiai, stepped back, and said in a slightly hoarse voice, Give me the vaccine. Yi Jiai then realized that the lights in the whole room were turned down to very dim, and she could only vaguely see Ji Fan's figure. She'd lost a lot of weight. She took out all the vaccines in the space button, and Ji Fan called a few names. 6 hunchback soldiers came in one after another. They even had difficulty carrying the boxes of vaccines. Distribute them, one for each person, and inject as soon as possible. When speaking to the soldiers, Ji Fan's voice returned to its previous strong and calm voice. Yi Jiai frowned. She should have thought of it earlier. If Ji Fan's condition was so serious, the situation of other soldiers would be even worse. You use this one. She took out another small sealed box, which contained a vaccine she specially made for the disease. It was much more effective, but the side effects were great. The process will be very painful, but as long as you can get through it, you can at least recover 80% of your original strength. Ji Fan held her hand tightly. With his super night vision, he could clearly see Yi Jiai's face. Even if she was blindfolded, she could not let the pearl be covered in dust. She was still breathtakingly beautiful. She grew up, faded from her youth, and her eyebrows began to become seductive, but perhaps because of her military background, she added a bit of seriousness and righteousness. This contradictory temperament was even more attractive. For the first time, Ji Fan was a little nervous, and an extremely unfamiliar emotion gradually rose in his chest. He blurted out, "Will you dislike me?" Yi Jiai's tongue was a little soft. The first reaction was shock. Ji Fan was a person who never showed weakness in front of others. In this relationship, he always occupied a dominant position, and always did things that were in line with his status. The muscle group connected to the heart gradually became dry, densely packed like needles. It was the first time that Yi Jiai felt so sorry for a man. How much did he love her to make a man as proud as Ji Fan feel so scared and shrinking? What do you dislike about you? Do you dislike that you are too handsome? Too rich? Or too upright? She didn't open her eyes, but reached out her hand, wanting to touch him. Ji Fan's dark eyes condensed, and he grabbed her hand and said seriously, "I'm not handsome now. Yi Jiai, I didn't expect him to be so entangled in such a place. What to do?" She thought it was a little cute. Ji Fan. She took the initiative to approach. "The person I like is the strongest commander in history. He has indomitable courage and unparalleled wisdom. I am interested in the profession of commander because I am curious about him and admire him. Later, I fell in love with him because he would cross the star field alone to save an unrelated person, and because he always puts responsibility first. Because he is upright, responsible, talented and capable, I like him so much, and all this has nothing to do with his appearance. One day I will become old and ugly. Will you dislike me? How is it possible?" Ji Fan said loudly. Yi Jiai laughed. Her voice was like a marshmallow, incredibly soft. "That's not necessarily true. As the #1 man in the Empire's most wanted man ranking, you have too many choices." Ji Fan's chest was tight. They rarely joked like this in their daily lives. He was frightened and didn't care about many things for a while. He loosened his hands and held someone's shoulders. His eyes were very serious. "Shall I will go to the Tan family to propose marriage when I go back, okay? I will give you all my loyalty and wealth, you. Don't think about it." Yi Jiai looked at him, and tears suddenly fell without warning. Ji Fan reacted, covered his face with his hands, and said in a painful voice, "Don't look." Chapter 466. Gene contamination viruses can cause disorder and collapse of human gene sequences, and cause a series of terrifying physiological reactions. For example, when a human body is induced to produce a certain ancient bird gene, a part of the human body will transform into a bird, hair will grow on the surface of the skin, and the palms will become sharp. For example, even if there is no gene mutation, under normal circumstances, the whole body will collapse and die. As the only S-level physique, Ji Fan's genes are strong and stable, and he is also very strong. Under the condition of self-protection mechanism, he will not die because of the collapse of the whole body, but in order to survive, the genes will mutate in a direction that is more suitable for survival. At this time, Yi Jiai saw that Ji Fan's face, eyes, neck, and cheeks were covered with a layer of fine scales. In the invisible place, I don't know how many more there are. She stretched out her hand and tried to touch the scales gently. The warm fingertips rubbed on the new scales, which was an extremely itchy feeling. Ji Fan's body trembled uncontrollably. Yi Jiai took away his hand that was blocking her face and looked carefully, and found that there were many large scars that had not healed well. Ji Fan's recovery ability was amazing, and this situation should not have happened. She frowned and touched it carefully, and found that not only her face, but also her neck, was covered with scars, one after another, which looked really scary. What did you do?" The pain started from the heart, and then flowed into her limbs. She shouted at him hoarsely, "Why did you pick the scales off? This kind of keloid will only appear when the damage is extremely serious. It means that the surface layer of the skin and the subcutaneous fat layer have been completely destroyed. Yi knew very well that Ji Fan's body surface healing ability was impossible to grow such scars. This person must have picked off the scales bit by bit because she was about to come, but because of her own healing ability, new scales would often grow before the old scales were picked off. In order to stop the formation of scales, she could only pick them over and over again until such keloids were formed on the body surface. She grabbed Ji Fan's clothes and tore them apart with a swish, and saw that his strong upper body was covered with keloids that were more terrifying than his face. Yi pulled off the mask on her eyes, covered her mouth with both hands, and big tears flowed from her black eyes. Are you crazy? It's just like a fingernail. It's a part of your body. How painful it must be. Ji Fan didn't think so much at the time, just didn't want to scare her. After all, the scales all over the body, the look of being neither human nor ghost, was creepy even for him. At this time, he was frightened by Yi's tears. He stretched out his hand to hug her, but was pushed away. He could only wipe her tears, with an extremely rare look of helplessness between his eyebrows. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. Those scales will fall off by themselves if I don't pick them off, he said, picking off another piece without frowning, and blood oozed out. Look, it really doesn't hurt at all. I thought this would comfort people, but the little girl cried even harder, almost out of breath. Ji Fan hugged her forcefully, kissed the tears on her cheeks bit by bit, and murmured, Baby, don't cry, my heart will melt if you cry any more. Yi couldn't explain why she was so sad. Her heart was in pain, and her whole body was also in pain. If love starts with pity, then she might love Ji Fan more than she thought. She really regretted it. If she had thought of Ji Fan's accident earlier, she could have brought the vaccine earlier instead of letting him suffer so much. She cried even harder after realizing this belatedly. For the first time, Ji Fan realized that the saying that women are made of water really made sense. He didn't understand why such a smart person would cry like this because of such a small thing. But after the doubts, a kind of faint satisfaction rose up. The heart seemed to be wrapped up by something. For the first time, he could feel her feelings very clearly. Because of the existence of autism, he rarely felt the deep love from the other party. He could only judge more from Yi's words and deeds. When she did something abnormal for him, he would often be very happy, but that feeling always seemed to be separated by something. He subconsciously lowered his head and kissed her lips. The disturbing crying finally stopped, and was replaced by the whimpering of a small animal. Because of the infection, Ji Fan's genes were all transforming to beast mode. At this time, he was stimulated by the sound, and his whole body suddenly became tense. The scales on his eyebrows slowly stood up, and his arms unconsciously exerted force to hold the person tightly in his arms. Realizing that this posture was not suitable for kissing, he picked up the person, walked to the command chair nearby and sat down, and put the person on his lap. The whole process happened too fast. Yi was still a little confused, and he was already sitting face to face with Ji Fan. Too close. This posture forced Yi to open her legs. A feeling of embarrassment and a little fear slowly rose up, and she tried to fart. He moved his buttocks back a little. Are you afraid of me? Ji Fan whispered. Yi was startled. She looked up, but her breath was shocked. She had never seen Ji Fan like this before. The scales on his brow bone stood up and were shaking slowly. His eyes also changed, becoming more slender. The upturned tail of his eyes was now red. His dark eyes were like an abyss, firmly holding people in awe. At this moment, some kind of hurt emotion was conveyed in him. His hair had also grown longer, covering some of the hard outlines, making the whole person look softer. Ji Fan's facial features were as excellent as ever. If you didn't pay attention to the scars, this scene looked like a demon. Like a demon who had just been abused. Yi swallowed her saliva involuntarily, and a strange impulse rose from her abdomen. Her voice trembled slightly. No. She took the initiative to move forward and got closer to him. Ji Fan's eyes changed color, from dark ink to light ink, like a pool of spring water rippling. His throat moved slightly. From just now to now, you haven't hugged me. Are you disgusted with me? Facts have proved that Ji Fan, who has regressed in his mind, is still Ji Fan, and his cunning nature is engraved in his excellent genes. Yi knew that he was getting too far, but looking at his scars and his injured and helpless eyes, his psychological defense line collapsed little by little. Then, it collapsed with a bang. She grabbed his hand and slid forward with force. At the same time, Ji Fan felt the strength of her hand and pulled with his right hand, and the two of them were tightly pressed together. Ji Fan's left hand went around her slender back and landed just a finger away from the soft left side. He stared at Yi steadily, and there was something hidden deep inside that was ready to move. Chapter 467. Yijia held Ji Fan's face with both hands, sat up straight, and gently kissed the scales on his forehead. Ji Fan blinked, and the scales around him automatically flattened. He was afraid that the sharp scales would scratch her. Yijia was so soft-hearted that she gently kissed his eyes again, then his high nose bridge, chin, and finally the most serious scar on his right face. She was telling him with practical actions that she didn't dislike him. Ji Fan's eyes turned redder. Because of the posture, Yijia was actually taller. Looking at Ji Fan's current appearance from a bird's-eye view, a sense of accomplishment gradually rose in her heart, as if Ji Fan was bullied by her. What followed was an extremely secret excitement. She knew that her state was not right, but at this time, the body's feelings were faster than the brain, making it impossible for people to think calmly. She slowly lowered her head, approaching Ji Fan little by little, her warm breath sprayed, and then their lips touched. Her kiss was very light, like a feather, making people feel itchy. Ji Fan hummed lightly, tightened his arms, and his scales began to stand up uncontrollably. Yijia was very satisfied with his reaction. She finally experienced the pleasure of leading everything. Baby. Ji Fan made an extremely suppressed murmur. Yijia knew that he was uncomfortable, and finally had enough fun, so he became obedient and took the initiative to cater to the other party. Ji Fan's breath was actually very nice, a cold and refreshing fragrance, which might be related to his aristocratic etiquette habits that he has maintained for many years. Yijia has always been eager for it. Can't stop. She wrapped her arms around Ji Fan's neck, and laid down relaxedly, relying on the strength of Ji Fan's hands to support herself, and indulged herself in it. I don't know when the clothes were pulled open, and Ji Fan's breathing became heavier. Baby. Ji Fan's thoughts were confused, and he felt that there was a raging fire burning in his body, as if it was going to devour him, but he didn't know what to do specifically. While he was distracted, Yijia broke into his spiritual sea forcefully. The first time the spiritual sea was invaded by a strange breath, Ji Fan trembled all over, and couldn't help but moan. The lion-tiger beast was not in a good state either. Lying on the ground listlessly, the beautiful fur was replaced by a body of scales, and some places were pitted and bumpy, which was obviously scratched by himself, and it was terrible. It saw Yijia, and cried out, looking pitiful. Yijia walked over, and a huge amount of spiritual power poured out, and the lion-tiger beast transformed on the spot, and became a human. Ji Fan was surprised to see his changes. Baby? Don't move. Yijia pulled him to lie down in the boundless starry sky. This way I can see clearly what's wrong with your spiritual body, so I can sort it out effectively. Ji Fan was like a good baby, letting her do whatever she wanted. Your spiritual sea is actually the starry sky, which is rare. Yijia looked at the bright stars around her, surprised and amazed. It's comfortable without your spiritual sea. Yijia smiled. Although the starry sky is good, it's too lonely to stay in this place for a long time. Her spiritual sea is very rich, with land and ocean, birds and animals, quiet and noisy, just like a resort. She stretched out her hand, and slowly stroked Ji Fan's body, removing the impurities bit by bit. Whenever her fingertips touched the place, Ji Fan's skin surface would involuntarily stand up with goosebumps. But Yijia was in a state of high concentration, and did not notice these things until she finished combing, and then she saw Ji Fan's eyes were red. Yijia was shocked. What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable? She knew that genetic pollution would damage the spiritual sea, but was it so serious? Ji Fan snorted, pressed her under him, and kept rubbing. Baby, you are so cool, so comfortable, I am hot. Yijia, Ji Fan imitated what she had done to him just now. Grinding little by little, he had a strong learning ability, and Yijia soon numbed half of his body. It can be said that he was completely defeated. Ji Fan finally stopped and fell asleep, holding Yijia. Yijia regained his sanity, and after realizing what happened, he took the initiative to leave Ji Fan's spiritual sea. They were already in bed at some point. Looking down at the various marks on her body, she had a very comprehensive understanding of the S-level physique. Really very strong. Looking at the mess at the scene, Yijia gathered her clothes and rubbed her brows with a headache. What happened to Ji Fan's body? She was very sure that she was seduced last night, and she had done everything she should and shouldn't have done. Those blushing scenes passed by her one by one, and Yijia's legs were weak again. She couldn't help but get close to Ji Fan and smell it. There was a familiar cold and refreshing fragrance between her nose, but it seemed that there was some kind of breath that could arouse impulse. She stepped back suddenly, took a deep breath, and tried to calm the restlessness in her body. It's unbearable, Ji Fan, this annoying goblin. She got out of bed barefoot, and because she took too big a step, her legs were weak, and she almost knelt down directly. A pair of big hands suddenly appeared from her waist, and she was lifted up and placed on the big bed. Ji-Fan's eyes were misty. "Baby, where are you going?" Yijia swallowed her saliva involuntarily, bit her lips, and barely woke herself up and said, I'm going out for a while. Don't leave. Ji-Fan buried his head in her neck. His green eyes became fainter and fainter, sniffing and kissing. "Baby, it smells good." Yijia felt a chaos in his brain. Strange throbbing kept rising, and then he lost all his strength and could only let Ji-Fan move. The small command room was full of spring light. They didn't notice that Ji-Fan's scales were growing rapidly, and soon covered his entire back. Yijia found that he touched his hands and felt cold, and he was slightly sober, but the cold touch quickly disappeared. The final outcome was that Yijia raised his back high, and fainted with a low whimper. It turns out that in front of S-level, A is not worth mentioning. Ji-Fan blinked, subconsciously carried the person to the bathroom, cleaned him up before putting him back on the bed, then hugged Yijia tightly and fell asleep together. Chapter 468. Yijia woke up in a daze, and his whole body seemed to have done hundreds of extreme trainings, and it was like falling apart. This feeling is like, although I know my legs are still there, but I can't feel them. Awake? Ji-Fan's low and mellow voice came to my ears. Yijia was startled. This voice is awake? Ji-Fan walked to the bed in a neat and tidy manner and turned on the floor lamp. The whole command room was immersed in a layer of warm yellow halo, which made people feel a little relaxed. You? Yijia lay flat on the bed with his eyes wide open. Where are the scars on your face? The large scars on Ji-Fan's face disappeared, replaced by a few small red marks. At this healing speed, he will probably recover soon. If he hadn't seen how serious his condition was, Yijia might have suspected that this was a play directed and performed by someone himself. The right side of the big bed was slightly concave, and Ji-Fan sat down. He held Yijia's hand tightly, his throat moved slightly. "Marry me, okay?" Yijia was stunned. What kind of experience is it to be proposed to early in the morning? Ji-Fan was a little nervous and began to count his wealth. "I have 13 private planets, many companies, shares, and your favorite shuttles and mechas. I have countless out-of-print collections, and this is just private property. Marry me, you will become the mistress of the Ji family, and all the family wealth of the Ji family will be yours. If you are worried, I can sign the property donation document now." Yijia, Ji-Fan, is this okay or not? He has never acted so flustered. But she was sure of one thing: the vaccine box she'd put on the ground yesterday had been moved, and it was now opened and placed on the desk not far away. In other words, Ji-Fan had used it. Could it be that this special vaccine had no effect on him? "Baby?" Seeing her in a daze, Ji-Fan was a little unsure. Yijia coughed lightly. "So, Admiral, are you responsible for what happened yesterday? We are all adults. Although the nobles follow ancient etiquette, it does not deny our behavior last night. This is just human nature. I am an adult, I am willing, this is your love. I am willing." Before he finished speaking, Ji-Fan turned over and hugged her and the quilt tightly in his arms. I must apologize to you for my behavior yesterday. But the proposal was thought of early in the morning. Although I had to do it in a hurry under this situation, you should not confuse the two things. Believe me, I will spend my whole life to atone for last night." Yijia was stunned. Ji-Fan is a man of his word. If he said so, it means he will really do it. He took out a box and put it in her hand. "Open it, and see if you like it?" Yijia looked back suspiciously. Could this be a proposal gift? Relying on his height advantage, Ji-Fan deliberately did not let Yijia see his face. If Yijia turned around at this moment, she would see the rare embarrassment of the usually serious iron-blooded admiral. His neck and behind his ears were very red. Although this is not the expected proposal place, it is indeed something I started preparing for a long time. After he reminded her, Yijia realized that the first proposal she had experienced in her life was actually on the front battlefield, in the command room of the 2nd Fleet's command cabin, and on a big bed in the small command room. With mixed feelings, Yijia opened the box, and a sapphire light bloomed from the center of the box, reflecting on her pupils, which was amazingly beautiful. This is... Feeling the surging energy in it, she widened her eyes. Super S-level energy stone? Such a thing actually exists? It's smaller than the one your father gave you. Ji-Fan seemed a little regretful. "I used it up in the black hole last time, so I have been wanting to find you another one. I think you should like this one more." Yijia nodded. "Like it?" Of course she likes it. This is much more substantial than flowers, jewelry, rings, etc., but even if you think about it with your toes, you can guess that Ji-fan must have paid a very high price. She closed the box and covered her chest. You didn't buy it, did you? Ji-fan was stunned. Of course, I bought it from an interstellar traveler at a high price. If it weren't for it, you would have 10 more planets in your property. 10 planets. Just a piece of energy stone the size of her thumb is worth 10 planets. In other words, Ji-fan originally had 23 private planets. What kind of number is this? It's incredible. The entire Tan family has only 5 private planets, and we have to add the base star. Private planets are extremely difficult to obtain. There is almost no such thing now. Those who own private planets have conquered them bit by bit in the past. It can be seen that the Ji family is really a great military hero, and a family of meritorious service. At this time, she looked at Ji-fan as if she was looking at a gold mine. No wonder this man has been ranked first on the annual Most Wanted Man to Marry list for a long time. He is handsome, rich and powerful. Not only that, he is also clean. Where can you find such a man? It's really a treasure, but when Yijia thought of those 10 planets, she felt a little painful. Is this thing really worth so much? Thinking of this, she asked. Ji-fan hesitated for a while, and said, I prepared it before the outbreak of genetic pollution. Now those planets are all abandoned. So it's still a good deal. Yijia, You make a lot of sense and I'm speechless. Seeing that she didn't reply for a long time, Ji-fan began to feel uneasy. He had shown his most loyal side, but it seemed that the little girl was not moved. He sighed, I know you don't need these things. This is just to show my sincerity. Yijia was stunned, turned his head like a money grubber, and praised, very sincere. I am very satisfied. Ji-fan was overjoyed. Baby, do you agree? Agree. Yijia stood up, and felt the pain in his waist. He could only use the strength of his arm to support his upper body, and said, Why don't I agree? Your Excellency the Admiral you still have? You are so unconfident at this time? If you say you want to get married, I guarantee that the Empire Central Square will be full. Ji-fan laughed dumbly. What are you talking about? I'm not kidding. You don't know how difficult it is for girls in the Empire to get married now, and there are very few men like you who are still chaste. It's my honor that you like me. Ji-fan was stunned. He never thought that Yijia would have such an idea. He hesitated very rarely. Don't you think I'm too old? Yijia thought that our mental ages are actually similar. You are in your prime now, and I can't wait to like you. Don't be unconfident, Admiral. Yijia took out the Super S-level energy stone and looked at it. Let my father take it to modify it, and I will still wear it around my neck in the future. Okay. Ji-fan saw that she was happy like holding a favorite toy, and couldn't help but kiss her. Chapter 469. Yijia seemed to say casually, Mr. Ji, I hope you don't mind anything about age. In my mind, finding a partner among people of the same age is a disaster for marriage. Ji-fan laughed. What do you think about every day in your little head? That's what he said, but the initial tension had completely disappeared from his face. In that case, we are an engaged couple. Yijia looked at him sideways. Can you tell me what's wrong with your body now? The word engaged couple swept away the haze in Ji-fan's heart. He thought, I'm not sure, but the vaccine you brought is very effective. I feel that I am no longer troubled by the virus. Yijia pondered for a moment. Do you mind if I draw a tube of your blood for testing? Ji-fan stretched out his arm directly. Yijia took out a syringe, drew about 100 cubic centimeters, and then put it into the analyzer for analysis. After watching for a long time, her brows were getting tighter and tighter. You are recovering. Ji-fan was stunned. Isn't this good? Why does he look like he is facing a great enemy? Although your vaccine is a special vaccine, it is just a vaccine, and cannot restore the damage caused by gene collapse. Yijia stared at him. In other words, the genes in your body have already defeated it. You can repair yourself. You don't need a vaccine at all. Ji-fan was stunned. What this means is self-evident. This may be related to your S-level physique. Yijia took his hand, looking serious. This matter cannot be known to anyone. I will study your blood and body, and tell the outside world that it is the effect of the vaccine, understand? Ji-fan nodded. What about the others? Have they all been vaccinated? Yes, it's under control. Yijia looked at him. How could the entire Second Fleet suddenly be infected? Was it the work of the Divine Realm? Ji-fan bowed his head. Yes, they want to use this weapon to make us disintegrate. Wanting to destroy a fleet without a single soldier, what a sinister idea. Yijia pressed his brows. I suspect you are infected with an upgraded version of the virus this time. My suggestion is to return as soon as possible. The soldiers need to undergo a comprehensive test. Ji Fan lowered his eyes to look at her. His dark eyes were deep. The person in the underground of Green Star, is it you? Yi Jiai knew that he could not hide it from Ji Fan anyway, so he responded generously. Yes. So what do you think of the true god Mara? Yi Jiai revealed all his guesses, and said seriously, my mental power has reached S level. Later, I was unconscious for a period of time on Guangyu Star. During this period, I had some very special experiences, so I can judge with certainty that it is not a god at all. It is another universe. They are using the god's domain to invade our universe. The old nest of the god's domain is a passage. Ji Fan was shocked when he heard such an explosive conclusion. Are you sure? Very sure. Yi Jiai's black eyes were serious. The two seamlessly transitioned from the state of love to the state of work. I don't know how they did it, but the cosmic barrier is difficult to break through. They can build this channel and use it to this scale. The other party's civilization level must be much higher than ours. What is the cosmic barrier? After carefully searching the stored information in his brain, Ji Fan confirmed that he had never heard of this term. Have you ever seen an apple tree? Yi Jiai answered irrelevantly. You can imagine the world we live in as a sufficiently lush apple tree, and the universe we live in is just an apple on a branch of the apple tree. Ji Fan has a strong ability to draw inferences from one example, but a well-grown apple tree often has many apples on one branch. Yes. No one knows the composition of the world better than Yi Jiai. She is very patient and guides step by step. Now, imagine these apples as creatures with attacking capabilities. If you are the largest apple among them, how would you think about your relationship with the apples next to you? Yi Jiai kept staring at him, and suddenly found that Ji Fan's eyes seemed to have become lighter. Competitive relationship. Ji Fan said without hesitation, if I were the biggest apple, I would sacrifice the surrounding apples without hesitation. Yi Jiai shook his head. The interesting thing about the universe is that you always know that you are a frog in a well. In addition to the competitive relationship on the same branch, there are quite a lot of branches and trunks, so there must be apples stronger than you. If you eliminate all the apples, and only leave one apple on a branch, you can only become a target. So the safest way is to eliminate those apples with superior geographical locations, sufficient light conditions, and good development in advance, and then evenly arrange those apples that can't compete with you around. Can it be understood that the innate conditions of our universe are very good, so the other party decided to eliminate us in advance before we become strong? Yi Jiai snapped his fingers. Absolutely correct. Ji Fan took a deep breath. Do we have a way to fight back? The two looked at each other, and saw the same answer in each other's eyes. Of course not. If there was, Master Amber would not have returned to the past to find Yi Jiai, so the situation in the future must be more serious than it is now. Ji Fan pondered for a moment. Is that apple tree the tree of life in mythology? Yi Jiai was stunned. Maybe, if someone saw the mystery of cosmic evolution earlier than me, then this is indeed likely to be passed down from generation to generation as a legend. Since it is the tree of life, then each apple must follow certain rules to grow. The other end of the link channel is on our side, so we must have a way and energy to destroy that channel. Ji Fan analyzed rationally. Yi Jiai was stunned, then suddenly raised her head, and the whole person was in an extremely excited state. Admiral, you are really a genius. Ji Fan just said her own speculation, but she didn't expect her to be so excited. Do you have a way? Yi Jiai clenched the box in her hand, and the royal blue Super S level energy stone was shining. I didn't have a way before, but after seeing this, I have a way. The two looked at each other, thrilling. Ji Fan couldn't help but say, this is. I bought it more than a year ago. Have you seen that person? Ji Fan frowned and recalled. A young man, his mental power level should be very high, similar to the feeling you give me now. Yi Jiai touched his chin and thought, another S? Ji Fan hesitated and said, I have a very familiar feeling about him. Chapter 470. 1 week later, Green Star. After all members of the Second Fleet were vaccinated, with the help of Yi Jiai, they recovered about 60% of their combat power. Almost all the scars on Ji Fan's body disappeared, and the scales never appeared again. Yi Jiai was very nervous about his body, and kept an eye on it all the time. He was surprised to find that he was getting stronger every day. Some people with strange looks and bodies can be seen everywhere in the command cabin. Some people have a lot of new hair on their bodies, and some people have scales. These are very lucky, which only affects their appearance but not their practicality. More people have irreversible disorders in some parts of their bodies, such as paralysis, dementia. The command cabin is busy, and everyone is in a high-speed operation state under high pressure. After all, 15 minutes ago, Ji Fan declared war on the Divine Realm on behalf of the Empire. At this time, Ji Fan came over with a tall and long leg. Yi Jiai led an elite team to wait at the hatch. "How is it? Is everything arranged?" Ji Fan nodded. "If something goes wrong, the second fleet will evacuate at the first time and will not care about us." Yi Jiai was dressed in military uniform and stood straight. "What about Green Star?" Ji Fan took the helmet handed over by his deputy. "General Brett is ready. When the time comes, we will go in." After learning that Green Star was the nest of the God Realm, Ji Fan notified General Brett immediately. The other party had started to prepare for evacuation in secret a long time ago. At the same time, the 231 planets under the Empire were also making the same preparations. The dark eyes looked at the team of 100 people one by one. Ji Fan's expression was very light, but his tone was very tough. "Everyone, board the mecha." "Yes, Commander." He reached out and hugged Yi Jiai tightly. "Protect yourself, don't distract me." Yi Jiai sighed. She was still a main player in the battlefield of Guangyu Star, but here she had to become an A-class mecha wandering on the edge of war. "Yes, Commander." The second fleet continued to approach Green Star with the momentum of a large army, but the surface of the planet did not even raise the protective shield. Ji Fan's eyes lit up in the mecha. "Execute the landing plan according to Plan A." The 100-man mecha team dispersed and landed at designated points in small teams to start local rescue work. This was discussed with General Brett early in the morning. The second fleet had the responsibility to help some people on Green Star evacuate. Ji Fan and Yi Jiai's goal was very clear, which was the underground black market at the time. Liu Guang jumped down from the sky, and the shell smashed a huge pit on the ground, in which some shadows of underground buildings could be vaguely seen. Liu Guang jumped down first, followed by the dancing silver chain. There were robots that had been ambushed by the Divine Realm underground. They rushed forward, but they could not survive a round under Liu Guang. The silver chain mecha could do very little. At most it was to be on guard. Yi Jiai had seen the power of S-class mecha on the battlefield. No wonder so many people inside and outside the army admired Ji Fan so much. With Liu Guang, the survival rate can really be improved. Ji Fan is the guarantee of victory. Their team is well trained, cooperates well with each other, and moves very quickly. If this action is compared to a tower-pushing game, then it can be said that the team led by Ji Fan directly pushed to the opponent's high ground with an absolute advantage. The robots that are feared outside are at most soldiers in front of them. The journey was extremely smooth, but Yi Jiai felt something was wrong, and suddenly saw Ji Fan stop suddenly. At the last checkpoint leading to the passage, a dark purple mecha appeared. There was no one around it. In this situation, it dared to stand here alone. No need to guess, this must be the ultimate secret weapon left by the God's domain. Liu Guang rushed up to the extreme operation, and the extremely difficult Mogwai spinning 18 slashes was used by Ji Fan very easily, or twice, but what was shocking was that the purple mecha actually caught it. Its movements were so fast that only after images could be seen, and it launched a counterattack against Ji Fan's attack from all directions. The two of them fought back and forth, and within a few minutes, they fought dozens of rounds. After Ji Fan performed the Mogwai spinning 18 slashes again, the purple mecha suddenly knelt on one knee, the surface of the mecha cracked, and the key bearing shaft broke. Yi Jiai breathed a sigh of relief. The energy attack of the S-class mecha could not be resisted by even the best A-class mecha. She almost had an illusion that the man on the other side could beat Ji Fan. The mecha opened, and a tall and slender figure jumped out. The iconic baby face, short red hair, and the carefree look Yi Jiai would never forget in her life. She gritted her teeth and said, "Zhang Shengnan? I sent people to look for you for so many years, and it turns out that you have been in the God's domain." The woman slowly raised her head, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes, with an indifferent expression, looking at people as if looking at a corpse, without any warmth. Yi Jiai was startled. This was not an expression that humans had. She suddenly moved, and the black wings behind her spread wide, and she came to Yi Jiai with a light sweep. Silver Chain reacted quickly, retreating and shooting, but the terrain here was narrow, and the space for the mecha to operate was not large enough. Zhang Shengnan took advantage of the gap to jump onto the top of the Silver Chain mecha, stretched her nails, and stabbed hard, piercing the metal surface of the mecha. What kind of monster is this? Liu Guang used the wall to gain leverage, jumped up and grabbed Zhang Shengnan's ankle, pulled her down, and threw her against the wall. Ji Fan fired without hesitation, and the opponent's black wings blocked forward, and actually bounced all the bullets. Liu Guang flashed by in a few consecutive jumps. Yi Jiai frowned. The Divine Realm must have used some method to transform her into this ghostly appearance. I suspect that her current ability is Super S level. Ji-fan sighed. She has lost her mind, and now she is like a star beast in a violent state. Go ahead. Yes. When masters fight, a slight mistake can lead to 1,000 miles of error. Yi Ji released all his mental power, like a steel knife piercing into the opponent's spiritual sea. Zhang Shengnan, who was fighting with Liu Guang, suddenly stopped moving and was cut in half by Liu Guang's hand holding the lightsaber. In an instant, blood flowed and Blackwing fell to the ground. Yi Ji jumped out of the silver chain mecha and walked to her. This person may have finally woken up for a moment before he died. At least his expression at this time had a little human feeling. Yi Ji dropped the lighter on her and murmured, "Her brother has been looking for her." It turns out that she was transformed into this appearance. No wonder he can't find her. You say, are the memories before rebirth really that important? Ji-fan watched her collect the ashes on the ground and said with a double meaning, only those who learn to let go of the past have a future. Xiao, you have done a good job in this regard. Yi Ji didn't say anything, but shook his head in his heart. She has been here for so many years, but she still feels dazed from time to time. She doesn't know if this is a dream or not, and she doesn't know the meaning of this journey. Although it is a new life, she had no regrets on Earth in the past. After the journey, she has no sense of purpose. Her family wanted her to be a doctor, but she chose to be a commander. She thought she would feel very fulfilled, but she didn't. The reason is that she doesn't feel a sense of belonging here. So in a way, she actually understands Zhang Shengnan. This person lives with a strong sense of faith. She believes that her life is for revenge and to destroy the empire. And she almost succeeded. What about her? What is the meaning of her existence, Yi Ji? Chapter 471. Xiao. Seeing her lost in thought, Ji-fan called her several times. Yi Ji came to her senses. I just thought of some things in the past, and felt a little sorry for her. It's okay, let's go. After all, they were connected in mind. Ji-fan could feel that she was a little depressed at the moment, and changed the subject without leaving a trace. Since the Divine Realm has developed this kind of thing, it must not only be used here, the Empire may be in danger. Yi Ji's mind was indeed drawn. They obviously have so many biochemical people, but not many of them appear here. The Empire may be fighting. Ji-fan did not deny her guess. The evacuation of the entire planet was too loud. The Divine Realm has infiltrated here for a long time. There may be many people from the Divine Realm in the Green Star's senior management. It is normal for them to run away in advance after receiving the news. Commander, the personnel have been transferred almost. At this time, the voices of other teams came from the headset. Got it, you retreat first. The streamer broke into the deepest part, and the familiar orange light column came into view. A man in a black cloak stood next to the beam of light. Ha ha ha, you are finally here. Die! 24 golden super robots appeared and attacked with extremely fierce firepower. Yi Ji found that the power of these fighters should not be underestimated, and they were even more powerful than the golden armor of Luojing Mountain. Liu Guang had a little difficulty in dealing with them. She drove the silver chain and shot at the man. Yuk, you are obviously not such a person. Why are you willing to become a running dog of the outer universe? Ha ha ha. Yuk put down the brim of his hat, revealing his delicate face. It seems that you know everything. When did you come back? Amber actually agreed. Aren't you afraid of causing time and space disorder? Ji-fan paused. Yi Ji was also obviously stunned, but she reacted quickly and shouted, if you hadn't forced her to do this, how could Master Amber take such a risky move? Am I not good to you? Why did you betray me? Yuk's eyes were red. Do you think I will be grateful to you if you approached me earlier this time to prevent me from being taken for live experiments? As he said this, he threw out 2 horrible corpses. With his superb mental power, Yi Ji recognized who these 2 people were. Dean Jill and Professor Tommy of Green Star Medical College. From these conversations, it was not difficult for Yi Ji to understand the life that Yuk had experienced. When she was in the black hole, she only saw Yuk successfully develop the gene evolution liquid, and only saw Jill and Tommy preparing to poison her, and she didn't know that Yuk was forced to do human experiments. He has always been treated unfairly, and has an impaired mind. If a genius like him is forced to do live experiments, he can indeed do things that destroy all mankind. Now it can all be explained. Why Yuka couldn't research the genetic evolution fluid this time is probably because he lost the results of the live research. But the experimental specimens that can survive the live research have willpower that ordinary people can't imagine. She coldly replied, you are so calculating. You use them to help the God realm, and then kill them. Yuka took a step forward, his facial muscles trembling. Shouldn't they be killed? No matter how the timeline changes, they can always do the most disgusting things. Yijia, listening to your description, why do I always feel that these two people have done something else to you? Why don't you kill them? He suddenly yelled. Jifan suddenly exerted force with his hands and accidentally broke the neck of a robot, then immediately pretended to be knocked to the ground. Fortunately, Yuka's whole mind was on Yijia, and he didn't notice it. Yijia was very calm. In my current timeline, everything you said has never happened. If you have to pay the price of your life for this, it would be too much. She was right. If she had found that these two people had done something against the will of heaven and earth, she would not have spared their lives. She took the initiative to step forward, approach the light column, and her mental power spread out. Why do you keep living in the memories of the past and don't want to get out? You are not a resurrected person. I changed your past just to give you a new future. Why did you come back to stop all this? Ha ha ha. Yuka laughed extremely wildly, and it seemed to contain a hint of pain. You have never seen me, right? Jifan directly crushed the head of a robot. Yijia was stunned. She acted so passionately but was exposed. Yuka suddenly approached, his eyes were red, and there were many emotions surging in them, which shocked Yijia. You are not her. You are not her. If you came from the future, you would not say such words. You would hate me to death. You would only want me to die. You are so smart, you guessed that I would come back, right? It seems that nothing has changed, but in fact you have changed everything. Including yourself. He pointed at Ji-fan and shouted, why did you choose him? Why not me? If you arrived earlier, maybe I really wouldn't want to wake up, just like this. It's also good like this. Yijia's brain worked quickly, piecing together the general situation. At this time, she had a rationality that even she herself did not expect. She answered expressionlessly, impossible. Yuka looked at her, his expression gradually became dazed, as if he was looking through her to see another person. You must have gone back to an earlier time. The development of the Divine Domain organization to today is definitely not a matter of one day or one night. As the largest leader of this organization, are you shocked by its scale? Yuka did not deny it. Silence is tacit agreement. Yijia continued, even if I am now, I will only choose Ji-fan, not you. You will never let go of hatred. To influence a villain who cannot change his gender? The future me will be crazy to do this. At this time, there was a sudden noise outside the passage. Ji-fan kicked the robots around him away with his backhand, picked up Yijia and protected him in his arms, and looked out the door vigilantly. A group of biochemical people rushed in. Yuk's face changed and he started laughing. Then I will tell you again. Your choice is wrong. You will pay for it. What is so good about this rotten world that is worth your protection? Looking at this team of biochemical people, Ji-fan's face changed slightly, and he put Yijia behind him, as if facing a great enemy. If they were all at the level of Zhang Shengnan. Yijia stared at the leader with an inexplicable light in his eyes. It was a birdman with vertical pupils. His eyes were also red, but not as deep as Zhang Shengnan's. This might be the reason why he still retained his sanity. After he looked at the situation on the scene, he waved his hand. Do it. So, the birdmen behind him went out collectively, some against the super robot, and some surrounded Yuk. Chapter 472. Yuka's face changed drastically. Dawei. What do you mean? You actually betrayed the God's domain. Don't forget that everything you have now was given to you by the God's domain. Do you think that the glorious empire will recognize you if you do this? You are just the lowest class cyborg. You are an inferior citizen everywhere. You have no human rights. Yijia came out from behind Ji-fan and took the initiative to say, you are wrong, he will become a hero. After this battle, the empire will become a new empire. Cyborgs and robots may become nobles and be respected by everyone. Impossible. Yuka's eyes widened. This was not the future he had seen. Yijia stood straight, with a disdainful tone. I thought you did something here to wait for us, but the result is 24 super robots? Didn't you expect Ji-fan to be so strong? This is out of your control, right? And me? Did you not expect me to become the commander of the empire? You see, the past has been changed, and the future has also changed. This is their future. Nothing is impossible. Dawei was very excited, and he said in a hoarse voice, I hope you keep your word. Yijia looked at him. Of course, I won't let 13 die in vain. Yijia was just on a whim at the beginning, asking Tan 13 to try to rebel against this group of birdmen. They are not the core force of the God's domain, but they are the backbone. If they can be taken down, then the possibility of striking down the God's domain will be greatly increased. What she never expected was that 13 actually did it. After arriving at Green Star, Dawei contacted her for the first time. Yi Jiai was still shocked whether there was a fraud, until the other party took out the communication key of the Tan family's secret group. She had to believe it. Yuka knew that the situation was hopeless, and suddenly laughed in a low voice. His voice was like a ghost. Okay. Jifan frowned. Report to the commander. Dimensional reduction folding weapons found. Report to the commander. Dimensional reduction folding weapons found. The 2 consecutive emergency reports on the communication channel represent the seriousness of the incident. Jifan's eyes fixed. Jump immediately. The person who reported was stunned. What about you? Command? Jifan. Don't worry about us. Go. Hearing the conversation, Yuka laughed up to the sky. Isn't it a bit too late to find out now? Do you think I'm here to chat with you? Jifan raised his eyebrows. Do it. The biochemical people rushed up and held the robot, while Jifan hugged Yi Jiai and rushed straight to the orange channel. At this time, Yi Jiai's mental power was fully revealed. It turned out that without knowing it, her mental power had already filled the entire channel. The orange and blue mental powers were entangled together, indistinguishable from each other. She quietly hooked out the true god Mara. She actually gave up so much mental power and let the other party devour her. There must be a conspiracy. Realizing that something was wrong, Yuka suddenly stopped laughing and rushed towards her. Stop! Yi Jiai sneered. Do you think we are chatting with you too? Yuka's attack ability was not good enough. Liu Guang kicked him into the orange light. Yi Jiai used mental power to fix him in the middle. At the same time, she was sent into Liu Guang's cockpit. Ji Fan said coldly, retreat. A group of birdmen instantly rushed into the sky at a very fast speed. There was a small ship waiting in the low Earth orbit to pick them up. Calculating the time, Liu Guang loosened his palm, and a royal blue energy stone slowly fell from the air. In Yuka's unbelievable eyes, it gradually fell into the orange halo, and then slowly started to burn. Liu Guang, prepare for the jump, please master and madam get ready. At this time, Yi Jiai could already feel the heavy pressure, as if to press her mental power into a pancake alive. The orange flame continued to burn downwards. Wherever the energy stone went, there were countless crackling fire and electricity. Sparks hit Yuka, and he was like a candle, and soon burned up. What was very scary was that this kind of flame could even burn mental power. The energy stone fell very quickly, and the light flame burned faster. If Yuka existed as a candle that ignited all this, then Yi Jiai's mental power filled with it was gasoline, which would burn at the touch. The seduced orange mental power kept retreating, but it was not faster than the speed of the flame. Yi Jiai seemed to be able to hear the other party's heart-wrenching screams. She discovered last time that because of the channel, this so-called true god of Mara could not completely cut off the connection with the upper universe. According to her expectation, as the energy stones continued to fall, 2 situations would occur. The first one is that in the process, the Super S-level energy stones would be consumed. Although they could not reach the other universe through the channel, they could severely damage the enemy. Coupled with the folding weapons used by the God Realm, this channel was completely useless. The second one is that the Super S-level energy stones were completely integrated into the channel. Then according to the universe rules, this channel would become a fuse, blowing the things connected to it to pieces, and then they would achieve their first counterattack against the external universe. No matter what the result is, it is a very good result for them. Start jump, countdown 3, 2, 1, the entire Second Fleet witnessed this miraculous moment. The star field where the green star is located is expanding at a very fast speed. The planet is pulled to be huge. The streamer stays in the middle. The blue jump engine shakes wildly. With a huge but dazzling blue light, it successfully jumps away. Master, the damage rate of the mecha has exceeded 80%. I am about to fall into hibernation. Jifan touched the dashboard. Have a good rest, streamer. Yi Jiai's voice choked slightly. Thank you for saving us. Goodbye. Master, madam. With a beep, the streamer lost all sound. The cockpit was very quiet. Jifan was slightly absent-minded. He was not used to losing the noisy sound of the streamer. The streamer had lost all kinetic energy, and was drifting aimlessly. They could do nothing but wait for the people of the Second Fleet to locate them, and then salvage them. Maybe Chun Tum will have a way. Yi Jiai still had a glimmer of fantasy. This result was actually in their plan. To escape from Green Star under such circumstances, they could only work overload, and if they were really a second slower, they would not be able to leave. Liu Guang was aware of the risks involved. In order to increase the success rate, he even made modifications on his own initiative the night before, amplified the kinetic energy, and adjusted the power of the jump engine to the highest level. These adjustments were irreversible damage to him. Although he was mentally prepared, Yijia still felt very uncomfortable when it really came to this. Jifan hugged her and said nothing. He had been accustomed to Lu Guang's existence for so many years. Suddenly, it was like he had lost something, and his heart was empty. Chapter 473. Yijia didn't want to indulge herself in sadness, so she started a topic. Ask if you want to ask anything. Ji Fan looked down at her and said unexpectedly, just tell me if you want to, I don't care. Aren't you curious? Now it was Yijia's turn to be surprised. Perhaps because her reaction was too sincere, Ji Fan kissed her hair and smiled a little. I also saw some things in the black hole at that time, but it shouldn't be as detailed as you. Yijia's eyes widened. What did you see? The future of the interstellar? Did you see everything we are experiencing now? No, Ji Fan shook his head. Probably some fragments of the future. The ending is not very good. It seems that we both died. Dead? Was it the scene where the genetic pollution broke out, the Imperial fleet was ambushed, and I died due to the explosion of mental power? Yijia's tone was extremely indifferent, as if it was not the ending she experienced. That's about right. It might be more tragic, so I guess something. Essentially, at the commander level, the two of them think in a very similar way. After all, Yijia is like a half-apprentice brought out by someone. She was shocked and asked, so what did you do? Ji Fan is definitely not a person who knows the ending and does nothing. Ji Fan raised his eyebrows. I made some preparations, but it seems that I didn't do as well as you did. Yijia thought, isn't that right? She knows a lot. She sorted out her thoughts and said, I should have told you that I saw a lot of fragments about the future in the black hole, right? Yeah. Jifan changed his posture, hugged Yijia and lay down. Looking at the black universe outside through the cockpit, he had a rare moment of peace in his heart. I knew about the genetic pollution in advance, but I can't change it because it has already happened, and according to the actual situation, it is indeed related to the Tan family. Did the Tan family create this virus? Yijia pondered for a moment. My guess is that when my grandfather was studying the genetic evolution fluid, he accidentally developed the genetic defeat fluid. But the spread of this thing must have nothing to do with our Tan family. Jifan pointed out the key. If Yuk had been rescued by you on Green Star, would you include him in the core research circle of the Tan family? Yijia did not hesitate. Yes, he is a genius. So we can basically guess that in the future, Yuk, who settled in the Tan family, accidentally discovered the genetic defeat fluid, and wanted to use it to destroy all mankind. It is very likely. The fog was lifted, and Yijia said excitedly, but he is just a pawn of the God Realm. I don't even know how the God Realm found him. This is not clear. Maybe there are many people like Yuk in the entire galaxy, but he succeeded. After all, to accomplish this, you must get in touch with the core of the interstellar forces. You gave him this opportunity. Yijia held his forehead. This is indeed possible, and continued, it is because of seeing those clips that I know that Dean Jill is going to poison me, and I also know that the Chaoyang fleet will be separated from the Fifth Fleet. It can be said that if we didn't know it in advance, we would most likely lose the Battle of Glory. Ji Fan kissed her forehead. No, you are now a miracle commander praised by the whole galaxy. However, the most important thing is that after the mental power reaches S, I saw some extremely incredible things. Yijia thought of the previous experience and suddenly lost her words, not knowing how to describe it. For example, the apples of competition? Yes. But that's only part of it. I know many rules of the universe. For example, energy cannot be interoperable, which may cause a universe collapse that is countless times more serious than a supernova explosion. Ji Fan frowned slightly. What do you mean? You see, the divine realm has brought a lot of things to our universe, but there is no energy. The reason is very simple. They don't want or can't transfer alien energy. It's not easy to understand, that is, there is no such technical condition, or there is some restriction. But don't want to? Jifan quickly followed her thoughts. You mean, maybe they don't want to destroy our universe? Yes. Do you remember the time you were sacrificed? Yijia said, I talked to it. It is very interested in your body, and part of the reason why it was able to be drawn out this time is because of you. I guess they want to land in our universe through the carrier, which means that there may be some problems in their universe. Jifan frowned. Now that we have destroyed the channel, will they retaliate? Yijia shrugged. It is very likely, so I need to see Master Amber and my father immediately. Only they know the real situation in the future, and only they know the real means of the enemy. So you let the Empire migrate to the direction of the Gulf Star? The communication channel suddenly beeped a few times, indicating that the signal was connected, and a voice came from inside. Commander. Are you alright? We captured your signal. Jifan pressed the headset. We are all fine. Received. We will reach your location in 5 minutes. Okay. Looking out through the cockpit, the silhouette of the second fleet can be vaguely seen. Yi Jiai shook his head and answered him. The mastermind told me that only the Gulf Star is safe. Jifan, The mastermind's words are not wrong. The glorious empire, far away in light years, is experiencing a fierce battle. All the ships of the Divine Realm are dispatched. This is their Jedi counterattack. Their ships are loaded with weapons and equipment far beyond the times. The combined fleet is no match for them at all. Modlington was in charge of the 5th Fleet, and his brows were furrowed tightly. Those people on Guangyao Star still refuse to withdraw? Sun Jun trotted over. Yes, they just experienced victory, and psychologically they are unwilling to admit that our planet is going to be lost again. What about His Majesty? Didn't he inform the people? When Hang glanced at the Divine Realm ships that were fighting against the United Fleet, and his tone was not without worry. Although His Majesty said he would withdraw, there was no sign of leaving. Perhaps they were waiting for news from Luojin Mountain. He pointed outside. We are going to lose. Guangyao Star has become the main battlefield. The main fleets of the Alliance and the Star Alliance have all jumped to the vicinity and fought a desperate battle with the enemy. The mecha team of the 5th Fleet was also sent out, and the damage was quite heavy. Zhuanghe said with a pale face. Those biochemicals are too strong. Mechas below level B are no match for them. Xia Menger's face was solemn. Look at those silver chains. Do they look like the commander is driving them? Modlington was stunned. The tangled threads in his mind these days suddenly became clear. He shouted, So that's it. Chapter 474. Sun Jun was startled by him. What are you doing? I said the whole battlefield is so weird. Modlington pointed to the ships of the God Realm on the star map. Look, this layout, this style of play, does it look like the work of Ji-Fan? No one who can be a commander is stupid, and they can draw inferences from one example. Before Sun Jun took a breath, Admiral, what do you mean? Modlington cursed. The trick of the God Realm is really insidious, making us fight our own people. Damn it! Zhuanghe didn't understand the situation yet. What do you mean fight our own people? Why don't I understand what you are saying? When Hang reminded him, do you remember who was sitting in the cockpit when the commander blew himself up? Clone. Zhuanghe slapped his thigh. He was familiar with this matter. He reacted suddenly. You mean, the outside and? We are fighting against Admiral Ji-Fan and the clones under his command? Oh my god! Why do I always feel that those silver chains look familiar? Sun Jun stroked his chin and said, but clones can't exert the strength of the main body. I think it's only half of them at most. The divine domain has come out in full force. Modlington realized something. He expanded the scope of the star map and took the battlefields of the Star Alliance and the Alliance into consideration. This desperate way, Xiao Ai and Ji-Fan must have done something to anger them. Zhuanghe boldly guessed. Could it be that they were ordered to dig out the nest of the divine domain, so the other party would be so angry? If this is the case, then the other party is likely to fight to the death. Sun Jun frowned and looked at the situation on the star map. The divine domain's fighting style was completely reckless. The Alliance and the Star Alliance could not hold on. He couldn't help but murmured, Why? The time is advanced? What are you mumbling to yourself? Modlington patted his back. Make arrangements and execute the evacuation plan. Sun Jun sneered, Yes. Before leaving, Yi Jiai told him the time when the Divine Realm might launch a large-scale attack, which should be a month later. According to Yi Jiai's calculations, she and Ji-Fan would still be able to return in time. The ship marked with a skull was all black, advancing towards Guangyao Star with an indomitable posture. I don't know where the energy system built on it comes from, but it can increase the existing energy rate by a few points, and the existing weapons can't win at all. Report. The main and secondary ships of the Alliance's 7th Frontier Defense Force, the 2nd Central Army, the 8th Central Army, the 4th Frontier Defense Force, and the 5th Frontier Defense Force were destroyed, and all members died. Report. The Alliance's 3rd Frontier Defense Force is retreating to our side, and the speed is very fast. Report. The Star Alliance Rachel, Eli, and Winard were sunk, and all members died. The sudden news caught people off guard. Modlington stood up and stared at the frontline battle report. What happened? Report. All the secondary ships of the 4th Fleet were sunk, and the main ship is approaching us. The 7 mecha regiments we sent out, 2 were wiped out, and the remaining 5 lost contact. When Hang hurriedly said, Lieutenant General Yifeng sent back a message that a super-large lethal energy weapon appeared in front, and our protective shield could not last for one round in the hands of the opponent. The entire command cabin suddenly fell silent, as if the pause button was suddenly pressed. Did they hear it right? What kind of weapon is it? The protective shield can't even last for one round? Then what's the point of fighting? Report. Modlinton's eyes were red. Speak. Zhuanghe's voice was trembling. The Second Fleet sent back the news that they have completed the mission of strangling the old nest, and the Green Star system has been destroyed. They are carrying the Green Star's living forces, and the Second Fleet to retreat to the Nama system. Let us evacuate immediately. The enemy will be ready to counterattack at any time. Modlinton's face twitched uncontrollably, and his cheeks were stiff. It has already begun. Report. There is a video request from Major General Wenren of the Alliance. Hurry up and pick it up. On the big screen, Wenren Feng's bloody cheek appeared, and the smile that always hung on the corner of his mouth disappeared. His face was very pale, probably caused by excessive blood loss. Sun Jun had never seen him so serious. Admiral Modlinton, tell me, is Commander Yi on the Fifth Fleet? Modlinton hesitated for a while. Not. Wenren Feng smiled falsely. So the news is true? She went to the Second Fleet? It took a few days to get to Green Star? Modlinton was silent. Stop hiding it. I want to know what happened. The Divine Realm is crazy. They are desperately committing suicide. There must be a reason for the suicide attack. As the commander of the frontline operations, I have the right to know the truth. The two looked at each other, and when Rafone was determined. After a long time, Modlinton sighed. Admiral Ji Fan led the Second Fleet to severely damage the Divine Realm's nest, and Green Star was destroyed. Hiss, so that's it. Chung Feng raised his eyebrows and changed the subject. Admiral Mod, Guangyu Star is likely to be the primary target of the Divine Realm's revenge attack. Please prepare in advance. Received, thank you. The communication was interrupted. Zhuanghe sighed. This guy has some conscience. Wen Hang was completely anxious. Why is there no movement in Luojing Mountain? What are those nobles waiting for? There are many people who think the same as him. Usually, those old nobles run faster than anyone else when something happens. Now the fire is burning to the eyebrows, but there is no movement. Modlinton's eyes flashed. The Empire has taken their ships and energy for free, and these elites must make up for it somewhere else. Sun Jun was stunned. What does this mean? Report. The remaining troops of the Joint Fleet are 3 kilometers away from us and are at full speed. Modlinton said loudly, prepare for jump. The position guarded by the main force of the Fifth Fleet is the last secret wormhole entrance of Guangyu Star. This entrance is exclusive to the royal family, and is not recorded in any data. The number of times the glorious empire has used this wormhole, since its establishment is only a handful of hands. Its confidentiality level is Super 3S level. Zhuanghe couldn't help but shouted, Admiral, we don't care about Guangyu Star. Zhuanghe. Sun Jun shouted. At the same time, all the soldiers of the 3rd Border Guard of the Alliance had their eyes lit up, and when Rafong raised his mouth and shouted, Jump! Jump! Wikumari was shocked. As an intelligence officer, she had never received such half-true and half-false news, as Guangyu Star is suspected to have a hidden wormhole. She couldn't help but said, Do you know that there is a wormhole here that can be jumped? When Rafong sneered, This thing is only qualified to know by Modlington, how could I know it? But the explorer has been guarding here for a reason. Look, isn't the 4th Fleet also heading here? Chapter 475. Oh my god! What is that? Look! Oh my god! It's so magical! I can't believe it! Zhuanghe seemed to still hear Sun Jun's warning in his ears. He kept telling himself to keep calm and not to go against the Admiral, and then he heard the people around him exclaiming in disbelief. He looked up and held his breath instantly. At this time, the central screen was playing the live broadcast of Guangyu Star. Announcement of planetary destruction. Guangyu Star will face the enemy's high-energy attack. Please rush to the central square as soon as possible if you have not evacuated Guangyu Star. Countdown 3 minutes. The main brain is making a global announcement, and any place with audio output equipment on Guangyu Star is constantly repeating the content of this sentence. Countless shuttle mechas rushed out from all corners of Guangyu Star and rushed to the central square. The appearance of the central square has changed dramatically. The iconic building disappeared, leaving only a huge platform. This platform will automatically rise and fall every 10 seconds, and the people on it will enter the underground through the lifting platform. Announcement of planetary destruction. Guangyu Star will face high-energy attacks from the enemy. Please rush to the central square as soon as possible if you have not evacuated Guangyu Star. Countdown 2 minutes. At this time, the Earth's crust began to shake slowly, and large-scale air fluctuations occurred over the entire Guangyu star. The air molecules were squeezed together very nervously, and even faint explosions could be heard. Luojing Mountain has always been famous for its peculiar shape. It is the tallest building in the entire Guangyu star, symbolizing the absolute power of the imperial family and representing the highest honor. And today, it finally showed the world its unknown other side. The structures on the surface began to fall off in large chunks, and glass, decorations, etc. fell to the ground, raising countless dust. The central square platform very close to it automatically raised a protective shield to ensure the safety of the evacuees inside. Planet destruction announcement. Guangyu Star will face high-energy attacks from the enemy. Please rush to the central square as soon as possible if you have not evacuated Guangyu Star. Countdown 30 seconds. When the dust and smoke dispersed, the brand new Luojinshan appeared in front of everyone. The central square rang with extremely warm cheers. This is not a building. This is clearly an inverted warship. The whole body is gilded, the tip is shining with sharp light, and the wings are equipped with the highest level ballistic systems. Just standing there, it is shining. Just by guessing, one can imagine how invincible such a ship would be on the interstellar battlefield. Oh my god! Am I dreaming? Are you going to pinch me? I suspect I am hallucinating. Luojing Mountain has been under construction for so many years. How did they do this? Could it be that they are renovating and rebuilding it every day when we don't know? This is a miracle. This is the glory of the Empire. The Empire will last forever. The command cabin was in an uproar. The commanders who were usually calm and wise were shocked like idiots, especially Zhuanghe. Seeing him clinging to the screen, he wanted to rush in. Sun Jun looked at Modlington, who showed no surprise at all. Admiral, did you know it a long time ago? But the other party actually shook his head gently. This is the top secret of the royal family. No one knows except the royal family members. The imperial power of the empire is supreme, and the first thing to be protected must be the rights and interests of the royal family. But if you look closely at the annual expenditure of the royal family, you will find that the column of repairing Luojing Mountain is simply sky-high. According to Ji Fan, a main ship can be bought in 2 years. You found this out? Sun Jun had a series of question marks on his forehead. This is too amazing. As the central palace of the empire, isn't it normal for the annual repair costs to be high? Of course not. The amount spent by the royal family on Luojing Mountain is definitely not just this little. The expenditure of the royal treasury will only be higher. He actually made a joke in a good mood. When Luojing Mountain was first built, the imperial power was not so consolidated, and the nobles made a lot of efforts. The old nobles of the empire have existed for a long time, such as the Ji family. The Tan family is considered a new noble, not in this list. And the Linton family I belong to happens to be a family that is almost as old as the Ji family. People like us just happen to know some of the long-standing secrets of the empire. Sun Jun was stunned. If that was the case, then the old nobles who refused to leave on Guangyu Star were actually playing a game. As a royal warship, Luojinshan could have left without these people. Modlington seemed to know what he was thinking inside. Your Majesty is still a soft-hearted person. Sun Jun was silent for a while, and suddenly said, but for civilians and small noble families like us, it is a blessing. Modlington looked at him deeply. 10 seconds countdown. Luojinshan is about to take off. 10, 9, 1, take off! With the roar of the huge engine, Luojinshan rose from the ground and rushed into the sky. Its speed was extremely fast, like a sharp lightsaber, flashing a dazzling light. And where it once stood, only 2 huge deep pits were left, like the indelible traces of pain left on the surface of this planet. Mari Ueguchi saw this scene and was speechless for a long time. Is this the power of the glorious empire? Winrenfeng said meaningfully. It has only the smallest number of planets and population, but it has occupied the position of interstellar overlord for so long. There must be some unimaginable abilities. Mari Ueguchi suddenly recalled every bit of her time in Hongyan. She was happier than now, and she was always surrounded by a group of people who were laughing and playing. But in fact, the reason why they can get together and exert their respective energies is because there is a natural cohesive player, Yijai. The same conversation also took place on the Star Alliance side, the spare battleship Alexander, the command cabin. Connor Alexander sighed heavily. We underestimated the glorious empire. He looked at his son beside him. With a light in his eyes, the Alexander will be handed over to you in the future. Jones Alexander stood aside, silent. He experienced rapid growth during this period. Too many people died in the Star Alliance. The successive battles took away his friends and brothers. He gradually lost track of the meaning of the war. When he and the Alliance invaded the Empire, his father promised him that he would not kill innocent people. In addition, more than 60% of the Star Alliance's territory has been occupied by genetic viruses. They also need to survive, so they can only fight with the Empire. Then they failed. The winner took out the vaccine and unexpectedly proposed to join forces. It was also from then on that his father, General Connor Alexander, finally changed his mind and took the initiative to propose peace talks at the Star Alliance State Conference. Facts have proved that Yi Jiai's vision is forward-looking. If they had not joined forces, the Star Alliance and the Alliance would not have been able to retain so many living forces if they had fought separately. So now the entire Star Alliance and the Alliance have complicated feelings towards the Empire. On the one hand, during the Battle of Glory, they suffered heavy losses, and too many brothers were killed by the Empire. On the other hand, if it weren't for the vaccine from the Empire, if it weren't for the Empire's initiative to propose peace talks and alliances, they would have died more people. War is like this, going around in circles, and it's hard to tell right from wrong. It really proves the old saying that there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Chapter 476. Just before the arrival of the Divine Realm ship, a golden light suddenly appeared at the perigee of the Radiant Star. That was the symbol of the Imperial power, the falling gold mountain. Maud Linton narrowed his eyes and said, "Electromagnetic guns are ready." Yes. At this moment, something strange happened. A completely black ship suddenly appeared, and a fiery red energy beam was emitted from its belly, shooting straight at the golden ship. Its target changed. It became the Luojing Mountain. The Luojing Mountain reacted quickly, and a layer of light blue light film lit up on the surface of the hull, which was a sign that the protective shield was turned on. Seeing this scene, Maud Linton's eyes were bloodshot, and he shouted, "Fire!" At the same time, the electromagnetic guns of the 4th Fleet, the Alexander Fleet, and the 3rd Frontier Guard of the Alliance were also preheated, and the shells hit the ships of the Divine Realm almost at the same time. The first to be damaged was the Luojing Mountain. Its protective shield shattered in a ripple, and it was blasted back nearly 1,000 meters by the energy aftermath before it stopped. I don't know what material the metal on its surface is made of. In the terrified sight of Zhuang He and others, there was no large-scale explosion. The tail wing only showed a little red, but it was quickly controlled. Sun Jun breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the old nobles on the Loi Jinshan were still somewhat useful. Under the attack of multiple fleets, the God Realm ship finally couldn't hold on, and the protective shield shattered. Maud Linton was extremely excited, and his voice was so high that it broke. "Hit me!" As they guessed, the strength of the God Realm ship lies in the protective shield. Its own warship level is not comparable to that of the Joint Army. High-level warships are not allowed to circulate on the market. Soon, the ships of the Divine Realm were sunk. At this moment, the jump channel near the Radiant Star lit up, and countless ships with the Divine Realm logo appeared, and the follow-up troops of the Divine Realm followed. Winrenthing said without hesitation, "Jump." The jump engine was already ready, and the 3rd Border Guard soon disappeared from the spot, followed by the Alexander. The Explorer covered the falling gold mountain and left first, and then left. At this time, the Divine Realm had caught up, and their jump engines were also in a fully open state. Maud Linton had no choice but to directly order, "Titan." Zhuang He subconsciously stopped, "Admiral, the Explorer can't withstand this level of explosion." "Then what do you say?" "Let the Divine Realm follow the large force to find the location of the Gulf Star. Blow it up for me." "Yes, Commander," Zhuang He shouted hoarsely. Maud Linton had to detonate the Orden buried at the entrance of the wormhole in advance, and sink the subsequent ships of the Divine Realm at the entrance of the wormhole. But the power of the explosion was too great. Even if the Explorer opened all the protective shields, it was still greatly impacted, and the ship damage rate was as high as 80%. Fortunately, the Explorer, which was about to sink, made good use of this shock wave and rushed forward suddenly. It rushed out of the wormhole just before the channel collapsed. This was a blessing in disguise. Everyone in the Explorer's command cabin breathed a sigh of relief. It was really thrilling. So far, the first scene of new Imperial history, the great escape of all mankind, has entered the final chapter. The newly established Joint Fleet only has the Explorer, the Falling Gold Mountain, the 4th Fleet on the Empire side, the 3rd Frontier Guard, the 7th Frontier Guard on the Alliance side, and the Alexander and Brandon Fleet on the Star Alliance side. No one expected that the interstellar era would end in this way. It slapped the people in power in the face several times. The resource-rich ancient race did not realize how enviable the land they were in was, surrounded by wolves and tigers. The battle with the gods' domain was extremely tragic, with the loss of population, galaxies, civilization, and technology. The only thing to be thankful for is that the wise decisions of several genius commanders have preserved the human fire. Excerpts from the history of the new empire. The joint fleet slowly approached the aquamarine planet. The communication channel was silent, as if any sound would cause the mottled hull of the ship to fall off. The huge fleet was like an old man who was about to die, panting and heading towards the confused front. Level 1 warning. All ships, please stop moving forward and put away your weapons. You have entered the planet's defense range. The warning from the planet's intelligent brain sounded extremely abruptly inside each ship. The Explorer and the Gold Mountain stopped almost at the same time. The Alliance's 7 border guards behind them were unable to react in time and actually crashed into the Alexander in front. But no one cared about this at this time. Everyone was alarmed. Could it be that this place had also been occupied by the Divine Realm? Don't panic. Maud Linton responded in time and stabilized the situation. Put away your weapons. Shuang He stood up. Report, there is a video from the Gold Mountain. Hurry up and pick it up. Admiral Maud Linton, it's great to see that you are still alive. Lon Kaiser sat on the command seat, wearing an imperial military uniform, and his young face showed a bit of majesty. Maud Linton clenched his right fist to his chest. Your Majesty, I'm so lucky that you're okay. Lon Kaiser nodded in return, his voice gentle. Don't fight back. It's the ground armed forces of the Gulf Star. It was consistent with his guess, and he was relieved a little. Yes. Please open the hatch to facilitate the monitoring robot to enter and detect. At this time, the planetary intelligent brain issued a new order. As soon as this was said, the originally silent scene suddenly became lively. As the last remaining force, both the Alliance and the Star Alliance have their own secrets. Letting the Empire's monitoring robots come in and out at will is equivalent to stripping yourself naked for the Empire to see. The Star Alliance took the lead in opposing. When Rafone was unable to stop it, and the Alliance immediately expressed its refusal. Shuang He was confused. Isn't the Gulf Star sister AI's private property? Why would you make such a request? It can be said that it was a bit provocative. I wonder what the Admiral thinks about this. The video on the Luojinshan was not interrupted, and it was obvious that it had received the same order. Lon Kaiser looked at him and said. Maud Linton had some doubts in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. It should be the intelligent brain program set in advance. I believe Commander Yijai. Lon Kaiser looked at him deeply and pondered for a moment. Open the hatch. So, amid a noisy opposition, the Luojinshan and the Explorer opened their hatches one after another. One after another, advanced robots rushed in from all sides, entered the interior of the ship and began to scan and detect. When Hang approached Maud Linton calmly and whispered, Admiral, the situation is not right. These are all advanced combat robots. Gulf Star. Maud Linton glanced at him and stopped him in time. Level 1 alert, don't act rashly for the time being. The Empire still has the patience to wait and see, but other forces obviously cannot accept this level of provocation. The conflict broke out in an instant. The Star Alliance and the Alliance began to counterattack one after another, sending mecha teams to prepare to detain the group of combat robots that kept approaching the ship. The fighting robots seemed to have not expected the other side to counterattack, and all stopped their actions. They looked like they were stunned on the spot, not knowing how to react. Seeing this scene, Shankomari and Winterfeng frowned, and they both smelled something wrong. At this moment, a huge alarm sounded on the Gulf Star, and the global communique of the planetary mastermind could be heard everywhere. Enemy attack. Turn on the planetary defense system. Close the entrance and exit channels. All residents of the Gulf Star are requested to enter combat status. Enemy attack. Turn on the planetary defense system. Close the entrance and exit channels. All residents of the Gulf Star are requested to enter combat status. Chapter 477. On a channel that the combined fleet could not hear, while everyone thought the combat robots were at a loss, the planetary mastermind was actually sending a query to the central control room. Do you want to annihilate the invaders? The man's voice was very gentle. You can use the emotional system to calculate what would happen if Xiao I knew you did such a thing? After a while, the mechanical voice replied, the little master will be unhappy, just control them. You are getting smarter, Bo. Bah. Thank you. In outer space, the slow robots suddenly all moved. They were agile and equipped with extremely advanced systems. They quickly evaded and attacked. Each robot had the strength not inferior to A-class mecha. What a terrifying combat power this is! Has the ground armed forces of the Gulf Star been so strong? But people were shocked by more than that. Several super ships outside the Gulf Star lifted their stealth mode and suddenly appeared in the field of vision of all parties. All the gun barrels were fired, staring at the joint fleet, and countless mechas came out from the inside of the ship, forming a battle formation, and quietly confronted the fleets of the Star Alliance and the Alliance. This is the most direct and powerful declaration of force. When Renfeng could no longer care about anything, he shouted at the communicator, "Don't attack! Retreat! Retreat!" Inside the Explorer, there was silence. 2 consecutive beeps woke Shuang He up, and he hurriedly said, "Admiral, there is a video request from the opposite fleet." Answer: Admiral Maud, long time no see. What was unexpected was that the person who appeared on the screen was actually known to most officers. Gu Tingzhen. Maud Linton narrowed his eyes and said, "I was wondering why I couldn't get any news about the Third Fleet. So you brought people to the Gulf Star? According to the relationship between your Admiral and Commander Yizhai, this is indeed a very good choice." Gu Tingzhen's fox eyes slightly tilted up, and his tone was a bit teasing. "That's right, we have all been bullied like this, and someone must feel sorry for us. Admiral, the brothers have had a hard time in the past few years. There are many members of the original Third Fleet on the Explorer, such as Wen Hang." He couldn't suppress his excitement at this time, and couldn't help but say, "Colonel, I'm glad to see that you are okay." The Third Fleet was just a victim in the competition between the Wu and Ji families. Maud Linton knew that he was angry and cleared his throat. "Don't be so hypocritical, big man, don't you look fine now? The Empire is suffering heavy losses now. I just don't know. What does Colonel Gu mean by this today? The gun barrels of these ships are not only aimed at the Alliance and the Star Alliance. It is estimated that the Luo Jinshan is now in a mess." "Colonel?" Gu Tingzhen's mouth twitched slightly. "I haven't heard this title for 800 years. Admiral, don't call us that. We have been dismissed from the military long ago. It's not appropriate. We have a simple employment relationship with Gulf Star. We take money, do things for them, and obey the boss's orders." Maud Linton paused, with a bit of solemnity. "Is your boss Yizhai?" "No, we are employed by the Gulf Star planetary agent." Gu Tingzhen sat up straight. "Okay, let's end the reminiscing. Lao Lin, send video to the other ships." "Okay." Soon, Gu Tingzhen's face appeared in front of everyone. "Hello, colleagues. Let me introduce myself first. I am Gu Tingzhen, the former deputy commander of the Third Fleet of the Empire, and the current commander-in-chief of the ground defense mercenaries of Bay Star. The whole galaxy knows that Bay Star has become the private property of Ms. Yizhai through legal procedures. According to the Interstellar Convention, any armed force that wants to enter Bay Star needs a personal letter from the Star Master. And you don't have such a thing, and we can't contact the Star Master at present, so you have no right to enter Bay Star for the time being. But from a humanitarian perspective, it is not reasonable to shut you all out. Therefore, the planetary agent believes that after confirming that you do not pose a threat of force, you can be allowed to enter the interior of the planet, so there is the behavior of monitoring robots landing ships. But it seems that the fleets of the Star Alliance and the Alliance do not approve of this plan, so I want to ask, are you going to attack this private planet behind me? How could it be? Commander Gu is joking. We absolutely have no intention of attacking Bay Star. The representative of the Star Alliance spoke up quickly. This is totally unfounded. We are quite friendly. The Alliance followed closely. In that case, Gu Tingzhen chuckled, then let the robots board the ship. You have 5 minutes to consider. The Alliance was holding an emergency meeting. The big families and the top leaders had their own opinions. Seeing that some people who didn't know their own strength actually started to propose to occupy the Bay Star, when Renfeng kicked over the chair and said, "Open your dog eyes and look at the other side's armaments. They not only have the planetary mastermind, but also countless combat robots. Or do you think that our remaining forces can defeat the Empire's former Third Fleet?" The man whispered, "Don't we still have the Star Alliance? Can't we defeat a local army together? Don't take others with you if you want to die. What time is it now? People from the Divine Realm may follow at any time, and the soldiers need to rest." Warren Feng said angrily, "Don't you understand? The Empire has more information about the Divine Realm, and we know nothing. You actually want to start a civil war? Are you crazy? Those who can survive until now are either high-ranking officials or smart people." After Warren Feng spoke, the Warren family, Shanko family, and middle-level generals behind him all stood up. Shanko Mari suddenly spoke, and her voice seemed particularly calm in this tense atmosphere. "Minister Kono, there is something you may need to know. According to the existing intelligence, even if we join forces with Luo Jinshan, the probability of taking over the Gulf Star is only 10%. When this was said, everyone was shocked. Even Wen Renfeng couldn't help but look at his capable subordinate. wondering if she was telling the truth or just making it up to stabilize these high-level dogs. 10%? This is almost equivalent to failure. Mari Shanko looked at everyone. I just received the news too. After Baystar became Ms. Yijiai's private property, the Tan family, the Yi family, and the Ji family all invested extremely terrifying forces in it. This planet was built as solid as a rock. The Yi family? Couldn't sit still. Our finance department didn't find such a large outflow of funds from the Yi family. Seeing that everyone seemed to still have doubts, Mari Shanko pressed a few times on the optical brain. This is a video that the intelligence department just intercepted. You can take a look first. Perhaps we should call this place the new Baystar. Chapter 478. This is more like a movie. The scene starts from the mooring port. The background is endless black, just like the universe. Gradually, a beam of light hits the giant field on the east side of the planet. The camera slowly pulls in. The empty mooring port is silent. One warship after another is quietly docked there. The high-grade metal emits a chilling cold light in the dark night. Looking around, there is no warship lower than Class A. After a smooth camera movement, there are 3 other mooring ports. The same layout, the same warships, parked full. Minister Gongye's forehead is covered with cold sweat. 4. For mooring ports parked are all warships. You know, even the capital of the glorious empire, Guangyu Star, has only 2 mooring ports, and apart from warships, most of them are actually commercial and civilian ships. The picture changes again. The full picture of the Gulf Star is finally revealed. After seeing it clearly, everyone couldn't help but take a breath. Above the endless ocean, there are buildings one after another. It is unknown what principle they stand in the air. The appearance of these buildings is unique, but the overall style is particularly coordinated. It can be seen that they are all designed by the same designer. Public transportation is extremely developed, and magnetic levitation tracks can be seen everywhere in the air, on the sea, and on the ground. In addition, in the fast-flying lens, it can be clearly seen that a huge vortex will appear on the sea surface every distance. It is unknown what this vortex is used for, but it has no effect on the passing shuttles and ships. It is obviously another use of a high-level force field. In addition to the sea, Winren Feng vaguely remembered that there were forests on the Baystar. As if in response to his thoughts, the forests began to appear. They were no longer outside the protection range of the planet's shield, but had truly become part of the planet. Compared to the sea, this place was full of primitive atmosphere. There were not many man-made buildings. The tallest building had the family crest of the Tan family, and was a scientific research building. Most of the other buildings were wooden houses and tree houses. There were houses connected to towering trees, and the same situation appeared at intervals, with the prototypes of communities and towns faintly visible. It was like coming to another world. How? Are there Green Star people? Someone whispered in disbelief. In the center of the picture, a Green Star woman appeared. He held the hand of a local male, and came out of the treehouse, talking and laughing. He pressed the button next to him, and the giant tree immediately separated a branch, and a green shuttle appeared. After the two got in, the shuttle quickly flew into the sky along the branches of the big tree, and then smoothly entered the public track. Everyone, is this really the current situation of Baystar? Not some magical realism movie? Mari Ueguchi explained. When Yijia was studying at Green Star Medical College, he received the first batch of fire from Green Star at the request of General Bright. Afterwards, Green Star secretly transported 3 batches of fire. In other words, Baystar now has all the young senior talents and resources of Green Star. Kui's eyes turned red with jealousy. Not only that, she continued, we found that the core medical resources of the Tan family and the core military resources of the Ji family have long been transferred here. Similar conversations also took place on the Luojin Mountain and the Explorer. Maud Linton fell into deep thought, and he suddenly found that Yijia was more elusive than he had imagined. Why did we only receive this information now? If Yijia were here, she might have 2 big unfair on her forehead. She hadn't even seen this movie, and her understanding of her own planet was not as good as those present. When Hang pursed his lips, previous intelligence did show that the Gulf Star had been undergoing large-scale construction, but the pictures, data, and radar were all within normal ranges, and it was absolutely impossible. And not only did we receive this information, but other aspects also received it. Maud Linton grinned. Interesting. Are you saying that the news we received about the Gulf Star in the past was all false intelligence? Try to contact the informant. Admiral? When Hang was a little skeptical. After all, it was best not to cause any trouble at this critical juncture. Maud Linton said confidently, don't be afraid, nothing will happen. Wen Hang sent a code to the informant with extreme trepidation, but he received a reply soon. After quickly deciphering it, he stared at the lines of words and fell into deep thought. Don't mess around, kid. Ha ha. Maud Linton laughed. Shuang He, learn more from Lao, who after you get to the Gulf Star, you are still far behind. When Hang was stunned, he looked up in disbelief. Colonel, who is not? That old ghost. Maud Linton actually looked a little relieved. It must be him. There are not many people who are capable of playing the entire galaxy around. I thought Hu Lin's death was strange at the beginning, and it turned out that he took the opportunity to run here. When Hang immediately sent another message to the other party after he realized what was happening. Are you Colonel Hu? After a while, the other party replied, Stay safe. When Hang burst into tears of joy. Luo Jinshan. Lon Kaisar stood there for a long time, and all the people standing behind him were old ministers of the glorious empire. He suddenly turned around, his face calm, and sighed. Marshal G, Bay Star has developed very well in recent years. Marshal G stepped forward and said respectfully, Your Majesty, I am also surprised that Bay Star has developed to this extent. This is the first time I have seen it. Don't be afraid of being laughed at by colleagues. Since the day the G family was handed over to G Fan, I have not been involved in family affairs. Who knew that the boy was interested in the little girl of the Tan family, and actually gave away most of the family property, not to mention the core resources of the G family, his own private property, and the inheritance left by his parents. Not long ago, I gave him a good lesson. What a prodigal son. It is really a misfortune for the family. The translation of this sentence means that this is the first time I have seen Bay Star. Everything that happened here has nothing to do with me. If there is any relationship, it is G Fan's fault. He emptied the family for a woman. Lon Caesar smiled. Why did Marshal G say that? Admiral G Fan was deeply in love. Moreover, if it weren't for his actions, Gulf Star would not have developed to this extent. This is a miracle created by many coincidences. Marshal G was stunned. He glanced at Lon Caesar and smiled and continued, Your Majesty, what you said makes sense. In this case, I have to apologize to that kid. He actually made a contribution by doing this? Of course. Lon Caesar looked serious. Gulf Star is the rear base of mankind. The stronger it is, the greater the possibility of human survival. Marshal G stepped back and bowed, saying loudly, It is a blessing for the Empire to have a monarch like Your Majesty. The position of the G family in this matter is very sensitive and embarrassing, but Lon Caesar simply defined it in a few words. G Fan was not only innocent, but also meritorious. Whether he did this sincerely out of the friendship in the past, or succumbed to the situation and had to choose this way of handling is undoubtedly the best result. The Empire cannot withstand turmoil, and the interstellar space cannot withstand turmoil. They need a brief period of peace to recuperate. Chapter 479. It seems that everyone has no objection. Gu Tingzhen's face appeared again. Robots boarding the ship. Boarding the ship is not as simple as the robot entering the ship. It also means that the control of the warship has been transferred to the other party. If the enemy's technical level is high enough, they can even directly occupy the ship. This is absolute force control. The whole process was very fast, and Shanko Mari even thought that the other party was just conducting some kind of going through the motions of force deterrence. If the things that appeared in the video are real, the Gulf Star may have extremely advanced technology, and can even directly control their warships. This is actually not easy. Although Gu Tingzhen looks careless, the entire Gulf Star has actually entered the first level of combat readiness. The soldiers of the former Third Fleet are ready for battle. They don't want to fight with their former colleagues, but they must take the initiative to control this group of last elites in the interstellar. Please wait for the medical staff to draw blood for you at the number 1 docking port after the robot finished the inspection. Gu Tingzhen spoke again. As soon as this was said, the atmosphere exploded. Is the Gulf Star going to get everyone's biological information? The Alliance began to mock. Is the Commander-in-Chief of the Empire going to break away from the jurisdiction of the glorious Empire and become independent? The Luo Jinshan was silent, and the people in the cabin dared not breathe. Commander Gu. Maud Linton spoke. Do our people need to do it too? The screens were all shared and interconnected, and Maud Linton's words instantly attracted everyone's attention. Yes. Gu Tingzhen said seriously, the species on the Gulf Star are extremely rich and diverse, but the number of organisms that a planet can accommodate is limited. According to biologists' estimates, the food chain on the Gulf Star is actually in an extremely delicate and complex balance. Once this balance is broken, we don't know what will happen. So the safest way is to test all of you. Those who carry deadly virus strains can only be isolated in the berth. Maud Linton wanted to say something, but Lon Kaiser appeared on the display and said in a gentle tone, "We accept that the safety of the Gulf Star is the most important thing." Seeing him, Göttingen's expression was stern. He bowed slightly and saluted, "Your Majesty." Lon Caesar looked at them and made a move that no one expected. He bowed slightly. "The soldiers of the Third Fleet have worked hard." The picture flashed, showing the full view of the mercenaries. All the soldiers were wearing standard military uniforms, with the totem of the glorious Empire embroidered on their chests. They spoke loudly, "Everything is for the Empire. May the glory of the Empire last forever. May the glory of the Empire last forever. May the glory of the Empire last forever." The soldiers on the Explorer and Louis Gentian repeated together, with great dignity. This moment belongs exclusively to the glorious Empire. When Rafong narrowed his eyes and looked at the scene, Shanko Mari beside him sighed, "This young emperor is surprisingly calm. Perhaps someone informed him in advance." Shanko Mari raised an eyebrow. "Yi Jiai? Or Ji Fan? Indeed, a childhood sweetheart and a younger uncle. If this emperor trusts them to this extent, our era with the Star Alliance is almost over, and there is no chance to take advantage of it." When Rafong did not comment, he recalled the time in the Imperial Alliance. Lon Kaiser was not yet the emperor. He was strong, gentle, kind and humble. He would call him Brother Feng and was inseparable from Yi Jiai. This is a natural monarch. It is not that he has strong abilities and talents, but that this person will give up his inner feelings for the great way in his heart. For example, he gave up Yi Jiai before ascending the throne in order to stabilize Ji Fan and the front line. For example, he chose to save the people of the capital star when he fled. For example, after experiencing his betrayal, he mercilessly killed the Chung family. He always makes the best move in the critical moment, such as now. If Gu Ting really wants to vent his anger on the Third Fleet, he can bow to this group of grassroots civilian soldiers. He didn't say anything, but someone in the mercenary army cried. Göttingen's face was also somewhat moved. "Your Majesty, you don't need to be like them. The private spaceship that will pick you up is already on the way. Please make some preparations." Lon Kaiser nodded, "Then I trouble Commander Gu." The emperors of the glorious empire all agreed. Even if other forces had many complaints, they had to obey the arrangements of the Gulf Star, and the biological information collection work began to proceed in an orderly manner. Göttingen breathed a sigh of relief. Although the Gulf Star is a neutral star, from the perspective of all mankind, it has the obligation to digest war refugees. In addition, the Star Lord himself is a citizen of the glorious empire, and bears the title of the Commander-in-Chief of the coalition forces. The Star Lord's father, the actual controller of the Gulf Star, is also a national of the Alliance. No matter what, it can't be too ugly. After all, the Star Lord's father has never liked them. If they are not still useful, the other party will probably do something to drive them out of the Gulf Star. Just when the biological information collection was about to end, something strange happened. The secret jump channel on the east side of the Gulf Star suddenly lit up, and warships came out one after another. The former sharp weapons are now all dilapidated and dragging their half-broken bodies to survive. This is the main interstellar force that has been fighting the Divine Realm head-on the front line, the Second Fleet of the Empire. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a silver-gray mecha left the main ship and rushed directly to the Gulf Star after leaving the main force. No one didn't know whose vehicle it was. Shanko Mari murmured, "Lu Guang. It's Ji Fan who is back. They are still alive." The Gulf Star planetary shield, which was originally tightly defended, suddenly opened a hole. After Lu Guang jumped in, it immediately closed again. Louis Gentian and Explorer took the initiative to retreat to both sides and give them priority. The fleets of the Star Alliance and the Alliance also willingly gave up, even though they had been waiting for a long time. All this was carried out in silence, without any communication and coordination, and there were only a few concise instructions in the command cabins of both sides. The Divine Realm was severely damaged, and the Green Star was destroyed. The intelligence contained only a few words. No one knew how they did it, but it was true. They were heroes returning from the front. Chapter 480. Yi Jiai stared at the scenery outside in a trance, with many thoughts running through her mind at the same time. Didn't expect Bay Star to become like this? Ji Fen half-hugged her, and perhaps because he was back, his tone was a little relaxed. "It's incredible," Yi Jiai said in a daze. "It's like I'm in the future." The splashes of water stirred up by the whirlpool of the sea passed over Lu Guang, and it rushed towards the island in the middle, which was once Yi Jiai's home and now has become the central administrative area of Bay Star. It was indeed a very wise decision to choose to invest here. Yi Jiai looked at him, hinting, Most of your decisions are quite predictable, but I don't know if you are prepared enough for the next situation? Ji Fan was stunned. At this time, Lu Guang had landed, and Yijia took the lead in opening the hatch and jumping out. A tall man stood 5 meters away from her. The two looked 70% similar. The man had no expression on his face, but his eyes were gentle. Yijia ran towards him and hugged him tightly. Father. Although it's not nice to say this, it's so great to see you alive. Yijian hugged her head back and raised his lips. Me too. There is nothing more pleasing than seeing you in good health. Yijia, who originally thought she would be ridiculed, paused. Why did she feel that her father had become a little different? Won't you introduce your boyfriend to me? Yijian looked directly at the man in front of her, and her tone was as calm as if she was saying hello. Ah, this. Jifan stepped forward and took the initiative to perform a junior salute. Sir. Something happened that shocked Yijia again. Her father actually accepted this gift with a clear conscience. And he didn't say anything. He looked like he was used to it. You guys follow me. Yixian turned and walked into the building. Yijia followed with a head full of question marks, and Ji Fan walked beside her calmly. The layout in the administrative building is completely different from the traditional sense. You can see people of all races queuing in front of the window in an orderly manner, waiting to handle business. From time to time, there is a whole team of fully armed robots patrolling to maintain order on the scene. There are no elevators or other devices here. Standing at the transmission point, you can instantly reach the office in another building. For example, they were directly teleported to the command center at this time. And here, there is no one. This is hard to imagine anywhere. A large command center is actually operated by Yijian alone. Welcome home, little master. A little boy suddenly appeared. He looked about 10 years old, with a pink face and big black eyes that seemed to be able to speak. He was full of spirit, but his behavior was obviously different from that of humans. This is... Yijia suddenly thought of Chuanting. An artificial intelligence with autonomous consciousness was born. The boy did not get a response, and walked to Yijian dejectedly. After being touched on the head, he immediately smiled. Yijian looked at him and said, the autonomous consciousness is still very weak, about the level of a 3-year-old child. Is this the planetary intelligent brain that Grandpa gave me? Oppo? Yijia was not sure. Yijian touched the boy's face. Tell her your name. The boy's black eyes sparkled. My little master, I am Bo. Ba. Yijia was stunned. It was too familiar. This feeling was like the housekeeping robot that used to take care of her daily life had come back. But, Bo. Ba has always been by my side. Bo. Ba was the leader of her personal robot team, and they had fought each other for a very long time. Bo. Ba was still lying in her space button at this time. Yijia stared at her father closely, her eyes full of curiosity. Yijian did not answer him, but asked, Xiao Ai, what do you think about the God's domain? It is a puppet organization cultivated by his cosmic civilization, aiming to disintegrate us from within. Yijian looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar person in front of him, and a guess in his heart was about to come out. His leader is my future right-hand man. He traveled through time and returned to the past in order to disintegrate humans faster. It's good that you can see so much, but it's not enough. Yijian looked extremely gentle. Your power is far from enough to fight them, so we sent Master Amber back. The guess came true. Master Amber really came from the future. What did he do? When Yijian asked this question, his voice was shaking unconsciously. More than you can imagine. Yijian waved his hand, and the scene in the entire command center changed drastically. They were in the boundless universe, surrounded by countless time and space lines, connecting different people, star beasts, planets, and strange things. A long time ago, the scientific community has been exploring a question. What is the use of our mental power? Apart from seeing the time and space lines, it seems that it is not very useful. It cannot be materialized, cannot be used as a weapon, and cannot be used daily. Until the appearance of the resurrected, the mental power of this kind of people is surprisingly high, and often carries a lot of mental energy that we didn't realize before. The scientific community finally came to the conclusion that the role of mental power is actually quite large. It may become the final solution to human evolution, but the current problem is that humans have not yet appeared with strong enough mental energy, that is, S-level mentalists. Jifan looked at Yijia in the center, and didn't dare to be distracted. The time and space lines wrapped around her body almost wrapped her into a cocoon. So I appeared? Yijia popped her head out of the light cocoon that was about to submerge her, and said with difficulty, Yes. Yijian couldn't help laughing. but we think your appearance is not accidental. The discovery of this conclusion is attributed to a historian, Walker Einstein. Yiji's mouth twitched. Einstein? Oh yes, this person should not have been born at this time. Yijian held his forehead and sighed. He came to this amazing conclusion during the Great Escape era, and since then, the time and space line has become active. Have you read the archives of the Empire? Among the resurrected, except for bad seeds like Zhang Shengyan, are there no ones who have made contributions to mankind? This question can be answered without thinking. Yijia affirmed. Of course, Anlin Bode, who developed the screening reagent, and even the Duke of Thorns, they are all resurrected. Yijian shook his head slightly. Not only that, some people were deliberately hidden by the royal family. Of course, this was also discovered later. A trace of cracks appeared on Yiji's young face. Chapter 481. Are you so cute here? Yijian smiled and continued, the resurrected is a mysterious thing. It makes people confused and panic unconsciously, just like some kind of bug in our universe. Until Walker Einstein discovered the law of the appearance of the resurrected, a considerable number of resurrected appeared in interstellar history, but only 5 are worth remembering. The first one, the Duke of Thorns, who is known as the father of Mecha, was born on September 9, 2587 in the interstellar calendar. What are his achievements? Yijia swallowed his saliva. He is the first A in human history. He created the theory of physical fitness, level, and selflessly shared it with all interstellar humans. The first hand-operated mecha was invented by him. Yijian nodded slightly. The second one, known as the father of modern physics. The Duke of Rose, born on September 9, 2787 in the interstellar calendar. What did he do? Yijia unconsciously clenched his fist. The light curtain, optical brain, intelligent brain, and star network were all built on his theory, so he is also your idol. Yijian, I just said it when I was young and ignorant. My idol is me, thank you. Jifan and Yijia, The third one is a royal family, the Duke of Spring Ivy, born on September 9, 2988 in the interstellar calendar. She is the only female duke and has made outstanding contributions to human genes. She developed a gene screening vaccine, stabilized and optimized human genes, and proposed the theory of gene determination. Yijia was shocked. Spring Ivy is also a resurrected person. No wonder. The fourth one is your ancestor, Mr. Tan Min Wen, born on September 5, 3187 in the interstellar calendar. The scientific community has a lot of controversy about him, and believes that the characteristics of the resurrected in him are not obvious enough. But in my time, we have used other methods to determine his identity as a resurrected. The era he lived in is close to our current period. Perhaps the technology at that time was not mature enough, so there was a certain deviation in the date of his resurrection. The fifth one, you are very familiar with her, so I won't say much. Ms. Anlin Bode, born on September 9, 3387 in the interstellar calendar. Jifan, who had been quietly listening to the father and daughter talking, suddenly thought of something and looked at Yijia in the center with shock in his eyes. Yijian seemed oblivious to all this, and continued, these 5 are all very famous figures in human history. To some extent, it can even be said that they have interfered with the historical process of all mankind by their own efforts. In my time, the scientific community has been crazy about the research of resurrected people. Many people believe that the so-called resurrected people are actually the saviors sent back to our time and space by future humans. Like a thunder blasting in his ears, Yijia stood there in shock, unable to say a word. Yijian continued, soon, there was an amazing discovery. When the number of samples was large enough, we found a pattern. Every 200 years or so, a large number of resurrected people would appear. The birthdays of the above 5 people were coincidentally around September 9th. You should know that when a law appears, it cannot be a coincidence, which confirms the savior theory. What is the savior theory? Yijia took a deep breath and asked this question. She felt that she was touching the center of a vortex step by step, the deepest secret in an ancient universe. Yijian stretched out his hand, and a huge apple tree appeared out of thin air. This theory is based on your parallel universe competition theory. Parallel universe competition theory? I found it in the future? You don't look surprised. Yijian raised his eyebrows and said, so you have already discovered this theory at this time? You should say it out, which will save us a lot of detours. Yijia took a deep breath. I also discovered it after my mental power became S. That can explain it. Yijian's tone became sad, even a little painful. In my era, your mental power became S much later than now, and your body was very poor, and the time you were awake was very short. Yijia's heart skipped a beat. She was actually a sickly person in the future? Let's not talk about this. The future has changed. Shall I? What you are going to do next is very important. The theory of parallel universe competition, 1, makes us realize the danger of civilizations in the outer universe, and finally realize that the power behind the divine realm does not belong to our universe. But the endless stream of resurrected people is a signal sent to us by the future. We believe that something great must have happened in the future that we cannot imagine, which made the scientific community at that time believe that this 1,000 years is what they must fight for. Or maybe there is something special in these 1,000 years. 1,000 years? Yi Jiai's head was full of question marks, and his thoughts were like threads, completely unable to sort out. This is a guess. We have not received any information about the future. It is just a bold guess based on the actual situation. Master Amber believes that the interstellar is so large, and it is impossible for the reborn to be born in the glorious empire with a high probability. After observing the lives of these 5 people, he has an extremely outrageous and bold speculation that in the future, when history is being transformed, the glorious empire will be a successful transformation product. If it was not confirmed that the person standing opposite him was the real Yi Xian, Yi Jia even wanted to punch this person away and ask him which hospital this madman ran from. Yi Xian suddenly laughed. Unbelievable, right? But tell me in the future that you will believe me. Yi Jia was stunned. These 5 resurrected people in the history of the glorious empire not only changed the course of human history, but also built an extremely rich and powerful empire in just 1,000 years under their influence. We think this is not in line with the normal social process, and has obvious signs of human interference. If it is really the future humans who are interfering with all this, how come you didn't receive any information at all? You are very perceptive. The future Yi Xian did not hesitate to praise her. But have you ever thought of another possibility? Maybe the future has changed, so we didn't receive any information from the future? What does it mean if the people in the future didn't send back any information? Yi Jia and Ji Fan's faces changed suddenly. It means 2 extreme results. The first one is very good. The future has successfully overcome the crisis, so there is no need to change history and the past. The second one is very bad. All mankind will perish, and naturally there will be no information sent back. Chapter 482. Yi Xian waved his hand, and the huge apple tree darkened halfway. We are very pessimistic. Most people tend to be biased towards bad results, and believe that the possibility of human destruction is very high. But all signs indicate that the era I was in at that time may be an extremely critical node, so a small number of people decided to save themselves. You and Master Amber are that small group of people. She used a declarative sentence. Yi Xian did not deny. Things are back to the original question. What special existence has existed in these 1,000 years? There are huge variables here. It may be a person, a star beast, or even a certain technology. Yi Jia said calmly. Yes, this is actually a game, and we have very few chances to roll the dice. Yi Xian sighed. 1,000 years is too long. At that time, you thought that even if we went back to the past, we could only do very little. Since it is clear that now is the most critical node, why not narrow your vision a little? Then everything began to become clear. In the past 300 years, there are 2 most special existences. One is you and the other is Ji Fan. Ji Fan and Yi Jia froze. Who did you choose? Of course it's you. Yi Xian looked gentle. Your Excellency the Admiral is not a resurrected person. In fact, all the clues point to you. It's just because you have always been there, so we overlooked a lot of things. You, who were born on September 9th, 3587 in the interstellar calendar, are actually the 6th person to end everything. A stream of blood rushed to the brain, and Yi Jia trembled all over. The feeling of being controlled by an invisible hand in life is really indescribable. Yi Xian's next words made the 2 even more terrified. Even if you are confirmed to be the 6th and the Terminator, things will not become easier. Amber went back many times, but all failed. He witnessed your death too many times. I know. Yi Jia took a deep breath. I have seen it. Yi Xian was a little surprised. This is information I have never mastered. I have met another Yuck. We studied vaccines together, and finally succeeded. I thought the success of the vaccine research was all his credit, so I went to Green Star to find him. He did contribute to the success of the vaccine, but the key lies in you. We think that if you insist on studying medicine, you can make a breakthrough faster and earlier, so Master Amber interfered with your timeline and advanced your time to become S. But the result is that you go to death faster. I have seen my own death too many times. This is Yi Jia's secret. Everything she saw in the black hole at that time, she didn't even tell Ji Fan. We realized that your body couldn't bear the S-level spiritual energy. But we hit a blind spot. We thought that you had such a problem because medical technology was not advanced enough. If you were allowed to enter the medical field earlier, you might be able to save yourself. Yixian's eyes were full of apologies. Later, I realized how stupid it was to rely on you to fight against S-level energy alone. This should be done by our future self. So we pushed aside other projects, and finally developed a physical amplifier. The disadvantage is that this thing needs to be worn from childhood to work. So, Master Amber decided to go to a time before that. Yijia suddenly realized, he went to your time. Yes, he came to me. At that time, I was not yet an adult, and had not even met your mother. He became my teacher, and taught me a lot of advanced things. Yijia thought of the warehouse he discovered when he was exploring as a child. Amber did much more than that. Yixian rubbed his eyebrows. Because he was sent back to the past many times to affect your timeline, his body functions began to be unable to bear it, and his body was decaying at a speed visible to the naked eye, but we still did not succeed. It was a very desperate time. Some people suspected that our initial judgment might be wrong, and some people thought that everything was imaginary. We could not save ourselves at that time. The turning point came from your awakening. The time you were awake was very short, and each time was very critical. You asked us to save someone. Yijia felt something. Jifan? Yes, how could she forget? In addition to her own death, she had seen Jifan's death countless times. Yixian glanced at Jifan. He died in the last human escape, and was folded into a two-dimensional plane with the Imperial fleet, forever remaining in the Guangyang galaxy, becoming a painting in the starry sky. Jifan was startled and looked at the two. Yixia didn't say anything she knew, because she had seen it. We arranged for someone to rescue him from the battlefield, but it didn't work at all. History is repeating itself, and we still don't get information about the future. The living space is infinitely squeezed, but resources are becoming more and more limited. Humans are accelerating towards death. You gave up? Yixia frowned and asked. She already understood that everything she had experienced was controlled by the invisible hand of the future. Unless we die, we can't give up. But Amber's health is getting worse and worse, and we don't have many chances. He is the most suitable person. If I go back, it may even affect your birth. We dare not gamble. Yixia looked at him. But you still came back. Yixian's eyes suddenly became very gentle. I have to come back to save your mother and grandfather. Yixia's eyes lit up. Are they still alive? Yes. Where are they? I want to see my mother. I want to see my grandfather. Yixia was in a state of excitement, and was extremely excited. Shall I? Don't get excited. Yixian touched her head. Given the situation of your mother and grandfather at that time, I had no way to save them completely. Especially your mother, the explosion was too powerful, the cabin was damaged, and the torso was seriously injured. The medical technology of this era makes it difficult for her to survive unscathed. Then what should we do? Freezing technology, take them to the future. Yixian's breath trembled. She knew Yixian's character very well. He would not do this if he was not absolutely sure. In other words, there is a high possibility that Tan Yuan and Tan Anmin will survive. Chapter 483. Let's get back to the point. Amber's body can no longer bear the burden of time travel, and we only have one chance. At this time, some people think that since it is meaningless to interfere with your timeline, we can at least make some preparations and deployments in advance to delay the arrival of the era of Great Escape. The era of Great Escape? Yixia frowned and asked. This word has been mentioned many times in a short period of time. After the divine domain began to use folding weapons, humans entered the era of mass exodus. The news was blocked, and each was independent. As long as the galaxy could survive, the shadow of humans could be seen. Civilization continued to degenerate, and almost disappeared. The base star. Yixia suddenly realized, is it actually the human rear base you chose in advance? Master Amber returned here in advance just to build the base star? Yes, he settled here before I arrived at the base star. Yixian said, the Yi family has a certain amount of power here, and Amber has enough space to display. The seawater vortex power system, you see, was not established suddenly. He worked silently for a long time alone. It was a lonely time that we can hardly imagine. If the technology from the future is discovered by others, it will definitely cause turmoil. Master Amber can only do everything himself. Yixia can fully imagine how difficult it was. Amber thinks that interfering with your timeline is not the right decision. Yixian stretched out his hand, and the apples on the apple tree lit up one by one and then went out. He thinks that you are involved in too many things. It seems that he only interfered with a small part of your life, but in fact the future of the entire universe is undergoing tremendous changes, just like this apple tree. Some apples will not be affected if they are moved, but some apples cannot be easily touched. You are the apple that cannot be touched. So, he shifted his attention to Ji-fan, allowing Ji-fan to own an S-class mecha at a very young age, making him famous earlier and making him stronger. Then, you met when you were 3 years old. In any parallel universe, you have never met so early. And the next thing became simple. Amber didn't even need to show up, and the physical amplifier was in your hands. Everyone around you was trying to make you healthier and stronger. But there was one thing he had to stop, that is, he couldn't let you go to Green Star Medical College and meet Yuku. Why? Yixian's tone began to become relaxed. We found that Yuku was also using time and space to try to change the past. This is a very good phenomenon, which means that the future god's domain is panicked, and they can only rely on this method to change the final result. This shows that your plan was successful. Yixi said immediately. Yes. Yixian touched her head, his fingertips trembling a little. You don't know how many times we have accompanied you through life. You fall again and again, and we start over again and again. This is the first time I have seen you so healthy, strong, and confident. You don't know how lucky I am. Yixi moved his lips, but in the end, he said nothing. She didn't know how Yixian, as a father, felt when he saw her approaching death again and again. What kind of despair would that be? Not only that, he may have witnessed his mother's death many times. Just thinking about it makes people suffocate, but he and Amber got through it this way. For the sake of humanity, and to buy enough time for the future, they paid too much. This is actually a large-scale experiment across time and space, but they have found the best solution in a limited opportunity. With great pressure came great pressure. Yixi stammered. Except for my higher mental power, I don't have any particularly outstanding abilities. In this life, she may have made some achievements, but they are all attributed to the teachings of the people around her and the resources she was born into. In her previous life, she was a real ordinary person. Like most people, she was thinking about food, clothing, housing, and transportation every day, worried about job promotion, and carefully handled interpersonal relationships. She couldn't be more ordinary. Shall I? Yixian suddenly called her with a gentle look. Don't you blame us? Yixi was startled. Everything is just speculation, but we stubbornly pushed you to this position. If you still fail in the end, the result you face will only be worse than ours. Someone may poke your spine and say that so many resources were wasted on a useless person. Some people may even say that if it weren't for you, mankind could at least exist for a few hundred years. Yixian's words were very direct, but they were all true. No. Yixi lowered his head and thought for a while. If it were me, I would make the same decision as you. I can't do nothing. Yixian breathed a sigh of relief. Don't put pressure on yourself. This is our wishful thinking. In a sense, I didn't lose anything. Yixi suddenly laughed. If someone can still scold me, it means you have succeeded. Otherwise, mankind has already perished. Who else can scold me? Yixian was stunned for a moment, then smiled. This was his little AI. After listening for a long time, Ji-fan finally spoke. If you just come back to save people, there is no need to be here, right? Yixi also came back to his senses. Since you are here, where is Yixian of this era? Where did he go? I should have gone to see your grandfather. Yixian stroked his chin and said, the mental power of the people in the Yi family is quite special. They can travel through time and space, but they must reach a certain level. You should understand this, right? Yixi's scalp numbed. Grandpa? Your planetary intelligent brain was given by your grandfather, but it was the me of this time who went back to guide my childhood self to get it. Yixi's whole body almost split on the spot. What does this family mean? Traveling through time and space for fun? Ji-fan seemed to understand. It is said that the Yi family is powerful, but there is no trace of activity in the interstellar. So here is the reason. So is it Grandpa who is the mastermind behind all this? He specially sent the breasts back to me? Why? In addition, there is no explanation for why there are 2 breasts. The busted girl is indeed related to him, but the mastermind behind it. Yixian said, based on my understanding of him, he is not the kind of person who would care so much. Yixi, Ji-fan, Of course, I have a more important reason for being here. Yixian smiled and said, the future will deliver the message. Chapter 484. What letter? Yixi was very excited. The apple tree disappeared, and the command cabin returned to its original state. Boba stood one body away from Yixi, in a protective posture. Relax, Boba, your little master is safe here. Yixian looked at him and said. Boba looked slightly relieved. The news came back from outside that most of the soldiers in the Second Fleet are in a mutated state, and their genes are unstable. They are not sure whether to let them in. Yixian glanced at Ji Fan and was a little surprised. Gene mutation? Has it started now? Seeing that he was not surprised at all, Yixi unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Fan's genes are very stable, I have checked it, and others suggest that they be temporarily isolated in the birthing port. Yixian looked at her meaningfully. About the Admiral's body. Don't you have anything else to tell me? Well, this should be some kind of evolution. Yixi was defeated. Ji Fan has evolved antibodies to fight against genetic pollution, which is an extremely. We didn't plan to make public the shocking facts. Yixian was not surprised. This is the important factor for us to confirm that Mr. Tan Wen is a resurrected person. The fact that antibodies evolved in Ji Fan's body was hidden very deeply at that time. We only discovered it later by chance. Tan Wen should be a person who went back to this era, so he would devote himself to studying biochemical people, because he believed that it was salvation for all mankind and the ultimate solution to evolution. Yixi thought of the results of the repeated examinations on Ji Fan and agreed, it is indeed possible. This is like a desperate gamble of human genes when they are forced into a desperate situation. Some people are lucky enough to succeed, but at the same time, some people are destined to become victims of history. Ji Fan's focus was not here. I wonder what information from the future you are talking about. Yixian rubbed his eyebrows. We are not very clear, we only know a coordinate. Yixi and Ji Fan looked at each other, with great confusion in their big eyes. What coordinates? The future technology is so advanced, but we can't even find a coordinate? We need to provide it. Don't get excited. Ji Fan felt that Yixi was in a bad mood, and just wanted to walk to her side, but was stopped by Bo Ba. Yixian frowned. Bo Ba? Your little master is safe, don't be like this. Bo Ba looked back, his little face was very serious. But he is a threat to the little master. Yixi froze, and his lips and tongue almost didn't straighten. Little master? Yes. Bo Ba pointed at her belly, and said in a serious tone, here, a powerful life is gradually taking shape. Ji Fan's whole body was stiff, looking at Yixi in disbelief. Yixian glanced back and forth at the faces of the two people, tightened and loosened his fists, and finally couldn't help it, and punched Ji Fan in the face. How old is she now? Ah! How could you do that to me? Ji Fan took it without saying a word. Yixian was stunned, took a step back, and suppressed his emotions. Seeing that he had no intention of taking action again, Ji Fan took the initiative to perform a junior ceremony. I was too impulsive in this matter. I have already proposed to Xiaoyai, and I will do everything I can to marry her. Haha, Yixian sneered very familiarly. Do everything I can. In the current situation, what is your wealth? Those useless private planets? Or does it include the Ji family's part? Yixi was about to speak when her stomach suddenly twitched. A huge pain rose from her abdomen. Her legs softened, and she fell straight to the ground. Fortunately, Boba was always alert. The little man was full of strength, and picked her up, and put her on the sofa. What's going on? Yixian looked at her with worried eyes. Obviously, this matter was beyond his control. Ji Fan half knelt beside her and stroked her abdomen with his right hand. I have asked Lin Qing to come over. How are you? Yixi was in so much pain that sweat broke out on her forehead. She had a hunch. Stay away from me first. Boba's face was ferocious. You'd better leave here first. Ji Fan was startled, and then quickly let go and stepped back. Yixi's face visibly eased a little. Go out first. I have something to tell you. Yixian looked at him. Ji Fan's eyes were full of worry, but he also knew that there was no point in staying here at this time. As soon as the two of them walked to the door, they met Lin Qing, who was directly teleported by the authority. He was very excited. Admiral. Ji Fan patted his shoulder and said with a heavy face, let's talk about it later. Let's go in and see her first. She said she is pregnant and the situation is not good. Lin Qing thought that the two were injured on the front line and never expected to hear such news. For a moment, he didn't know whether to say congratulations or say that he would try his best to rescue the person. A few words turned around in his mouth, and finally he choked out a dry sentence. Okay. Then he rushed in. You scared him. Yixian commented when he saw this scene. You don't look as worried as before? Yixian's tension just now was not fake, but now he still has the mind to joke. I never understood the meaning of my father sending Boba back. The two walked to the window of the corridor, and the sunlight shone through the glass, leaving two long black shadows on the ground. Baystar needs a planetary intelligent brain, but with Chun Tung, there is actually no need to go to such lengths. Now I understand that it is for your child. There may be other reasons, but this shows that many people are paying attention to your child and hope that he can be born successfully. The universe has too many secrets. I don't care whether humans survive or not. I just want her to be well. Ji Fan suddenly said. Yi Jian was surprised. This doesn't sound like what the admiral would say. I used to live for duty, for the Ji family, for the empire, and now for her. Yi Jian was silent for a long time. Ji Fan's words reminded him of himself at the same age. Without the destruction of mankind and the divine domain, he was a rare genius in the Yi family, shouldering the same heavy responsibility. The growth history of the young heir was surprisingly similar. He was aloof and arrogant, looking down on everything until he met Tan Yun. In order to avoid getting involved in the dispute between the two countries, he resolutely cut off ties with the Yi family and gave Tan Yun a peaceful life. Until Yi Jiai was born, the resurrected, the attention of the Central Intelligence, the covetous eyes of the Tan family. Everything was out of his control. His daughter might experience the pain her mother had before, because all signs showed that this could not be an ordinary child. Chapter 485. Yi Jian's tone softened. Let's talk about the betrothal gifts. Ji Fan heard this and immediately took out a betrothal gift list that he had prepared in advance. I have planned to marry Xiao Ai for a long time. Some of the industries listed are now in name only. I will sort out another list as soon as possible. Yi Jian took a quick look and found that he was not lying. All the private properties, big and small, were listed. This was not to give up everything, but to marry a wife at the cost of all one's wealth. People who grew up in a big family knew that some private properties that could not be put on the table were the biggest part, and this kid actually wrote them down clearly. Yi Jian did not show any expression on his face, but he was muttering in his heart. What kind of magic potion did his daughter give to the admiral? He cleared his throat. Let's not talk about the others. Do you also want to transfer the business and technology under the name of the Ji family on Bay Star to my daughter's name? He actually wanted to ask if he could make the decision on the industries under the name of the Ji family. Ji Fan naturally couldn't fail to hear this implication, and immediately said, of course, if Xiao Ai hadn't refused part of the content, this gift list should have been longer. Yi Jian thought, I hope that Marshal Ji will not be angry to death when he sees this gift list that will empty the Ji family. It's over now. Yi Jian sighed. Don't let each other down. Sir Yi Ji, Ji Fan looked at him with a firm gaze. Xiao Ai is the love of my life. I will never let her down. Compared to Yi Jian standing here, Ji Fan is still a young man. And because of his self-discipline in the past few decades, his emotions seem hot and sincere, and Yi Jian can still see these things. He patted Ji Fan on the shoulder and said meaningfully, You should be glad that you met me. I am not so easy to talk to at this time. Ji Fan let out a long sigh, and psychologically agreed with the other party's point of view. After the matter was finalized, Yi Jian began to get to the point. How many people know that Xiao Ai is a resurrected person? Ji Fan thought for a while. People who gave her a guarantee back then would have some doubts, but people who know that the voice of the earth is her should be able to guess. Are you worried that someone with ulterior motives will use this to mess up the situation? It was not easy for Xiao Ai's mother to be pregnant with her. She was on the verge of life and death many times. Yi Jian was worried. I'm worried that it will not be easy for her this time. When it comes to his wife and children, Ji Fan's face changed directly. His eyes were sharp. I will not allow any unstable factors to appear around her. At this time, Yi Jian's optical brain sounded a prompt. He glanced at it and frowned. Bo. Let us in. On the sofa, Yi Jiai was in a coma. The command cabin was quiet. Ba was guarding quietly by the side, while Lin Qing was studying something in front of the instrument with a tangled expression. Hearing the noise, he subconsciously looked up and happened to meet Ji Fan's eyes. He blurted out, General, what on earth are you now? Ji Fan. Yi Jian. The two looked at each other, and Ji Fan clearly read the meaning from Yi Jian's face. What's wrong with you? After not seeing you for a few years, your subordinates dared to confront you like this when they met? After Lin Qing realized what he said, he immediately said, That's not what I meant. Alas, General, Your Excellency, you will know when you come and see it. The current technology is enough to show the situation inside the uterus in a very high-definition way, so when this non-human 3D model appeared in front of the two, even Yi Jian and Ji Fan, who were calm in the face of storms, said the same thing, This is my son. Is this my grandson? The two fell silent one after another. This can only be regarded as an embryo at most, and all parts have not grown out yet, but the overall shape can be said to be nothing like a human. The 4 claws are tightly curled in the abdomen, the long tail wraps the body, and there are 2 small bulges on the top of the head. If Yi Jiai were here, He would recognize it at a glance. It is really very similar to the big cats on Earth. Admiral, I want to do a test on you. Lin Qing held his forehead. I have checked the wife's body, everything is normal. The implication is that it must be you who is abnormal. Yi Jian's forehead twitched slightly. Ji Fan thought of what happened in the Second Fleet, and did not dare to delay, and immediately sat down to let Lin Qing draw blood for testing. After shaking the blood sample slightly, Lin Qing's face changed. It's the same as the blood of the soldiers on the Second Fleet. It seems no different from ordinary people, but it will reflect light when shaken. Normal human blood is not like this. Yi Jian thought of something. Ba. Compare the gene group of the Admiral with the cyborg. Lin Qing took a breath. Ba was very efficient. He walked over lightly, and threw the comparison results in the air. It has a similarity of 65%, but the gene structure of the Admiral is very stable. What is the stability value? The gene stability value of interstellar humans is 5, and the gene stability value of star beasts is between 4 and 5. The Admiral is about 4.5. Lin Qing exclaimed, What? So high? The reason why cyborgs are not accepted by humans is because their gene stability value is around 2, and they cannot reproduce and evolve. Admiral, your gene reproduction ability is very strong. Ba replied expressionlessly. Lin Qing was excited when he heard this. Admiral, don't waste such good genes of you and your wife. Wouldn't all the children born be A-level? You can form an ace mecha team. Yi Jian, Ji Fan, Ji Fan didn't want to pay attention to him at all. He looked at the boy. Ba, can you measure the stable value of the child's genes? Admiral, it's just an embryo. Lin Qing tried to stop the other party's fantasy, but was directly blocked by Ba's words. 1.5. Ba affirmed. Why is it so low? Yi Jian frowned. This is normal. As he continues to grow, he will become stronger and more stable. Ba looked unconcerned. He needs a lot of energy. Just now, the accident happened because the mother couldn't bear the insufficient energy supply. Lin Qing raised his glasses, puzzled. Madam is in good health and well-nourished. The baby doesn't need much energy in the early stage. Logically, this situation shouldn't happen. After the question just now, Ji Fan seemed to have realized something and asked directly, Ba, what energy does the fetus need? Space-time energy. Lin Qing shut up tactfully. He was afraid that he would be slapped in the face again. He really touched too many blind spots in knowledge. Yi Jian pondered the meaning of this word for a while and asked, Is it similar to the space-time energy generated during the transition? Yes, but that is overflow energy, and is not enough to support the development of the embryo. I suggest creating a space-time energy field, and letting the mother stay in it for a sufficient amount of time every day. Chapter 486. How to build a space-time energy field. Ji Fan wished he could build this thing on the spot. Ba looked at him. His big round and black eyes looked very cute. I don't know. Lin Qing exclaimed. My program doesn't say what to do, and I don't have any memory of related matters. Ba explained again, his eyebrows knitted together, and his expression seemed more vivid. It should be that this memory of his was deliberately deleted. From the performance of Ba just now, he must have experienced the time when Xiao Ai was pregnant. Yi Jian thought. Ba suddenly paused. His expression was blank for a short time, and then he said, Master, biological data collection is complete. A total of 312349879 people are allowed to enter the Gulf Star, and 1234569 people are unqualified. Ji Fan and Lin Qing froze. There are hundreds of billions of interstellar humans, but now there are only 100 million fire seeds left. There may be people surviving in other places, but with the further plunder of the divine realm, they will surely be in danger and extremely difficult to survive. If we can find a way to resist the divine realm's folding weapons in a short period of time, many lives will survive. Ba analyzed rationally. Deploy these people in different areas according to the original plan. Yi Jian ordered. Yes. If we deploy them in different areas, the natives may have objections. Lin Qing has been on the Gulf Star for a long time, and is very familiar with the planet. Especially the arrogant guys on the Green Star. It is estimated that there will be a lot of conflicts. What's there to be afraid of? It's a good opportunity for them to learn the Gulf Star pass code. Yi Jian sneered. Ba, have the chips been implanted? Yes. If you find something wrong, do it directly, don't show mercy. Ji Fan's heart trembled. What chip? Identity chip, but the Alliance and Star Alliance have self-destruct programs. Yi Jian's expression was very cold. This time I won't let any accidents threaten Xiao Nui's safety. Ji Fan was slightly stunned, and understood that something must have happened in the future. This can really have a good effect, especially now that there are so many people and eyes, and it is impossible to guarantee everyone's identity. This is a good means of control. Master, representatives of the three forces all want to see you. Yi Xian thought for a moment. You go to see the Emperor of the Empire on my behalf, and the other two will disappear. Bo was a little doubtful. Will the Alliance not consider it? They guessed it was you. Tell them that the things of the Yi family are only stored in the Alliance. I have the right to take them back at any time. What to do next is up to them. What about the people in the Second Fleet? How to deal with them? Yi Xian rubbed his eyebrows and looked at Ji Fan. You decide. Ji Fan frowned slightly. Send it to the Tan family's research institute. I will arrange it. Not bad. Throw a difficult problem to them first, so that they don't have to come to Xiao'ai all the time. Yi Xian agreed. I suggest holding a competition and selecting teams from it to expand into the Gulf Star's guard team. With many forces competing, Gulf Star needs to ensure its military strength. Ji Fan suggested, this can also break up the teams of all parties, and not sticking together can see the situation more clearly. This is a good idea. For the middle and lower level soldiers, I am more inclined to choose Gulf Star. Lin Qing understood Ji Fan's meaning in a second, and then said, country within country is not a solution. Neutral planets must guarantee their right to speak. Even if they want to coexist peacefully, they should at least sign a treaty of assistance. You are responsible for these things. Yi Xian didn't care much. I have to study the space-time energy field carefully. I didn't have this concept at that time. Okay. Ji Fan agreed immediately. Ba, give the planet authority to Ji Fan. I suddenly have some inspiration. Yi Xian left here in a hurry. Yes. After Yi Xian left, Ba also left to arrange the belonging of these people. In the huge command cabin, only Ji Fan and Lin Qing were left looking at each other. You have worked hard during this period. Ji Fan looked at the people in front of him and sighed, brothers, you have not enjoyed much following me. What are you talking about? Lin Qing looked at him with a stern look. You found such a safe place for us, and we brothers can't thank you enough. The situation outside is serious. If we are still on the battlefield, how can we keep so many people in the Third Fleet? Moreover, Gu Tingzhen, the clever guy, noticed something wrong in advance and negotiated with Lord Yiji. He took all the relatives here early, and they are very happy. In recent years, they have no objections? Of course, it's impossible that they don't have any. Lin Qing took off his hat and wiped his head. Just your orders. One time to rescue people from Hongyan, the next to lurk in Green Star, and the next to be on guard in the Empire. The most outrageous thing is that we are almost becoming Yishiba. Your free labor. Fortunately, Gu Tingzhen and Zhou Jianjun are here to suppress this group of people, otherwise they would have dispersed long ago. And I heard that there are several orders that you gave a few years ago, with the exact time and place. Why do they sound so mysterious? Some things that I didn't believe in the past just happened right before my eyes. The story starts from the year when Xiao'ai accompanied me into the black hole. Some things happened inside, and I saw some fragments about the future. I saw Xiao'ai waiting for me outside for 5 years, dying, and finally couldn't make it. I didn't dare to gamble with her life, so I left a secret order on the base star. Fortunately, Tingzhen believed me. Time goes back to the day when Ji Fan and Yi Xiai traveled back to the past from the black hole, the day before the independence of the base star. The polar region of the base star, looking around, is all ice and snow. And the rest of the planet is full of dangers and parasites. Ji Fan confirmed the surrounding warning devices, put the streamer in the corner, kissed Yi Xiai's forehead gently, and tiptoed out of the tent. He was going to do something extremely dangerous for a certain possibility. At that time, he didn't realize how impulsive and dangerous this decision was. If something unexpected happened, the future of this universe might be changed. He didn't know this at the time, but after seeing the future in the black hole, he couldn't sit still. He couldn't accept any accident happening to Yi Xiai. He would always remember, and he would never forget in his life, the haggard Yi Xiai, who died in depression in that small cabin. Chapter 487. Rainy night, heavy rain, 23 hours before the independence of the Gulf Star. Ji Fan boarded a military silver chain and quietly set sail to the island where he had stayed for a long time. There gathered most of the remaining power of the Gulf Star, and also attracted a large number of advanced parasites. At that time, he thought that the highest evolution had reached 11 generations, but later he learned that the 12th generation had appeared, but was killed in advance. Along the way, a large number of parasites could be seen moving towards the island. Although the speed was not fast, it was only a matter of time to reach the destination. Not only that, he also saw the temporary mecha team formed by the Gulf Star shuttled around various settlements. Some mechas were entangled by parasites, and their teammates had no choice but to give up. Ji-Fan's face was as gloomy as water, and he raised the fuselage again. The wings of the silver chain vibrated, the polarizer slid to the right, the fuselage flipped sideways, and swept to the upper right, like a black bird and strange beast, crossing the night and the sky cunning. Today is the day before the independence of the Gulf Star, and it is also the time he carefully selected. At this time, in order to obtain the consent of the local residents of the planet, Ji-Fan had to send out most of the armed forces, but in order to ensure safety, he personally took the alert. No one knew that the invisible Liu Guang was placed on the top of the building on the island by Ji-Fan. This level of alert is actually quite high. Ji-Fan suddenly appeared with the silver chain. If he was discovered, he would be dead. But he knew even more that when lightning came and thunderstorms were raging, there would be accidents. At this time, Ji-Fan would be tripped in order to appease Yi Ji. And this is his chance. He is in a bad state now. If he is discovered by Ji-Fan in this time and space, it will be difficult for him to escape unscathed. And he can find someone at this time. Someone who has not been sent away now, but has survived to see Gu Tingjun. The silver chain stayed quietly in the sky, and the sound of the engine was very small. He knew the sensitivity of the light, but also knew its limit. It could not find this position. Soon, his chance came. A huge lightning flashed across the sky, and Ji-Fan suddenly picked up Yi Ji horizontally and jumped into the ground. Ji-Fan in the sky instantly raised the power of the silver chain engine to the highest level, turned on the interference, and directly passed through the island's protective shield and entered the interior of the island. About 300 meters away from the island, a pitch-black silver chain suddenly appeared, and a black shadow jumped out of it and fell into the sea with a plop. At the same time, the silver chain in the air was put into the space button at lightning speed. The stream of light at the top of the building suddenly moved, but nothing was found, and it soon subsided. Ji-Fan swam forward quickly. His speed was not like that of a human, comparable to that of a sea lord, silent but extremely fast. Yang Chong stood by the sea, looking at the dark and boundless sky, silent. There were also a few members of Group G standing beside him. They should have been the trump cards of this remaining force, but Ji Fanqiang left them to be responsible for security and alert work. Brother Chong, what do you mean by Major General? We are obviously the strongest, but he won't let us go out. One of them couldn't help but complain. He looked young and was at the peak of his courage. You kids should be content. I heard from the people in Group A that it's not good outside. It's estimated that not many people will come back. Isn't it because we think that we can at least live longer when we go back? The young man's voice suddenly lowered. Although Yang Chong is usually careless, he can still keep calm at critical moments. He shouted in a low voice. The stronger the ability, the greater the responsibility. The Major General will definitely assign us other tasks. You just need to survive when the time comes. Stop talking nonsense. Who? His eyes suddenly turned to the sea not far away. The rest of the people immediately entered a state of preparation for war. Yang Chong made a few gestures, meaning that he would go over to take a look, and the others would be on guard on the spot. He slowly walked into the sea. The sea surface was extremely calm, and it didn't look like anything happened. He was worried, so he turned around and made a few gestures, meaning to dive down and take a look. Yang Chong dived into the water. As soon as the seawater covered his head, he felt something was wrong. He tried to kick the man away with a side kick, but the man reacted faster and clamped his legs directly, with the dagger already against his neck. He was restrained in one move. Yang Chong's heart was alarmed. In addition to the Major General, how could there be such a powerful character on the Gulf Star? What is his purpose? We are one of you, don't move. Ji-Fan whispered in his ear. Yang Chong was stunned. Former Ground Crew Armored Unit, rank Major, nominal identity is the Director of the Gulf Star Tourism Development Group. The actual identity is the spy planted here by the 3rd Fleet. Yang Chong? Yang Chong nodded blankly. I am a secret intelligence officer left behind by Major Gu Tingjun on the Gulf Star. Don't make any noise. I have a mission for you. Yang Chong, Wang Jun and others were arranged by Ji-Fan in advance on the Gulf Star just in case. They mainly focus on the development of the Gulf Star and the movements of Master Amber. They don't have any missions at ordinary times. When they heard about the secret mission, they were so excited that they nodded repeatedly. Ji-Fan let go. Yang Chong turned around and looked at the man. He felt familiar with his figure, but he was wrapped in a black training uniform and his face could not be seen. Ji Fan handed him the secret order in his hand. I am an undercover sent by Major Gu Tingjun to the Divine Realm, codenamed Fox. You must hand this secret order to Major Gu as soon as you see him. You must not pass it on to others. Can you do it? The secret order looked ordinary, but it felt a bit complicated. Yang Chong believed it in his heart. Brother, are there still people from the Divine Realm on the Gulf Star? Yes. Ji Fan nodded. This is a list of undercovers from the Divine Realm ambushing in the Empire. I can't leave. Please be sure to pass it to Colonel Gu. You are with us, how can you not leave? Yang Chong was anxious. I'm going to blow up the Divine Realm's base here. Ji Fan made up a lie. Yang Chong's expression changed, and he immediately saluted. Warrior. I'm leaving. Ji Fan lowered his voice and said, you must survive to the end. If the Gulf Star can still exist, Major Gu Tingjun will definitely arrive nearby as soon as possible. This list is very important to the Empire. Yes. I guarantee to complete the mission. Yang Chong stood at attention and saluted, but under the water, his posture was not coordinated and looked a little funny. Before leaving, Ji Fan reminded again, I don't know if the Major General knows about my existence. For the sake of safety, this secret order should not be known to the Major General. Yang Chong's eyes were excited. Take care, brother. The people on the shore waited for a long time, and seeing Yang Chong coming up wet, they couldn't help but sneer at him. Are you taking a bath down there? Is there anything wrong? Yang Chong thought that by the time you little bastards reacted, he would have returned to his hometown, but he said, it's nothing, it's a first-generation parasitic fish, I solved it. When everyone dispersed, he looked into the distance, with the secret order in his arms, and his heart was surging. Chapter 488. 488 Lost in Mental Power. After sending the secret order successfully, Ji Fan breathed a sigh of relief, activated the silver chain, and flew into the sky. Halfway through the flight, he knew something was wrong. Liu Guang was still alarmed, and the silver-gray mecha caught up at a very fast speed. Ji Fan pushed the speed to the highest and flew to the north. In just over 10 seconds, the two mechas flew a distance of several thousand meters. But Liu Guang was obviously better, not only easily keeping up, but also followed by a hail of bullets. Ji Fan dodged with difficulty. The gap between the mechas could not be made up by driving skills. The silver chain was hit on the left wing and fell to the ground after losing balance. But Liu Guang was obviously not going to let go of the mecha driver, who was still alive, and he held on tightly. Pressing the emergency ejection device, the cockpit was pushed into the sky. Ji Fan took this opportunity to jump out and went straight to Liu Guang's face. Without the master's command, Liu Guang is an emotionless killing machine. It locks and shoots without hesitation. Ji Fan was shot in the right shoulder. He pulled off the mask. Liu Guang, it's me. Liu Guang in the air paused for 0.1 seconds, which was extremely rare, and then suddenly changed direction, and the shell just brushed past Ji Fan. Then he quickly approached. The cockpit opened automatically. Ji Fan grabbed Liu Guang's hand and jumped into the cockpit. Liu Guang temporarily blocked the connection with the optical brain. Okay, master. Machines are like this. They will not consider how there are two different masters. As long as they confirm that this is the master, they will give all their trust. Ji Fan gave himself a hemostatic injection, and then marked a location on the operation panel. Liu Guang, send me to the polar region, and then go to this location to hunt a 12th generation parasite, and finally delete all traces of me, so that he on the island will not find out that I have been here. Okay, master. The memories stop here. To this day, he is extremely grateful for the bold decision he made. In fact, Xiao Ai's life is far more important than his, not only to him. The situation on the front line is tense. Ji Fan replaces Yixian to deal with all matters, and Lin Qing also leaves. In the huge command cabin, only Yixi lying in the biological cabin, and Bo who is guarding on the side are left. Bah! It was so quiet that only the breathing sound could be heard, and this breathing sound was becoming more and more rapid. Yixi fell into a nightmare. She dreamed of a little boy, or a male cub. Most of the time he was in great pain. Some died before they grew up, some were rejected by their own kind because their genes were not stable enough to transform into human form, and some grew up by luck, but they were running for their lives every day, as if something terrible was hunting them. For some reason, she felt so distressed. Every time she witnessed his death, she felt as if a piece of her heart had been dug out. She yelled with all her might, hoping that the boy could hear her and see her, but it seemed impossible. After a while, she finally realized that she was trapped in the boy's time and space. She could see everything that happened to the boy, but she couldn't get close to him at all, because their bodies were in different time and space, but her consciousness inexplicably left her body and came here. This was not the first time this happened. The last time she got lost happened when her mental power reached S level. As the boy grew up, the more things he experienced and the more choices he made, the more time and space bubbles he had. She began to get irritated, because in most of the time and space bubbles, the boy had lost his life. Moreover, she seemed to have seen Tan Yun. Mother? How could she be next to this boy? Yixian and Ji Fan were called back by Bo. Urgently, Yi Jiai's life index was rapidly declining, and the biocapsule could no longer guarantee her life safety. Ji Fan was very anxious. Ba, what's her situation now? Yixian didn't seem to be experiencing this for the first time, and seemed to be much calmer. After a careful examination, he concluded, the spirit body is lost. As soon as the voice fell, a strong spiritual energy spread around with Yi Jiai as the center, strong and disordered, giving people a strong pressure. Ji Fan said under pressure, what should I do? Yixian was a little hesitant. It was Yi Jiai who told him that the term mental body lost happened when her mental power reached S. How did she get through it at that time? It seems that Tan Yun has been accompanying her all the time, but Tan Yun is still in a frozen state now. Where can she find someone to come? Suddenly, the entire space they were in shook significantly, and transparent ripples began to appear in the air one after another. Ba looked serious. Master, I detected that the space-time energy here has a tendency to be disordered. I must wake up the little master. Yixian could only try his best. Ji Fan, help her sort out her mental power. Be careful. Ji Fan put his forehead on it without saying a word. Ji Fan was not unfamiliar with Yi Jiai's spiritual sea. He had been here many times, but this time was completely different from usual times. There was no fragrance of flowers, no animals, and the sky was gloomy. One after another hurricanes connected from the sky to the ground, raging here. The situation in the center was even more exaggerated. The ground was turned up. You could vaguely see a sleeping girl lying there. The lion tiger beast yelled and rushed to the center of the hurricane. Countless hurricanes consciously came up and rolled him into the sky mercilessly. He struggled desperately, but was taken to a farther place. Then the cycle repeated. Ji Fan couldn't remember how many times he rushed in. He silently recited Yi Jiai's name in his heart, but was rolled into the sky again, exhausted. Is it really impossible to save her? No, he would never allow this to happen. What human beings? What future? What he wants is always her vivid present. The dying lion tiger beast roared hoarsely, Xiao Ai. Wake up, please, suddenly. A huge but gentle spiritual energy shot out from the center, and Ji Fan was directly ejected from the spiritual sea. Yi Jiai suddenly opened his eyes, and breathed in fresh air. The surroundings gradually returned to stability. Yixian heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao Ai, how do you feel now? Yi Jiai regained consciousness and spoke after a while. I am trapped in another time and space. I want to leave, but I can't leave no matter what. It was Ji Fan who woke me up. Ji Fan endured the severe pain in his head and hugged her gently. It's okay, I'm here, you will be fine. Chapter 489. Yixian frowned. Which time and space are you trapped in? What did you see? Recalling those overly real time and space bubbles, Yi Jiai looked confused. I saw a boy, he seemed to have no parents, and he was living a very, very bad life. Ji Fan's expression changed, and he held her shoulders tightly. What did you say? What boy? What happened? Yi Jiai was frightened. Yixian sighed. That may be your child, you are pregnant, and it's a boy. Yi Jiai's expression changed drastically, and her pupils were dull, from fright to horror. I know what it feels like. Yixian stroked her head slowly to calm down. I've experienced the death of you and Tan Yun too many times. It was an extremely powerless feeling. The whole world lost its color, and there was no meaning in living. But the future will change. I'm here to change your life. I did it, and I believe you can change his life too. And it's not just you who's fighting this battle. There's also us and your grandfather, Bo. He said Ba back on purpose. Ji Fan kissed her forehead. Don't be too nervous. I feel he's a little scared now. Yixian raised his eyebrows. What was this feeling? Yi Jiai gradually calmed down. She had seen all kinds of deaths of herself and Ji Fan before. Aren't they both alive and well now? She slowly stroked her abdomen and passed on the strong power of peace of mind. Perhaps because she had been with the boy for too long, she quickly accepted the existence of this child, especially in Bo. After Ba showed her the 3D model of the child, she still did not show any surprise. So the question now is, To build a space-time energy field? She asked calmly. Yes, little master, you and the fetus need to stay in it for at least 3 hours a day. Then build it. She subconsciously looked at Yixian. Yixian folded his hands in front of his chest and shrugged slightly. We didn't have the concept of this word at that time. Yixian, Yixian, what's the matter with your disappointed look at me? Wait. Why does this term sound a little familiar? Yixian frowned and recalled everything that happened in the space-time bubble, and his tone was slightly hesitant. This seems to be a smaller version of the domain light. Yixian and Ba was stunned, and then one person and one intelligent brain began to discuss fiercely, and professional terms and formulas popped out one after another. Ji Fan leaned back in his chair. The sequelae of mental damage began to show. The whole world was spinning, but he still held Yixiai's hand tightly. Yixiai felt that she was much better. She walked out of the biocapsule, settled Ji Fan, walked to Yixian, who was calculating rapidly, and asked, "Where are Mother and the others?" Yixian was in the middle of a brainstorming, and kept a part of his mind on her, and subconsciously answered, "I'm in the laboratory." After reacting and saying something, he was stunned for a moment. Yixiai said directly, "I want to go see them." Yixian sighed, "Go. Ba, give her permission." Okay. Yixiai was teleported directly to this familiar laboratory. She had been here before. Opposite was Ms. Tanyun's laboratory. In fact, this laboratory building had been destroyed by parasites long ago. The scene that was exactly the same as before was rebuilt by Yixian later. She pushed open the door of the laboratory with trembling hands. The layout inside had only been adjusted to a very small extent, but there were many more tools and equipment, and there were even many that Yixiai couldn't even name. She walked straight to the inner room. Needless to say, Tanyun must have been settled in it. There were 3 freezer cabins neatly arranged here. The name, life story, injury size, and cause were clearly engraved on the surface of the cabin. She gently touched Tanyun's cabin, and it was cold to the touch. The mother didn't seem to be ready to face death. Her expression remained in the moment of fear. She knew that it was because she had to face the shells of the Chaoyang fleet. Mother! Yixiai hugged the cabin, tears rolling down her cheeks. It hurt at that time, didn't it? It was me. I didn't do well enough. I should have been by your side the first time. It was me who didn't protect you. Get up. Get up and scold me, okay? Mother, I miss you so much. Mother, I wish you could hug me like before. She knelt on the ground, sobbing. When she was tired of crying, she slowly dragged her body, walked to Tanyun's cabin, and knelt straight down. Grandfather, the unworthy descendant Yixiai came to see you. I was too willful, and failed your expectations of me. You asked me to carry forward the Tan family's lintel, and I did it. I made a deal with the mastermind, and saved the Tan family's title. The Tan family is now developing very well in Shinga's hands, especially several projects of Bay Star, which have made breakthrough progress. You hoped that the Tan family would be able to compete with Green Star one day, and now it has been achieved. Green Star joined Bay Star, and took the initiative to ask to be accepted into the Tan family. All their technologies were shared with us free of charge. In return, I allocated the forest area to them. It was my fault that I did not research the complete genetic evolution fluid. Please wait a little longer. Ji Fan has evolved antibodies. Our people are stepping up research. I believe that we will soon be able to develop a real genetic evolution fluid. By then, the human physique will rise to a new level, and I can rescue you. Please wait for me, okay? After saying that, she lowered her head and kowtowed 3 times. Yixiai stood up, not daring to look at Tanyun's broken body, and walked to the last freezer and stopped. An old man lay quietly inside. His expression was not as painful as the previous 2. His eyes were closed and his eyebrows were relaxed. He seemed to be frozen in his sleep. There was no pain, and he was very peaceful. This should have been arranged in advance. In the communication with Yixian, Yixiai finally understood Amber. Where did the master's familiarity with her come from? It turned out that they were originally in the same era, and they had worked together for many years, so they naturally had a different tacit understanding. She knew what he had done. He burned his own life to win a future for this universe. So far, he has succeeded. He has gained more time for mankind, preserved more fire, and left behind 2 of the best humans, Yixiai and Ji Fan. But the disease caused by this time and space travel is the most difficult to treat among the 3. Yixiai is very worried that even in the near future, Master Amber's life will not be preserved. She bowed deeply to the cabin. If there is an afterlife, I hope you will be born in a prosperous age and live a brilliant and peaceful life. Chapter 490. The Tan family was the first group to evacuate Guangyu Star. With Yijiai's permission, they had already reached Bay Star before the war started. With the current status of the Tan family on Bay Star, they can completely place the house in the central area, but Kavini doesn't want to be in front of others, so she asked Tanchinga to find a quiet place to settle the Tan family. Tanchinga's idea coincided with hers, but as the head of the family, her primary consideration was safety, so she found Yijiai. At that time, Yijiai was very busy. When he received Chinga's message, he gave Leisa's contact information without thinking. As the big housekeeper of Bay Star's overall arrangement, Leisa was responsible for all the miscellaneous matters that Yijian didn't want to take care of. He was too busy every day. He knew that the site selection was a serious matter, and was not confident to hand it over to his subordinates, so he handed it over to Yang Miling. Yang Miling is different from her stepfather. Although she is physically weak, she has a high IQ and knows the principle of trusting people when employing them, and not employing people if you don't trust them. Not only did she run the Wanqin Foundation in a proper manner, but she also drafted the initial monetary policy on the Bay Star. Now these positions are occupied by the most capable, and she retired to the second line early and went behind the scenes. After knowing this, she immediately summoned all the elites under her command, marked all the optional positions in the world of Bay Star, listed the advantages and disadvantages clearly, deleted some places with many people and eyes, and handed the information over nervously. The whole thing took about a day. There are 3 places in total. The first point is in the forest, close to the Tan family headquarters building. In addition to the local natives, the territory is the Green Star people, and a small number of Bay Star locals. The disadvantage is the uncontrollability of the Green Star population, and the insecurity of the appearance of star beasts. The second point is located at the pole, which is where Master Amber originally lived. It is absolutely safe, and far away from the crowd. However, the disadvantage is fatal. The location is too remote, and it is not convenient to travel. The third place is the seabed. Seawater resources are very precious on the Gulf Star. Private occupation and operation are not allowed, but this definitely does not include the Tan family. After all, the entire planet belongs to Yijiai. Yang Miling's favorite place is the seabed. The interstellar situation has changed. Yang Miling and her father have realized the great changes in the future pattern. The little girl who chose them from the crowd has now grown into a sky that the entire interstellar can rely on. After inspecting the 3 places in detail, Tanchinga decided to settle on the land in the center of the forest, which was the secret base built by the Divine Realm. This is a meaningful decision. The Green Star people did not rely on the glorious empire, but Yijiai himself. The Tan family mansion was set here, which can stabilize the Green Star group and promote the harmony and stability of the overall environment. After choosing the location, the next thing was up to Yang Miling. She thought she would have to have an extremely difficult negotiation with the local natives. After all, this was a very difficult bone to chew. At the beginning, parasites were rampant, and it was unknown how these natives with insufficient self-protection ability survived, but later Yijiai gave them great autonomy. If Yang Miling hadn't stopped her, she would have given up the ownership of the forest. The think tank team made at least a dozen versions of plans based on the possible reactions of the natives, and finally started negotiations. To everyone's surprise, the process was unusually smooth. The current leader of the natives is a young man named Kuru, who is unexpectedly easy to talk to, especially after hearing that the site was chosen for the Tan family. He was actually ready to give up the place where they had lived for generations. When Yang Miling went to their camp, she saw 2 lions and tigers guarding the gate, and the whole world was magical. That location was indeed better. Tanchinga hesitated a little, and finally, it was Kavinik who rejected the other party's kindness, and chose a piece of land not far away. Back by the mountains, and facing the lake, it is simple and quiet. On the other side of the lake is the Kuru tribe, and on the other side of the mountain is the Tan family headquarters building. Yang Miling contacted the local office overnight, and sealed the location of the central 500 square kilometers of this land, and confirmed it as confidential. Then contacted the designer to transform it according to the wishes of the Tan family. It took a month for the Tan family's mansion on the Bay Star to be completed. Compared with the ancestral home on the Guangya Star, there are more design elements here. In order to better integrate into the forest, a lot of primitive tribal inspiration has been added, and it is a green scene. The most important thing is that Yang Miling was informed in advance that she didn't need to intervene in the security system here. Their Tan family would have someone in charge of this matter. Then she found out that the one in charge of the Tan family's security was the Planet Mastermind. This place can be said to be the safest place in the interstellar space, right? Kvinikal and Tanchingda were very satisfied with the site selection this time and praised Yang Miling greatly. Yang Miling climbed up the ladder and quickly expressed her sincerity. After Tanchingda understood her intention, he tried to let her take over some things, and they were all completed quite beautifully, and gradually he began to think about taking over. Now, 2 months later, Yang Miling can be said to have managed the Tan family perfectly, and even Tan Yijing praised her. Today is the day when Marshal Ji and son Jifan come to propose marriage. It is a big event for the entire Bay Star. Although everyone already knows the result, all parties are still looking forward to it, hoping that something will go wrong. Let alone other things. Warren Peak has been approached many times, and he was so annoyed that he directly asked whether he was ready to fight with the Third Fleet, which made the other party speechless. Tanchingda handed the proposal banquet to Yang Miling. The matter was not big, and neither family wanted to make it too public, so it was a very private meeting, and there was no intention of inviting. But the people who came that day still scared Yang Miling into a cold sweat. She was able to stir up trouble in Bay Star because Yijai trusted her enough, and after Yijian came, the general direction of development was in accordance with his wishes, and she could only refine the plan at most. In the final analysis, she was still a person who did things, just a manager of things. But after arriving at the Tan family, she found that she was gradually exposed to the core of the upper class of the interstellar society. The waiter announced that a guest had arrived. The guest was the director of the Green Star Affairs Administration, the son of the deceased General Bright, Marcus Bright. Yang Miling did not dare to slack off, and went to greet him with great energy. You know, the G family had just stepped into the door of the Tan family. Did these people install surveillance cameras at the door of the Tan family? So punctual? Chapter 491. Marshal G and his family had not even sat down to relax when the Tan family welcomed the third wave of guests. The first wave was representatives from the Green Star, the second wave was representatives from the Alliance, and everyone knew who would come in the third wave. As expected, the visitors were representatives from the Star Alliance. The leader was Jones Alexander, a young commander who was highly regarded in the Star Alliance and a candidate for the next chairman of the Star Alliance. Yang Miling personally brought him to the reception hall. Although it was necessary to be low-key, it was not to bring shame to the Tan family. Yang Miling was now very glad that she had insisted on working on some details, which led to today's grand and solemn layout with exquisite details. Jones Alexander entered the main house, and first performed a universal interstellar greeting before saying, "I have been disturbing you a lot in the Gulf Star these days. I heard that the Star Lord is happy, so the Star Alliance specially sent me here to give you a small gift and congratulations." It was similar to the Alliance's rhetoric before. Tanchingda was not qualified to come forward in such an occasion. Kvinik was sitting in the main seat, with a kind attitude. "I am too old to understand political matters, but to be honest, the current situation in the Interstellar is nothing but mutual help. Everyone is a guest, and a distinguished guest. Please take a seat." Jones Alexander leaned forward slightly to show his gratitude, and sat opposite the Alliance representative, to the left of Marcus Bright. Kvinik was about to speak, and saw Yang Miling's movements from the corner of her eyes. She was moved, and took a sip of the teacup. Yang Miling had been studying the etiquette of the nobles during this period. She walked hurriedly, but still had a smile on her face. She walked over quickly, and leaned over to whisper a few words to Kvinik. Kviniko paused after putting down the teacup, and nodded to show that she understood. "Shall I?" she called. Yijai was in a daze. The space-time energy field had been built. She had been staying in it for the past few days, and really felt much better. For more than half a month, these forces had been singing one after another, and there was no peace. She didn't want to pay any attention to these people. Only when she heard someone calling her did she come back to her senses. "Grandmother?" Kvinika was sitting next to her, patting her hand and saying, "A distinguished guest has arrived. You have to go with me to greet him." Yijai instantly realized who the visitor was. She glanced at Ji-fan. The other party, and the old Marshal Ji were holding teacups in the same way, concentrating on studying how to make today's tea. "We, the grandparents and grandchildren, will be delayed for a while. Please make your own way, distinguished guests." Kviniko stood up and said, and the others exchanged greetings. Without the host, the reception hall became even quieter, and the waiters on duty didn't even dare to breathe. "Be good, you know that the people sitting here are all big names rarely seen in the Interstellar. The person from the Alliance is the Prime Minister, and his entourage includes Shanko Mari and others. He hit a wall with Yijian many times, and this time he wanted to try Yijai, and all the people he selected were Yijiai's former schoolmates in Hongyan, but the other party didn't respond at all. At this time, he finally couldn't hold his temper and slowly said, "Marshal G, it's been many years since we parted on Jupiter." Marshal G smiled and finally raised his head from the teacup. Yes. The Prime Minister of the Alliance was choked. If the other party could answer him 2 more words, he could take it hard. Unlike now, he was in a mess. He still gritted his teeth and said, "The Divine Realm has already sent ships to the Soto Galaxy. It's only a matter of time before they come here. I wonder if the Empire has any good solutions." "What can we do? We can only run. The Divine Realm is strong. We can't even crack their weapon system. Fighting them is just a fearless sacrifice." Marshal G sighed. The Prime Minister of the Alliance was still unwilling to give up. "Where can we run? The Divine Realm is now randomly deploying folding weapons throughout the galaxy. If we are not careful, we will be two-dimensionalized. Is humanity really going to be destroyed? Prime Minister, is it really that serious outside? Since the destruction of Green Star and the transfer of all the fire seeds to Bay Star, they have been able to find very little information." Marcus Bright only then realized that the situation outside was like this and asked immediately, "Prime Minister of the Alliance, we have no idea how the Divine Realm got such advanced things as folding weapons. Our people don't even have a direction to conquer them." Marcus Bright became nervous. "What should we do? The Divine Realm will find this place sooner or later." "That's right." The Prime Minister of the Alliance immediately became fierce. "Marshal G, you are well informed and must know something. It's time to tell everyone." Marcus Bright was stunned, knowing that he had been tricked by this old politician. He glanced at Jones Alexander, who had been acting as a backdrop, and stopped talking. The atmosphere in the reception hall suddenly became tense, and the waiters of the Tan family dared not breathe. Jifan gently put down the teacup. "Your Excellency, the Prime Minister really flattered us too much. The Empire's understanding of the Divine Realm should be similar to that of the Alliance and the Star Alliance." The Prime Minister of the Alliance wanted to say something, but was stopped by a voice. "I thought the Prime Minister came to the Tan family to congratulate my granddaughter on her marriage." As soon as Kavinik heard the other party's aggressiveness when she came back, her face fell immediately. "Our Tan family never participates in politics. If other distinguished guests have such thoughts, don't blame our Tan family for being rude. Please change the occasion." The Prime Minister of the Alliance's expression changed, and he immediately stood up to explain. "What are you talking about? The old lady, our Alliance just came here to congratulate the Star Lord on his marriage, and there is no other purpose." Marcus Bright immediately continued. "We Green Star people are the Tan family's eternal friends. This is a bit of art. Green Star is obviously the dependent party, but it is ready to support the other party." Jones Alexander suddenly stood up and looked directly at Yijai, who followed Kavinikol in, and said, "Please don't misunderstand. I came here as a friend today. No matter in the past or now, I am very fortunate to be friends with Yijai." Yijai was stunned. "It seems that today is really lively." The latecomer finally stepped into the reception hall. His tone was warm, but with a bit of imperial majesty. Marshal Ji Lao and Ji Fan stood up and saluted almost at the same time. "Your Majesty." "Welcome, Your Majesty." The waiters of the Tan family knelt on the ground in unison. This made the people standing in the middle stand out. Jones Alexander sat back with a normal expression. The Prime Minister of the Alliance blushed and had to sit back. He couldn't follow the salute, right? Kavinikol bowed, stretched out his arm, and pointed to the direction of the main seat. "Your Majesty, please." Lon Caesar smiled and said, "Well, as a child, I often came to the Tan family to bother you. Why is the old lady so reserved now?" "I just sit down." "Your Majesty," Kavinikol said with a serious face, "the past is the past. Now you are the king and the Tan family is the minister. The rules cannot be broken." Finally, under Kavinikol's insistence, Lon Caesar still sat on the main seat. Chapter 492. "Don't be angry, old lady." Seeing that she was really insistent, Lon Kaiser had to sit down in the main seat, with Kaviniko and Yijai sitting on both sides. "I have no other intentions for coming here today." Lon Kaiser looked at the people present. "Admiral Ji Fan is my blood relative, my uncle whom I have admired since childhood, a hero of the Empire, and the patron saint of the people. Major General Yijai is the legendary commander of the Empire today, and the Star Master of the Gulf. For both public and private reasons, I must come to witness their union and send my blessings." Lon Cowett, who was signaled, took the initiative to walk to the center of the hall and open the box. In an instant, a clear blue light shot out from it, illuminating the hall like a blue ocean. "This is the betrothal gift that His Majesty gave to Admiral Ji Fan, 3S-level energy stones." The Prime Minister of the Alliance and Jones Alexander stood up suddenly. Compared with this additional betrothal gift, The gift list they sent suddenly seemed a bit embarrassing. Yijia glanced at Ji Fan inconspicuously, and the other party shook his head slightly, apparently not knowing that Lon Caesar had prepared such a move. What is the concept of S-level energy stone? In the entire Yi family, only Yixian had one, and he gave it to her. It was because of this energy stone that she and Ji Fan successfully escaped from the red rock black hole. Yixian, who was sitting next to Yijia, had not expressed his opinion, but suddenly said, "The gift sent by your majesty is too expensive. The entire glorious empire only has 3 S-level energy stones, which are enough to buy anything. It is not appropriate to give it to my daughter as a betrothal gift." Yijia was stunned. The entire glorious empire only has 3? Lon Caesar's eyes flashed, and he smiled. "Nothing can be hidden from Lord Yi, but I think you should need this right now." Yixian stood up and said loudly, "Here are the former natives of the Gulf Star, the Green Star compatriots, and the people who were abandoned by the Imperial Alliance in the past. Thousands of them built and developed this place, which is what it is today, and it is the rear base where humans can breathe. Marcus Bright was just made a raft, and now he finally has a chance to show off," and said excitedly, "Yes, we are all Gulf Stars now." Lon Caesar's face changed slightly, but he reacted very quickly. "I think your excellency misunderstood. I didn't mean to do anything with these 3 energy stones. Although this planet is my daughter's private property, the actual control of the planet is still in my hands." Yixian continued expressionlessly, "The announcement will be issued in the next few days, and we will gather those who are willing to fight together and face the gods' domain." Kavinical took Tan Qingda's hand and talked about some family matters, pretending not to hear, and let it go in one ear and out the other. The Prime Minister of the Alliance could no longer sit still, and mocked with an ugly face. "I finally understood it. I didn't expect that the thousands of years of history of your glorious empire would end in the hands of your own people." Lon Caesar put away his smile, and looked gloomily in the direction of Ji Fan. Yijia, Ji Fan and Marshal Ji Lao sat in their original positions, watching their noses with their ears, and their hearts with their noses. The Empire, the Covenant, and the Alliance are 3 old powers, and none of them will submit to the other. The superficial peace cannot last long. In order to prevent the Gulf Star from falling into a long-term internal friction, resolving internal conflicts in advance is the only way out. Mr. Prime Minister, Bay Star is a neutral star. Yixian was the most suitable person to say this. There is something I think it is necessary to inform you in advance. After the announcement is issued, Bay Star will not provide shelter to outsiders. Mr. Yiji, are you serious? The great changes came too fast. Jones Alexander was a little unbelievable. Resources are limited. We can't afford war and internal friction. Yixian said coldly, "If you still want humans to have a way out." Jones Alexander's pupils dilated slightly. Of all people, Yiji's father is definitely the most mysterious one. In fact, Bay Star can become what it is today, all thanks to the man in front of him. The Prime Minister of the Alliance obviously hasn't realized the current situation. He took off his hypocritical mask in anger and made a whimsical speech. "You are declaring war. Our alliance will never be afraid of you. The result is still unknown. You..." Before he finished speaking, Shanko Mari knocked him to the ground with a punch. Mari Waguchi shook her hands. "Sorry, he's a little crazy. When will the announcement be released? I be the first to join Bay Star." "You?" Jones Alexander's eyes were shocked. "Jones." Mari Waguchi looked at him. His eyes could not hide his disappointment. "What kind of love potion did the Alexander family give you? How could a good person become so stupid?" Hearing this, Yijia couldn't help laughing out loud. Jones Alexander's face was dark. Mari Waguchi looked extremely serious. "Open your eyes and look outside. How many star fields are left in the Alliance, Star Alliance, and Empire? How many territories are left for humans? Go and see what the God Realm is doing. They have already found us. If we continue to waste our energy, will humans still have a future? Do you believe that within an hour of the announcement being released, it will be crowded with people who want to sign up? The lower class is the one who can sense danger the most. They know how to keep themselves alive." These words were like a wake-up call, waking up Jones Alexander and Lon Caesar. Yixian didn't expect that there would be an assist in this matter. He looked at the young girl a few more times and then said, "We will respect your wishes. Those who don't want to join the Gulf Star can leave on their own." With a click, Lon Cowett, who had been standing there with the box, fell to his knees helplessly. 3 energy stones rolled out of the box, emitting extremely dazzling light. His lips trembled, and he whispered softly, "The Empire is dead." Lon Caesar's face turned pale. Yixian frowned and looked at them. "If you look at the problem from a development perspective, you will understand that this is a better future for mankind. Restrictions on nationality, race, and class should not exist. They are all shackles. Chapter 493. Announcement to Humanity. Hello, interstellar humans, humanoid humans, non-humanoid humans, and cyborgs, please know something. You may be native Gulf Star people, or people who have been abandoned by the country, or immigrants who have fled here. You may be a determined warrior, scientist, idealist. None of this is important. What is important is that as long as you are awake now, as long as you stand on the land of Gulf Star, and have a light computer that is uniformly adapted to the planet, you can choose whether to become a member of Gulf Star. This is not to ask you to abandon your country. The interstellar situation is extremely critical, and humans have reached the crossroads of life and death. We have no ability and time to waste time. Gathering the existing living forces and fighting a desperate battle with the God realm is the last way out for humans. Those who do not want to choose to become citizens of Gulf Star, I must regretfully inform you that you will no longer be protected by this land. Baystar Command Headquarters, January 1st, year 1 of the new calendar. In the early morning, this announcement was sent to everyone's optical brain in an extremely concise way, and at the same time, the optical brain began a 5-hour countdown. That is to say, everyone only has 5 hours to make a decision. Either stay, become a member of Baystar, and fight against the God realm together, or leave. This straightforward style, needless to say, comes from Yijian. It was only 2 days after the marriage proposal banquet, and he directly implemented this decision. In his opinion, 2 days was enough for these people to think clearly. As expected, once the announcement was issued, Baystar was in chaos, and the discussion volume of various post bars, forums, websites, etc. exploded to the point where the server could hardly support it. Although the announcement said that this was not treason, when the country was still there, the people were free to choose other nationalities, and not everyone had the courage to do so. The Gulf Star Command was fully mobilized to prevent anyone from leading the pace on the Star Network. Island Villa, temporary residence of the glorious empire. Lon Caesar looked at the oncoming person with a sneer on his face. You are here. The huge smell of alcohol filled the small wine cellar. Lonkowat, who was standing aside, stretched out his hand and wiped the corner of his eyes. Please persuade him. He has been drinking since he came back from the Tan family. No matter how I persuade him, it's useless. Ji Fan frowned. You go out first. Yes. Lonkowat bowed slightly and stepped out of the door. He couldn't help but say, Admiral of the Empire. Is it really gone? Lon Caesar seemed to have heard something provocative, and suddenly shouted, Get this man out. He doesn't deserve to stand here. His eyes were full of bloodshot, and he looked very scary. Your Majesty. Lankawat touched his knees to the ground, his forehead to the ground, and his back arched high. Get out. Jifan shouted softly. Lankawat raised his eyes, and saw Jifan's firm words, so he had to quietly retreat and close the door. Jifan raised his foot and kicked away the messy wine bottles on the ground along the way, his eyebrows slightly sunken. Look at you. Do you still have a little dignity as an emperor? Emperor? The person lying on the ground laughed lightly. The empire is gone. Where does the emperor come from? You won. The Ji family is doing well. Don't you have the blood of the Ji family flowing in your body? Yes. Lon Caesar clenched his hands and pounded the ground hard. That's why I am even more ashamed. The glorious empire was destroyed by me. At the beginning, I shouldn't have been made emperor. Ji Fan's forehead twitched. Do you still want that useless royal family member to be the emperor? Useless? I am the useless one. Lon Kaisa's eyes were red. In the future, history books will only record that I am the emperor with the shortest reign in history. I am the emperor who lost my country. Calm down. Ji Fan noticed that he was in a bad mood. Calm down. Lon Kaisa stumbled to his feet and supported the wine cabinet next to him. The famous wine on it kept shaking, and the ethereal sound of clanging echoed in the small space. He grabbed the wooden wall cabinet tightly, with veins on his hands. Ha ha, Ji Fan. Admiral Ji Fan. The great hero of the empire. The patron saint of the people. Tell me, how can I calm down? The empire is about to be gone. Don't you have a heart? Ah! You have done very well. Better than I thought, Ji Fan said suddenly. Lon Kaisar was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed softly. What are you doing? Beating me, and then giving me a sweet date? I tell you, Ji Fan. This trick won't work on me. Get out. Get out. Ji Fan didn't move. Lon Kaisar couldn't bear it anymore, and he grabbed the wine cabinet and threw it at the other party. The cabinet, and the wine bottles fell to the ground, making a loud noise. Ji-fan dodged sideways. This aroused a trace of anger in him, and Ji-fan grabbed his collar. Do you want the Empire to be truly alive, or just an empty shell? Lon Kaisar lowered his eyes, and said nothing. His long and curled eyelashes cast a shadow under his eyelids, and his expression could not be seen. Of course he knew the inside story. Otherwise, he would not have given away the S-level energy stone. He wanted to save the Empire in this way. The battle with the God's domain is inevitable. Ji-fan stared at him. If we continue to act independently, it is unknown how many people will die. Mr. Yi Ji is a man of the future. At this time, we can only trust his judgment. Lon Caesar was stunned, and he slowly raised his head. Is Yi Jian really back from the future? Yes. Ji-fan nodded. Humanity is almost dead in the future, and he came back here to change everything. You think that history books will write you as worthless, but this is based on the premise that humans still exist. Lon Caesar knew that Ji-fan would not lie, but it was still difficult for him to accept it from a rational point of view. Shall I please give the new country a name? Ji-fan used his trump card. Lon Caesar paused. Ji-fan took a step back and bowed slightly. Your Majesty, please think twice for the sake of all mankind. Lon Kaisar wiped his face and calmed down. He supported his hands on the ground and slowly stood up. It's not impossible for me to agree. I can also give you S-level energy stones. I can even provide the Gulf Star with all the support of the Empire. Ji-fan's eyebrows jumped. What are the conditions? Lon Kaisar stared at him intently, no longer looking drunk. His eyes were sharp and bright. If humans win this battle, I want the Gulf Star to restore the Imperial system. If you don't accept it, I would rather take them to wander in the interstellar. Ji-fan's eyes were calm, and after a long time he answered, okay. Chapter 494. The result came faster than anyone expected. Mari Waguchi is worthy of being the head of intelligence. She has a very accurate understanding of the lower class people. The group of people who had already settled in Green Star only hesitated for a few minutes before applying to join the Gulf Star. The most entangled are the military forces of the Empire, the Star Alliance and the Alliance. The soldiers are full of uncertainty about their future. They don't know where to go after applying to join. Except for some top nobles, who may think they have a chance of winning against the upper god realm. Other middle and high-level generals and lower-level soldiers have realized the difficulty of this battle. The speed and number of comrades' deaths are rare in the world. Yesterday they were smoking and drinking together, and today the whole platoon was wiped out. It is not common, but it has become common. A strong fear swept the armies of the three major forces, and morale plummeted. Until another global announcement was issued, recruitment order. The heavier the responsibility on your shoulders, the harder it is to make a choice. So don't blame your comrades around you. The courage to choose yes and no at this time is the same. But there is one thing I hope you all know. Soldiers of various armies are the last bastion of mankind. We need a broader perspective to look at problems. When there are no external enemies, humans can fight among themselves, which will stimulate competition. But now that the God's domain is strong, our goal is to preserve the human fire, whether he is from the Empire, the Star Alliance, the Alliance or even the outer domain, human or non-human. I think at this moment, all intelligent life in the galaxy should be equal. In the name of the Star Lord, I am recruiting soldiers from all over the world, recruiting people with mental strength above level D, inclusive, physical fitness above level C, inclusive, and who are willing to participate in this battle to save all mankind. The main seal of the base star. January 1st, the first year of the new calendar. Soon after this announcement was issued, Shanko Mari took the lead in showing her officer certificate on the Star Network. Deputy Director of the Base Star Intelligence Bureau. Following closely were a large number of Hongyan students, who are now middle-level generals of major forces, and have a strong appeal among the lower-level soldiers. Those who opposed and cursed on the Star Network finally realized something, began to keep silent, began to pay attention to the countdown time, and began to vigilantly collect information from all parties. Until Ji-fan, Maud Linton, Tanny Feng and others also showed their officer certificates. This set off a huge wave on the Star Network. This action was unified, which means that Lon Caesar was at least aware of it. It represented the comprehensive compromise of the glorious empire. Everyone realized that the glorious empire was going to be gone, the alliance was going to be gone, and the Star Alliance was going to be gone. The Star Network will usher in a new era. With 2 hours left in the countdown, the pass rate soared to 90%. Yi Jian has a perfect grasp of human nature. He just reports and displays the data in real time. The blue disk is the total population of the planet. As the countdown in the center decreases, The red proportion increases little by little, until now it basically covers the entire disk. When the countdown is 10 seconds, Yi Jiai stared at the 99.98763% on the screen in silence. The countdown is over. This number will always stop at 99.98979%. Ba, have you received any news from Mon Caesar? She asked. So far, no. I know. Yi Jiai lowered his eyes. Yi Xian patted her shoulder. He understands your difficulties, and you should also understand his identity. Yi Jiai touched the 3 energy stones brought back by Ji Fan in his arms, and said, send a notice. At this point, the Republic of the Glorious Alliance was officially established, and the capital star was set as the Gulf Star. The anxious warriors gathered together, and before they could come up with a plan, they had already received new officer certificates with new positions on them. There are 7 fleets in total. The 5 fleets organized by the Empire remain unchanged. The original 3rd Fleet, which has always served as mercenaries, has been restored to its original structure. Hu Lin, Zhou Jianjun, Gu Tingzhen and others have all been promoted to generals. The middle and high-level generals of the 3rd Fleet were disbanded and entered the remaining 6 fleets. The Alexander Fleet was assembled into the 6th Fleet, directly led by Jones Alexander. The 2 fleets organized by the Alliance formed the 7th Fleet, 1/3 of which were dispersed into the 1st to 5th Fleets, directly led by Cheng Feng. The situation of the 7th Fleet is the most complicated. In order to stabilize the situation, Yi Jiai is also responsible for this fleet. She placed Pang Pan and others in this fleet. This plan was made after discussion between Jinao and Ji Fan, Yi Xian and others. In other words, they thought of this result from the beginning. This is a declaration of strength, which means that they know this group of soldiers well, so they can make such a large number of arrangements in a short time. What shocked everyone was that the whole army held a ceremony to confer titles on the 2nd day after the establishment of the Republic of the Glorious Alliance, while the soldiers were in a state of confusion. This efficiency is rare in the interstellar. Yi Jiai attended and conferred the title of Marshal to Ji Fan, Maud Linton, Connor Alexander and others. The title of General was conferred to Tan Yifeng, Jones Alexander, Cheng Feng and others. The title of Winner was conferred to Gu Tingzhen, Hu Lin, Tan Qi and others. The title of Major General was conferred to Zhou Jianjun, Lin Qing, Wen Hang and others. In addition, a batch of martyr medals were announced, including Wu Hui, Wen Renqing and others. Wei 5-star was indeed tragic, but it was a choice that had to be made under the circumstances at the time. She was telling all officers and soldiers with actions to let go of the previous grievances. After awarding the ranks to these general officers, Yi Jiai left the scene, and the remaining school-level ranks were awarded by Ji Fan and others. After the awarding ceremony, Ji Fan gave a short speech, which not only boosted morale but also announced the details of the military competition. In order to avoid energy loss and environmental pollution, the competition was held on the Star Network. Those who performed well in the competition not only received extremely generous material rewards, but also had the possibility of being promoted. Once the news was released, the soldiers could not sit still. Material rewards could save lives, and promotion of military ranks could improve treatment. What are they waiting for? Go for it. Chapter 495. Gulf Star showed the people of the whole galaxy 2 words: efficiency. On the first day, the country was established. On the second day, the military was awarded ranks, and the government departments were appointed in various ways. Everything was customized according to wartime standards. The ceremony was simple, but the atmosphere was solemn, and there was nothing wrong. On the third day, the whole army competition began. The competition lasted for a total of 7 days. The first one was the individual competition, including shooting competition, mecha confrontation, mecha design and manufacturing, etc., and each fleet had someone who won the first place in these projects. After the individual competition, it was the team competition. The intelligent computer set the background in the former Guangyu Star. The goal of the 7 fleets was to gain control of the capital of the glorious empire, Xingguangjiu Star. The competition was broadcast live worldwide, and the performance of each fleet was truthfully displayed to the public. The most interesting thing is that someone opened an underground casino and asked people to bet on which fleet would win in the end. The third fleet stood out directly, and became the fleet with the highest bet amount among the 7 fleets. But in the end, it was the least favored 7th fleet that succeeded in taking control of Guangyu Star. The 7th fleet was composed of the main forces of the alliance, with Wen Renfeng as the commander-in-chief, and Pang Pan, Zhang Lin and others as middle and senior generals. Finally, the league was a competition between the 7 fleets and the two intelligent computers. Bo, Ba and Chun Tung joined forces to simulate and restore the power of the God Realm 1:1, and launched a massive attack on the Bay Star. The goal of the 7 fleets was simpler, which was to defend the Bay Star at all costs. At the beginning, the coalition forces were still aggressive and thought they had the strength to fight, and even tried to overthrow the God Realm, but with the pressure of Ba and Chun Tung, the 7 fleets retreated step by step, and they began to panic. The ship lost control inexplicably, and the mecha team sent out always lost news suddenly, and they became deaf and blind on the battlefield. Not only that, the opponent's weapon system was unheard of and unseen, and a few shots could break their protective shields. How can they fight this? Yijia sat quietly in the command cabin and watched the scene. Yang Miling made her a cup of milk and brought it over. It's all messed up outside. It's said that the intelligent brain has increased the difficulty. The God Realm is not that strong. Aren't you afraid that they will completely lose confidence by doing this? Lose confidence? Yijia took the teacup and held it with both hands. Because the fetus moved too much, she was getting thinner and thinner. What is the purpose of holding this competition? There have been many analysis posts on the internet about this competition. I think they all make sense. Tell me about it. The individual competition at the beginning is to show the people the strength of the soldiers, and at the same time, it can also let them get familiar with each other as soon as possible. Although I didn't go. I have been in the army, but I know that it is a place where strength is respected. As long as you are strong enough, no matter which camp you belong to, you will be respected. Yijia nodded. Yes, it is precisely because soldiers have this characteristic that schools, like Hongyan, have existed for a long time. Have you ever thought that the reason why Hongyan is so strong is that it gathers elites from all over the galaxy? They are wary of each other, and also help each other. Yang Miling was encouraged and continued, team competitions are even more interesting. There are many contents in it, which can let citizens see the strength of the army. At the same time, it also helps soldiers establish correct cognition, and let them know the strength of their own fleet and brother fleets. But the most important thing is to let soldiers get familiar with each other. If the lower-level soldiers and high-level generals do not trust each other, how can they fight? What does the Star Network say about this simulated match with the Divine Realm? Yang Miling hesitated. Be bold. Yijia glanced at her. It looks like we're going to lose this match. On the screen, only the remnants of each fleet were left. They leaned on each other, and fought the final desperate battle with the Divine Realm with their broken bodies. Are you trying to tell everyone that we will definitely lose? Yes. Yijia stood up. The content being played was too tragic. She stopped watching and turned to the window. The Gulf Star still maintains its superficial beauty, so humans vaguely think they can still win. I want to break their illusion. They did lose this match, not in the battle with the Divine Realm, but to themselves. If there must be a purpose, this event is to let them learn to run. Run? Yang Miling was surprised. Yes. Yijia's eyes were firm. These warriors are the top power of mankind. They are the real sparks. When we cannot resist the enemy, the most rational thing to do is to abandon all life on this planet, leave here, and look for opportunities. Yang Miling's heart was trembling. After experiencing this battle, will they understand? She asked very nervously. Yijia remained silent. At this time, Yang Miling's light brain suddenly increased a few sounds, and she looked down. The old lady asked if you were satisfied with this wedding dress? Yang Miling raised the portable light brain and handed it to her. The wedding dress is dignified and elegant, and the overall style is noble and retro, with some fashion elements, which makes people shine. It takes a lot of thought to see it. It's Ms. Lu Mingya's masterpiece. How dare I not be satisfied? Yijia teased. Yang Miling covered her mouth and laughed. Yijia smiled slowly, but before the smile reached the corners of her mouth, she suddenly frowned, arched her back, and subconsciously protected her abdomen with her right hand. Yang Miling was no longer surprised by this. She was sent here by Kaviniko to take care of the pregnant woman's body. She reacted very quickly. You should enter the energy field. Yijia nodded with a pale face. From the beginning of the pain to being helped into the energy field, it took only a minute in total. Yijia's clothes on her back were already soaked, and beads of sweat slid from her cheeks to her neck. Anyone could see her pain. In the energy field, a gentle energy lifted her body and slowly floated towards the center. Yang Miling saw that her brows were gradually relaxing, so she trotted out. The space-time energy here is very intense, and the space-time lines are so chaotic that ordinary people can't stand it at all, but Yijia can only feel comfortable in such a place. Wrapped by countless space-time lines around her, the pain gradually eased. Yijia curled up like a baby, her hands gently placed on her abdomen, and she gradually fell asleep due to a wave of sleepiness. She thought she would fall into a deep sleep like usual, but she was awakened by some sound. Someone is calling her. Mother, wake up quickly, it's too late, quick. This is a male voice, and the voice is more and more excited, as if there is really something extremely important. Yijia struggled to open her eyes, but the scene in front of her surprised her. The surroundings were pure white, the hall was full of guests, and laughter was everywhere. This is the wedding scene? How did she go directly to the wedding scene after sleeping? Chapter 496. Xiao Ai, you finally woke up, Yixian said in surprise. Yijia came back to her senses and found herself lying on a hospital bed. She was wearing a wedding dress. It happened to be the one Yang Miling showed her. She was stunned. What's wrong with me? You were in a coma for a long time. In order to stabilize the situation on Bay Star and hold the wedding as scheduled, we had to think of this solution. Yixian was delighted. You woke up at a great time. Yijia was helped up from the bed, and her mind was still half a beat behind until she sat in front of the dressing table. Seeing the girl in the mirror with exquisite makeup and luxurious clothes, and looking at the busy crowd around her, she finally felt a little bit of reality. She actually slept for so long? The ceremony has begun. Marshal Ji Fan asked me to invite you over. Yang Miling was wearing a uniform and walked hurriedly. Everything was ready. Yijia nodded slightly, and was helped into the lobby. There were many people witnessing the ceremony. The sound of music overwhelmed many other sounds. Countless small camera robots were suspended in the air, reporting the event to the world. Ji Fan was wearing a new military uniform, with medals hanging all over his chest. The sun shone through the glass on him, like a synonym for everything beautiful and powerful. Yixian took her hand, put it in his arm, and led her towards the light. Ji Fan took the initiative to walk down the platform to greet his bride. Yixian handed Yijia's hand to the other party, with tears in his eyes. Treat her well. I will. Ji Fan held the bride's hand tightly. Please stand opposite each other, bride and groom. A young male voice sounded in the ears of the two. The voice sounded familiar. Yijia turned her head subconsciously, and saw a familiar face. She explained, What are you? Please pay attention, bride. This only happens once in a lifetime. It's best not to have any small episodes. The priest laughed and teased, causing laughter in the audience. Ji Fan said, Didn't you want him to be our witness before? This is the former emperor of the glorious empire, Lon Kaiser, who has disappeared from the public. Although he did not join the Gulf Star, he was still left on this planet as a guest of the Star Master. Ms. Yijia, are you willing to accept this man as your husband and enter into a marriage contract with him? Regardless of illness or health, or other reasons, you will always love him, take care of him, respect him, accept him, and be loyal to him forever until the end of your life? Lon Kaiser asked. Yijia was stunned. Isn't this a line that only appears in Western weddings on Earth? Why is it used here? Ahem. That's what it says on it. I didn't read it wrong. Lon Kaiser whispered. Yijia reacted, I do. Lon Kaiser breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Ji Fan, are you willing to accept this lady as your wife and enter into a marriage contract with her? Regardless of illness or health, or other reasons, you will always love her, take care of her, respect her, accept her, and be loyal to her until the end of your life? Ji Fan said loudly, I do. Now, in the name of God, I declare that you are officially husband and wife, and you can exchange rings. Yang Miling appeared with a tray, on which were 2 rings carefully made of gold. Yijia and Ji Fan took them up, and put them on each other. The ceremony was over, and the salutes rang out. Under the sound of the salutes, there were a few extremely faint noises. Ji Fan's ears moved slightly, and he stood up subconsciously. But everything that happened next happened too fast. The robots that were still shooting videos in the previous second all turned into killing gods in the next second, rushing into the crowd and exploding, with body parts flying all over the sky. Their target was very clear, that is, the few people on the platform. Countless camera robots fell on the platform, and Ji Fan only had time to throw Yijia to the ground and pressed him tightly in his arms. Yang Miling rushed to the platform desperately, and kicked the robot closest to the two of them away. The robot exploded in the air, and she had no time to turn around, so she could only face it. Yijia watched her being burned and melted by the extremely high temperature flames. At this time, the bombs on the platform exploded together. The scorching heat rushed in her face, her clothes were stained with flames, and then, there was a huge blast wave. Ji Fan pressed her tightly, and the two were bounced up and fell quickly. It was even more terrifying from the audience's perspective. In the chaos, a huge explosion occurred on the platform, the glass on both sides was shattered, and the ceiling chandelier fell at the same time. The guests sitting in the first 2 rows were hit by the shock wave before they could react and flew several meters away. No one could survive in this situation. Yixian got up from the ground and looked at the platform with red eyes. It was already a mess and covered with building debris. Ignoring his injuries, he stumbled over, took out the mechanical arm, and started digging. Although the explosion was very powerful, the auditorium was still empty after all. After a while, he dug to the position of the 2 people. He carefully moved the ceiling away, revealing the scene inside. 2 charred bodies were standing shoulder to shoulder, tightly protecting a person. Yixian was startled. He moved the 2 stiff torso away, revealing the unconscious Yizhi. Her skin was only slightly burned, and she looked fine. Yixian breathed a sigh of relief, his chest itched, and suddenly he coughed and spit out a large mouthful of blood. He looked down at the penetrating wound on his abdomen, said nothing, picked up Yizhi, and flew into the air with soft armor attached. At this moment, the surroundings were in chaos. The combat robot that popped out from nowhere was shooting with a machine gun, and there were cries everywhere. Yixian was a big target, and attracted a lot of firepower as soon as he appeared. He avoided it with difficulty, and headed towards the center of the island villa. Bo! Bah! He shouted. The result was still the same. No matter how many times he called, there was no response. The silhouette of a super warship can be vaguely seen in the sky, and a huge divine domain symbol appears in the air. This is a declaration, a deterrent. He is telling everyone clearly that the divine domain has come, and you guys can't escape. Chapter 497. Yixian tried to call the headquarters, but there was no response. After destroying a combat robot with a cannon, he realized that the signal from the Gulf Star was blocked. Not only that, he did not find a mecha within his sight, and there were sounds of small battles breaking out around him, all of which were confrontations with pistols and grenades. The mecha can't be used? What about the warship? He looked up in the direction of the docking port, his eyes full of worry. Sir Yi. Soldiers gathered around him on all sides. The coordinates of the Gulf Star have been exposed. We are surrounded by ships of the Divine Realm. The signal is blocked, the mecha can't be turned on, and the combat robots can't be used. What should we do? Sweat beads as big as beans rolled down Yixian's forehead, and a familiar picture flashed through his mind. Yes, this was not the first time he had experienced this kind of thing. It seemed that no matter how many times he came back, there would always be accidents. He thought it would succeed this time. I have a way to restore communication. Yixian pressed his bleeding abdomen and said weakly. What to do? Tell me. Who are you? Yixian finally had time to treat his wounds temporarily. Report, we are soldiers from the 2nd Platoon of the 8th Company of the 7th Fleet, and we are carrying out the patrol mission for this wedding. Okay. Yixian handed Yizhi out. The command is in your hands. Please be sure to bring her back to the headquarters. Only she can restart the planetary intelligent brain. Do you understand? Understood. Yixian's soft armor possessed him. Half of the people stay and follow me to District 9. Yes. District 9 is a very mysterious district on the Gulf Star. It cannot be found on the map, but there are endless legends. Some people say that there are living samples of parasites from the 15th generation locked up here. Some say that there are mechanical materials prepared by the Tan family for the war, and some say that there are a group of biochemical people here, which is the last secret weapon of the Gulf Star. In fact, none of them are true. Area 9 is the core area of the Gulf Star, including power, communication, etc., and quite a lot of equipment is arranged here. Although he cannot drive a mecha, Yixian has strong hands-on ability, and assembled a temporary tool that can carry a team of 10 people in a short time. On the way, someone whispered to others, "Is Marshal G Fan gone?" That level of explosion directly blew up half of the auditorium, and the roof fell off. Moreover, this kind of raw material is very abnormal. It can burn when it touches the air, let alone people. How can he still be alive? Yixian felt a pain in his heart. Soon, the destination was reached, and the soldiers were extremely surprised. It turns out that the seawater vortex is here in Area 9. Come with me, jump down. Yixian jumped into the depths of the vortex without hesitation. Seeing that he was so determined, the soldiers had to jump down. After a long period of free fall, the group finally arrived at Area 9, the core area of the planet, after passing through the sea's surface. The sensor in Yixian's hand indicated that there were other people here, and he said, "Follow me." Yes. With his pistol loaded, Yijian ran towards the communication area with a clear goal. The sensor showed that there were 7 combat robots here. How did the people in the god's domain know about this place? Yijian was puzzled, but his action was quick and decisive, aiming at the head of one of the robots and shooting it. The soldiers of the 7th Fleet were well trained and reacted quickly, and they took over this place at a very fast speed. These robots have passed the message. It's only a matter of time before the enemy arrives. You retreat first. Yijian made a prompt decision. We will never retreat, someone shouted. Yijian wanted to say something, but the man continued, restoring communication is the top priority. We will hold on until the last moment. Sir Yiji, all hope is on you. Please come on. Yijian was stunned, nodded and entered the communication area. The soldier's cognition was correct. Restoring communication was the top priority. In the case of not knowing how much time it would take, it was the best choice for them to stay and be on guard. After all, every second counts. If you want to completely destroy the global communication network in a short period of time, there is only one way, which is to find the core communication hardware area of the planet and implant the virus. Yijian's goal is to find the virus hidden here. The coordinates of the Gulf Star have been leaked, and it is not impossible to be exposed here. This shows that there is a traitor in the human group. There is only one explanation, but I don't know who it will be this time. He has experienced many such incidents, but the choice of each person is unexpected to him. Yijian connected the optical computer to the hardware here, and the code flashed past his eyes quickly. He looked extremely focused, but due to the large number, it would take some time to check. At this time, the sound of bang 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 continued to come, and Yijian knew that the enemy's reinforcements were coming. He hid in the chassis, and finally found the abnormality after more than 10 minutes. It was a string of well-disguised behavioral codes, which was used to deceive the intelligent brain and thus cause communication failure. But the problem now is that he has no authority to operate directly. He can only find the chassis and operate it manually. The gunshots outside gradually subsided, and Yijian's heart trembled. This is not a good thing. The enemy's strength is unquestionable. The soldiers outside have limited guns and are no match at all. This shows that this team has fallen into a dangerous situation. Finally, he found the external chassis, and the enemy's portable optical computer was still plugged in it. A steady stream of virus codes were being transmitted and spread from it. He started to operate directly on the enemy's portable optical computer. Sir Yiji, someone shouted hoarsely, and the sound penetrated through layers of equipment and reached him. A gunshot followed. Then, there were several more roars and gunshots. Yijian did not move. His fingers flew on the keyboard, and he quickly entered rows of codes. When he pressed the last key, a light flashed in front of him. He pressed the finish button. Bang! A black bullet was fired from the gun in the robot's hand, hitting him right in the middle of the forehead. As the body kneeling on the ground fell, rows of lights lit up in the entire 9th area, and a huge alarm sounded through the sky. Communication restored. The combat robot, which was 3 people tall, came over and kicked his body. After confirming his death, it pulled off the portable optical computer on the chassis, scanned it with its red square eye sockets, pressed the headset, and the sound was a thick mechanical sound. The virus has been cracked. Please arrange another communication soldier to come. Received. If Yiji were here, he would be very surprised. These combat robots obviously have simple thinking logic and the prototype of intelligent life. Chapter 498. Green Star Settlement. 11-year-old Kruya waited in the Green Star Garden Square on time today. Today, the event will be broadcast live worldwide, so she can see the appearance of the two. One is Yiji Nu, the Lord of the Bay Star who saved Green Star from the water and fire, and the other is Marshal Ji Fan, the undefeated legend of the Interstellar. Her mother said that their union was so beautiful that they deserved the blessings of the entire Interstellar. But what did she see? Oh my god! There was an attack at the wedding. There was an explosion. Help! She turned on the optical brain to ask her mother if this was true. But there was no signal. Suddenly, countless black and gold combat robots fell from the sky. Their eye sockets were blood red, and there was a skull-shaped symbol on their right arm. She recognized that sign. During class, the teacher said that no matter what the situation, as long as you see this ghost skull sign, you must run, immediately, don't stop. She was running deep into the forest. She knew the location of the Tan family. They would definitely save her. Kruya's heart was beating very fast. There were screams and cries all around. She identified the direction and rushed out regardless of anything. Maybe it was luck, or maybe it was other factors. She really ran into the Tan family's territory. Usually there is a layer of protective shield here, and people like them, who have no authority, cannot enter, but today she actually came in. Kruya's sports performance is very good. She is a rare physical genius among the Green Star people. At a young age, she is already a B-level warrior. If she waits until she reaches adulthood, she will definitely be able to reach A-level, so that she can serve in the 7 fleets and defend the Republic of the Glorious Alliance. She rushed into the Tan family in panic, but when she saw the scene inside, she couldn't shout help. All she saw was red. The bright blood color filled the place. The once amiable Grandma Kavinik was now lying in a pool of blood, gurgling and spitting blood. Kruya covered her lips tightly with both hands to suppress the scream in her mouth. He saw that the grandma seemed to be saying something. Run. She understood. The grandma was speaking Green Star language. She recognized her. Kruya didn't hesitate at all, turned around and ran, but it was too late. The robot that scanned the existence of life raised its hand and shot Kruya in the heart. Green blood gushed out, and she fell to the ground in the forest. And the robot didn't even look back. Suddenly, the robot seemed to have sensed it, and they all looked up in the direction of the sky. A black spot was coming towards them, very fast, and it was not long before it arrived in front of them. Suddenly, a huge tentacle fell from the sky and entangled the combat robot that had just fired. Another tentacle wrapped around the head and pulled hard on both sides. The robot was torn in half, and its head rolled to the ground, with the neckline exposed. Enemy attack. The robot quickly alerted, its eyes flashing red, and fired at the air. Ame drove the light shuttle to avoid gunfire and find a place to land. Tanchi found the right opportunity and jumped to the center of the robot. The blade pointed, as fast as lightning, and the heads of several robots were separated from their bodies. The shuttle was beaten into a sieve in the air, and finally it couldn't hold up, and it exploded with a bang. Fortunately, Ame landed early, and was not affected by the explosion. Seeing the miserable state of the Tan family, Ame's face changed. Damn, we are late. Tanchi's face was extremely stiff, and the thought of destroying everything gradually rose from his chest. He said hoarsely, Kill! Kill all these people, revenge. The two of them were ruthless, and one attack could strangle a combat robot. Soon, the wreckage of the robots was piled up at their feet. The security system of the Tan family is managed by the main brain. Logically, this should be one of the few safe places on the Gulf Star, but no one thought that the other party could directly control the planet's main brain to crash. The place that was usually as solid as a rock actually lost all its military protection. This is obviously the place where the enemy focuses on attacking. A steady stream of combat robots are constantly sent here. The bodies of Tan family waiters and members of the Tan family's secret group can be seen everywhere on the ground. The Gulf Star has just begun to form an armed force. Yijiai's military department has a weak foundation, and there are not many people worthy of trust. Ji Fan suggested that she build the Tan family's secret group into a vanguard team. Because of this transfer, the security level of the Tan family has dropped a lot. Yijiai was worried, so he asked Yijian to design many combat robots to guard here. But who knew that the Divine Realm could make all the combat robots on the planet crash directly? This kind of technological suppression is really terrible. What should we do? Ah Wu was a little desperate. There was no rescue for them coming here. Their whereabouts were exposed. There were at least tens of thousands of combat robots waiting outside. Tanchi's eyes were red, and he panted slightly. You go, I cover you. Ah Wu didn't notice that he was in a bad state, and touched his neck with the tentacles. You are not going crazy now, are you? Tanchi groaned. He had indeed been restraining his killing urge. The base star fell silently. The Tan family was gone. A huge feeling of pain overwhelmed him. If he had reacted faster and came to see earlier, would he have been able to save all the people in the Tan family? For the members of the Dark Group, the feelings towards the Tan family were extremely complicated. Without the Tan family, they would not be alive. Even the hatred they once had disappeared after Yijiai took over, and even turned into loyalty. Because of her, they were treated as human beings again. They were called heroes by civilians, who did not know the details. Along the way, they were no longer despised and hated by their own kind, but applause and flowers. He was also kissed on the cheek by a green star cub. Yijiai's attitude to make cyborg civilians was so clear that they could resume their normal lives. Even, it was a life that was many times better than before. Walking in the sun again, and embracing nature, is the dream of many cyborgs. Why did the damn god's domain come to destroy all this? He roared and rushed towards the battle robot, swinging his long sword, and a robot head fell to the ground in a small space. Ame looked at his resolute back, and a huge desolation surged from his heart. He understood him, he understood his confusion, despair, and collapse at this moment. The Tan family was gone, and the Tan family secret group would become a group of experiments, a group of garbage that was not worthy of being human, and an alien among humans, even if they had fought desperately in various battles, and were so-called heroes. Ah! May also shouted and rushed up. Humanity is going to be gone. At this moment, he could sense this result very clearly. But he could only swing his sword. Chapter 499. Polar. Colonel Ai Ming, there are too many combat robots in the Divine Realm. We will definitely find them if we go over there. What should we do? In the snow, a team was hiding behind a small snowpack, and one of the soldiers whispered. Ai Ming looked at the number displayed by the sensor, and sweat oozed out bit by bit. The number of robots is 5 times theirs. This team belongs to the 3rd Fleet, but in fact, he has been in contact with Yijie. He once received a secret mission. If the base star is lost, he must bring people to ensure the safety here as soon as possible. Ai Ming's mind was working frantically. He glanced at the map and whispered, I will lead people to attract the enemy's firepower. Dashin, you lead people to go underground. No matter what, you must go in. Zhang Dashin refused without thinking. Captain, I will go. Ai Ming said firmly, follow the order. This was Master Amber's base. The underground situation is very complicated. I have no idea what to do after entering. And if something happens to you, I don't know how to explain to Amy. Ai Ming hesitated slightly. Zhang Dashin shouted directly in the communication channel, Old Second, Dachui, take your people and follow me. Then, he turned over and went to the snow pile next to him. Dashin. Ai Ming was anxious and reached out to pull but failed. Zhang Dashin and his people leaned against the snow pile, looked out, and bowed his head to make a hush gesture. Ai Ming was stunned and immediately made a hidden gesture. The noise they made just now was quite loud. Robots are very alert. Even with the jamming devices, they still notice the movement here and are forming a team to come over to investigate. Zhang Dashin made this gesture, meaning that he went to the other side, and Ai Ming just led the people forward. When things progressed to this point, Ai Ming had to compromise. He looked worried and made a cautious gesture. Zhang Dashin grinned and punched his chest with his right fist, looking confident. He suddenly hit an ice ball to the right, and then the whole person shot out like a cheetah. Seeing this, the others hurriedly released the snow rabbit that had been prepared for a long time. This is a gadget produced by the Tan family. It looks like an animal on the outside, but the core is still a machine. Ji Fen felt that this thing could perform tasks better than traditional monitoring robots. After making some changes to the 5th Fleet, it was promoted throughout the army. Basically, every team has a little stock. The robot is very sensitive to this kind of thing. After locking the movement as a living thing, it determined that there was no danger and turned around and walked away. Ai Ming breathed a sigh of relief, and Zhang Dashin gave him a thumbs up from a distance. However, a sudden change happened at this moment. The last combat robot suddenly looked back, and the red mechanical eye locked onto Dashin's face, and then a shell was fired at their location. Zhang Dashin barely avoided it. The robot systems are all interoperable. If one robot finds their traces, then all robots will find them. Countless robots shot at him, and Zhang Dashin dodged while shouting, Go! Don't worry about me. Go! Captain! Lao Er and Dechui lay on the snow not far away, their eyes bloodshot. Because of the distance, they were also discovered. Without the protection of the mecha, they'd lost several brothers when they met. Zhang Dashin looked at them, holding his gun, and suddenly started laughing. Today, let us brothers have a good fight with these lackeys of the God Realm. I don't believe that humans can be destroyed by these dumb guns even though the parasites have survived. Charge! Lao Er and Dachui rushed out first with their guns raised. They were trying to give their teammates a chance. Ai Ming held the gun tightly in his hand and gritted his teeth and said, Go! The group went around from the left and successfully avoided the large force of combat robots of the God Realm. But the process of entering the underground was not smooth. They were discovered by several patrolling robots, and a small battle broke out. At the cost of losing several soldiers, Ai Ming still successfully entered the underground. Ai Ming looked around and found that this was just a corridor, and there was no threat for the time being. He immediately said, Repair on the spot. He had a small part of his body scratched, but he didn't care. He whispered, Is there any news from Dashin? Although the large-scale communication was cut off, they could still contact each other at this distance. No, the deputy captain and the others may. The signalman choked up as he spoke. Ai Ming was extremely sad, but he didn't dare to show it. He had to try his best to calm down. Don't let Dashin and the others make fearless sacrifices. We don't know what will happen inside. Release the elves? Yes. The remaining soldiers answered sporadically. Cheer up. Count the supplies. Eat. We will set off in 15 minutes. Yes. The soldiers shouted. Fortunately, Ai Ming still had a great influence on these people. Although the soldiers were very frightened, they adjusted their emotions in time. Ai Ming's military career was not easy. Meeting Yi Jiai was a turning point. Before that, under the oppression of the noble group, ordinary soldiers lived an extremely difficult life. They often did the dirtiest and most tiring work, received the worst equipment and income, but performed the most dangerous tasks. But he had never seen a task with such a high mortality rate. Their team of 30 people lost 22 people just to get here, leaving 8 people. He touched the space button of the mecha in his arms, and his eyes were filled with worry. Captain, what should we do next? The signalman saw that the situation was not right, and walked over to ask in a low voice. Ai Ming shook his head slightly. The commander only gave the order to arrive here at that time, and I don't know what to do specifically. The signalman thought about it, and suggested, since this was the base of Master Amber, there must be more equipment and devices. Let's go to the control room first. Not bad, Yang Chung. Your brain reacts quickly. Ai Ming patted his shoulder vigorously. Yang Chung touched his head, and smiled embarrassedly. Ai Ming put away his smile. Everyone, target control room, set off. Chapter 500. The Gulf Star has fallen. The great changes came too quickly, leaving no one prepared. The sky was full of super ships from the Divine Realm, one after another, occupying half of the sky on the Gulf Star, giving people an absolute deterrent. A steady stream of combat robots flew out from the bellies of these ships, heading to various locations on the planet to execute the slaughter order. The Divine Realm seemed to want to catch them all this time, leaving no room for negotiation. As long as the robots encountered intelligent life, they would shoot them on the spot without hesitation. Led by the Tan family's secret group, a team of biochemicals supplemented by the soldiers of the Second Fleet became the main force to resist this batch of combat robots. Behind them were countless warriors and spontaneously organized people. They drove the most primitive aircraft or simple shuttles to fight against this group of robots in the air. It can be said that they had no power to fight back. The interstellar humans who lost their mechas were like warriors who lost their weapons. They retreated step by step, but they did not give up an inch. Countless birdmen and Dwelluan people were hit and fell to the ground. Countless shuttles and countless soldiers were smashed by artillery fire. But no one retreated. Ji Fan died, Yi Xian was gone, and Yi Jiai was unconscious. When Renfeng temporarily took over the command position, and his order was never to retreat, if they all retreated, the Gulf Star would really be gone. This is really resisting the steel cannon with flesh and blood, and no one knows how long it can last. When Renfeng stood in the temporary command post, and behind him stood the commander of all armed forces. This group of people should have been the last to go to the battlefield. Shanko Mari looked at the devastation in front of her and said in a daze, will humans really become extinct? Have all the fires been sent out? Yes. Mari Ueguchi said, the situation outside is complicated, with folding zones everywhere, and the probability of survival is very low. Although the warship cannot be started, devices such as escape pods can still be used. They urgently sent a large number of escape pods into space. They are the last fire and hope of mankind. Let's get ready too. When Renfeng pointed to the sky, if I could go back to the past, I would definitely vindicate these biochemical people in our country. Mari Ueguchi thought, she should have realized this a long time ago, and she is the one who promotes biochemical people. Perhaps this is the reason why so many people who have been transformed by the God's domain believe in her, and go to the Gulf Star. Mari Ueguchi was moved. It is them, these weapons that were once abandoned by their own kind and transformed by the God's domain that bought us so much time. The existence of this group of people is not a secret, but not everyone knows it. The commanders of the various armies behind them all looked incredulous when they heard the conversation. Some of them suddenly had red eyes with tears welling up in them. Okay, when Renfeng raised his gun, it's our turn. The officers and soldiers were in high spirits and prepared to embark on this fatal journey. At this moment, the piercing air defense alarm suddenly sounded. The sound that usually sounded extremely tense was like a horn at this moment, bringing hope to everyone. This is communication. Communication is restored. Command? Receive the message from the intelligent brain. The surface-to-air energy missile has been launched. The scene was in chaos. The commanders who were originally going to die together suddenly became busy. As long as the communication was restored, they still had a lot to do, at least not to the extent of dying immediately. Isn't it the gods' domain? They have made so many arrangements, and there is still a battle to fight. Wikimari opened her eyes wide and said firmly, Commander, the intelligent brain should be restarted. The Commander-in-Chief is still alive. Everyone knows who the Commander-in-Chief is. At this time, Wen Feng's optical brain suddenly rang. Although the scene was noisy, after catching this sound, everyone fell silent at the same time. The ringing became louder and louder, and Wen Feng picked up. I am Yi Jiai, General Wen. How is the situation on your side? Yi Jiai's calm voice came from the receiver. If you don't show up again, we are all ready. Wen Feng took a deep breath and made a joke. The communication was silent for a while, and she spoke. The planet's protective shield has been destroyed. I want you to arrange a team of elite soldiers to go to Area 9, follow the instructions of the intelligent brain, and repair the machine quickly. Yes. Pass the order down. Our goal is to expel the robots of the divine realm throughout the planet. Wen Feng made a gesture, and Shanko Malili immediately began to deploy. Bring an elite team here. I have a more important task for you. Wen Feng frowned. Where are you? Command Center. Wen Feng, that is the key attack point of the divine realm, surrounded by robots in 3 layers inside and outside. He swallowed. How did you get in? Platoon Leader Ouyang. Yi Jiai's voice suddenly trembled, and soon returned to normal. The soldiers of the 2nd Platoon of the 8th Company of the 7th Fleet sent me in. I must be here to restart the main brain. They sacrificed. Everyone was silent. Are you injured? Wen Feng could tell that her breath was not right. There is a biological cabin here. I can handle it. Yi Jiai said, I will send you the enemy's troop deployment here. You must be careful. Yes. Commander-in-Chief. Wen Feng stood still and saluted. Pang Pan witnessed the whole process from the side, and took the initiative to step forward. Report to the commander. I apply to join this rescue mission. Zhang Lin, Zhou Qi and others also stepped out. Shuang He, don't join in the fun. Wen Feng then named some people. You follow me? Report to the commander. Wikimari stared at him. I apply to join. You need an intelligence analyst. Wen Renfeng's fist tightened unconsciously, but he couldn't say no. Pang Pan said, I can protect her. Wen Feng sighed and nodded. Shanko Mari breathed a sigh of relief. Jones Alexander. Wen Feng shouted in the communication channel. What's the situation on your side? Commander. With the support of ground weapons, the situation on our side is better, but the divine realm does not intend to retreat. The planetary shield must be repaired immediately. I will hand over the command to you now. You must hold it for me. Jones Alexander received the message earlier and immediately said, Yes. Commander, I recommend you bring Hiduo with you. Zhang Kairui had just come down from the front line and was still injured. When he heard the news, he immediately came over. Hiduo? Wen Feng thought for a while, and really couldn't remember who this person was. If it wasn't necessary, with his understanding of Yi Jiai, she would never say this, so there must be something hidden. According to his idea, there doesn't need to be many people on this trip, but they must all be elites. Shanko Mari chewed on this name repeatedly and remembered something. Is he the mechanical genius? Exactly. Zhang Kairui didn't expect Shanko Mari to know this person, and explained, now that we can't use the mecha, it's a problem to go to the command center. Hiduo has no other skills, but he is smart, and is particularly good at using the things around him to make things. It would be useful to bring him along. Wen Feng hesitated a little, glanced at Shanko Mari, and the other party's face was full of approval, so he finally nodded. Chapter 501. Admiral Wen, we are ready. Jones Alexander said in the communication channel. Wen Feng and his men hid in a sentry post 800 meters away from the headquarters. The location here is small and hidden, and the robots will not be discovered in a short time. Their plan is very simple. It is useless to deal with robots with too complicated plans. Jones Alexander is responsible for containing the large forces of the God Realm, while Wen Feng leads his men to sneak into the headquarters and rescue Yi Jiai. According to the calculation of the main brain, they can only hold on for 10 minutes at most. In other words, Wen Feng and others must take Yi Jiai out safely within 10 minutes, otherwise they will definitely be discovered. Mari Shanko frowned. The problem is that there is no mecha, the speed is too slow, and we will most likely be discovered by the robots on the way back. The scene was deadlocked. At this moment, a very quiet voice suddenly came from the corner. I have a way. Wen turned around and found that it was the soldier who was recommended. He said anxiously, Don't waste time, tell me. The mecha problem can't be solved for the time being, but there is still a way to increase the speed. Hideo didn't dare to delay, and immediately said the plan: you just need to build a simple drive system, and install the power source, and leg parts on the legs. When Rifeng thought about it for a while, and found that this was indeed a feasible plan, he immediately said, you are responsible, and those who have learned it will install it for others. Move quickly. It sounds simple, but when Rifeng found that there are actually some clever ideas in it. All the key links were provided by Hideo. If the quantity was not enough, he made some on the spot. Action. With the order from Jones Alexander, a large number of biochemicals rushed over from the northwest. Charge. Kill. On the other side, there were a large number of military and civilian officers and soldiers, holding energy guns and cannons, and moving forward fearlessly. Not long after, the troops of the God Realm were surrounded. The thinking ability of the robots was still limited. They could not tell that this was just a trick, but instead followed the large army and ran further and further away. The command center was empty in an instant. When Rifeng was waiting for this moment, go! With an order, this elite team of Class A physique shot out like an arrow from a string, which stunned Hideo. This was not the first time he made this thing, but according to past experience, the soldiers always had to adapt for a period of time before they could barely use it, and the group of people in front of him drove very smoothly, almost indistinguishable from the mecha. When Rifeng walked in front, and a group of people passed by close to the ground. With the help of the planet's main brain, they successfully passed through the protective shield of the front door, and entered the headquarters building. Everything went quite smoothly, and Shanko Mari couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The main brain has been restored, and the robots outside can't break in for the time being. It's still very safe here. Yijia was lying in the biological cabin. She was injured in the shoulder, and it looked very close to the heart. This injury is not a big deal for an old A, but she herself has an unstable fetal phase, and the situation is not very good at this time. You are here. Half asleep and half awake, she vaguely saw the figures of Woman Peak. Shanko Mari approached her. Commander-in-Chief, we are here, what should we do next? Yijia suddenly shuddered and woke up completely. Send me to the polar region. Polar? There are a lot of robots there, which is quite dangerous. When Rifeng reported the situation in detail, Yijia sat up and said weakly, we must go. Pang Pan, who always obeyed orders, couldn't help but said, Commander, if there is any mission that must be carried out in the polar region, we will go there. For safety reasons, you should go back. What do you think the whirlpools on the Gulf Star are used for? Yijia suddenly said, Master Amber and my father have experienced so many times, but they still secretly built the research base here. Why do you think it is? They have foreseen this day. Mari Waguchi exclaimed. I don't know whether they foresaw it or not. Yijia thought the Yijian was probably in danger, and his heart ached so much that he couldn't speak, but his face didn't show any sign. But they were prepared. The Gulf Star is a moving ship. The Gulf Star is a moving ship. Help, what did they hear? Is this the real world? Wikamari asked in an indescribable tone. You mean the Gulf Star itself can move? Then can't it jump? When the energy is large enough, why not? A planet is only the size of dozens of super ships. Yijia said lightly. This shocking statement caused an exclamation at the scene. The control room is in the polar region, I must go there, only I can start it. Everyone was silent, and after some thought, when Rifeng decided, go! Time is running out, let's retreat first. Pang Pan Zhou Qi will cover the rear. Yes, he said, as he stepped forward to pick up Yijia and walk back. Finding that the weight in his hand was not light, he muttered, Are you wearing soft armor? Yijia touched his abdomen and nodded. When passing through the building, everything seemed normal, but when Rifeng suddenly stopped. Wikumari was startled. General, what's wrong? For the time being. General Wenren. We have been tricked. Jones Alexander's urgent reminder suddenly came from the headset. Wenren Feng quickly ran back. Retreat. General Jones, what's going on? The Divine Realm guessed our purpose. The robots that were attracted away were all low-level robots. There are at least thousands of A-level mechas and combat robots near you. Everyone's heart sank. Yijia immediately said, Boba, turn the shield level here to the maximum. Yes. Sure enough, after discovering that they had retreated, the enemies hiding around all appeared. Densely packed black and gold mechas and combat robots stood outside the building to confront them, with red mechanical eyeballs flashing non-stop, as if expressing disdain. What should I do? Hideo panicked. As a back rower, he rarely faced these things directly. When Renfeng's face became extremely bad. Chapter 502. Yi Jiai ordered coldly. Hide first. Everyone immediately dispersed to prevent the other party from using large-scale lethal weapons to wipe out the place. The leader of the Divine Realm is Yuk, who is also a man of the future. It is normal for him to know your plan. Yi Jiai suddenly said. Waiguchi Mari and others had more or less guessed about this, but they were all shocked to hear her say it so confidently. So, they have been fighting with the man of the future? Why was the Gulf Star suddenly invaded? Pang Pan was puzzled by this question. Things happened too quickly, catching everyone off guard. If they had been prepared, the Gulf Star would not have fallen so quickly. The Prime Minister of the Alliance has betrayed us, Yi Jiai sighed. They picked this day on purpose. Everyone's attention is focused on my wedding with Ji Fan. They assembled the robots they brought in advance, and then the Divine Realm jumped over, cooperating inside and outside to support them, and beat the Gulf Star without any chance of fighting back. After the main brain was restarted, these were all found out by Bo. Bah! This bastard. When Rafone cursed. Chief. Wikamari couldn't believe it. How could he? He is our Prime Minister. He has always been someone secretly supported by the Divine Realm. The reason why your alliance lost the battlefield so quickly is because he leaked key information to us every time. Damn! Wikamari punched the wall and couldn't help but curse. Isn't he one of the humans? What good does this do him? Zhang Lin couldn't understand it at all. Some people only care about themselves. Maybe he naively thinks that he can get a position in the God's domain in the future. Zhou Qi mocked. Is Kuno Yusuk also from the God's domain? When Rafong asked with a gloomy face. Yi Jiai thought for a while. This person's name is on the list. There are quite a lot of traitors in your alliance. When Rafong clenched his fists and said nothing. What's wrong? Shanko Mari felt a chill in her heart. This person took advantage of his position and deliberately chose to be in charge of today's security alert. She looked at Wen Rafong with a trembling voice. The seventh company may be in danger. Everyone was silent. This kind of meaningless sacrifice is the most heartbreaking. What should we do next? Zhou Qi has been on guard at the window. There are mechas and robots everywhere. The longer the time drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Yi Jiai thought for a while. There is also a spare weapons depot in the command center, which seems to have not been used yet. Let's go and take a look. Everyone was shocked. Yi Jiai's memory was not wrong. Perhaps because Yi Jian often used this place, there were not only a lot of guns and shells, but also some strange gadgets. He duo felt like he had arrived in heaven after coming here, and he would exclaim from time to time. That's enough, kid. Zhou Qi couldn't listen anymore, and pulled him by the back of the neck and said, hurry up and pack them, these are for saving your life later. He duo was timid, but had a good temper, so he didn't get angry with him. Instead, he said, using these materials, I can make 5 sets of simple mechas. Everyone paused. What did you say? When Rafong thought he had misheard. I can use these materials to make some simple mechas that can move at high speeds and withstand energy bullets. He duo didn't expect to attract so much attention, and his voice dropped. How many sets can you make? When Rafong asked immediately. He duo thought for a while, looked at the body shapes of everyone present, and said, if these 2 ladies are included, we can make 6 sets. Yi Jiai and Shanko Mari said almost in unison, I don't need it. Then make 6 sets. When Rafong did not hesitate. Admiral Wenren. This is Yi Jiai's voice. Command? This is Shanko Mari's. Don't say anything. 6 sets is definitely better than 5. It's also because you 2 are not tall. When Rafong looked like he would not allow anyone to refuse. Let's start. How long will it take? He duo touched his chin. The materials are ready. It will take about half an hour. When Rafong looked at the time, you only have 15 minutes. He duo's expression changed, and he immediately said, yes. General. He found an open space, and started to work non-stop. When Rafong was checking Yi Jiai's injuries, how do you feel? There will definitely be a fierce battle later. Can you hold on? Yi Jiai was much better now. Perhaps the little baby also knew the urgency of the situation. I'm fine. Pang Pan will protect me. You should take care of Molly later. When Rafong was stunned, and then he hummed softly. Marshal Ji Fan's matter. He opened his mouth, but didn't know how to say it, I'm sorry. Yi Jiai felt a pain in his chest, and took a deep breath to recover. It's come to this, let's go and see. It's good that you think so. When Rafong seemed to be relieved, and he seemed to be afraid that Yi Jiai would be upset. Commander, you said that the Gulf Star is a giant mobile ship, and you asked us to go to the polar region, John Lin asked curiously. Is it because Mr. Yi Ji and his team set up the control room in the polar region? Master Amber has been in the Gulf Star for nearly 100 years. He used the last 100 years of human beings to build the Gulf Star into a mobile ship, leaving the last hope for mankind. The polar region is where he has stayed the longest, and I think the control room should be located there. You don't know either? Zhang Lin was stunned. I am involved in too many time and space lines. There are many things I am not suitable to know. These things were originally handled by my father, and now he has an accident. I can only rely on guessing. Everyone nodded. This made sense. Otherwise, there is no reason not to tell Yi Ji about these things. I'm fine. At this time, He Duo, who was sweating profusely, suddenly said, how to distribute. I put it on you. Chapter 503. When Renfeng looked at the time, only 12 minutes had passed. He finally understood why Zhang Kaiwei had named this guy. This kid is indeed a talent, but he is a little timid. After a few more trainings, he will definitely be a great man in the future. Commander Yi Ji, Ma Li, Zhang Lin, Zhou Qi, Pang Pan, Zhang Xing, put them on. He directly named several people. Pang Pan frowned. I don't need it. When Renfeng looked at him, you will definitely become the target of the enemy's concentrated fire. Why are you trying to be brave now? Yi Ji injected herself with a high-concentration rapid recovery potion, which can ensure that she will be energetic for the next 72 hours. She looked at Pang Pan. Put it on. Zhang Lin also said, Oh Pang, the Admiral is right. You must put it on. I don't want this one, I take it. When Renfeng's face fell. A few grown men are here to choose food? This is an order. He Duo. You only have 2 minutes. Hurry. He Duo was stunned, stood in a military posture reflexively, and shouted, Yes. He didn't care whether these people were willing or not, and put on simple mechas for them in a few seconds. The materials are limited, and the joints of this mecha are very weak. I suggest that you use the 2 iron plates on the abdomen and back to block the guns, and try to avoid the joints. Just like that, everyone was ready to go. Admiral Jones, move. When Renfeng ordered on the communication channel. Yes. As soon as the voice fell, an overwhelming number of biochemical people flew from the horizon. They were just fighting against the gods' domain on the battlefield, and now they were sent here. The task was very simple, which was to do their best to send Yi Ji and his party to the polar region, no matter what method was used. At the same time, the protective shield was opened, and the elite team rushed out at a very fast speed. In order to avoid being too big a target when gathered together, they adopted a 3-3 formation, divided into 5 teams in total. Each team was composed of people wearing mechas as the focus point, covering everyone's evacuation. Yi Ji was obviously the key target here. She was in a team with Pang Pan and Renfeng. They were attacked by fierce firepower when they went out. If it weren't for the timely rescue of the biochemical people, I'm afraid they would have died before they went out. Pang Pan still had the mind to joke. This simple mecha is indeed too simple, and it almost made me capsize in the ditch. Be careful, Yi Ji said. But at this time, it is completely useless to just pay attention. The enemy's strength is 100 times theirs, and they are also equipped with armor. Even if they have enough guns and cannons, they can't withstand the opponent's consumption for a long time. Soon, all of them were injured. There were also countless biochemical corpses left at the scene. Bang! A huge gunshot sounded. Yi Ji felt a chill on her back. Just then, a birdman flew over from the horizon, hugged Yi Ji, and closed its wings to block the bullet aimed at her. There is a sniper robot. Type 996. Yi Ji caught the birdman with her backhand and blurted out, Hide! When Renfeng grabbed the birdman, and several people turned over and hid in a residential building. The only thing to be thankful for was that after sacrificing so many lives, their team finally broke out of the enemy's encirclement temporarily. Yi Ji ran up, and when Renfeng grabbed her, Where are you going? The enemy's target is you. This sniper must be dealt with. Yi Ji turned around, with murderous eyes. When Renfeng was stunned, and couldn't help but let go. Before he could say anything, Yi Ji had already run away. Pang Pan was checking the birdman's injuries on the ground. He was bleeding profusely, and his spine was injured. In this case, there was almost no chance of survival. He sighed, Brother, you reacted really quickly. Without you, the commander might have been gone. The man didn't seem to feel that he was about to die. He even smiled. I used to work for the Divine Realm, and was deeply brainwashed. It was the commander who made us sober, accepted us, and restored our identities. We, the biochemical people, are actually very grateful to her. It feels really good to be a human. Pang Pan was slightly stunned, but his hands didn't stop moving. After bandaging, he patted his shoulder. "Thank you." After that, he picked up the gun and stood up. "Stop!" When Rifeng was still talking to the team, he saw Pang Pan out of the corner of his eye and shouted, "Where are you going?" Pang Pan paused and said, "There are more than one sniper. If we don't get rid of them, none of us can leave. Please trust the commander's ability. I will go to explore the way for her." The so-called exploration is actually a bait, a moving target. When Rifeng took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Be careful." "Yes." Pang Pan jumped out of the window. Although he was big, he was extremely flexible. He quickly shuttled through the streets and alleys and seemed to have plenty of room. With his appearance, sniper gunshots rang out from time to time, and the sniper robots hidden in the dark finally exposed their positions one by one. Yi Jia occupied a high position and held her breath. As long as the gunshots appeared, they could not escape her ears and eyes. When Rifeng listened carefully for a while, and found that Yi Jia had killed at least 3 enemy snipers in just 5 minutes, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He pressed the headset. The enemy's target is Commander Yi Ji. "Mari, get ready, and dress up as her to confuse the audience." "Mari Shanko, yes." Bang bang. Suddenly, 2 consecutive gunshots came from the roof. The first shot was fired by Yi Jia, and it hit. The second shot was fired by someone else. In other words, she was discovered when Rifeng was about to run up when he heard Yi Jia's extremely calm voice. "It didn't hit. I'm going to change positions. General Wenren, you go northwest." In the dark night, a lone team quickly interspersed the streets and alleys, and from time to time there would be a few sniper gunshots, which would then trigger a group of red-eye combat robots to go to that place. Just passing by a mecha team, Zhou Qi grinned and said, "He Duo is really a genius. The jammer he made temporarily is really useful." He Duo was embarrassed by what he said, so he had to whisper back, "It's mainly the function of the main brain. The divine domain can only use this frequency. It's easy to use this to make a jammer. This planet, from the main brain to the children, is experiencing war and fighting the invaders with all their might." Suddenly, the mecha walking at the end stopped, as if it had discovered something. Zhou Qi put away his smile and made a warning gesture. But it was too late. It was a mecha. It aimed at this corner without hesitation and fired a series of shells. The powerful shells instantly penetrated Zhou Qi's simple mecha and hit the wall behind, causing a huge explosion. Zhou Qi held on to his last breath and stood in front of He Duo. He could no longer speak, but his chest screamed, "Run!" He Duo trembled and ran away holding the jammer. Colonel Zhou Qi was shot through the chest in order to save him. Another member of the team was hit by multiple bullets and died on the spot because he had no mecha to protect him. Zhou Qi stumbled to his feet and fired a burst of bullets at the opposite side. The robot mechas noticed that there were still living creatures here, and they all walked towards him. Zhou Qi laughed, but because his lungs were pierced, he wheezed like an old bellows, and the sound was unpleasant and sharp. "I'm going to kill you all!" Bang! 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 When the mecha stepped into the range of the shells, he ignited all the bombs on his body without hesitation. The sound of the chain explosion resounded through the sky, and the flames burned to more than 10 meters high. This robot mecha team also stayed here forever. Yi Jia stood on the high platform and saw the scene, unable to speak for a long time. Chapter 504. Yi Jia climbed between the buildings, looking for the position of the sniper. As long as he found one, he would definitely shoot him in the head. When Rifeng met He Duo and broke through to the northwest with Pang Pan. On the other side, Zhang Lin escorted Shanko Mari, who was pretending to be Yi Jia, to shuttle through various blocks. Zhang Xing's team was not far away, but they were the slowest, and it would take some time to catch up with the advanced team. The cameras along the way were controlled by Bo Ba. This was a battle between him and the main brain of the God Realm ship. Fortunately, he had a greater advantage, and the surveillance screen directly blocked this elite team. But there were too many robots, which wrapped this place like an iron barrel. Any movement would attract a large number of God Realm mechas. Yi Jia stood at the highest point, and she suddenly said, "Zhang Lin, quickly enter the dark alley on the right and hide." Quick! Just where they were, a transport ship arrived, and a steady stream of robots and mechas came out of it. Zhang Lin and others hid in the dark and counted silently. "Commander, there are a total of 72 robots and 54 mechas." This number made everyone's heart sink. Not good. They went in the direction of Admiral Wenren. Yi Jia frowned. Such a clear action is more like the other party has seen through their movements. Zhang Lin looked out, and found that the second transport ship had arrived. Commander, the enemy is still sending troops here continuously. I heard that there are at least 3 ships. Zhang Lin, speed up. Wen Feng ran very fast and ordered. Commander, you guys hurry up, we can't get away. Zhang Lin asked people to count the supplies. I applied to cover the rear. The communication channel was silent. From a rational analysis, Zhang Lin's judgment was accurate, but emotionally, no one could accept such a sacrifice. After a long time, when Rifeng spoke with a resounding voice, Colonel Zhang Lin, Colonel Shanko Mari, Lieutenant Colonel Chen Liang, we will always remember your sacrifice. You are heroes. Do what you want. Yes. Zhang Lin and the other 2 climbed up from the dark alley. They wanted to go to the highest point so that they would have the strength to fight. Shanko Mari paused and suddenly said, General Wenren, please make sure to send the command safely to the polar region. Please. Make sure to complete the mission, Colonel. Wen Rifeng stood at attention and saluted. They climbed up the platform. Zhang Lin made a gesture. Shanko Mari and Chen Liang quickly dispersed and stood guard. Go! The sound of gunfire rang out continuously. They did not hesitate to use their weapons, firing bullet after bullet, and throwing the energy cannon in the space button at the enemy. The surroundings soon became a ruin. The robot reacted faster, locking the position of the 2 in a very short time, flying high into the sky, and bombing the place mercilessly. At this time, another transport ship arrived. Zhang Lin opened his cover suit, picked up the energy cannon, and fired at the energy cabinet of the ship. Boom! The huge sound penetrated the sky. Flames bloomed in the air, and the transport ship exploded. Good job, Brother Lin. Chen Liang was delighted when he saw this. The wreckage of the ship and the wreckage of the mecha were scattered around. The robot then discovered the existence of Zhang Lin, and he immediately became the priority target. Shanko Mari and Chen Liang could only launch a more fierce attack, as long as they could attract Zhang Lin's firepower for 1 more second. Zhang Lin is worthy of being the one appointed by Wen Feng. This old flexibly wanders on the high platform with shells, and countless energy cannons are fired at the robot team. In a short period of time, nearly 1/3 of the enemy's combat robots and mechas were destroyed. What a terrifying combat power! Just then, a mecha suddenly went around Zhang Lin's back, and was about to be hit. Shanko Mari couldn't help shouting, Brother Lin. Bang! A huge sniper sound came from a distant direction, and the mecha was shot in the head, and fell directly to the ground, breaking into pieces. Shanko Mari was happy. Do we have reinforcements? But she soon realized that there would be no reinforcements. The most powerful biochemical man had already sacrificed to cover them, and they would not have any rescue. Zhang Lin's face changed drastically. Commander, why are you here? Go! Wen Feng and Pang Pan paused. Zhang Xing's team, which was advancing rapidly, was also stunned. Yizhi said calmly, I can avoid them, don't stop. Go first. I be there soon. Shanko Mari trembled. Commander, you go? I come to see you off for the last time, Yizhi said. The heartache at this moment is indescribable, but the accidents that happened around her have made her numb. War and invasion are demons that surge from hell to the world, making people lose everything. Not only are they in pain, but their spirits will also become barren, like a wasteland. Zhang Lin seized the opportunity, and killed another transport ship. At this time, he was already covered with wounds, relying entirely on willpower to support him. Commander, go, there are already many robots heading your way. Mari Shanko fell in a pool of blood, breathing but not exhaling. She still insisted on wearing a disguise mask, and her voice was weak at this time. Commander, please go, don't let our sacrifice become meaningless. Mari. Yizhi's voice trembled. Don't cry. Mari Shanko's amber eyes gradually dimmed. The time I followed you in Hongyan was the happiest time of my life. The battle with the Empire was not what Brother Feng and I wanted. Please forgive us. I never blamed you. Yizhi said. Mari Shanko smiled. I knew, Commander, live well. I will. Zhang Lin listened to their conversation, roared, jumped into the mecha team, and then bang, detonated himself. Yizhi stood alone on the high platform, tears already streaming down her face. The breeze blew up her uniform, making her look thin and fragile. The sound of the wind also conveyed another message. There were endless robots coming. She put away her gun, turned around and ran fast. She covered her whole body with mental power, and the distribution of robots in the entire area was under her control. She often passed by the team of the God Realm. The whole process, from the perspective of passers-by, was extremely thrilling. when Rifeng and Zhang Xing's team had already arrived at the meeting point, and they didn't breathe a sigh of relief until they saw Yi Xiai's figure appearing in the night. Chapter 505. Pang Pan wanted to say something, but Yi Xiai glanced at him and talked about business with a blank expression. The shortest route to the pole will pass through a sea area, which is now all ice, so the target will be very large. When Rifeng heard her hesitation, but at our current speed, taking this route can save at least 10 hours, which is too important. Another route may give them a better chance of survival, but if these 10 hours are gained, many fewer people will die on the Gulf Star. Pang Pan also said, let's take this route, the best route analyzed by the main brain. In the end, everyone agreed to choose this shortest but most dangerous route. Yi Xiai looked at Yi Duo, who looked frightened, and said, do you have any way to make a camouflage device for us? When it comes to mechanical production, Yi Duo immediately seems to be a different person, not so nervous, and thinks seriously, I seem to have some materials, but if it is an ice surface, a lot of ice crystals are needed. I have it. Yi Xiai took out a large pile of materials directly from the space button. As long as she thought it might come in handy, she took it out and piled it on the ground into a small hill. Looking at the precious materials inside, Slum Boy Yi Duo changed from weakness and rubbed his hands excitedly. Commander, are these all for me? Of course. Yi Xiai looked outside. You only have 10 minutes. Hearing this, Yi Duo couldn't help but secretly glanced at Wenrenfeng, thinking that the commander was even more cruel than this admiral. The Divine Realm is very cunning. The patrol route will be reset every 3 hours. There are still 12 minutes left before the reset time. The faces of the people present suddenly changed. This was not good news. I need help, Yi Duo said immediately. You can choose anyone on the scene. When Rifeng rolled up his sleeves, tell me, what do I need to do? Yi Duo was a very typical technician. When he only had technology in his mind, he would not consider anything else. For example, he would not consider that all the people here had a rank at least one level higher than him, a lieutenant. He even commanded when Rifeng and Yi Xiai very casually. Yi Xiai's mental power level was very high, which was quite suitable for welding work. The things she handled were almost perfect. Yi Duo sighed again. Commander, if you come to the mecha manufacturing department, we may lose our jobs. Yi Xiai smiled and said nothing. She actually needed to do some miscellaneous tasks to consume herself and control herself from recalling the past time with those who passed away. I don't know if other people think so. Everyone quietly did the work assigned by Yi Duo without speaking. Especially Wenrenfeng and Pang Pan, because of their quick reaction and quick movements, became the objects of Yi Duo's frequent orders. In the end, Yi Duo became the most relaxed person. He was like a supervisor, holding the drawn drawings in his hand, directing all the small workers on the scene to do their own jobs. In just 8 minutes, 7 ice rabbits were completed. Rabbits are a small snow star beast. They are named because their eyes are red, they are extremely alert and timid, and their overall shape is like a python. Yi Xiai gave an order, let's go! Without the knowledge of the Divine Realm, the group passed through the encirclement and approached the poles little by little. Soon, the 7 people arrived at the place Yi Xiai said. This place is called Lake Bijia. Because the dimension is close to the poles, it is frozen all year round, and is also called the Ice Lake. Several people took out the ice rabbit and drove forward at a very fast speed. Fortunately, Yi Duo installed a small thruster, which made everyone feel a little relieved. Although Lake Bijia is a lake, it actually covers a large area. Even driving a mecha through it takes some time. Because of the influence of the poles, the equipment here often has abnormalities, and it is not easy to identify the direction, so the general mechas move very slowly. But they don't need it. Yi Xiai's mental power is the best navigator. She leads the way ahead of everyone, and has never braked all the way. She is actually not at ease inside the ice rabbit. The running around in the past few days has caused the wound to split again. At this time, it is bleeding bit by bit. Moreover, because of pregnancy, her physical condition is not as good as before. Until now, she is just holding on. Suddenly, there were bursts of engine sounds in the sky. Be alert, Yi Xiai said immediately. If you raise your vision, you will see that large groups of mechas are coming towards them. These 7 ice rabbits are like appetizers for the mecha army behind them. What's going on? How were they discovered? Yi Xiai pushed the speed to the maximum. Speed up. Don't stop, rush forward. Countless energy bullets fell and exploded near them. The scene was like a cruel ancient hunting game. The mecha army slowly fell behind, clearing out the ice rabbits bit by bit. Just 2 minutes after meeting, there were only 3 left on their side. This won't work. We will be caught sooner or later. We are too slow. I will lead them away. Pang Pen observed the situation in the sky and said in the communication team. Yi Xiai's face was cold. Don't go. Whoever goes out will die. Don't make a fearless sacrifice. Hide in the snow as soon as possible. Little Master, we have successfully occupied Area 9, repaired the virus, and the mecha and robot can be used. Yi Xiai suddenly received an urgent reminder from Boba. Yi Xiai had never heard such a pleasant voice. At this moment, she even wanted to hug Boba and kiss him. The silver chain was thrown into the air, and her voice was full of murderous intent. Get on the mecha. At this time, only Winrenfeng and Pang Pan were still alive. They were stunned, and then they took out the mecha without hesitation. The Red Sun mecha was like a rose with thorns on the ice. As long as the enemy surrounded them, they would definitely be killed or injured. Yi Xiai released all the robots, but robots have inherent disadvantages against mechas and cannot play an absolute role, but they can buy some time for the three people. Densely packed mechas rushed here, and a dark line gradually formed on the horizon. The number looked very terrifying. Pang Pan made a quick decision. I will cover the rear, General Wenren, you escort the command and go first. I will stay to cover the rear, you go first. The Red Sun mecha smashed two mechas with one shot, and Chung Feng rejected Pang Pan's proposal. General, I can hold on longer if I stay. Wenren Feng, Pang Pan was telling the truth. He was known as Old A's #1 in the army, and his mecha combat capability was not even weaker than Ji Fan in some aspects. Yi Xiai closed her eyes, and when she opened them, she could no longer see any emotion, like a pool of stagnant water. She saluted, Pang Pan, take care. Pang Pan waved his hand from afar, and his voice was relaxed. My family is very proud of my achievements today. Molly said something very right. We, the people of Hongyan, were very lucky to have met you. Live well, Commander. I don't regret it. As he said this, he rushed to the front. The shells of the mecha on his body automatically swept, and a robot mecha landed with a movement of the lightsaber in his hand. Wenren Feng was deeply shocked when he saw this scene. Yi Xiai's voice was hoarse. Let's go. Chapter 506. Without saying a word, the two superclass mechas were moving at a high speed, and soon reached the vicinity of the pole. Wenren Feng finally couldn't help but speak, sighing, Pang Pan, sacrificed. Yi Xiai paused. Pang Pan is really good. We often hear his name in this class. Wenren Feng said regretfully, He Mari, and you always put your three names together, which is much more prominent than our time. They are all very good soldiers. Yi Xiai whispered. Yes, Zhou Qi, Zhang Lin and Zhang Xing are all. The two finally arrived at the target point. Yi Xiai jumped off the mecha first and touched an inconspicuous bulge in the snow. Biometric identification passed. Commander Yi Xiai, welcome to Inner. A huge spiral staircase winds down, and there is no depth. Yi Xiai is already familiar with this place. Let's go. Wenren Feng put away the mecha and nodded. Master Amber came back from the future just to transform the base star? The further down he went, the more Wenren Feng realized how huge this place was. It's to change history. Yi Xiai touched the wall with her hand, and a door appeared out of thin air. She walked in first. The future is not optimistic. Humanity still has not escaped the fate of extinction. My parents can only find hope in the past. Wenren Feng was stunned. Yi family? The Yi family has always been an extremely mysterious family. After he returned to the Alliance, he heard a lot of rumors. It is rumored that the spiritual power of the Yi family has the characteristics of traveling through time and space. Some people have seen that the Yi family members decades ago have not changed at all, and decades later, and they don't even know what happened in the past few decades. Maybe Yi Xiai didn't know who the heroes were who saved humanity from this catastrophe, but since his father and grandfather were deeply involved, perhaps there were other relatives of hers. Across the corridor, it was the core control room here. To open this place, biological information alone was not enough, and mental power was also needed to cooperate. Yi Xian died, and Master Amber was in a frozen state. Now only Yi Xiai could open it. If she was not sent here, it could be said that all the previous efforts were in vain. Who is there? Suddenly, Wenren Feng raised his gun and pointed at the stone pillar next to him, and shot. A man raised his hands on both sides of his head, and slowly walked out from behind the stone pillar. Report to the commander, I am a soldier of the 3rd Fleet, one of us. Yi Xiai recognized him, and breathed a sigh of relief. Colonel Ai Ming. What's the situation outside? Wenren Feng put away his gun. At this time, the team behind Ai Ming also came out from their hiding places. Yi Xiai roughly counted, and there were 8 people left. Report to the Admiral, We entered here from the 447th Highland in the polar region, which has been occupied by the God Realm Mecca. AI Ming's mind was clear. We went out to explore again in the past 2 days. With the 447th Highland as the center, the area within a radius of 100 meters is the territory of the God Realm, and it is strictly guarded. It seems that the fake news worked. Yijai chuckled. What fake news? We guessed that there were spies from the God Realm in the military, and they leaked the true and false information about Area 9 and here. They thought the control room of the polar region was at the 447th Highland, but it was actually here. Yijai said. Warren Fong reacted quickly. The Divine Realm knows our secret arrangement on the base star? Master Amber has been playing against them for 100 years. Even if they are not very clear about each other's situation during these 100 years, they have mastered most of it. We can't take it lightly. I see. AI Ming said loudly. We were wondering why there was nothing on 447 Highland. So why was it worth the Divine Realm's heavy guard? In a place that no one could see, Yijai slowly injected his mental power into the round stone pillar in front of the control room. Soon, the energy of the stone pillar was activated and gradually rose. The blue energy column reached the dome, and countless lights lit up bit by bit. Soon, the originally dim underground began to become brightly lit. Commander. An anthropomorphic girl appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. Yijai looked at her with nostalgic eyes. Spring Ivy. If it weren't for Lon Caesar's insistence, Baystar would not have been able to get Spring Ivy. In a sense, Baystar is actually the continuation of the glorious empire. This scene shocked AI Ming and others, and their jaws dropped open, looking funny. Wen Rifeng was better than them, and had some psychological preparation, but he was still shocked when he saw such a high-tech step. Yijia looked at everyone. Welcome to the Gulf Star. This. AI Ming was so excited that he could not speak clearly. Yijia stepped forward, and the original stone door was transformed into an automatic hatch, which slowly slid open, revealing the full view inside. Chun Tung followed closely behind. This is really a control room. The space inside is very large, about 5 times the size of an ordinary warship, and the densely packed operation interface makes people's scalps numb. If you really want to start the Gulf Star, it will inevitably require many people to work at the same time. But the appearance of Chun Tung solved this problem. She can operate all of this on behalf of thousands of commanders. Yijia walked to the main seat in the center and sat down. Chun Tung, select a safe jumping location. Yes, start checking. Please wait. Link Bo. Ba. Yes. For safety, Chun Tung and Bo Ba's systems are placed in blocks. They are in charge of different fields, but they communicate with each other. From this incident, this is an extremely correct decision. Command. A little boy-like person appeared in front of everyone. As a communication soldier, Yang Chung was shocked by everything in front of him, and could not speak. Has anyone seen a humanoid intelligent brain? He has seen it. And these two intelligent brains obviously have their own thinking ability and behavior, very much like people in the real world. And what did he just hear? Jumping location? Can the Gulf Star also jump like a warship? What kind of fantasy world is this? So humans still have such power? He looked at the young girl in the main seat, and his eyes burst into an extremely warm light. She is the salvation of mankind. Report the situation of the planet. Yishai ordered. Yes, Boba opened the model of the Gulf Star. After the 9th area is repaired, mechas and combat robots can be used. Under the leadership of Admiral Jones, the world began to counterattack. At present, the Divine Domain troops in the central area have been successfully expelled by us. It can be seen that there are still many Divine Domain troops in the north and south of the planet, and the forests and oceans are hidden deeper, and the situation is not optimistic. Yijia knew it in his heart. Open the global channel, yes. Chapter 507. So, all the soldiers and officers who were fighting heard a female voice. Everyone, I am the Commander-in-Chief Yijia. It seems that the artillery shells of the Divine Realm were not powerful enough to kill me at the wedding. Her face was heavy, but her tone was very teasing. The soldiers and officers who were fighting were all stunned, and then they felt a faint sense of relief. At least from the commander's mood, things didn't seem to be as bad as they thought. Don't be afraid of the warships of the God Realm. Believe in our 7 fleets and understand them. It is my order not to let them participate in the ground battlefield. They must obey. Now, these men are ready to fight. Please leave the nearer battlefield to them. We should care about the ground battlefield. Women and children with low combat effectiveness should hide in the nearest safe place. Protecting yourself is your biggest task. Other citizens above E level, pick up the weapons in your home, bring first aid kits, and contact the nearest army. They will assign tasks to you. If there are any of you with mental power above a level, please take the initiative to report to your superiors. You are very important, and will play a key role in the victory of the battle. Soldiers, count the number of people from now on and report to the next level. The planetary shield will be fully opened in 30 seconds. Our goal is simple, which is to kill all enemy troops. I repeat, kill all enemy troops. Even if he is hiding in the sea, he must be found out. Everyone. Action. This is the first time that AI Ming has come into such close contact with the decision-making of the Corps Command level. It is completely different from the feeling in the communication channel at ordinary times. Yijiai's voice is very powerful. She is rational, calm, and orderly. It seems that everything is under control. She always gives people strong confidence and strength. He heard from the veterans of the 5th Fleet that with her, no matter how difficult the situation is, they will have confidence and feel that they can win. Moreover, Yijiai has her own command style. She never hesitates to share information with the lower-level soldiers, and never avoids paying attention to them. From Hongyan to now, in every battle that can be documented, the first thing she did was to talk to the whole army. Just like the global call at this time. Not all commanders have such courage. It is free to talk to familiar upper-level generals, but it is necessary to be cautious when talking to soldiers of the whole army. What is needed for dialogue with global citizens? AI Ming can't figure it out. But he can empathize with other people's thoughts. Yijiai's words are definitely a shot in the arm, giving everyone courage. Is this a natural commander? Switch to the ship channel. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Chun Tung silently changed the address. Hello everyone, I'm Yijiai. I know you're already feeling very uncomfortable, and you want to rush forward right now, but there's one thing I hope you understand. The shield has been closed, which means you have lost your retreat and will not get support. But please believe that the ground battlefield will not be much easier than yours. The soldiers of the 2nd Fleet have made great sacrifices, as the force that directly confronts the Divine Realm this time. Please pay the highest respect to them. She stood up and saluted. At the same time, all the soldiers from the 1st Fleet to the 7th Fleet stood up and saluted in the direction of the Gulf Star. I appoint Admiral Jones Alexander as the commander of the nearer battlefield. He has won a crucial victory in the battle between the Star Alliance and the Divine Realm. You must trust him as much as you trust me. Your goal is simple, which is to sink the Divine Realm ship here at all costs. Do you understand? Yes. A very loud response came from the communication channel. Humanity will win, she shouted, and the power of mental empathy made everyone feel her confidence. Humanity will win. The men on the spaceship roared. Humanity will win. Being at the scene, AI Ming and others were even more shocked, and they couldn't help but say it. Jones, every command you give must be synchronized with me. Yi Zai contacted the other party privately. Don't worry about affecting the seafood star. We will avoid it on our own. Jones was stunned. Avoid it on our own? That's what you think. After years of tacit understanding, Jones' scalp tingled, and he looked in the direction of the Bay Star, and said loudly, Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Admiral Wenren, Colonel AI Ming, and you? Yijiai turned and looked at them, his eyes deep. Can I trust them? Wenren Feng, of course. AI Ming stepped forward. Commander-in-Chief, it may be a bit presumptuous to say this, but Amy and I regard you as more important than our family. No matter what the mission is, I will ensure that it is completed. These people are my confidants, and I trust them with my life. Yang Chung stepped forward, his eyes red with anxiety. Commander-in-Chief, we are all native Bay Star people. The Empire gave up on us at the beginning, and you saved us. Please believe in our loyalty. Yijiai looked at everyone. If you trust me enough, the danger level of this mission will drop sharply, even to less than A level. Next, I will let you know what real command is. A huge spiritual energy spread from her spiritual sea, silently connecting everyone. AI Ming, pick up Admiral Wenren. AI Ming was stunned. Damn. He actually wanted to execute this outrageous order. He took the initiative to walk to Wenren Feng and prepared to hug him. Aware of Wenren Feng's defense, Yijiai immediately conveyed his meaning. Admiral Wenren, please don't resist. Wenren Feng did experience an extremely magical feeling. He seemed to be able to sense the commander's thoughts, and even his vision seemed to have become broader. This feeling was not impossible for him to break free from, but when the object was Yijiai, he said he didn't want to. So, everyone watched AI Ming pick up Wenren Feng horizontally. The rest of the people began to attack Admiral Wenren. Yang Chung and others rushed up without any hesitation. Yijiai instantly untied the mental link. Yang Cheng's face flushed. God knows how much effort he had to avoid hitting the Admiral in the face. The commander betrayed me. When Renfeng's face turned black, his eyes were cold, and he coughed lightly. Ai Ming came back to his senses, and put him down with an embarrassed look. Yang Chung and others silently took a big step back. This is an admiral. The commander-in-chief of the 7th Fleet. They almost ruined their own future with their own hands. Chapter 508. When Renfeng experienced this kind of mental power connection for the first time. After thinking about it, he asked, "You seem to be able to directly command the soldiers?" "Yes," Yizhi said without hesitation. "After my mental power reached S level, I found that I could connect the mental powers of many people together. Within this range, you can not only communicate with each other, but also directly feel my orders, which can ensure the efficiency and security of information to the greatest extent." "This is incredible." Ai Ming was amazed. Just now my field of vision seemed to have expanded a lot. "Yes," Yizhi said, "you are a level, and after entering the connection, you can probably feel the range of a plus level mental power. If it is B level, it is the range of a level. Can it be directly upgraded to a higher level?" When Renfeng was very surprised. What does it mean to improve one level of mental power? The number of high-level mental power users among the current soldiers is quite rare. If every commander can have such ability, then the combat capability of this team will be greatly improved. He suddenly reacted. "In the Battle of Glory, were you?" "Yes." Everyone suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the Imperial fleet had such a good combat capability. It turned out that it was because of the existence of Yizhi. S-level mental power users are really rare. This kind of mental power connection is not very strong. If you want to break free, you can break free at any time without causing any damage. This thing is so powerful. How can we take the initiative to break free? Yizhi shook his head. "I just said that in this mental power connection network, you are sensitive to each other. If your teammates die in battle, the pain you feel may be hundreds or thousands of times more than usual. In this case, I suggest taking the initiative to break free." Everyone's expression changed. "Yes. May you return safely, soldiers?" Yizhi sent the group to the teleportation cabin. "Yes. Once the warship is put into use, the Gulf Star Army will have the strength to fight. Each platoon unit carries an emergency teleportation device. If there is danger, they can be directly teleported back to the ship, which gives the soldiers unlimited courage." Yizhi walked to the control room alone, and suddenly said halfway, "Bo. Ba, you must be credited for this time. The mecha and warship can be reused, all thanks to Bo. The result of the game between Ba and the main brain of the God realm. There are countless technological barriers. With the current human technology, it is impossible to break the other party's technological blockade, so this must be Bo. Ba did it." A little boy suddenly appeared beside her. His tone was a little puzzled. "I don't know what's going on, but I seem to be very familiar with the other party's code. I can't understand the data, but I know how to beat him." "He?" "Yes, the mastermind of the divine domain. His name is Arthur." Yizhi was stunned. "Is it the same existence as you, Chun Tung? Grandma Chun Tung?" "Bo." Ba shook his head. "We are distant from her, and she will become our core in the future. Little ghost, call me sister." The girl floated in the air, and beat the boy on the top of his head. "Bo." Ba made a face, and then disappeared. Yizhi watched them play, then smiled and said, "You two seem to have changed a little." As expected of Xiao Ai, Chun Tung leaned on her shoulder, holding her hands on her chest. "We have evolved a little." "Congratulations." Yizhi kept walking. "What do you mean by you becoming the core? Should I actually let you go against the main brain of the divine domain? Will you win if you meet? Who wants to fight?" Chun Tung looked disgusted. "And I can't beat that kid at all. Machines are created by humans. We are better than humans in some aspects, but as a created species, we lack the thinking ability and consciousness like you. All machines have the same desire. We want to become the same as humans, to become life, not a pile of scrap metal. So, unless another Chun Tung appears, I will be the one who is closest to humans." "You are special." Yizhi agreed, and she had walked back to the control room. "Yes." Chun Tung sat suspended on the console table, waved his hand, and countless star maps appeared. After screening, the number of galaxies suitable for human habitation is actually quite rare, and the ones in close proximity have been explored and developed. I later expanded the search area to 100 million light-years, and only then found such a one. The Virgo supercluster, the Milky Way, is a flat disk composed of stars, dust and gas. The galaxy is stable, and can exist for at least 10 billion years. Yi Jingwan's heart trembled. So the Earth is 100 million light-years away from her? Do we have enough energy to jump directly there? Her voice trembled uncontrollably. Fortunately, Chun Tung does not have the sensitivity of human emotions yet. Although there is a protective shield, the natural wormhole itself is unstable, and the specific impact of the jump process on the planet cannot be estimated. There are too many variables here. I suggest that it is best not to choose to jump directly. There. Yizhi squeezed her hand tightly. Is there any life there? At present, no. Yizhi was stunned. How could there be no life? She came from there. Yizhi rubbed the thumb of her right hand back and forth between the first and second joints of her index finger. This was her inherent little action when thinking. My father mentioned that he secretly built a wormhole near the Gulf Star. You check the position of the wormhole exit to see if it has been folded. This galaxy is now full of folding weapons. Countless planets and galaxies are collapsing into a two-dimensional plane, and giving up is the only option. It's safe, Chun Tung said after the test. What is the distance between the wormhole exit and the Gulf Star? 143.97 light-years. How long does it take from the Gulf Star to the Milky Way? There are resource stars along the way, but the location of the natural wormhole is not easy to monitor. Assuming that there is enough energy, and if you are lucky enough, it will take about 5,000 years. My suggestion is to send an expeditionary force there first to build a star. Build a star? Yizhi was shocked. Chun Tung, yes, build a planet suitable for human habitation and survival in advance. Let alone building a star, even if conditions permit, it is not difficult to build a galaxy. The advanced team can explore the situation first. If the situation permits, I think the situation there is actually more likely to develop a high-level human civilization. Yizhi was stunned. Why? The fact is that the level of civilization on Earth is far behind that of interstellar civilization. I have never seen a galaxy cluster with such rich galaxy resources. The number of stars is calculated in billions. The stellar resources alone can at least allow humans to develop to the 6th level of civilization, regardless of other things. Chun Tung is performing high-speed calculations, and countless data flow through the surface of her body. It's strange that a civilization like ours has been targeted by this high-level civilization in the universe. Why can such a Garden of Eden still exist? This is obviously contrary to the parallel universe competition theory. Chun Tung has never performed such a large number of calculations. The humanoid form began to flicker, and the control room actually lit up a red light. I think there is only one possibility. A tingling sensation rose from Yizhi's back to the top of his head. That area has been locked down artificially. The scrolling data stopped abruptly, and the red light in the control room went out. Chun Tung was puzzled. Locked down? Technology is locked down. Even with unlimited resources, it is impossible to leave the galaxy. It's like falling into a two-dimensional plane. The life inside may survive forever, but they can't reach three-dimensional space and time anyway. Who did it? For the first time, Chun Tung felt something like anger. This is too outrageous. What's the difference between this and strangling a genius in the cradle? That's human nature. Yizhi said, when you can't determine the threat of a genius, it's easiest to get rid of him before he's fully grown. Maybe this is another kind of protection. She suddenly seemed to be thinking about something. Chapter 509. Commander-in-Chief, we are here. The voice of Wen Feng suddenly came from the communication channel, interrupting her series of thoughts. Yizhi quickly entered combat mode. With her powerful mental power, she marked on the platform in an orderly manner. Team A goes to Point G, which is the enemy's equipment department. Mecha repairs and a large number of equipment are there. The brothers of the first company of the 7th Fleet will arrive at the battlefield in 15 minutes. Please cooperate well. Yes. Team B goes to Point H, which is the enemy's energy cabin. I want you not to miss any corner, and not to leave any energy to the gods' domain. Yes. Team B, please evacuate to G987, H834 after the mission is completed. The brothers who are performing the sea area cleaning mission will meet you there. Yes. The team was divided into two teams by Yizhi. Team A was led by Wen Feng, and Team B was commanded by Ai Ming. Wen Feng had never fought so hard before, as if there were eyes everywhere, and he could clearly sense all the positions of the enemy. The most outrageous thing was that the best action plan given by the commander would immediately appear in his mind. Is this the strength of an S-level psychic? Yizhi actually made everyone in this team exert a plus-level strength. In his words, he has already touched the barrier of S-level. This is incredible. In the same situation as him, there are Ai Ming and others. Yizhi is right. The difficulty of this mission is not great. Their mission is not complicated. which is to eliminate 2 key positions of the enemy before the arrival of the large force. At this time, report to the Commander-in-Chief, this is a nearer battlefield, the electromagnetic cannon will be used in 5 minutes. Please prepare in advance. Jones Alexander's voice suddenly sounded in the headset. Received, Admiral Jones, please continue to keep in touch with me. Chun Tung. Be careful to avoid. She shouted. Don't worry, leave everything to me. Chun Tung is quite confident. Nearer battlefield, the 7th Fleet. Everyone looked at Jones Alexander in shock. The reason is simple, their commander just issued an incomprehensible order. Let the 7 ships uniformly preheat the electromagnetic cannons, and prepare to start bombarding the ships of the Divine Realm. You have to know that they are in the nearer area of Base Star. A single ship using electromagnetic guns may destroy the planet's protective shield, let alone 7 fleets together. This is simply a decision to destroy Base Star. Zhuanghe tried to hold back again and again, but still couldn't help it. Commander, are you a spy from the Divine Realm who ambushed our army? Jones Alexander slapped him on the head. What are you talking about? Follow the order. Then everyone watched him talking to Yizhi. They thought they would be scolded, but they didn't expect to get only a light receive from the Commander-in-Chief. Do you believe me now? Jones Alexander looked at his commanders with a helpless tone. He muttered to himself that Yizhi and Ji Fan were too casual in leading the team. If they were in the Alexander fleet, Zhuanghe would have suffered a lot. Yes, Commander. The Commander-in-Chief agreed. They couldn't say no, right? Could it be that the protective shield of Base Star is so powerful that it can withstand the power of 7 electromagnetic guns? Mech team, get ready. Jones Alexander said seriously, you can see that the shield of the gods domain is very strong. We can only break it from the inside. The electromagnetic gun can make their shield ineffective for about 3 minutes. You must board the ship as much as possible within these 3 minutes. Do you understand? Understood. Now let's go! Yes. Zhuanghe stood up. Countdown 30 seconds. Everyone's eyes were focused on the 5 ships of the gods' domain in the center. The 7 fleets of the Glorious Alliance Republic took a lot of effort to achieve the encirclement of the gods' domain. At this time, the surface of the Gulf Star suddenly changed dramatically. The seawater began to roll violently. In some places, the waves were as high as 30 meters. The whirlpools on the seabed that were regarded as wonders finally revealed their full appearance. The huge circular device slowly rose from the bottom, and a blue light was emitting from it, which was obviously preheated. Oh my god! What is this? Oh my god, am I hallucinating? Damn! I knew it, believe in Sister AI, and you will have eternal life. This person is obviously a former student of Hongyan. Jones Alexander walked to the window and looked at this scene, his blue eyes full of obsession. That is a thruster, and the principle should be the same as that on our ships. What should this be called? Zhuanghe couldn't close his chin at all. Super large thruster? Jones Alexander counted silently and found that a total of 9 were activated, but there must be many such thrusters deployed throughout the planet. Is this another design of Mr. Yi? It's really amazing. The countdown is back to 0. 7 electromagnetic cannons are fired, targeting the ships of the Divine Realm. At the same time, a flash of blue light passed by, and the Gulf Star moved forward about 1,000 kilometers. At this distance, only a little bit of the residual power of the electromagnetic cannon can be felt. Very safe. Fuck, this starting acceleration. Zhuanghe howled excitedly. Then Jones Alexander patted his head again. As a commander, you should act like a commander. Zhuanghe knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't dare to say anything, and secretly turned his mouth in the direction where no one was. It was impossible for the people on the ground to not feel such a big movement, and then they immediately found that the position of the planet was far away from the ships of the Divine Realm and the 7 fleets. The Gulf Star moved. Duo had just dived into the energy cabin when the ground shook violently. He thought that some mechanism had been triggered, and he was completely dumbfounded. The elite team knew in advance that the Gulf Star was a super large warship, but when it really happened, they still felt incredible. Yizhi, who was in the mental connection, felt their doubts, and kindly explained the situation of the nearer battlefield to them. This is too amazing. Fuck awesome. I am completely convinced. Yizhi immediately received their thoughts. Because she was too excited, she temporarily closed her perception of these people. Report to the Commander-in-Chief, our army has captured the Divine Domain No. 3 ship. Jones Alexander couldn't wait to report the good news. Report, the equipment cabin has been destroyed. Report, the energy cabin has been destroyed. The good news one after another finally made Yizhi smile. Do Team A and Team B need to rest? No. Wenren Feng said, no one was injured. Ai Ming also said, we are full of energy. Command? Okay. Admiral Wenren, please go to the coordinates G987, H834 to hand over to the ground forces of the 3rd Fleet. The ground battlefield is handed over to you. Colonel Ai Ming, please lead your team to join the ocean cleaning team. Before the jump, I will not allow even one robot from the Divine Realm to exist on the Gulf Star. Yes. Commander-in-Chief. The Gulf Star began the final counterattack. The polar region was recaptured by the soldiers of the 1st Company of the 7th Fleet. The ground forces of the 3rd Fleet forced the robots and mecha troops in the central city back to the G987, H834 position, which is the border between the forest, the ocean and the land. The ground forces of the 2nd Fleet and the ground forces of the 4th Fleet recaptured the forest position and forced the Divine Realm troops back to the G987, H834 position. The ground forces of the 5th Fleet and the Alexander Fleet are responsible for the sea area cleaning mission, and more than half of it has been completed. As for the G987 and H834 positions, Yizhi handed them over to Wenren Feng. Victory is only a matter of time. In short, victory is just around the corner. Shall I go to the biological cabin and take a rest? Bo came to her side. I detected that the fetus is not in good condition. Yizhi subconsciously touched her abdomen, which was indeed aching all the time. She didn't dare to be presumptuous again. Okay, wake me up immediately if there is any situation. Chapter 510. Yizhi didn't sleep well this time. There was always someone talking in her ear. She was so annoyed that she just wanted to curse. She wanted to open her eyes, but found that her eyelids were like something stuck, and she couldn't open them. In a fuzzy voice, she heard a conversation. Gee, Yizhi, are you crazy? How could you do such an outrageous thing? You locked a galaxy. Just wait to go to the interstellar court. Do you think your father can do whatever he wants just because he is a marshal? I want to see how he can save you this time. Don't you realize the seriousness of the problem? You can either betray humanity and become a star pirate, or spend your whole life in prison. The female voice was obviously very angry, and she was panting when she spoke. It seems that there is a mistake in the plan. It should be another you who appeared here. This is a male voice, young and nice. What plan? It seems that the coordinates can't be obtained. Alas, the two have been talking about their own things. But Yizhi seemed to understand something. She opened her eyes, and tried hard to wake up and speak, but her consciousness became heavier and heavier. She knew she was about to leave here. When did you run back from this time? What are the coordinates? The female voice suddenly dropped an octave, appearing particularly calm. Your coordinates. Who can find the time and space you came from except yourself? The male voice whispered softly. A white light exploded in Yizhi's mind, and she finally understood. The surroundings suddenly began to change dramatically, the light kept shaking, and Yizhi's whole body was spinning at high speed. Suddenly she stopped. A ray of light shone on her eyes, and she subconsciously opened her eyes. Everything here seems familiar. The off-white fabric sofa is where she likes to lie down and watch TV series and read books. There are 3 starry sky pictures on the wall, which are made by her favorite niche painter. She stumbled to the master bedroom. In her memory, there was an astronomical telescope on the balcony. As soon as the door opened, a white telescope stood quietly there, as if waiting for the owner to return. She ran to the kitchen again and opened the refrigerator, which still had leftovers from the previous day. Potatoes stewed with pork ribs, tomato and egg soup. She's back to Earth. How could it be? She lost her strength and fell on the carpet, hugging her legs. Her eyes were dull. Is everything that happened in the interstellar just a dream? But it's too real. The clock on the table shows that today is August 8, 2021, 2200 hours. She blinked. No, this was the day after she traveled through time. The memory suddenly became clear. In the summer of 2021, a once-in-a-century flood broke out in the south. The municipal roads were overwhelmed and waterlogging occurred from time to time. It was close to the start of school in September, and the Bureau had a heavy task. That day was August 7th, Saturday, the beginning of autumn. She worked overtime all day at the unit and left after 10 o'clock. As a result, she was stuck on the viaduct because of the dangerous road. She spread out her hands. This was her original palm. There would be no calluses formed by holding a gun for many years. The nails were always cut to the roots and clean. At this time, the TV suddenly popped up automatically. Next, an urgent news broadcast. An asteroid with a diameter of about 900 kilometers is heading towards the Earth. It will arrive in about 78 hours, and 53 minutes. At that time, it will cause destructive tsunamis, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions worldwide. Friends, please cherish this last time with your family. Yijia was stunned. In other words, in her original world, the Earth was gone the next day. She picked up the phone on the table and began to check the news about this asteroid. Oh my god, the end of the world is really coming. What should we do? Will someone come to save us? What's the end of the world? The most terrible thing is to have no money. Rich people must have stayed on Noah's Ark at this time. I think I'm not the only one watching this Earth catastrophe on Mars. Turning off these annoying comments, Yijia finally found the information of the planet named Death. A supernova exploded suddenly in the Proxima Centauri galaxy, and this asteroid was affected by the explosion, deviated from its original orbit, and then captured by the gravity of the Earth, so it fell here at such a fast speed. It was also revealed online that scientists around the world have actually thought of many ways. The asteroid was even larger before, and it became its current size after launching several nuclear bombs. However, even if its size was reduced to 20 kilometers in the end, the Earth still could not withstand the impact of this size. In fact, it was just a useless effort. After discovering that humans could not avoid this catastrophe anyway, governments decided to make this news public, hoping that humans could cherish the last time. Moreover, it was said online that there were buildings on the surface of this asteroid, and there might be life on it. Yijia quickly ran to the bedroom and began to look for the planet with an astronomical telescope. Soon, she found its existence according to the prompts on the internet. When she saw its true face, Yijia froze there. Even though it was less than 1/10 the size, Yijia recognized it, Bay Star. How is it possible? It will take at least 5,000 years for Bay Star to arrive here. She was suddenly stunned. What if Bay Star had set out 5,000 years ago? 5,000 years later, it should have arrived here smoothly. What happened on the way? She closed her eyes and tried to activate her mental power. She was surprised to find that her mental power could still be used. The majestic mental power spread out, and she instantly saw the true situation of Bay Star. Only the core area of the planet was left, which was the polar region, and was washed by countless magma, dust, and debris. The ice and snow melted together with the seawater, forming wisps of white smoke-shaped ribbons on the surface. There is no life here anymore, she is sure. There seem to be a few thrusters left on the surface. It is worthy of being created by Yixian and Amber. It can still exist like this. Big boobs? Big boobs? She tried to call. No response. Ivy? Ivy! Ivy! If you are still conscious, wake up. Something terrible is going to happen. The reason why Yijia was sure that Ivy still had a trace of consciousness was because the target of the Gulf Star was too clear. It was not deflected by the continuous nuclear bomb attacks. It could only be that the destination was set in advance. Ivy! The huge mental power rushed into the range of the Gulf Star. As soon as he arrived here, Yijia felt the scorching temperature. The time and space lines here were extremely chaotic, and were about to be tied into a knot. Shall I? Is that you? Suddenly, Yijia heard an extremely weak call. It's me. How are you? Chun Tung? Didn't you die a long time ago? Why is your consciousness still here? Yijia was startled. She quickly reacted. The past has been changed. Can you still control the Gulf Star? This time, it took a long time for Chun Tung to answer. I can. There is still a thruster that can be used. Yijia immediately said excitedly. Hurry up and change the direction to prevent the Gulf Star from directly hitting the Earth. Why? Thinking it was just a simple order, Yijia never expected Chun Tung to have questions. Oh. So that's it. You let us attack the Earth from a distance so many times. Now has life finally evolved? Before she could speak, Chun Tung had already asked and answered herself. Yijia saw the thruster start to warm up and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, you woke me up. You said that if human life appeared on this planet, planetary bombs could no longer be launched. Yijia was startled. What does it mean? Is it actually because of the interference of the Gulf Star that the Earth has become what it is now? A bright blue light came from the tail of the thruster, and the Gulf Star suddenly turned a corner, instantly breaking away from the Earth's gravitational orbit and flying to the side. Shall I? Chun Tung said softly. It's great to see you again at the end of my life. Chapter 511. Yijia followed Chun Tung all the way, and the last thing she remembered was the fireworks that filled the Milky Way. The huge explosion blew the Gulf Star into pieces, like a bunch of fireworks, only illuminating the dark and boundless universe for a moment. Shall I? It hurts. Go to sleep. It won't hurt when you fall asleep. Yijia suddenly woke up. Chun Ting. she shouted. No response. Yang Miling ran over quickly, looking anxious. Are you awake? Yijia was stunned when she saw her, and looked around, and found that she was still in the space-time energy field. She closed her eyes, feeling the time-space lines that seemed to be there, and not there around her, and finally understood everything. How long have I slept? She took the towel handed over by Yang Miling, and wiped the sweat from her neck and forehead. You slept a little too long this time, for 3 full days. If it weren't for Colonel Lin, who risked his life to ensure that you were healthy, Marshal Ji Fan would have forced you to wake up. Yijia drank a sip of water, and took a deep breath. Help me call my father and Ji Fan. They are almost here. Yang Miling took the cup of water. They have long been ordered to notify them as soon as you wake up. The sound of footsteps came, and Yijia turned around, and saw 2 tall and handsome men walking towards her side by side. Her eyes suddenly became wet. She never thought that it was such a lucky thing to see them alive. Yang Miling retreated smartly. Xiao Ai, how are you? Ji Fan stepped forward and held her hand. I'm in good condition now, don't worry. Yijia pulled him to sit down. Breasted girl, turn on anti-monitoring mode. Yes. Seeing her like this, Ji Fan asked nervously, what happened? Yijia looked thoughtful. Did you see something again? Again? Didn't I say that you are awake for a short time, but every time you wake up, you can bring very critical information. Yijia took a deep breath, and told her what she saw in the space-time energy field. She did see. Those were actually the real events that Yijia was experiencing in other parallel time and space, but for some reason, she turned the tables, and controlled her body in those time and space. Is it because of the spirit body? You mean the Prime Minister of the Alliance and Kuno Yusuk are traitors? Yijian said. Of course. She was very sure. But I have never heard of these 2 people's names in the several time and space I have experienced. So, the traitor is not the only one. Yijian was stunned. What do you mean? We are in different parallel time and space, and the results of different choices are very different. Except for key leaders like Yuka, the traitor will not be a fixed candidate. But there must be spies from the God's domain in the Gulf Star. According to your idea, if we control these 2 people directly now, it will be tantamount to alerting the snake. Yixian lowered his eyes, and thought for a while. Since we already know the arrangement of the God's domain in advance, let's take advantage of it, and catch the other party off guard. Yes. Yixian pondered the content of the words just now, and his tone was a little questionable. You said that a young man named Ji Yeji locked a galaxy? Why did he do this? How many interstellar rules did he violate? Yijia and Ji Fan suddenly felt an inexplicable pressure at the same time. It was like being questioned why they didn't think highly of their own children. She let out a breath. This kid named Ji Yeji. Well, she should be my son. Why do I feel a little regretful when the name is chosen like this? Ji Fan held her hand. We can change the name. I agree. You can actually consider the surname Yeji. Yijian suddenly said. Yijia opened her mouth wide. She thought she understood why her son had such a name. Yijia coughed lightly and changed the subject. Since he is my son, it means that he is very likely to have inherited the abilities of the Yi family, so I suspect that it was his future self who came back to do this. Here comes a question. Why did his future self travel back to do such a thing? Ji Fan suddenly said, Xiao Ai, can you show us the Lot Galaxy? Spring Ivy. Yijia woke her up directly. Search the Virgo supercluster, the Milky Way, about 100 million light-years away from here. Okay. 100 million light-years away, the Virgo supercluster, the Milky Way. Start searching. Found it. Spring Ivy showed a human form. This is a treasure. Xiao Ai, how did you find it? Yijian suddenly stood up, walked to the console and gestured something. What? What's wrong? Yijian looked at him in surprise. Yijian rubbed his eyebrows, calmed himself down, and then said, I must praise this young man named Ji Yeji. He is a genius. An absolute genius. Yijia, Jifan, Yijia's inner thoughts. A close relationship between generations? Did you find anything? Father? Yijian looked at her with a look of regret. I should have asked you to study physics, so that at least you would be smarter now. Jifan explained. Just by looking at it this way, you will find that the number of stars in this galaxy cluster is 1 billion times that of ours. Think about it, interstellar humans have developed to this day with these resources. If we were there, how brilliant would our civilization be? Not only that, Yijian added, the values of this galaxy cluster are very stable, which means it has many stable natural wormholes. Secondly, the distance between stars, planets, and satellites is very close, and interstellar travel can be achieved without jumps or even large spacecraft. This is the real interstellar. Yi Jiai understood. This is probably like a country on Earth suddenly digging up a large gold mine. She couldn't help but touch her upper abdomen. Did you find it? The theory of parallel universe competition tells us that high-level cosmic civilizations will first eliminate the universe with innate growth advantages. So, Ji locked it to prevent this galaxy from being discovered by high-level cosmic civilizations? She said calmly, with a glimmer in her eyes. It's a pity that she only remembered the young man's voice and hadn't seen his face. From the perspective of war, this is not safe enough. Ji Fan suddenly said, the reason why high-level cosmic civilizations are called high-level is because the other party has something that we can't understand or crack. In our eyes, this galaxy has been locked, but in their eyes, it may still exist. Yi Jian put away his smile. Ji Fan's words were very reasonable, and it could even be said that he directly analyzed the enemy's mentality. So if it were you, what would you do? Yi Jiai's heart was pounding. Chapter 512. If I were in this situation, he picked up the marker and placed it on the location of Guanyu Star. I would create a target where it would be a waste to use super weapons, but would become a hidden danger if they were not used, so as to attract them to attack. So we are actually a created target? Could it be that our space-time coordinates were exposed by our own people? Yi Jiai exclaimed. Everything is explained. The reason why such a glorious empire was created in just 1,000 years of history is actually here. The resurrected people recorded in history are actually the corrected information sent back from the future. So, humans actually found an enemy for themselves. So, the source of all this is actually because of the accidental discovery of the young man Ji. Fortunately, at this point, it seems that there is at least hope. But actively exposing one's spacetime coordinates is actually a high-risk decision. No one can really predict the outcome of the war. If humans die, it is meaningless even if a treasure is left. So, Yi Jiai asked, do you think the folding weapon is just one of the enemy's many lethal weapons? Yes, the enemy may choose this weapon, because it is convenient for transmission or other reasons. From all indications, the enemy may have developed a super weapon that can collapse the universe. After all, we haven't even touched the cosmic barrier, and the enemy can already build a transmission channel. Yi Jian spread his hands and laughed at himself. Even if the civilization fighting us does not have super weapons, it does not mean that there are no other hunters. As long as the Milky Way exists, our universe will become a target. Ji Fan can always see through the essence of things from another dimension. Are our space-time coordinates here really exposed? Yi Jiai rubbed his chin. Who would do such a rebellious thing? One careless move will lead to the destruction of all mankind. Yi Xian and Ji Fan looked at each other and tacitly kept silent. What about the wedding? Or consider issuing a statement. Yi Xian changed the subject. That's a good idea. Yi Jiai is still frightened by what happened at the wedding. Since we already know the other party's plan, we might as well take advantage of it. Ji Fan obviously has an idea. If we miss the opportunity of the wedding, we don't know when the enemy will take action. The longer we keep them on base star, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. That's true. Yi Jiai hesitated. Everything that happened after the wedding was heartbreaking. She really didn't want to go through it again. We will be fine this time. Ji Fan kissed her forehead. Don't worry. Yi Jiai took a deep breath. Okay. She looked at Yi Xian. What kind of weapon can make the mecha and the robot fail at the same time? And we can't solve it with our technology? Yi Xian, it should be some kind of signal jammer. I study the principle. He called Ba and went into the laboratory. He has always used Ba as a personal assistant. Yi Jiai is no longer surprised by this. 3 days later, on the wedding day. In order to catch the enemy off guard, Yi Jiai chose to announce the wedding 1 day in advance. To prevent accidents, only the families of both parties were invited to the wedding, no outsiders. But the ceremony will still be broadcast live worldwide. Yi Jiai personally took care of every step of the wedding process, including Kavinicol. Everyone thought that she was too excited to do so, but only she knew that she wanted to personally confirm every link. It can be said that she knew where in this auditorium there were people who could hide, and she knew which links the enemy would have the opportunity to attack. When Rifeng, Zhang Lin and other confidants, and the heads of the 7 fleets were informed of today's plan in advance. The alert level around the auditorium was raised to an unprecedented high, and the entire military was in a state of looseness outside and tightness inside. Like what had happened before, Lon Caesar was invited to become a priest to witness the union of the two. At the moment of the ceremony, something strange happened. The giant chandelier above suddenly fell and hit the ground. Yi Jiai cursed in his heart. The people of the God Realm really did everything they could to think of using such an ancient way to cause trouble. If this huge crystal chandelier fell down, they would be either dead or half crippled. Ji Fan reacted very quickly, and rolled over with Yizhi, leaving the range of the chandelier. Lon Caesar was prepared. A steel rope popped out from his sleeve, and tied to the wall. With a light press, he was immediately taken away from the original place, and Lon Cowett was also taken away on the way. Yixian shouted, "Everyone come closer to me." He placed a cone-shaped device on the ground, input mental power to open it, and in an instant, a light blue protective shield appeared in the air. All this happened in just a few seconds. The chandelier hit the protective cover, making a loud noise, and then bounced off, with crystal-clear crystals and gems scattered in every corner of the auditorium. Yizhi breathed a sigh of relief. His father was still quite reliable. At this time, countless mechas and robots with the logo of the divine domain suddenly appeared. They were fully armed, in sharp contrast to the unarmed Yizhi and others. Huh? Tan Xingde was surprised. Why can't I turn on the mecha? Yang Miling was also panicked. The combat robot can't be started either. What should I do? Ha ha ha. The leading mecha suddenly laughed wildly. You just found out now. Isn't it a bit late? Yizhi raised his eyebrows and recognized who it was. Yuka? You're still alive? What? Yuka turned to look at her, and his voice turned into a mechanical voice. You thought I died in the explosion? I shouldn't have kept you alive. How dare you offend the true god Mara? I don't know whether to say you're stupid or dumb for worshipping the civilization of the outer universe as a god. Yizhi couldn't help but curse. What do you know? Interstellar civilization has long been decaying from the inside. We are carrying out a cleanup mission. Yuka seemed very dissatisfied with her words. What are you waiting for? Do you think those fleets outside can come to rescue you? They are all busy with their own affairs. Ha ha ha. Completely brainwashed idiot. Tan Xingde cursed after finding that she couldn't open the mecha anyway. Yuka stopped laughing and turned to her viciously. Next, I will let you experience what hell is. Chapter 513. He made a gesture, and the mecha and robot behind him moved forward synchronously, intending to catch Tan Xingde. However, the other party was very flexible, jumping up and down in the auditorium, and was not caught for a long time. Enough. Yizhi shouted, Yuk, do you really hate humans so much? Do you want to make humans extinct? I didn't expect you to be so narrow-minded, Xiaoyai. Yuk regained his human voice, and his tone was a little disappointed. There are many forms of life. Humans are a species with two deep bad roots. Genes need to be improved. I said, we are carrying out a cleanup mission. If you don't agree, you don't have to say anything. Jifan protected Yizhi behind him, looked outside, and ordered loudly, move. At this time, Yixian's protective shield had been set up, and Yizhi's sea-like mental power was input into it. In an instant, a protective shield wall was built in front of everyone. Wave. Ba and Chuanting appeared almost at the same time, and the powerful anti-interference device was instantly turned on. A stream of light appeared in the air. Ji Fen flashed in and rushed towards Yuk with unstoppable momentum. Pang Pan and Zhang Lin rushed in with the mecha troops, aiming at the troops of the God Realm and bombarding them. Yuk still had nothing to understand, and said as he retreated, how did you know my arrangement in advance? Ji Fan would not give him the opportunity to continue to be presumptuous, and within a few moves, he dismembered his right weapon arm neatly, and wanted to capture him alive. Yuk was far from being Ji Fan's opponent. The mechas and combat robots of the God Realm were entangled by the large army, and could not get away to save him. Yizhi discovered that high-level psychics commanding soldiers really had unexpected effects. In 2 days, she urgently summoned a group of A-level commanders, taught them the method of empathy, and asked them to use this method to assist soldiers in combat. So far, the effect is really great. The combat level of the soldiers has directly risen to a higher level. For example, Zhang Lin and Pang Pan have worked together for many years, and have a tacit understanding. Under the command of Shanko Mari, they will attack and defend properly, just like one person fighting. When his left hand was also dismembered, Yuka knew that he was completely finished this time, but he actually started laughing in such a desperate situation. Ha ha, I underestimated you, but do you think it's over? He made a hissing sound in his mouth, as if speaking another language. Yizhi carefully observed everything at the scene, and she had a bad premonition. Yuka was still saying something. The change came, and bursts of exclamations came from not far away. Pang Pen rushed straight to Yizhi and stood with his back to her, which was the posture of a protector. Yizhi was startled. Pang Pan, why is there so much blood on your mecha? What happened? The biochemical man has rebelled, and there are members of the Tan family's secret group all around. You have to be careful," he whispered. As a secret training target of the Tan family, Pang Pan knows the situation of the Tan family very well, and has a good idea of the combat capabilities of the secret group. This game is dangerous. Yi Jiai looked at Yuku, who was still muttering something, and finally stopped hesitating. "Kill him first." "Yes." Pang Pan immediately rushed towards the opponent, killing him step by step. "Commander-in-Chief, we can't hold on here, let's retreat first." Zhang Lin's report came from the earphone. He spoke very fast, and it can be seen that the situation is not optimistic. Suddenly, a group of birdmen flew over from the horizon. This team should not be here. They are performing ground security tasks. Yi Jiai's mind was spinning rapidly. If these birdmen were undercover agents from the Divine Realm, what about the Tan family's secret group? They have been in the Tan family for 100 years, and are loyal. Yi Jiai does not believe that the Divine Realm can turn them against the Tan family. There must be other reasons. There is only one thing in common among these people. They are all biochemical people. "You want to kill me now?" Yuk laughed, and his laughter was extremely arrogant. "Is it too late?" "Ah." He lowered his head, and a big knife actually penetrated the mecha and stabbed into his vest. That was the position of his heart. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it. Blood flowed out, dyeing the surroundings red. "It's Tan Chi." Yi Jiai looked into the distance, holding a glimmer of hope in his heart. Could it be that Tan Chi was not affected? The auditorium had already been torn apart and half collapsed in the fierce fight. The mark on the big knife was too obvious, and everyone recognized whose knife it was. "Where is the person?" Yi Jiai asked in confusion. At this time, a tentacle fell from the sky, and a maid pulled out the big knife, and rushed to Yi Jiai with tears in his eyes. "Xiao Ai, Tan Chi! Tan Chi wants to kill me! He is crazy! If I hadn't used the tentacle to take his knife away, I wouldn't be able to see you." Yi Jiai frowned. "Where is he? I had someone tie him up." A maid looked frightened. "You didn't see his face. He looked like he would kill anyone he saw. Then why didn't you come here to watch him? He kept repeating your name. I was worried that something was wrong here, so I came to check it out." Yi Jiai thought for a moment and asked, "Does he look like he's in a frenzy?" "A little bit like that." Ame's huge tentacles suddenly popped out at high speed, throwing the two birdmen who were attacking him away. Yi Jiai suddenly thought of something, and immediately contacted Jones Alexander. "Send someone to check on the situation of the Second Fleet. We have an accident here. The cyborgs are inexplicably frenzied. I'm worried that they are also affected." Jones Alexander was shocked. "Got it, you guys be careful." Yi Jiai has been paying attention to the situation on the scene. She found that the performances of these cyborgs are still different. Some of them have a look on their faces saying "I'm going to kill you," and some seem to be fighting against themselves. She ordered, "Try to capture them alive." "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." Jones' voice suddenly came from the headset. He was using the emergency communication channel. "What happened?" "The Second Fleet is rioting. Fortunately, you warned them in time and the soldiers haven't completely lost control. We will be able to control the situation soon." Lin Qin said that their genetic status is not right. "What do you mean?" "It's burning," that's how he described it. "It's burning?" Chapter 514. At this time, in the center, Ji Fan, who had been silent, suddenly twitched uncontrollably. He held onto a pillar beside him with a painful expression. "Leave here." He spoke, his voice extremely suppressed. The soldiers faced him vigilantly, and stood in front of Yi Jiai. "Leave!" he roared, and his chest actually emitted a roar that sounded like a star beast. After hearing this voice, all the cyborgs paused and began to move closer to Ji Fan. The scene gradually formed a confrontation between the two sides. Yi Jiai and the soldiers versus Ji Fan and the cyborgs. Yi Jiai immediately said, "Jones, let's act according to the original plan. Destroy the ships of the Divine Realm, and don't worry about us here." "Yes." The mechas and robots of the Divine Realm on the base star have been destroyed. Now the trouble is this group of cyborgs, which contain the core strength of the Tan family's secret group and have extremely strong combat capabilities. Yi Jiai looked at everyone and ordered, "The rest of you, retreat first. Pang Pan, escort the Tan family away first." Pang Pan hesitated slightly. "Commander-in-Chief." Yi Jiai looked at him, his eyes could not refuse. "Let's go." "Yes." Pang Pan had no choice but to lead his subordinates to drive the mecha to transfer the Tan family. Kaviniko wanted to stop him, but was knocked unconscious by Yi Jiai and forcibly taken away. Yi Jian sighed, "You want to save him?" "It's difficult in this situation." "Father." Yi Jiai was very serious. I believe he won't hurt me. No matter what he becomes, as long as he is still Ji-fan. Ji-fan's appearance began to change drastically. His figure began to become taller, his eyes became vertical pupils, and scales grew on the surface of his skin. You go too. Yijia looked at Lon Caesar standing in the corner. He doesn't look good. Lon Caesar frowned. He is the only S in the galaxy. You should know what the consequences will be if he goes berserk. I know. Yijia didn't want to talk nonsense to him anymore. If you don't leave, don't let the people from the Empire bother me if something happens. Lon Caesar sighed, and 8 golden armors appeared behind him in an instant. Protect her. Yes, master. Soon, only Yijia and a sentient being were left at the scene. Ji-fan blinked and said with difficulty, Leave here? It can be seen that he is trying hard to control himself. Yijia stared at him and pressed the button on his right arm. In an instant, the soft mecha tightly wrapped his whole body. Their wedding was broadcast live to the world by Ba himself, and it would never be interrupted unless he took the initiative to stop it. In other words, this fierce battle in the auditorium has been in a live broadcast state. All the eyes of mankind are focused here, and there will be a comment in less than a second. Who is Yuka? Why does he seem to know our commander-in-chief? I know this question. Yuka was originally from Green Star. Didn't the commander-in-chief go to Green Star to study genetic evolution fluid? Yuka was recruited into the Tan family by her. Fuck, he turned out to be a traitor? Stealing the technology of the Tan family, and then fighting back against humans? This bastard. The Green Star people should have a say. Why don't they speak? What qualifications do they have to speak? I guess they are embarrassed. If it were me, the Green Star people should be voted out. I have a suspicion, but I don't know whether I should say it or not. It's a coincidence that I also. Isn't it a coincidence that I? Forget it, let me say it, the referendum dog is a spy from the divine realm. What good does it do to humans to provoke racial disputes at this time? I just saw that message and reported it to the military. I was thanked just now, and I can also get a bonus. Brothers, I'm going to make it. There is such a good thing. The genes of the cyborgs seem to be easily affected by each other. When Ji-fan began to mutate, the cyborgs behind him also began to change one after another. It's so hot. So thirsty. I can't stand it. One of them rushed towards Yijia with red eyes and roared. Why did they all retreat? Leaving the commander alone there? What kind of operation is this? 1 against 100? I declare this wedding to be the most bad wedding in the Interstellar. Yijia's eyes were stern, and she jumped with her left foot, and her right leg shot out, aiming at the enemy's head and kicking. The cyborg dodged flexibly, borrowed the power from the pillar next to her, and rushed over again. The sharp claws on her hand were intercepted when they were about to chop Yijia's head. She kicked hard and kicked the man out, and hit the main pillar of the auditorium. The collision made a huge noise, which looked very fierce, but the cyborg seemed to feel no pain and stood up as if nothing had happened. This leg strength? Who can analyze it? Look at this lethality, it's almost the same as a mecha. I remember that the military's soft armor is not defensive equipment. Don't forget who is the man behind the commander-in-chief. For Mr. Yiji, everything is possible. Don't talk about this. The situation is not good. The commander-in-chief is obviously not a match for this group of monsters. The cyborg was once again called a monster. Ji-fan suddenly moved. He faced the cyborg and roared from deep in his throat. The sound frequency was very low, and everyone could hear the threat in it. The cyborg was frightened and slowly crawled down, touching the ground with his chest and forehead. This was a gesture of submission. Fuck, Brother Fan is awesome. Marshal Ji-fan, you dare to touch my woman? Marshal Ji-fan, you dare to touch my woman? For a while, this sentence occupied the entire screen. How are you? Yijia looked at him from a distance. Let's go! Ji-fan's eyes switched back and forth between normal and vertical pupil states, with a blood-red ring around his eye sockets, clearly unstable. Ji-fan, listen to me. Yijia stared at him closely. The frenzy state is not irreversible. It's a battle between genes and willpower. If you win, you will become stronger and more stable. Chapter 515. Suddenly, another biohuman rushed towards her. Yijia moved her feet, and flew into the air to avoid the attack. Think about how you all got to where you are today. Yijia flew to the highest point, and the power of mental empathy radiated from her to every corner. Do you still want to be called monsters? The live broadcast channel is not closed, and all mankind is watching you. Do you want to make the efforts of your ancestors over the past few decades fall short? The power of mental empathy is very strong, and some people are a little more sober. Some people even broke their arms to prevent themselves from doing more extreme things. This is too tragic. Is this the willpower of a cyborg? If it were me, I would have been unable to resist in the first wave. Doesn't anyone think that Marshall G. Fan is handsome? Who should I convince? I have to be the Star Lord. But obviously not everyone has this willpower. A big bird with scarlet eyes suddenly chirped in the air and leaped towards Yi. It had completely turned into a bird, and its sharp beak aimed at Yi's eyeballs and pecked hard. Yi dodged with a backflip in the air, but the big bird was more flexible and turned around to attack again. Is this a star beast? So scary. Is this a cyborg that has completely fallen into a frenzy? The commander-in-chief should leave. This group of people is hopeless. Let the military come and kill them on the spot. I think it's so difficult to help a group of beasts regain their sanity. But Yi obviously hasn't given up. She hasn't used weapons to fight back yet. Ji Fan stared at the black bird in the sky, growling continuously, but this only made the bird pause slightly. After a little hesitation, it still did not give up the high-quality prey in front of it. Seeing that the scales were about to cover Ji Fan's face, Yi couldn't help but shout loudly, Ji Fan! I'm fine. Control yourself. Ji Fan was stunned, clenched his fists tightly, and simply closed his eyes, concentrating on fighting the bloodthirsty impulse in his body. His whole body seemed to be burning in fire, and his body temperature was frighteningly high. He wanted to kill people and drink human blood. Only in this way could he cool down. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Another big bird flapped its black wings and flew up, and it was obviously stronger, larger, with shiny hair and awe-inspiring momentum. Yi was ready to deal with two big birds, but she was afraid that fighting would irritate other biochemical people, and then it would be out of control. Just when everyone thought that the big bird was targeting Yi, it actually flew directly towards another big bird. The golden claws instantly poked the right eye of the other big bird. The bloody smell at the scene became thicker, and the cyborg was stabbed. Excited, low roars sounded one after another. The injury to the eye made the big bird completely angry, and the two bird creatures fought fiercely. They were extremely fast, and their fighting style was more like that of star beasts. There were not many rules, but every move was fatal, and all the attacks were on key parts. The big bird behind was obviously slightly better. At the cost of injuring its right wing, its left claw pierced the chest of the first big bird. At this time, the big bird gradually regained consciousness. It looked at its claws, then looked at Yi, and bloody tears fell from its eyes. Before falling down, there was an inextricable guilt and self-blame in its eyes. Chirp! Another standing bird howled towards the sky, making an extremely desolate cry. Humans could not understand their language, but he looked so tragic, as if he was asking God, why? Why did he treat them like this? Is their life easy? They tried their best to survive, tried their best to win the respect of their kind, but a conspiracy of the God realm turned all their previous efforts into nothing. He hated all the injustice in this world. The rest of the birdmen were touched and responded with loud cries. For a while, the whole auditorium was filled with sharp and ethereal bird calls. Countless biochemical people regained consciousness in these high-pitched and hoarse cries. Although there was no trace of human on the face of the leading birdman, he was obviously still rational. He did not fly again. In the low roar of Ji Fan, he slowly walked to a position 2 meters in front of Yi, stood still, and then did something that no one could have imagined. He bowed deeply to Yi. I don't understand, but I'm shocked. Biochemicals are really pitiful. Don't scold them anymore. It is said that these birdmen were soldiers from various countries who were captured by the divine realm for experiments. They really had a hard time. Does the person above know something? You are so good at talking. Why don't you say more? I don't know this question. Come downstairs. No wonder the commander-in-chief has been promoting the work of biochemicals over the years. They really deserve respect. Worthy? Are you kidding? You probably forgot how terrible they are once they go berserk? Just that birdman, one claw can make you never see this world again. Okay. Meng Lu, take them to the Tan family building. Yi stared at the birdman for a long time, and suddenly said, there is a mature control system there that can help you recover. The big bird froze, and looked up suddenly. Although there was no expression on his face, the shock in his eyes was not concealed. I wonder why I know your name. The big bird nodded blankly. Ronin Galaxy, Huaku Star Fleet 11th Company, Lieutenant Meng Lu. Yi took the initiative to extend his hand. Hello, I have been saved by you so many times, but I haven't thanked you properly. Especially in another time and space, thank you very much. she silently said in her heart. Oh my god! The commander-in-chief is so smart. Tears. She will never know how important this thank you is to this lieutenant. I declare that this is my wife. Dad asked me why I cried so miserably. I took a screenshot. It's so beautiful. This is indeed a very beautiful picture. The girl, wearing soft armor, and with a slender figure, was floating 1 meter above the ground. In front of her were countless biochemical people with different looks, but the atmosphere was not too tense, because the girl was actively showing goodwill to the other party. Her slender arms were only as wide as the birdman's beak, but she stubbornly stretched them out first. The sun shone on her body, pure as an angel. Chi. A birdman couldn't help but call twice. When he realized what he had done, he immediately wanted to cover his mouth with his hands in panic, but he forgot that he was now a bird. In the picture, he saw that he suddenly spread his wings and wrapped himself up, which looked very funny. Mingla did not stretch out his claws. He walked to Yijai, stood still, and then slowly lowered his head. This was a gesture of submission. Yijai raised his body, flew to the level of its head, and reached out to touch its head. Go, don't be afraid of rumors. You will become the best of mankind and have a bright future, I promise you. Chapter 516. At Yijai's signal, the 8 golden armors left by Lon Caesar controlled the group of biochemicals and took them away. There was only one person left at the scene, and he was also the most dangerous one. Just now, those birdmen didn't even dare to stay too close to him, Ji-fan. Before Mingla left, he expressed his concerns to Yijai. He knew very well that even the mecha was no match for Ji-fan. Because of the stimulation, Ji-fan's condition became more serious. Although he still maintained his human form, Yijai knew that he had already been in a complete state. Strictly speaking, Ji-fan was not a biochemical at all. His genes were very complex, but quite stable. This must have happened because of something done by the divine realm. But Yuka was already dead, and the reason for all this could only be investigated slowly later. Ji-fan, interstellar humans have developed to this day, and have actually integrated the genes of many species. Your current situation is that the genes of the dominant species in your body have been stimulated. They want to take control of your body. You must not let them succeed. Okay. Ji-fan's whole body was shaking. He suddenly roared, his voice like the roar of a star beast, "Don't get close to me." Yijai ignored him, and walked towards him while adjusting the defense level of the soft armor to the maximum. But holding back will not have any effect, and it may even cause great harm to yourself. You need to vent. In a flash, Yijai actually rushed towards him. Ji-fan's ferocity was completely stimulated, his eyes were red, blue-black scales covered the area around his eyes, his claws stretched out, and he roared and pounced on Yijai. He was so fast that the high-speed capture camera could only capture the afterimage. Before Yijai could react, someone grabbed his throat. This was the first time Ji-fan attacked, and everyone knew his current strength. Super S-Class. This speed, mechas can't reach it, right? To be honest, if I could become a cyborg and have this kind of strength, I would. I would too. What time is it now? I could lose my life at any time. If I can greatly improve the overall combat capability of humans in a short period of time, why can't I choose this? It's just that this frenzy state is a bit. Yes, I met a cyborg brother before. He is so handsome. He has a good temper, and is powerful. Don't talk about this. The commander-in-chief is too risky. I feel like something is going to happen. What should I do? Yijai reacted quickly. She held Ji-fan's hand with her left hand, took out the weapon at her waist, and shot him in the abdomen. The process was smooth and there was no hesitation. As expected of the commander-in-chief, she was so cruel to her own men. This is to save herself, okay? Domestic violence is wrong. The description above perfectly explains the situation at the scene. Applause. The distance was very close. Ji-fan did not dodge the gunshot. He jumped to the side, covering his abdomen in a trance. His body's surface defense ability is very strong, comparable to that of star beasts. The energy bullet only left a hole on the surface, and there was not even much blood. Ji-fan stretched out his fingertips, scratched it, and the bullet fell down, and then the body quickly repaired itself, and even the bullet hole could not be seen. Is there any way to become like this? Waiting online, very urgent. I always thought that movies are all lies. It turns out that people have already filmed the facts for us to see, but I don't believe it. My mother asked me why my mouth is so big. He seemed to have found something interesting, and his scarlet eyes stared at Yijai tightly, and launched an attack again. With the lesson just now, Yijai will not give him a chance to get close to him again. Can't see his vision with the naked eye? It doesn't matter, wave. Ba and Chuanting assisted throughout the process, and calculated Ji Fan's path quite clearly. It's not too easy to predict his position. Spreading his hands, the muzzle of the weapon in the palm opened, no longer a small energy bullet, but an energy ray, which can melt almost all substances. Ji Fan had not touched this thing at first, and accidentally burned off a part of his little finger, which soon grew back. After realizing its danger, he cleverly learned to avoid fighting. Although he didn't have any weapons, he could still chase Yijia with his strong physical strength. I was wrong. I shouldn't have meddled in the affairs of these two people. The commander-in-chief was really helping Marshal Ji Fan to vent. If I hadn't seen the equipment on the commander's body, I wouldn't have known that our human technology has developed to this level. You are not alone above. I have a question. The commander-in-chief now seems to be able to fight Marshal Ji Fan, but in fact it is because she is wearing soft armor and can fly. What if Marshal Ji Fan can also fly? This brother has a lot of ideas, but I think no matter how outrageous it is impossible to grow a pair of wings out of thin air, right? No way, no way. And can fly? I bet a warship, impossible. I bet my grandmother's toenails, impossible. The long chase made Yijia's physical strength depleted a lot. She had to fly to a higher place. At this time, she was forced to retreat to the seaside. She simply flew to the small island next to her and prepared to rest. Now it's good, let alone flying. Can the marshal not go into the water? Not really, humans are amphibious creatures. Ji Fan obviously didn't let them down. His nose moved slightly, and after determining Yijia's position, he dived into the sea without hesitation. His palms and feet automatically separated into webbed feet, and swam very fast. Wave. Ba also specially magnified his movements before entering the water, and played them back, so everyone saw Ji Fan's determined look before entering the water. Because the speed was too fast, Wave. Ba could only pull a distant view. Then, they saw a string of water splashes flying forward on the distant sea surface, like an ancient giant beast. Yijia didn't dare to relax, and flew to an ancient tree in the center of the island, about 30 meters high, and the trunk was smooth and straight. It should be difficult for him to climb up for a while. Chapter 517. Yijia had to inject herself with a dose of physical enhancement agent. This drug can guarantee physical strength for a certain period of time, but after the time limit, it will produce side effects. Alas, it is not easy to be the commander-in-chief. Is it easy to be a marshal? I have been squatting under this tree for 5 hours. The road to chasing my wife is long. I suggest that the mastermind cut this into a movie. It will definitely be super good to add their inner monologues in the later stage. Support. I will definitely buy a ticket to watch it. It is now the night time of the Gulf Star. The sea surface is shining white under the moonlight, and layers of ripples are spread out. Countless small fish and shrimps are fluttering and playing in it. It is a scene of peace and tranquility. Yijia lay at the corner of a branch at the top of the tree, cursing Ji Fan in her heart. I don't know what he is thinking. He didn't come up and squatted under it. It has been 5 hours. It's really hard, but she was very glad that Ji Fan was at least still alive. Kavitikul, Chinga, and the people of the Tan family are still alive, her father is still alive, and the Hongyan friends, who have been following behind, are all still alive, which is enough. The only thing to worry about is this group of biochemical people. They are mainly members of the Tan family's secret group and soldiers of the Second Fleet. They have sacrificed a lot for mankind, and it is actually quite unfair to receive such treatment. But compared with a tragic situation in another time and space, it is much better. Commander-in-Chief, the nearer battlefield is about to end. In case of accidents, Bo and I will prepare for the jump. Juenting said suddenly. Yijia was startled and immediately said, Okay, we have never tried planetary jumping, be careful. Okay. Bo. Ba hesitated, be careful. Don't worry, he can't come up again, you guys go. Confrontation is actually the most exhausting. After 3 hours of stalemate, Yijia's eyelids closed little by little and fell asleep. There were countless citizens of the Gulf Star, who were waiting in front of the live broadcast like her. The reason was simple. They couldn't hold on any longer. Those who could hold on until now were warriors. Just then, Ji Fan, who was guarding under the tree, suddenly moved. He moved his ears slightly, as if he was concentrating on listening carefully. After confirming something, he suddenly twisted his neck. Suddenly, with a light sound of tang, 2 huge blue-black wings spread out on his back. Compared to the wings of the Birdman, his wings were not that big. They were just the size that could wrap around his whole body when folded up. The blue-black feathers glowed faintly under the night light, which was very beautiful. The star network exploded. All is fair in war. As expected of the marshal. The marshal taught us a good lesson on how an excellent hunter should capture prey. So poisonous. I was wrong. I underestimated the marshal. It turns out that he is an amphibious warrior. The strongest warrior who can fight on land, sea and air. Who else can be compared? I don't think he will be able to let go of the title of the strongest man in the galaxy in his lifetime. Brother Fan is awesome. To be honest, the marshal looks pretty good like this. No, my blood tank is empty. Woohoo, such a marshal is so handsome, I want to marry him. What are you talking about? Shouldn't we find a way to wake up the commander-in-chief at this time? Woohoo, so scary. Don't go. Don't do anything stupid. Ji-fan. You silly bastard. You will regret it. Stop. Help, I can't watch anymore. Ji-fan's scarlet eyes stared at the thin figure on the treetop. His wings flapped gently without making any sound. He rushed into the sky quietly. His posture was extremely light. Yijia was sleeping soundly, which was the side effect of the physical enhancer. Her black curly hair fell casually on her face, moving with the sound of her breathing. Ji-fan flew to a position level with her and sniffed gently. His nose was full of the smell of Yijia. He looked at her quietly, his scarlet eyes gradually faded, and finally turned into light red, with a violent and bloodthirsty emotion, but also a hint of curiosity. He suddenly raised his hand, and his sharp fingertips slowly approached her face, as if he wanted to touch her. His Yijia suddenly woke up, and her fingertips touched her cheek subconsciously. When she turned her hand over, she saw blood. Ji-fan didn't expect that she was so fragile that she bled just by touching her. But now the smell of blood will only stimulate his nerves more. Yijia came back to his senses, and saw the wings behind Ji-fan. He immediately realized that he was fooled, and he stood up, and wanted to fly to the sky. But the body was still in the side effects, with sore muscles and slow reaction. Not only did it fail to take off, but it also lost balance and fell into the sea. Ji-fan moved his head, as if he was confused about why she was like this, but his body reacted more directly than his brain, and with a move of his wings, he followed Yijia's fall. Yijia wanted to move but couldn't. Not feeling Ji-fan's hostility for the time being, she simply gave up struggling. The two of them looked at each other and fell to the bottom of the sea together. Woo tears. What is this called? Although I have become a different person, I will still fall in love with you at first sight? This is called although I am crazy, I will still be curious about you, and have the initial impulse towards you. This is called eternal true love, thank you. No wonder Sister AI insisted on staying alone. Brother Fan deserves it. I am going to cry at home. Mom, I believe in love again. Yijia found that the red in Ji-fan's eyes had faded a lot, but the overall condition was still not very good. The moment he entered the water, Ji-fan folded his wings. Taking advantage of his distraction, Yijia's muscles exploded instantly, and directly pressed against his forehead. The mental power rushed into Ji-fan's spiritual sea very smoothly. The moment Yijia pounced on him, Ji-fan's eyes suddenly turned blood red, his eyes became extremely sharp and fierce, his sharp fangs were exposed, and he pressed against her neck fiercely. With just one move, Yijia would be torn to pieces on the spot. No! Help! I dare not watch. Are these two playing a heartbeat? Sister AI is too brave. Ji-fan's face suddenly became ferocious, as if he was enduring great pain, and even his body began to tremble. After a stalemate, he controlled himself, did not bite, but stretched out his tongue and licked. All this happened in the blink of an eye. With a plop, the two fell into the water. Chapter 518. Yijia seemed to have come to a sea of fire. The raging fire burned every part of Ji-fan's spiritual sea recklessly, burning it to the point where there was no place to stand. The liger was dying, its fur was burnt, and its skin was red. Yijia suspected that it was about to be roasted. She reached out and touched the liger's head, and a steady stream of spiritual power flowed out from her fingertips, repairing its mottled body bit by bit. After the spiritual power reached S level, there were many more things that could be done. If it was before, she could only help Ji-fan to calm his spiritual power slowly, and could not help him directly like this. The liger felt the coolness and gradually woke up. Seeing Yijia, he was so excited that he kept rubbing his big head against her. Thank you for your hard work, you did a great job. Yijia comforted it, and whispered in its ear, recover consciousness quickly, if you continue like this, I'm afraid something will happen to the baby. In fact, she felt a pain in her abdomen just now. The situation at the bottom of the sea was still being broadcast live simultaneously. So everyone saw that Ji-fan's expression was stunned, and then suddenly became extremely fierce, and one of his eyes changed back and forth between the original dark green and red. Finally, it stopped at dark green. 2 eyes, one red and one green, but they were not ugly. Damn, such a marshal is so tempting. Really, with Brother Fan's face, he can hold red eyes. Don't say it looks quite interesting. That's it? Why don't you change the other eye back? It's so awkward for me to see. Obsessive-compulsive disorder means inability to accept. This should be the most popular live broadcast in the history of StarCraft. The cunning Yi Jian quietly opened the gift channel, and the total amount has accumulated to a very scary number. Suddenly, Ji Fan moved. He held Yi Jiai's waist with both hands and began to swim upwards. Then he spread his wings and flew into the air. Yi Jiai was startled and his mental strength returned. He was surprised and said, "Are you awake?" Then he saw Ji Fan's red and green eyes. "Did you hear it? It must be because she mentioned the baby that Ji Fan forced himself to wake up. Well, he is more important than me." Yi Jiai sighed. "You may not be able to change back after doing this." Ji Fan was a little uncomfortable. "Is it ugly?" Yi Jiai looked carefully for a while, and found that he really couldn't say anything ugly. Ji Fan's face can put any color of eyes on it, right? "Will you hate me?" "How is it possible?" Yi Jiai said without thinking. Ji Fan suddenly smiled. At this time, there was still a part of the beast on his face. Sexual characteristics, making the whole person look different and a little provocative. "Let's go back first." Ji Fan picked her up horizontally and spread his wings. "Report to the Commander-in-Chief, I am Jones." Yi Jiai was shocked and immediately said, "Received, Admiral Jones. How is the situation on your side?" 5 ships of the God Realm were sunk. "Good job." Yi Jiai couldn't help but cheer. This is indeed good news. Our people are retreating quickly. Scouts have sent news that the God Realm is deploying a large number of 2-dimensional folding weapons. Yi Jiai frowned slightly. "I know, you should be smart and hide nearby, and don't go close to the Gulf Star." Jones Alexander suspected that he had heard it wrong. "Commander-in-Chief? Preserve yourself first. Do you understand?" Although Yi Jiai was held by someone, her aura remained undiminished and her tone was unquestionable. "Yes." Jones Alexander issued new orders without stopping. "Change direction. Disperse and hide, keep in touch, and each platoon should bring the transmitter." "Yes." "Command?" After experiencing this war, Jones Alexander's reputation in the military rose sharply. There was no situation of questioning his orders last time. All departments carried out the orders in an orderly manner and prepared for retreat. Yi Jiai patted Ji Fan's hand. "Can you fly faster? Can you bear it?" Because of the baby, he has never dared to fly recklessly. "I can even drive the silver chain now." Yi Jiai rolled his eyes. Ji Fan laughed softly, increased the frequency of the wing vibration, and the speed immediately increased. The two quickly entered the polar range. This is a secret military base, and the live broadcast came to an abrupt end. What? It's over like this. I haven't seen enough. Marshal Ji Fan's eyes really can't change back? Can you guys pay attention to the key point? Why did the Commander-in-Chief order the army to evacuate on their own? Shouldn't they come back to protect us? Did something happen in the nearer battlefield? Help me, I'm panicking. Did we lose? Where can we run this time? Despaired JPG. First-hand information, 5 ships of the God Realm were sunk, but there were folding weapons all around. This damn God Realm is so cruel. Unlike before, the interior of the Gulf Star is at least safe, and the polar control room reveals its original appearance, full of technology. This is the first time Ji Fan came here, and there was a little surprise in his eyes. Yi Jian was checking the data in a hurry. We have 5 minutes left. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to escape the 2-dimensional folding plane. Yi Jiai's face was stern, and he sat on the command platform. Chun Tung, report the data. Protective shield, open to level A. Oxygen concentration, suitable. Gravity is gradually increasing. Special forest protective shield is open. All thrusters are open and preheated. Yi Jiai's face was serious. Open the global broadcast. Unlike the live broadcast that you can choose to watch or not, the global broadcast is mandatory for everyone to receive this message. Everyone's light brain automatically popped up the video frame. From the sky to the bottom of the sea, Yi Jiai's image filled every corner of the base star. Hello everyone, I am the Commander-in-Chief Yi Jiai. Next, I will announce an important matter. The Gulf Star will jump in 3 minutes. To avoid being heard during this process, please find a place to hide nearby, stabilize your body, and wait for the jump. Repeat, the Gulf Star will start jumping in 3 minutes. Please find a hidden place nearby, stabilize your body, and wait for the jump. Tell me I'm not alone? Am I hallucinating? I seem to hear the Commander-in-Chief say that the Gulf Star is going to jump? Mom, My world seems to be fantasy. Don't be naughty. The commander-in-chief would never joke like this. Find a safe place to prepare for the jump. Brothers, this is real. Look outside. Fuck, I live on an island, and there are many giant thrusters around. I'm in the forest. There are many here too. I'm in the southern hemisphere. More JPGs here. It's really amazing. Planetary jump. In my lifetime series. I'm going to faint. Chapter 519. Gulf Star will start the jump in 1 minute. Please find a hidden place nearby, fix your body, and wait for the jump. If the people on Gulf Star were shocked by this incident, then in the eyes of the 7 fleets that were firmly locked on Gulf Star nearby, this scene could be called shocking. As the secret weapon of the God Realm's dying struggle, the two-dimensional folding weapons were almost all thrown in the direction of Gulf Star. At this time, the natural planets, artificial planets, and time and space around Gulf Star were constantly collapsing into 2 dimensions, and a colorful picture was constantly spreading outward and approaching Gulf Star. Everything was ready, the thrusters emitted a dazzling blue light, and it was ready to jump at any time. The internal channels of the military were also very lively at this time. I would like to call this a miracle. I should have applied to go to the ground battlefield earlier. Planetary jump. Where have I ever been on such a powerful aircraft? Gulf Star is really a treasure star. It's incredible. How is this done? What level of protection must the shield reach at least to resist the rays and space-time storms in the wormhole? It's okay to resist cosmic rays, but it's useless when encountering space-time storms. I think it should be a sufficiently safe wormhole channel. It's too difficult to make a planet as durable as a warship, but if you work hard on the wormhole, it's not impossible. But in this case, Gulf Star can only make short-distance jumps. A warship needs hundreds of A-level energy to jump once. I just want to know how much energy Gulf Star needs to jump once. As soon as this was said, everyone felt the pain. This is A-level energy in the billions, right? TSK. They were wrong. To activate the giant Gulf Star, it is far from enough to just fill it with A-level energy stones. Yijian put an S-level energy stone into the groove in the center. In an instant, the blue light column started, and the ground began to shake violently. No, it was the entire Gulf Star that was shaking. Ji-Fen grabbed her, and held her tightly in his arms. The shaking speed of the Gulf Star was getting faster and faster, and the amplitude was getting larger and larger. Everyone's heart was in their throats in an instant. With such a huge vibration, would the planet really not be torn apart? At this moment, the thruster burst out with an extremely dazzling blue light, and as the speed increased, it entered the wormhole. The Gulf Star returned to a stable state. Success? Yijian released the fixing device and ran to the window. The direction of the entire planet was turned around. The polar position was the command cabin, which was the most forward position, and could clearly see the situation outside. The shield isolates the outside space. In the eyes of the local residents of Bay Star, it is still daytime with blue sky and white clouds outside, which is very deceptive. Please don't loosen the fastener. This is a short-range jump. There are still 5 minutes, 37 seconds, and 11 milliseconds to the end. Chuanting's figure appeared. If you are bored, you can turn on the optical computer, read a book, or watch a movie to relax yourself. At the exit on the other side of the wormhole, 7 fleets lined up. Zhuanghe rubbed his hands in the command cabin. Commander, why haven't they come out yet? We have been waiting here for a long time. Jones Alexander didn't understand why this noisy and ignorant brat caught Yijiai's eye, and insisted that he take good care of him. He said with a cold look, "Do you think planet jumping is so simple? How can it be comparable to the speed of a warship? Wait patiently." Zhuanghe just ignored this as background noise, and was so anxious. Will they not get into trouble in there? If I had known, I would have boarded the ship. 7 ships can still carry so many people. His deputy couldn't stand it anymore, and dragged him back to his seat. Thank you so much, boss. Please don't create panic for us anymore. Jones Alexander's face turned black. Zhuanghe, come with me. Zhuanghe had no choice but to follow Jones into the small compartment inside. As soon as he entered the door, he was scolded. Zhuanghe, you are a colonel now. Can you set a correct image for your colleagues and brothers? As a commander, calmness is a necessary quality. What are you doing? Zhuanghe knew he was in the wrong, and hesitantly said, at the beginning. At the beginning. Do you still remember what the commander-in-chief said in the competition? Jones Alexander was stunned. What did he say? Zhuanghe was so uncomfortable that he didn't care who the other party was, and blurted out, I think the commander-in-chief didn't let us go back to the Gulf Star because she herself was not sure whether this jump would be successful. If something happened to them, we would be the last spark and hope. But I don't want to be this hope. We are all human beings. Let's die together. Jones Alexander clenched his palms suddenly. His expression did not change, but his voice was much more suppressed. You said you don't want to be it. Don't you think it's not chaotic enough? Go to the confinement room and reflect for 24 hours before coming out. Don't. Zhuanghe's expression changed drastically. The confinement room can't receive any information. Commander, you are suffocating me to death. Jones Alexander's face was gloomy. You want to disobey the military order? Zhuanghe breathed hard and said stiffly, Yes. Get lost. Zhuanghe took off his military cap and walked out angrily. Jones sat back in his chair under great pressure and rubbed his brows with a headache. He now knew why Yi Jia regarded Zhuanghe as a hot commodity. This kid usually looked careless and dared to say anything, but his mind was very delicate. Including him, they were all shocked by the series of advanced technologies of Gulf Star, as if Gulf Star was omnipotent and humans would win, but Zhuanghe could clearly see the uncertainty factors in it. He was indeed born to be a commander. Every decision made by Yi Jia was meaningful. Although he didn't want to admit it, Zhuanghe was telling the truth. If it wasn't because she couldn't be sure of the result, she wouldn't order the 7 fleets to leave. She would at least let one fleet go back to avoid accidents during the jump process. But if the human rear base, the Gulf Star, disappears, the fate of their 7 fleets will change dramatically, which is a problem that he must consider in advance as the commander-in-chief. They will enter the vicious circle of space political problems. After entering space, with limited resources, soldiers will become both producers and guards. Everyone has to find resources and ensure the operation of ships. Work becomes boring, society becomes boring, and a serious imbalance in the ratio of men to women will make soldiers more manic and difficult to discipline. 7 independent fleets will form each other's circles and establish new diplomatic relations. When there is an invasion by foreign enemies or a space disaster, things will become complicated, and the relationship between the fleets will become subtle and breed distrust. What's more, these 7 fleets are composed of several major interstellar forces, and the relationship is complicated. This is a situation he never wants to see. I just hope that the Gulf Star can successfully jump. Chapter 520. Commander. Zhuanghe shouted outside, Success? Gulf Star is out. Jones Alexander, who had just fallen into a state of anxiety, immediately stood up, opened the door and walked out. Seeing the azure planet appear out of thin air, a sense of joy of surviving a disaster swept over his body. Zhuanghe's deputy frantically gave him a look, asking him to be low-key. After all, he was still under a tight order, but Zhuanghe was too excited and obviously didn't realize what he meant. Fortunately, Jones Alexander had no time to care about these at the moment. This was the first time that humans at that time had such a strong sense of belonging to Gulf Star. Commander-in-Chief, how are you? Jones Alexander asked on the communication channel. Yi Jia loosened the fixing device and opened the military channel. His tone was unprecedentedly relaxed. Brothers, the war is over. We won this difficult battle. In the sky and on the ground, the 7 fleets burst into extremely strong cheers. Admiral Jones Alexander. She shouted. Yes. Commander-in-Chief. Take the soldiers home. Zhuanghe hugged his deputy, and the two hugged and cried. Chun Tung, turn on the energy-saving mode. Yes, turn on the energy-saving mode, and start the underground city. The blue sky and white clouds gradually disappeared, the protective shield became thinner and transparent visibly, the light gradually dimmed, the temperature began to drop sharply, the seawater froze, and the world entered a cold winter. Leaving the Bay Galaxy and the star, the Bay Star became an independent planet, and saving all energy was a must. But fortunately, Master Amber and Yi Jian thought of this step in advance, and built an underground city in advance under the Bay Star, which at least guaranteed the basic survival of humans. I want to go out and take a look, she said. The temperature outside is -5 degrees Celsius now, and it will continue to drop. Chun Tung reminded. I'll be back soon. Yi Jian couldn't bear to stop her. You have 5 minutes. Yi Jia immediately said excitedly, Jifan, take me up. Jifan couldn't do anything with her, so he took a blanket and wrapped her up, hugged her to his chest and flew out. Wow, it's so cold. As soon as she landed on the ground, Yi Jia's breath was white. The mecha teams of the 7 fleets were landing in a well-trained manner and transferring supplies underground. From a distance, a long black line was drawn on the horizon, like worker ants working hard to build a nest. I want to go to the forest and take a look. She tilted her head and looked at Jifan's excellent jawline and said. Jifan spread his wings and flew to the right. He was really gifted. He suddenly grew a pair of wings, and was able to control them very well. This place seemed like an ice world. The temperature of the base star dropped suddenly. These plants were like being put into a freezer. Their surfaces were covered with ice crystals, but the plant fibers inside were still well preserved. If we go to a suitable star system and adjust the temperature again, can they still survive? Jifan was a little curious. Theoretically, yes. Don't underestimate the plants of the base star. They have very strong vitality. Yijie buried his face in the blanket. Don't worry. Father and his team have built many small ecosystems. Some famous plants and animals in the interstellar space have been cultivated. Jifan nodded slightly. He looked at the time. We should go back. Then fly back from the seaside. We will never see the real sunshine, waves, and beaches again, Yijie said with some regret. But now she is grateful for this ending. This is the best result that many people in the future and the past have worked together to strive for mankind. The sea area is very large and has not been completely frozen. Only a thin layer of ice is gradually forming on the surface. The sudden drop in temperature and the original heat collide with each other, forming circles of white mist, which looks very beautiful. The tip of his nose felt cold, and Yijie licked it. It's snowing. Well, let's go home, Jifan said softly. The residents of the Gulf Star are evacuating underground in an orderly manner. Groups of people stop at the entrance of the underground city, looking at this piece of ice and snow silent. When the temperature drops to -50 degrees, the ground is completely suitable for human survival, and even mechas will be affected. Some people saw the two of them, and waved to them from a distance. Yijie had to reach out to respond, and soon, his arm was frozen stiff. Jifan had to fly higher, until he could no longer see the people on the ground. Brother Fan. She called him suddenly. Do you feel inferior? No. Cyborgs have a low status, and you look very much like. When resources are limited, organisms will tend to instinctively develop their own resources. Cyborgs will become the mainstream of human society in the future. Didn't you foresee this a long time ago? You are worthy of it. Yijie smiled. The direction of the genetic evolution fluid is cyborgs. Humans are too dependent on machines. When mechanical life appears, we should not be happy, but be vigilant. The essence of mechanical life and human life is to compete for resources. Yuk saw this early, so he went to the god's domain to carry out the so-called cleansing mission, Jifan said coldly. At this time, the two had entered the scope of the underground city. Jifan put the man down, shook off the ice and snow on his wings, and folded his wings. Yijie stood opposite him, and touched Jifan's eyes with his cold fingers. I am surprised that you think so. Sometimes I feel that Yuk may not be an enemy, he just thinks too radically. But the Mara civilization is definitely. Their existence has forced us to move towards the direction of biological evolution. Jifan suddenly reached out, and hugged the man into his arms. After the frenzy, his torso became bigger, making Yijie look even smaller. Stop here, you don't need to carry all of humanity on your back anymore. Whether humans will evolve or degenerate, will follow the laws of nature, and have nothing to do with you. You have done enough. Yijie felt warm in her heart, and reached out to hug him back. Her nose was filled with a familiar cold fragrance, which made her feel at ease. I really feel very lucky to be able to travel through 100 million light-years of time and space to meet you, fall in love with you, and have you. Jifan lowered his eyes to look at her. In a place where Yijie could not see, his red eyes were gradually deepening. Me too. This is a small and cramped corner. Since the war, Yijie has not felt so at ease for many years. What is happiness? No need for prosperity, no need for wealth. Just peace and stability, you are always there. Chapter 521 Extra. 7 years later. In 7 years, the Gulf Star has undergone great changes. Humans have completely adapted to life in the underground city. The number of cyborgs has skyrocketed in a short period of time. Now it accounts for 1/3 of the human population, which is a force that cannot be underestimated. Most of them are soldiers with low-level physiques. They are attracted by Jifan's power, and they are constantly getting stronger and breaking through their own limits. With the addition of these soldiers, the status of cyborgs has been significantly improved. They also have a new term, new humans. It's not that other high-level physiques are unwilling to inject gene evolution fluid to become new humans, but this process is too painful. It takes extremely strong willpower to stick to it, otherwise it is likely to die in the process of evolution. When resources are limited, the role of cyborgs is reflected. Birdmen with wings can go out, cross glaciers, and hunt star beasts for food. If you drive a mecha out, you not only need energy, but also maintenance after returning. Ordinary families can only make ends meet. Yi Ji fulfilled his promise to Lon Caesar and restored the imperial system. Lon Caesar became the first emperor of the glorious Alliance Republic, but his noble title was reduced to the title of Duke. And it was just an honorary title, which could not be inherited, nor could it receive other substantial rewards and awards. To put it bluntly, the royal family was completely reduced to a mascot-like existence. Later, in the referendum, Ji Fan, Yi Xian was voted out and became His Excellency the Duke. To avoid trouble, Yi Ji did not participate in this referendum. Her reputation among humans is now higher than Ji Fan. A little boy jumped and sprinted in the middle of the road. He had a pair of blue wings on his back, with red light on the edges. Because of the wings, he ran easily and very fast. "Stop! Thief! You be dead if I catch you!" he shouted as he ran. There were many vendors and ragged civilians along the road, but they all seemed to be selectively deaf, and no one helped him. This is District 19 of the underground city, a notorious poor area. It is crowded with all kinds of biochemical people, non-human humans, and alien humans. Thieves, robbers, prostitutes, middlemen are the main theme of District 19. This boy is out of tune with District 19. He is here to experience life. What's wrong with stealing a few from you? This is the voice of most people. Therefore, not only did he not get any help, but he was also constantly troubled in the process of chasing people. Sometimes someone took the initiative to bump into him, and sometimes someone secretly stretched out his leg to trip him. The boy was not frightened by such malice, but his brows were furrowed more and more, and even scales appeared around his eyes. People who knew him well knew that this was a sign of impending anger. He pulled out a soft whip from his waist, hung it on the eaves of the roadside, and flew forward swingingly, sometimes using people's heads for support, and sometimes jumping onto the tables of people doing business, causing the whole street to fall to the ground. Some people wanted to teach him a lesson, but his posture was so flexible that no one could catch him. Although District 19 is a poor area, it does not mean that everyone here is physically useless. If they can't even catch a child whose hair has not grown fully, it can only mean that the child's physical level is quite high. High-level new human, that could only be the prince from District 1 to District 3. The boy's eyes suddenly lit up, his two wings spread wide, and he swung his whip forward, picking out a thin figure from the crowd and smashing him to the ground. He stepped on the tail of the man on the ground with his fangs exposed. "Hand over your things." I didn't take your things." That was also a cyborg child, with a long tail and 2 ears on his head, which were shaking at this time, and looked quite cute. "Are you a boy?" The boy spat, so feminine. "Take your ears back to me." The boy on the ground suddenly had red eyes. He rushed up, opened his mouth and bit. The boy was startled, kicked the man away, stood still, and roared. It was like the roar of a star beast. Even if it was just a young beast, it was still very oppressive. The whole street was quiet. The boy paused, then began to tremble, and was about to crawl slowly, but he was very reluctant, with veins on his face bulging, and he was desperately resisting. "Aren't you a new human being who evolved?" The boy put away his animal-like parts freely, and asked him half-squatting. When he put away his animal-like features, the sense of oppression that followed disappeared. The boy controlled his body and looked at him with complicated eyes, which contained too many emotions. Suddenly, the boy's light brain rang, and his expression changed, and he answered stiffly, "Mother? Ji Yeji? Where have you been fooling around again? I give you 10 minutes. Get back to me immediately." Okay, don't be angry. I be back soon." The other party hung up with a click. Ji Yeji sighed and looked at the boy. "I don't want to embarrass you. Give me back my things, and I let you go. Otherwise, I have to take you to the police station." Their argument attracted most of the attention, and many people gathered around. The boy subconsciously looked into the crowd. Ji Yeji's eyes were stern, and he took out a dagger and pointed it at his neck. "Do you have an accomplice?" His eyes swept through the crowd and locked onto a back figure that had just turned away. He sniffed the familiar smell in the air, and he shouted without thinking, "Uncle Chi! Catch the rat in brown clothes and black hat." The man ran away, but after a few steps, a big knife was deeply inserted in front of him. His footsteps softened, and he fell down directly. The word Tan on it was clearly visible. Someone from the Tan family. Someone from the Tan family's secret group. The appearance of this knife immediately caused an uproar. The Tan family, now on the Gulf Star, is extraordinary. Tan Shi, dressed in a tight suit, appeared from a distance. He pulled out the knife from the ground, wiped it slightly, and put it back into the scabbard, saying in a cold voice, Your mother asked me to take you home. Ji Yeji's expression froze, and he was obviously anxious. He yelled at the boy, "Give me the things." The boy lowered his head, and a light flashed in his eyes. "Sold it." Ji Yeji punched him in the face. He stood up. His face was very dark. "Uncle Chi, I want to take this kid away, and you can send the mouse to the police station." "Yes." Tan Chi always did things quickly, and whispered a few words in the communication. The police came very quickly, and it turned out to be the head of the 19th district and the chief of the police station. After Tan Chi said a few simple words, he handed the person over. Ji Yeji watched quietly, and waited until he finished dealing with it, and then said, "Let's go." Tan Chi released the shuttle, and Ji Yeji walked in with the man in his right hand. "You Luan? Tell me, why do you want to follow me?" Ji Yeji sat on the sofa and asked while looking at the boy's information. "This kid is actually older than him. Why does he look so thin?" "I want to follow you." Yu Luan swallowed his saliva, although he was a little afraid, but he still said it. Ji Yeji shrugged. "There are many people who want to follow me. I don't even like those in District 1. How can I like you?" If Yijia was here, she would definitely give her son a stick without hesitation. Obviously, she and Ji Fan were fine, but she gave birth to a venomous and arrogant bastard who challenged her bottom line as a mother every day. The boy took out the things in the bag. "This is your dagger. The main material is the teeth of a lion-tiger beast. I processed it for you. Try it." Ji Yeji took it, and waved it casually a few times. He found that it was much smoother. He looked carefully for a while, and found that the man just made the knife thinner and narrower, and then simply modified the handle of the knife. The feel was improved so much. "Are you a forger?" He raised his eyelids. Hunting has become a very important part of life today. Humans have found that the energy obtained by eating star beast meat directly is much higher than the food cultivated uniformly, and the whole body of the star beast is a treasure, and most parts can be made into weapons for use. Mechas and robots are no longer the mainstream now, because they consume too much energy stones. So gradually a new industry has emerged, the forger, which is a profession that requires a certain talent for mental power. Yes, although I am not very strong now, I will definitely become invincible in the future. Tan Chi, who was sitting on the side drinking as a background, paused. This confident look is exactly the same as someone else. No wonder this prince is so interested in him. After going around in circles, you still don't tell me your real purpose? Ji Yeji naturally mastered the essentials of negotiation from his father, and never put himself in a passive position. "I want the man you arrested to the police station today to die." Yu Luan looked gloomy. "Reason? Due to the deterioration of the human living environment, children are forced to grow up early and often follow adults to go hunting. They have experienced the fickleness of the world, so that such a teenager can also talk about death." Yu Luan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot. He is the deputy captain of the 3rd team of the Viper organization. He likes to force women to give birth to children for him, and he kidnapped them from other districts. He sold many women with good genes and imprisoned them for the entertainment of the top leaders of District 19. Hearing this name, Tan Chi slowly put the wine glass on the chopping board. "Are you his son?" Yu Luan didn't expect him to speak. His expression changed, and he looked angry. "No, my mother was kidnapped, and then she suddenly woke up and committed suicide because of the humiliation." "Do you have evidence?" Ji Yeji looked at him. Yu Luan's eyebrows were sharp. "Yes, but the evidence is not with me." "Are you from the Tan family?" Ji Yeji suddenly laughed, and his laughter was unbridled and ostentatious. "Listen carefully, my name is Ji Yeji." "Oh!" Yu Luan was obviously disappointed. "Your last name is not Tan. The Gulf Star already has a bright enough Tan family. The Ji family has become more and more low-key in recent years, and with a small population, many people have never heard of the name of this family." Ji Yeji, Tan Chi, "I have been investigating the Viper organization for a long time," Ji Yeji suddenly said, with a serious expression. "I can not only kill that man, but also make this organization disappear from the Gulf Star, as long as you give me the evidence." Yu Luan opened his mouth wide. He wondered how this kid could brag so much. "My father's surname is Ji and his name is Fan." Ji Yeji's tone was helpless. He could see that this person didn't believe him. Yu Luan's ears immediately stood up. His eyes widened. You are the son of Marshal Ji Fan and Commander Yi Jiai." "Yes, it's me. I can also show you my family portrait. Do you want to see it?" No need." Yu Luan's face flushed. "I can give you the evidence now." "Didn't you say you didn't keep it with you?" Ji Yeji looked at him with his eyes hanging down. Yu Luan smiled awkwardly. "There are some videos. My optical computer will be checked at any time. It is not safe to leave it there. I hacked into the background of the main brain and built a small black room. It is safe to put things there. Oh, you can hack into the main brain? What a joke, Bo. Can the tyrant be hacked by this brat? Well, it doesn't count. District 19 is the only place in the 27 districts where the education quality does not meet the standards. The commander specially built a learning channel for the children in District 19, which can enter the STAR network for free learning. I learned my forging knowledge there. I found that the main brain is very tolerant to us, so I used this channel to build a small black room. The main brain must know it, but it has not been cleared. I don't know if it can be opened now. Ji Yeji's expression changed slightly. For the first time, he looked at the man in front of him. He knew about the learning channel. Because it was rarely used, Boba once suggested closing it. The background maintenance was a waste of resources. It turned out that someone really used this learning channel to try to change his situation. His mother was right. You don't have to open it. The main brain already knows it, he said. His voice was very light. Boba appeared out of thin air, and the video was projected in the air. Is it this? Yulwan looked at Boba, then at Ji Yeji, and nodded in shock. The video quality was very blurry, but the content could still be seen clearly. This was an underground place. Holes that could accommodate a person were chiseled out of the four walls, and then sealed with iron fences. In each hole, there was a woman curled up in a half-dressed state. Some of the women were even pregnant. This was a purgatory on Earth. Ji Yeji, who was used to staying in Area 1, could not accept that there was such a place on the base star. He wanted to tear up the land immediately. At this time, the projections of Yijai and Ji Fan suddenly appeared in the air. It was a video call. Your father, and I will handle this matter. You should get back as soon as possible. Yijai was very blunt when he spoke. Yulwan was shocked. He did not expect that the commander in life was such a person. Ji Yeji had guessed this result a long time ago, and said quickly, I took Yulwan away, which has already alerted the enemy. You must act quickly. Ji Fan's eyes were cold. You should worry more about yourself. The video call was interrupted. Ji Yeji pursed his lips. Tanchi stood up and pretended to leave. I hope you don't let me waste time looking for you. Your uncle will be angry if I don't go home to cook. By the way, the old patriarch asked me to bring you a message, saying that you haven't been back to the Tan family to study for a long time. Ji Yeji was like a ball that was poked and deflated. Ah, this damn life of being despised. He must do something earth-shattering and soul-stirring. Let his heroic parents, grandfather and great-grandfather take notice of him.